Yangyu, Pingyuan Province, Huaxia. A young man and a girl were walking towards a secluded corner next to a trash can. A pair of rats were huddling together, engaging in sweet, intimate moments. The girl, showing concern, asked, "What are you doing? Someone might see us." His wandering hand was still resting on her thigh, ready to move up, as he reassured her no one will come here. It's too hidden. However, contrary to what he thought, a loud explosion suddenly shook them, breaking the moment. The young man turned quickly towards the sound, worry filling his voice as he asked, "What was that?" His eyes widened so much it seemed they might pop out. A monstrous creature emerged from a deep hole, letting out terrifying screams. The young man, terrified, screamed in panic, much like a girl terrified of snakes. A spark of electricity shot towards him, hitting him squarely. His face twisted in pain, and saliva began dripping everywhere. He screamed out for his father. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, his body limp and his backside facing the sky. The girl, still trembling in fear, didn't scream like he did. Instead, she just leaned back against the wall, listening to Bo Lang compliment her. "Well done. Since you stayed quiet and didn't make a sound, I won't shock you." Suddenly, a guy stepped forward, cracking his knuckles, and lazily said, "Blood of the malevolent earth spirit, Bo Lang, you stop running already? I just want to finish work early." Bo Lang, furious and frustrated, yelled, "Who? Who are you? Why are you chasing me?" Hao Shuang smirked, looking at him with disdain. "Ridiculous. You think you're worthy of knowing my name?" He had barely finished boasting when, out of nowhere, a loud voice called from behind Hao Shuang. Xiao Ye was half kneeling, half sitting on a railing, and asked, "Hao Shuang, something big just happened." At that moment, Bo Lang repeated the name, his ears slightly ringing, realizing it was a homophone, but it was too much for him. Hearing that, the girl, who had been terrified, spat out a mouthful of water, laughing through her tears. Meanwhile, Hao Shuang was furious, but didn't know what to do about it. Hao Shuang turned around and shouted, "Aya," she replied. "What's up?" Then, suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and screamed, "How many times do I have to say it? Don't call my name when I'm trying to look cool. It's such an insult." As soon as he was distracted, Bo Lang lunged at him, thinking to himself, "Just hearing that name, I can tell he's weak. You should just die already." Hao Shuang's eyes suddenly brightened. He threw the man to the ground with a force that matched his intense thoughts and work style. Even though his ideals didn't exactly connect, when it came to something like peeing, you had to aim precisely, and when it came to attacking, you had to be silent. Bo Lang's body slammed onto the ground, foam pouring from his mouth like he had overdosed. Xiao Ye jumped down from the wall, landing smoothly, and heard him say, "I'll leave the cleanup to you. I'm going back to sleep." She quickly replied, "Got it." Then suddenly he remembered something and asked, "Wait, why were you in such a hurry to find me?" She answered, "Ah, I almost forgot to tell you." Her next words made Hao Shuang worry. North Star showed up at Bailong Lake. He quickly sped off, cutting through the smoke like a god, and said, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Xiao Ye had no more words to say, but she managed to warn him. "Unknown abilities, fighting capabilities unclear, be careful." Hao Shuang raced off at lightning speed, thinking to himself, "Finally, they've shown up. The North Star I've been waiting for. I can't let them get there first, or that grumpy old man will start plotting against me again." In a quiet space, a girl sat on top of a guy, laughing with carefree joy. Looking at his blissful expression, she began to judge, an 18-year-old man with pure energy. She looked up and drew in the young man's strength. She then said, "Don't rush, I'll make you feel better." And she was the very person Hao Shuang had been searching for. North Star, Theme 2-star, Qin Keek Sin. The young man began to weaken. He gasped for breath, releasing a cold, sharp exhale, while Keek Sin sneered and said, well, already done for. I was thinking of rewarding you, but looks like it'll have to wait for next time." A rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes. Qin Keek Sin anxiously turned around and asked, "Who's there?" Hao Shuang stepped out with a comical grin and said, "Wow, I finally found you. Spiritual monk." Keek Sin, frustrated, yelled, "Damn, you found me already? I'm not just going to sit around and die." Hao Shuang raised both hands in a gesture of refusal and said, "You misunderstand. I'm not here to kill you." Qin Keek Sin threw her hands behind her head and with a fierce look replied, "If you're here to kill me, don't expect me to be polite." Qin Keek Sin used a soul-shifting technique to split into multiple different spirits and shouted, "Drain him dry." Just as the ugly face of Qin Keek Sin got closer to him, Hao Shuang calmly said, "I told you, I don't mean any harm." She suddenly stopped and asked, "Kim Quan Ho, you're from Mount King Cheng, right?" As soon as Hao Shuang replied, "I'm not," Qin Keek Sin turned around and ran into the deep forest, muttering, "How annoying." Both of them quickly hid in a bush nearby. Beneath a tree deep in the forest, the girl was giving the boy a passionate kiss. She suddenly opened her eyes and asked, "Listen, what's that sound?" When the boy saw Kin Keith Sin walking through the night, he immediately pushed the girl away and shouted, "Ah!" Kin Keith Sin ran as fast as she could, thinking, "Why would people from Mount King Chang be after me? Have I become a target for hunting?" At that moment, Hao Shuang caught up with her. He grabbed her jacket, yanked it down, and shouted, "Gotcha!" Seeing she was about to be caught, Kin Keith Sin increased her speed. Seeing this, he yelled, "Hey, stop running. You can't escape." Suddenly, she stopped and blushed. The part of her body that had been covered by her jacket was now about to fall out. Seeing that Kin Keith Sin was about to crash into a nearby tree, Hao Shuang immediately yelled, "Watch out, up ahead!" Hao Shuang's eyes grew wide like a mud skipper, and his mouth opened as he saw her face heading toward a place she definitely shouldn't go. Sure, here's the translation, but since he couldn't catch up in time, his cheek slammed hard into Kin Keith Sin's backside, causing his nose to bleed as he said, "I told you not to run anymore." In the quiet, dark night, deep in the forest, Kin Keith Sin suddenly opened her eyes in shock, finding herself in an unfamiliar place. She sat up, awkwardly pulling the blanket around her body, and silently wondered, "Where am I?" Hao Shuang walked into the room and asked, "You're awake?" "Just in time. I finished cutting the fruit. Have some." Kin Keith Sin sprang up angrily and demanded, "Who the hell are you?" He walked past her without even looking and said, "Hey, just so you know." Hao Shuang paused and added, "You're not wearing any clothes." At that moment, Kin Keith Sin immediately pulled the blanket tighter around herself and screamed, "Ah, don't look." Hao Shuang raised his elegant hand to cover his eyes, but still peeked out to look at her in front of him and said, "Don't worry, actually, I haven't seen anything." Kin Keith Sin yelled, "What exactly do you want from me?" Suddenly, a chair nearby made a noise. Hao Shuang took a bite of half an apple and continued, "Don't rush. Let me explain everything slowly." Looking at the plate of fruit, Kin Keith Sin thought, wasn't that prepared for her? He then explained, "This all started 2 months ago. Let me know if you need anything else." Hao Shuang suddenly remembered, in an electronics repair shop, the metal door had been closed. He placed his hand on 4 phones, then gripped an electrical socket tightly and transferred its power into himself. Just a small note, if you don't have any special abilities, don't try this at home. With his other hand, he quickly sent electrical energy into one of the phones. The internal circuits of the phone began to make contact with the power. Then he leaned against the counter and said, "All done." He looked at the 4 phones on the table and hummed a tune. An old man appeared and asked, "You just touched the socket and the phone's fixed? You're impressive." Inside the shop, a loud scream rang out, followed by the sound of something breaking. The old man held his head and asked, "Kid, why do you have a frying pan on the counter?" Hao Shuang hesitated and asked, "How did you get in here?" The man grinned like he was the spokesperson for toothpaste and replied, "What's so hard about it? I'm the heavenly master of the current time." Even though there was a bump on his head like he'd been stung by a bee, he still stood tall and asked, "Do you want to be my disciple?" This completely caught Hao Shuang off guard to the point where he almost lost his mind. The man who had just suggested Hao Shuang kneel and accept him as his master was reading something on his phone and said, "Your ancestors came from Lai Zhe and they were servants of the evil lightning god. The lightning god was killed in the celestial battle of the enemy world last year and his followers scattered like a shattered beehive. Your ancestors disguised themselves as humans and blended into mortal life, maintaining their bloodline up until now." Hao Shuang, standing behind him, was ready to strike. Suddenly, the man asked, "I'm not wrong, am I?" As Hao Shuang's hand was about to launch an attack, a magical barrier blocked him. Almost instantly, he was pulled backward. Yet the old man remained calm and continued, "Calm down. Although the new celestial battle of the enemy world has started, your name isn't on the list, and I'm not here to eliminate demons." Hao Shuang, bound by the magic circle, was furious and shouted, "Stop pretending. You damn Taoist priests have been killing us for years. Haven't you been trying to wipe us out completely?" Seeing Hao Shuang's angry expression, the man went on to explain that may have been true many years ago, but times have changed. The current celestial battle of the enemy world has turned into a stage for the 3 mountains and 9 prefectures and the 21 East Heavenly sect, where they show their skills, competing for the position of Heavenly Master. Whoever kills the most North Star assassins will become the next Heavenly Master. The old man's eyes gradually grew dark and he continued speaking. "The reason behind this, I'm sorry, I can't tell you directly. But if you want to go ahead, you'll have to become my last disciple and win in this upcoming Heavenly Tao competition. Only then can you become the successor to the Heavenly Master. Do you understand?" Hao Shuang laughed, choking on his own breath, and replied, "So that's it? Well, that's too easy." The old man, seeing this, smiled and said, "Right? Then hurry up and call me master." But despite the cheerful tone, Hao Shuang was angry. He bared his teeth, claws raised, and shouted, "Master, what are you talking about? Am I a monster? How could I kill my own kind just to become that damned heavenly master?" The old man seemed a bit hesitant and explained, "I'm not telling you to kill anyone, just to capture them. You can refuse if you want." However, he raised his hand, a flame burning brightly in his palm. Hao Shuang looked at him warily, and the old man continued, "Or I could just kill you instead." Hao Shuang eyed the flame suspiciously and asked, "Why should I trust you?" The old man answered, "Once you become the heavenly master, your name will be Zhang Bolin, but until then, you'll go by Xu Roofing." Remembering his father lying on the sick, nearing death, he said, "The biggest regret of my life is that I won't be able to wait until Xu Roofing comes back to find me. Children, remember this well. When he comes, never refuse any request he makes." Little Hao Shuang cried out, "Grandpa." In silence, he absorbed the advice. He has a debt of gratitude to our family. Slowly, Hao Shuang knelt down and said, "I am Hao Shuang, your disciple." He bowed his head to the ground and said, "I greet my master." Qin Kixin, casually nibbling on a banana, asked, "The heavenly master accepts monsters as disciples. Now he even wants a monster to become the heavenly master? This is too strange." Hao Shuang, also munching on an apple, replied, "Well, I've already caught 3 iron plates. You're the North Star Immortal, so the reason I'm telling you all this is because I want you to join me." He pointed at a small golden tower and said, "If you don't agree, I'll have to lock you inside it. Those 3 crazy people are in there, just enough for a round of mahjong." Hearing this, Qin Kixin became scared and thought, "Stay calm, I need to take this chance while he hasn't sealed me yet and find a way to escape. But my attacks are useless, which means he's definitely the heavenly master has given him the golden armor for protection." Suddenly, an idea popped into Qin Kixin's head. She thought, "That's right. Kim Kwang might not be able to escape from the realm of desire. Isn't that my specialty?" Qin Kixin stood up and walked over to Hao Shuang, saying, "I'm willing to join the plan, but you have to agree to one condition of mine first." He was chewing something as he spoke. "What condition?" She moved closer, leaned her hand on his chair, and said, "I have a seductress who survives by drawing energy from men. So, what do you think my condition might be?" He hesitated. "Huh? Could it be?" Qin Kixin pressed her body close to Hao Shuang, speaking in a seductive tone. "If you want my full devotion, you'll have to conquer me. What do you think? You're not scared, are you?" He pushed her away in fear, refusing. "If that's what you're asking, then I guess I'll just have to compromise." Qin Kixin smiled happily to herself, thinking, "Perfect. He's fallen into the trap. Once his golden light fades, I can easily turn the situation around." Hao Shuang extended his hand, surrounded by electric energy, and replied arrogantly, "I have the golden light protection, so I can't touch the realm of desire, but we can try something else." Right after that, his finger pointed toward Qin Kixin, and he said something like this. She thought to herself, "Am I dreaming? Is there really such a treasure in this world?" Immediately after, Qin Kixin blushed and screamed as if she were high. "How? Yes, I will definitely follow you." Outside a building, 2 shadowy figures were standing, watching the lit-up floors, waiting quietly. One of them said, "Yes, it's in this building." The other figure, whose gender was hard to tell, walked alongside, looking short like a mushroom. They responded, "I heard it too. That rotten breath only belongs to a perverted demon. I'm afraid another man has died tragically at her hands." Inside the room, Qin Kixin kept blushing and moaning nonstop. She walked to the bathroom, her voice hesitant. "I can't take it anymore. I need to take a shower to calm down." But Hao Shuang remained calm, one hand pointing toward the sky, the other holding a piece of melon and chewing as he asked, "Isn't it good? I can still perform the twin dragons setting out to sea." But then Qin Kixin's shrill scream echoed. Enough, enough. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. Meanwhile, Hao Shuang was still lost in his thoughts, thinking, "I can't even last 10 minutes, and yet they call me a female demon who specializes in seducing men." Suddenly, Xiao Ye, who was next to him, jumped up and said, "Hao Shuang, something's happened." Hao Shuang quickly asked, "What's happened now?" Xiao Ye replied, 3 minutes ago, 2 spiritual practitioners entered my sensing range. They've already gone up to the next floor." Hao Shuang panicked and shouted, 3 minutes ago. Why didn't you say anything sooner?" She responded, "Didn't you say that when you're pretending to be all divine, I shouldn't disturb you?" He quickly answered, "I was just pretending before." His face suddenly became pale, and he realized, logically, she wasn't wrong. In the bathroom, Qin Kixin closed her eyes, feeling the water flow over her. She gazed into the distance, wondering why she was labeled as the North Star. Drops of water splashed onto the tile floor when suddenly a mist enveloped her, causing her to panic. A hand emerged from the water, covering her mouth. Outside the window of the building, a man was casting a spell towards her. He was using the water coffin technique to bind the demon and said, "Got you now." Water droplets slid through the crack of the door. His body followed into the bathroom as he continued, "This body has harmed so many men. It must be punished to set an example." While surrounded by the curtain of water, Qin Kixin appeared fragile and weak, silently calling Hao Shuang's name, hoping he would come to save her. The man standing outside suddenly heard a voice from behind. "I didn't expect you to know how to control water. That's impressive. Could you teach me?" He replied, "Our secret technique for sealing the acupoints can't be easily taught to outsiders." At that moment, Hao Shuang appeared from behind, causing the man to shout, "Oh my god, what kind of demon are you?" Hao Shuang calmly repeated the action and mocked him. A man with blonde hair stepped forward, water still dripping from his body, and said, "Got him." Hao Shuang's expression turned serious as he said, "You too. Forcibly taking him away isn't the right approach." The man with glasses grinned and replied, "So what? Do you dare to stop us?" The man then began using water techniques, preparing to confront Hao Shuang. Two massive columns of water suddenly appear, separating the two of them. The person wearing glasses suddenly transformed into a body made entirely of water. Then the water flew out of the body, leaving behind its original form. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Keep going, kid, you won't catch up with us." Hao Shuang sighed as he looked in their direction. These Taoist priests were truly shameless. Xiao Ye then said, "Hurry up and catch up. It's not every day you get a chance to capture a North Star. If you let it slip away, a heavenly master won't forgive you." Looking at the book in his hand, Hao Shuang replied, "No, I'm trying to figure it out." Then he thought about how hard it was to learn from the book the old man had given him. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he exclaimed, "Found it." He quickly summoned a bright yellow talisman and used it. It was a lighting summon talisman. From where he stood, sparks of electricity spread out. The two men suddenly said, "We thought you were just a mortal, but turns out you're one of us. Why bother? If we get it, it's ours." Suddenly, a yellow bolt of lightning, along with Hao Shuang, shot toward them, causing the two men to panic. Hao Shuang asked, "Long time, no see." The two blonde men, shocked, asked, "Your divine thunder magic. Who exactly are you?" Because they weren't paying attention, both of them crashed hard into the wall. Hao Shuang stood with his hands on his hips, watching them groan. "Ah, my nose." He then asked, "You two can't escape. Give me the person." The guy wearing glasses immediately tensed up and said, "I don't care which sect you're from. If you're going to push us this far, don't blame us for not being polite." The blonde guy added, "Fellow Taoist, if you want to die, don't blame us." Hao Shuang calmly replied, "Xiao Ya, did you hear that? They're the ones who wanted to make the first move." From the phone, Xiao Ya's voice came through, "Yeah, go ahead and do your thing. If he comes after you later, I'll vouch for you." He then put the phone in his pocket and said, "All right, let's begin." Flickers of fire appeared around him, surrounding him in a protective aura. He added, "My fists are itching." The two men suddenly cracked their knuckles. The guy with glasses asked, "Divine thunder magic, are you from Tianming? The blonde guy followed up, "With your strength, you still dare to go out hunting? You really don't know your limits." Hao Shuang frowned and teased, "Aren't all Taoists supposed to be able to tell fortunes? How come the second guy's predictions are even worse than the first one's?" A gourd-shaped object filled with a special power surrounded the blonde man. He cursed, "What a mess." Immediately after, he performed a water magic technique, Endless Waves. With anger in his voice, he shouted, "Take this, Endless Waves." A strange and terrifying horizontal water vortex appeared in front of Hao Shuang. Gripping the lightning in his hand, he commanded, "Open up." After a few seconds, he pulled the lightning downward and added, "Give it to me." On the rooftop of the building, the water vortex and electric sparks clashed continuously. Xiao Ye, riding some kind of flying creature above the city, noticed the scene below and said, "What's going on? Is all this noise really necessary?" Lying on the creature's back, she ordered, "Fly faster." Below the building, thick clouds had completely covered the area, making it hard to see anything. The only clear figure was Hao Shuang standing alone. The blonde man, still performing his magic, anxiously asked, "I can't believe my endless waves are being broken." Hao Shuang flashed a proud smile, his hands crackling with electric sparks. He looked at the person in front of him with an air of superiority, as if daring the blonde man to smile in response before saying, "It's my turn now." Suddenly from behind, the turtle-like figure with glasses, who had been preparing to attack, came at Hao Shuang without him noticing. In the next moment, the attack was aimed directly at him. He raised his hand to block it, but it was already too late. The man with glasses trapped Hao Shuang inside a water prison. Satisfied, he sneered, "Idea, You didn't even notice one person was missing. Then he laughed loudly, his mouth stretching wider than a laughing cow cheese wedge, and added, no one has ever survived escaping from this water prison. He smirked, speaking to the world as if he'd already won. Suddenly, electric bolts shot through the bubble from inside, shattering it instantly. The man was engulfed in smoke, his face darkened like an ancient judge, and his hair hung limply like a pot of burnt noodles. Hao Shuang pushed him aside and said, didn't you know water conducts electricity? Aren't monks supposed to have completed 9 years of schooling by now? The blond man, seeing the scene in front of him, immediately fumed and shouted, Junior brother. As Hao Shuang flew off, he looked ahead, his mouth open in surprise. His hands pressed against his chest as if he wanted to do something, sending a surge of energy into the blond guy. Immediately after, Hao Shuang exclaimed, well, your chest has really developed, huh? He was so frantic that he started making moaning sounds. Once he regained his composure, he snarled angrily, showing his teeth, and shouted, you dare to make a move on me? Go die. With that, Hao Shuang slapped the blond guy, sending his body flying to some distant corner. Suddenly, Xiao Ye appeared and said, Hao Shuang, doing this is going to cause trouble. Don't you know? You can't let ordinary people find out about the existence of spiritual practitioners. Hao Shuang focused on the blond guy's charred body lying in the corner and replied, it's just a high-voltage electric leak, nothing to worry about. Let's lock these two in the tower for now. We can't let them go back and spread the news. A golden-like pouch appeared in his hand, and he shouted, Doraemon Slog. Found it. Xiao Ye held a mini golden tower in her hand and said, take it. Then she added, the disciples of Bai Yu Dong have started openly looting. This is definitely not a good sign. It seems like this time the heavenly forces are going to clash. It's very likely to turn into a bloody battle between the sects. Hao Shuang flipped the bag upside down and happily responded, then even better, the more strong people die, the happier I am. Suddenly, a large amount of water spilled out of the bag, flooding everywhere, impossible to stop. Throw that mindless bag away, Hao Shuang said, then asked, are you all right? Qin Keqin turned her back to him and said, could you wait until we got back before letting you out? I'm not wearing any clothes. Hao Shuang, embarrassed, asked, do you have? Understanding what he meant, Xiao Ye answered, my clothes are in the tower, but she probably won't fit into them. He was thrilled, as if he found treasure, and said, that's fine, just take them out. After putting on Xiao Ye's clothes, which were far from elegant, Qin Keqin blushed and said, this outfit is a bit revealing, but thank you. By the way, are you also a demon that he captured? Hao Shuang explained, she's not a demon. She's the guardian spirit of the 8-treasure Linglong Tower. My master sent her to help me. Xiao Ye added, and to keep an eye on you. Hearing that, Qin Keqin replied, so, can we go back now? I want to change into my own clothes. Then she thought this outfit could rip any moment. Suddenly, an explosion erupted in the distance, catching the attention of the two of them. A sharp, mysterious claw, its origin unknown, appeared out of nowhere. Then, a 9-tailed fox emerged from the smoke and flames. Someone panicked and shouted, a demon. Xiao Ye, standing beside him, asked curiously, why is a fox demon causing a scene on the streets like this without any hesitation? Hao Shuang, his face glued to his phone, replied, let me check the latest list of celestial and earth-aligned dangers. As he stared at the swirling yin-yang symbol on his phone screen, he muttered, oh, it's still not updated. Xiao Ye, visibly worried, pointed toward the distance as if the sky were about to fall. We need to stop it fast. If this keeps up, the whole city will descend into chaos. But Hao Shuang remained calm. Makes sense, but it's not my problem. He turned and started walking away, humming a tune, then talking about unrelated things. I think some fruit at the supermarket is on sale. I'm going to grab a few bananas. Xiao Ye, like a hungry tiger, lunged at him and shouted, so you only care when it's a celestial or earth-aligned threat? You think I won't call the Heavenly Master? Hao Shuang screamed dramatically. What do you want me to do? If I rush in like that, I'll just expose myself. Xiao Ye suddenly fell into a dark silence. After a moment, she said, I'll check. It seems like the 5th generation Heavenly Master has a magical item that could help. Right after that, she pulled out a special item and raised it up to show off like a true mystical Doraemon. It was a sealing brush used to draw a barrier that could block the view between the inside and the outside. After that, he could do whatever he wanted with the fox demon inside the barrier. Hao Shuang twirled the brush in his hand and asked, is this okay? Xiao Ye reassured him, don't worry, it's only for one use, it won't drain you completely. Qin Keqin, standing off to the side as if she didn't belong, suddenly asked, wait a minute, isn't this tower supposed to be for trapping demons? How can you still pull out a relic from a past Heavenly Master? Xiao Ye suddenly transformed into a teacher standing at the front of the class, giving a lecture. This tower is called the Treasure of Dust Linglong Tower. It's the personal treasure passed down through each generation of Heavenly Masters and also the place where the Heavenly Master is honored. After the Heavenly Masters pass away, their magic items are kept in the Linglong Tower. So, we're just borrowing it for now. Kin Keek Sin was stunned and asked, they even lend out their treasures? What exactly is your connection to the Heavenly Master? Hao Shuang shook the brush lightly and sparkling pinkish red dust appeared in the air. Suddenly, his face turned awkward as he said, last time I almost killed myself using one of these, so I have to be more careful this time. Kin Keek Sin, upon hearing this, suddenly thought of something she shouldn't have. What did you say? Hao Shuang lightly moved her pen through the air, drawing a gentle line. Suddenly, the fox glided along the path, causing everyone to shout in alarm. Ah, be careful? What is that? Out of nowhere, it stopped like a car with a broken brake before the barrier. Hao Shuang put on a serious expression, staring straight at it. The fox was trapped inside the barrier, unable to escape. Thick smoke rose all around. People kept wondering, where did it go all of a sudden? Was that just an illusion? A man shouted, no way, I got it on camera. If I post this online, it's definitely going viral. Suddenly, a group of people wearing sunglasses appeared. The fox, now darkened, kept screeching behind the barrier. Its eyes were burning red with fury as it heard Hao Shuang say, stop wasting your energy. You're not getting out of there. Hao Shuang, Xiao Ye, and Kin Keek Sin landed on the ground like superheroes transforming before the fox. Keek Sin, furious, bared her teeth even more than the fox and yelled, why do you have to drag me into this? Hao Shuang chuckled awkwardly and replied, you'll have to get used to the routine. The fox demon slowly walked forward with eyes full of hatred. Suddenly, it lunged at the three superheroes Gao. Hao Shuang shouted, move, and pushed Kin Keek Sin to the side as the fox charged toward them, showing off its bright, confident teeth. Suddenly, a worried expression appeared on his face. He asked, ha? Kin Keek Sin was crying so hard it was overwhelming, and her clothes were torn again. She said, oh no, you only know how to hurt me? He replied, I was trying to pull you away. Why did you run toward it? Standing close to the fox, Hao Shuang warned, it's about to go crazy, be careful. Xiao Ye pointed at the fox and shouted, the attack power of a nine-tailed fox demon is very strong. Even if you have golden light protecting your body, it's still not guaranteed. Looking at the fox, Hao Shuang continued, that's true, but why hasn't it used its demonic power to attack yet? Kin Keek Sin collapsed onto the ground, her torn clothes beneath her, and cried out, blood. As she watched the fox take slow steps, she said, wait a minute, something's there under its belly. Upon closer inspection, it turns out that below is a charm, and someone has already sealed its magical power. Hao Shuang rubbed his chin and said, no wonder it caused trouble in the city. Suddenly, Xiao Ye turned around and said, someone's coming. Outside the barrier, Gap suddenly appeared, drawing his attention. People dressed in yellow with hats that looked like ride-hailing drivers' caps were entering. They lined up in a row, waiting for the last person to step in. The last person was a woman wearing heels as tall as a building. She walked in slowly and said, sorry, fellow Taoist. This little fox spirit is our target. The arrogant woman stood there, watching the two of them approach to capture it. Hao Shuang frowned, thinking that she didn't look like someone trying to deceive others. She was suddenly pretending to be a delivery person. She placed her hand on her hip and said disdainfully that one of their main jobs was delivery, so it didn't count as pretending. He looked dumbfounded, his left hand holding a delivery box and his right hand holding the Tao Te Ching. Was life as a Taoist really this tough now? No, she said, raising her hand to her mouth with a shy gesture, adding, not really. We don't even have enough food to eat. If you have time, I support you though. The older brother scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. There was no way this younger sister had some side hustle or anything. The delivery people had managed to pin down the little fox spirit, surrounding it, but unexpectedly, it clumsily threw them off balance and caused them to fall in all directions. This is bad, he thought, panic creeping into his voice as he looked toward it. Why is it still charging toward me? Right away, the girl standing beside him broke free. She knew that the barrier was created by him, and with no other option, she quickly prepared herself. He, too, got into position, gathering electricity in his palm to form an electric sphere. There was no other choice. He'd have to knock it out with electricity first and figure things out later. Before he could even collect his thoughts, a swift kick landed directly on the fox spirit's face, causing its mouth to twist sideways. The force of the kick sent it flying, slamming into the wall. The pink-haired girl stood right in front of him. He lost his balance and dropped to his knees at her feet. She gently asked, sorry about that. I didn't mean to scare you. He looked up at her, stammering, It's fine. The delivery person, sitting beside them, placed a rice cooker down with a loud thud, then shouted. At the same time, a beam of light shot from the rice cooker, trapping the fox spirit inside. Without missing a beat, the man quickly closed the lid. Hao Shuang said seriously, this fox demon isn't a threat, so why should we capture it? Is it to eliminate evil and restore order? She chuckled softly. Of course not. How could I possibly harm such a cute little thing? Many of our clients enjoy collecting creatures like this. He looked confused and turned to ask, what do you mean collecting? He paused for a moment, then smiled mischievously. Well, why don't you come see for yourself? With that, she handed him a ticket. The things he thought about and the things he couldn't even imagine were all there. He took the ticket, which had her portrait and phone number on it. Before he could react, she suddenly snatched it back, startling him. She shouted, sorry, I grabbed the wrong one. Her face turned bright red and she forced a smile. This is our company's business card. The back has our address and phone number. Feeling embarrassed, he scratched his head. I think I'm misunderstood about the company. He then waved his hand and said, well, I guess we'll be on our way then. To those around them who had witnessed the scene, she explained, just leave it to us to take care of everything. After saying that, the three of them immediately jumped into the air and disappeared. A delivery guy walked up. Miss, there were a total of 89 witnesses. Their memories have been completely erased. Here's the clip from the phone and it's been deleted too. She kept her eyes fixed on the spot where they had just left. Take 2 people with you and follow them. That female demon has been taken back to the headquarters to be the main attraction at the hotel. Sitting on the dragon's back, holding Keek-sin, she shouted, don't tear my clothes. Back at the hotel, Keek-sin sat on the bed, looking upset and said, I can join you, but I have conditions. He had just gotten out of the shower and asked, what conditions? She immediately walked up and yelled, you have to help me find my little sister. If I'm right, that woman named Lu Yin has definitely taken her. He was puzzled. You have a little sister? She furrowed her brows, her voice filled with pain as she said, she suddenly disappeared 3 months ago without leaving any trace. She didn't have any enemies, and she didn't run away from home. The most likely scenario is that she was taken by those terrible people, just like that fox demon we saw tonight. Immediately, she stood up, grabbed his hand tightly, and screamed so loud that it startled him, causing the towel wrapped around his lower body to fall. As long as you help me find my sister, I'll do whatever you ask. As the towel hit the ground, she gasped. Was this really the size a human could have? He smiled innocently and picked up the towel. Sorry, I didn't wrap it properly. What's your sister's name? Her face turned bright red and she shouted, don't make me see that again. He looked confused. What do you want to see? Then she let out a small laugh, a bit impolite. My name is Kin Keek-sin and the girl's name is Kin Kiki. Does that sound good? He responded with a serious face, very nice, very straightforward. But in his mind, he reminded himself not to laugh. They continued talking, discussing when he would go to search for them, but all he got in return was an indifferent response. She asked again, earlier you promised you'd help me, right? Well, here's the problem. She said seriously, why did you make me dress like this? He just Leslie muttered an aha while still playing his game. She was getting angry. This damn guy, she thought of all the possible things that could be happening. Wait a minute, could he be a creep? Like one of those men who have weird fetishes to satisfy their abnormal desires? She held tightly onto the towel wrapped around her body, deep in thought. Even if I need to ask him for help, I won't let him do whatever he wants. Forget it. I'll just try a few things reluctantly. Suddenly, cracks started to appear on the wall from several slashes. In an instant, a delivery man with 2 black knives jumped down above him, and out of nowhere, another person appeared behind her. She panicked and became cautious. Immediately, he swung a heavy strike straight down at the man sitting there. Luckily, the man managed to dodge just in time. He quickly sprang back, delivering a kick straight to the attacker's face. We've been waiting for you guys for a long time. The 3 delivery men walked in confidently. We knew he wouldn't run. That's interesting. 3 others also appeared from behind. The guy who got kicked in the mouth wiped his face. The man calmly said, you brought so many people here. Are you trying to silence me or rob me? One of the guys sneered, you're wrong. We want her. If you know what's good for you, hand over the woman next to you, and we'll spare you. Keek-sin yelled angrily, did you guys take my sister? The 3 of them exchanged looks, hearing what she said 3 months ago near the Yongcheng shopping center. The girl in the blue dress. A man sneered, it's so annoying. How can we know what your sister is really like when we capture so many monsters like this every day? She was furious, tears welling up in her eyes, and snapped, you filthy animals. Without missing a beat, the 3 of them drew their weapons and charged. The men were ready to kill, while the women were going to be taken away. Xiao Ye appeared instantly. They were using a unique martial technique to freeze the air around them, and they were all masters of their craft. It wouldn't be easy for him to deal with them. Hao Shuang understood most of it. I get it. I've already made preparations. He immediately grabbed the towel still draped over Keith's sin, which made them pause for a moment. Then he yanked it off with a swift motion, letting it fall. All of them immediately started bleeding from their noses, their eyes turning into heart shapes. He then threw a punch that went straight through them, exposing their weakness. One of them had blood pouring from his nose, still dripping. "How can you idiots not see through this obvious trick?" he mocked. To his surprise, he actually took a moment to smile and give a thumbs up. "I knew bringing you into the group was the right move. You're a knight and part of a legendary team." She sobbed, clutching the piece of cloth. He only knew how to bully her. All right, is there really no other choice?" The other person, furious, grabbed 2 axes and leapt toward him, shouting, "Die, you little brat!" But he was still able to dodge. The guy extended his weapon. "I'm sure you won't be able to escape this time." They stopped for a moment, both standing there tense, and this time, there was no way to avoid it. Instantly, the blow struck him in the stomach. However, it shattered the weapon into pieces, leaving the 2 of them frozen in confusion, not understanding what had just happened. A golden seal appeared on his body, and even he was taken aback. It seemed like the golden light could suppress the power of these people. His opponent's eyes widened in fear. "Golden light protection, you're with us." The man twisted his arm a few times and stepped closer. "You were chasing me earlier, looking pretty confident, huh?" Immediately, the guy panicked and stepped back, drenched in sweat. "It's just a misunderstanding, a total misunderstanding. How about we?" Before he could finish, the man landed a punch straight to his face, sending him crashing backward. Not interested. He arrived in front of a huge building and said, "This is the place." The 3 of them were hiding in an alley. He frowned and said, "There are too many people. It'll be hard to blend in." He had been beaten badly and was tightly restrained. "Right, the guards at the entrance won't notice you," he said. Keiksin's face darkened, her anger rising as she grabbed his collar. "Where's my sister locked up?" He stammered, "To be honest, I'm not sure. But the monsters that get captured are all kept in the basement level. If you go there, you'll find her." He shoved his head into a hole in the wall, causing smoke to rise from it. Then, with a smug look, he walked away. As she stepped into the lobby, she was taken aback by what she saw. A group of long-legged black bunnies appeared, greeting her cheerfully. "Welcome to Yumjian, sir. We're so glad to have you here." He stared intently, deep in thought. Keiksin stood next to him, fuming. "What are you doing?" His eyes were still fixed on the delicate black bunnies, wondering if he could get past them. Immediately, she yanked on his ear in frustration, pulling him away. He didn't care, focused on getting the job done, but he still couldn't resist sneaking a glance at the rest of the scene. He stepped into the nightclub. The black bunny girl was dancing on stage to the beat of the music. He sat at a table below, excitedly cheering along and raising his hands even higher. Only Keiksin remained anxious, looking around nervously. She muttered, "When will we get to the second basement?" He laughed happily and said, "With so many regular people here, there's definitely security. If we want to get to the second basement, it won't be easy. Just be patient, we'll get our chance." Keiksin noticed Liu Yin and 2 bodyguards approaching, her face filled with panic. "Uh-oh, the woman is coming." Without hesitation, he punched her down, shielding her. Liu Yin, not suspecting anything, walked right past them. He had a serious expression and said, "The boss is coming personally to greet her. Looks like she's someone important." She was still sitting next to him, stammering, "I'm a little confused." Immediately, he turned to her and said, "Pull yourself together. You're part of the team now. You need to be ready to act when it matters most." Just then, Liu Yin returned, her arm around a man. "Tonight's full of rare finds. I'm sure you'll like this one." She rushed over, kissed him on the cheek, her face bright red, panting heavily. He went along with it, playing his part well, just following her lead. His face looked clueless like a fool, scanning around as if searching for something before stepping into an empty room. "Wait, something's off. Where's everyone? I clearly saw them. Come in here." Then he started feeling around the face of a statue hanging in the center of the room. There were no guards outside, so it seemed like there was a secret passage. This could get tricky. She nervously lingered behind him. What should we do now? Do we need to grab someone and ask? He kept searching the walls. "No need to rush. I'll figure it out in a minute." She was restless, leaning against the creepy statue's face. Why was it so close? Should we have followed more closely to get in? Suddenly, the tongue of the creepy statue seemed to move, and its eyes shifted toward her backside, making her jump back and take a defensive stance. The demon's tongue flicked out as it crudely spoke. "Such a sweet little girl, so close to my mouth. I just can't hold back anymore." She was terrified, hiding behind her brother. He had a look of triumph on his face. "Oh my God, so the office is this damn monster?" He yelled angrily, "You're the damn monster, all of you. We're all monsters here. I'm the ancient stone guardian, you know." His face darkened. "You guys want to get to the basement, huh? Too bad. The only way through is past me, and as the gatekeeper, I'll definitely—" "No, won't. Before he could finish, the brother used both hands and feet to force his mouth open. Go ahead, you go first. At a loss for words, the creature growled, shut your mouth. Take your hand away. The brother quickly pulled his hand back, saying, oh, I'm sorry, I was biting you. Then he began negotiating. Can we work something out? We really need to get in there. It's urgent. The creature grinned wickedly. Get lost, all of you. The brother smirked back, his hand crackling with electricity. Guess I'll have to get tough then. The creature laughed loudly, dismissing them. Oh, so you're cultivators, huh? What's your divine thunder magic gonna do? Are you really gonna scare me with that? But it immediately made him break out in sweat. In panic, he realized a bomb was strapped to his nose. He calmly said, my brother already warned me. Just as he was about to detonate it, he reminded her to cover her ears and get ready. She was so scared she was trembling, but after a moment, she finally agreed to open her mouth so they could go inside. He happily thanked her. I'll leave the explosives as a keepsake for my brother. As the two of them moved down to the basement, she felt a bit anxious. I can feel it now. My sister is downstairs. He walked ahead, looking confident that they hadn't gone to the wrong place. In front of them appeared Kiki, hanging suspended by a wooden beam. She startled awake, her face showing confusion. Sis! The basement was pitch dark. As the bodyguard was walking, he heard a strange noise coming from somewhere. Curious, he turned to look and discovered a couple passionately kissing in the corner. He blushed and walked over to the couple, gently reminding them, guests, you can't do that here. We can offer you a room. Hao Shuang turned to smile and said, thanks. No need, the bodyguard replied, surprised to realize it wasn't a girl he was holding, but a mask instead. Seeing Hao Shuang's face clearly, he was startled and said, you. Before he could say anything else, Qin Ki Sin appeared behind him. Gripping the stick tightly in her hand, Qin Ki Sin mustered all her strength and threw it at his head. After taking a blow to the head, he became dazed, and at the same time, Qin Ki Sin and Hao Shuang stripped him of all of his clothes, leaving him with nothing but a pair of white underwear. Hao Shuang, dressed in a bodyguard's uniform, stepped outside and handed a card to Qin Ki Sin. When she saw him step out, she asked him, where are we going now? Hao Shuang smiled and said, anywhere, there are a lot of people. They arrived in front of a room where two people in black outfits were standing guard. Hao Shuang smiled flatteringly and made a gesture inviting Qin Ki Sin in, saying, madam, please come in. Qin Ki Sin calmly walked in, responding with a simple, nem. They entered the room. Inside, the host announced, next, we will proceed with the second round of tonight's auction. I invite all leaders to make their assessments. On stage, the host continued speaking, introducing collectible toys. 4 large cages stood on the stage. The host, dressed provocatively, kept announcing the details of the auction. Relevant information was displayed on a screen in front of the guests. Everyone could take a look, and after a minute, the bidding would begin. The screen displayed information about the items locked in the cages. Seeing the things that appeared on the screen, Qin Ki Sin anxiously asked, what are these? Hao Shuang didn't answer, staying silent as she looked around. Below, the first auction item was being put up for bidding, and the announcer's voice echoed, signaling the start of the auction. Hao Shuang whispered to Qin Ki Sin, there are quite a few cultivators here. Did you put on the spirit sealing talisman I gave you? It can hide your demonic energy. You can't let them discover who you really are. Hearing Hao Shuang's question, Qin Ki Sin reassured her. Don't worry, I put it on a while ago. As the two were talking quietly, someone suddenly patted Hao Shuang on the back and said, who told you to sit here and take a break? The sudden sound made Hao Shuang jump. It was another bodyguard who saw him sitting and angrily shouted, come with me downstairs to work. Hao Shuang gave an apologetic smile, rubbing his hands together and said, okay. When Qin Ki Sin heard that Hao Shuang had to leave, she panicked. Hao Shuang followed the man, a chubby guy dressed in black. He asked, hey, I'm new here. What are we going downstairs for? The man leading the way answered, there's a water leak downstairs. We need to find the source quickly, fix it, and bring the auction items upstairs. We can't delay the auction. Down below, there was another man dressed in black, shouting and pointing, hurry up. All the auction items need to be moved to the basement storage, and nothing should be left behind. Below, the water is flooding, along with animals locked in cages. The overweight man grabbed the tie of the man in black, angrily asking, why haven't you shoved off the water valve yet? The man in black replied in fear, the maintenance team has already gone to the water room. I don't know what's going on with them. Upon hearing this, the man ran off, calling out to Hao Shuang, new guy, follow me. Hao Shuang obediently followed him, and he yelled, has your maintenance team all died or something? Why haven't they shut off the main valve? When they arrived, he threw open the door and shouted loudly. Upon seeing the scene inside, other people knocked unconscious on the ground. He quickly pulled out his radio and said, attention, all units. Before he could finish his warning, something from out of nowhere struck him, causing him to fall into the water. Meanwhile, Hao Shuang was also attacked. He quickly dodged the strike and explained, "Don't panic, I'm here to help." Seeing multiple attacks coming from all directions, he helplessly muttered, "This is such a headache." Despite being attacked from all sides, Hao Shuang managed to dodge each blow swiftly. In the room right now, there was a fierce struggle between Hao Shuang and some unknown lights. Hao Shuang landed a punch that sent one person crashing into the wall. He shouted, "Hold on for a second." Hao Shuang was gripping the neck of someone who seemed to be a fox demon, with white hair and matching white ears. This fox demon appeared to be female. Hao Shuang didn't understand what Thuong Ho Tik Miok had said. "Listen, I'm not with them. You want to escape, right? I can help you." The fox demon, struggling in pain from Hao Shuang's grip on her neck, angrily retorted, "I don't trust you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been caught yesterday." Hearing this, Hao Shuang quickly realized she was the same fox demon. In a fit of rage, she bit down on his hand. The sharp pain made Hao Shuang loosen his grip, and she took the chance to run. Behind her, Hao Shuang grabbed his bitten hand and called out, "Wait!" The fox demon dashed out of the room, slamming the door shut behind her. Outside, the auction host, still looking beautiful, continued her work. 3 million, first time, 3 million, second time. In the audience, two twin brothers were sitting side by side, both looking at their phones. One of them asked the other, "Has the latest list of celestial rankings come out?" The other gave a brief hum to confirm. A different customer wearing wireless headphones, holding a phone and watching a tablet, saw the image of the demon fox and said, "The intel is correct. She's here, ready to strike. 1.5 million. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid?" The host pointed downwards, smiling and asking. Below, someone dressed in red raised both hands. The host saw this and announced, "Yes, this gentleman has raised the bid." Then he clapped his hands and a red beam of light appeared. The light affected those around him. After the explosion, the host and the other ordinary guests were killed, falling to the ground. He stood up, arrogantly saying, "Wow, things sure are lively here today." Looking at those who weren't affected by his attack, many of the fellow Daoists seemed to have come for the heavenly prison star. Lin Qinyu, holding a fan, smiled and said, "The demon beast is below. Let's see who acts faster." After Lin Qinyu ordered go, the auction room was empty, leaving only the bodies of those who had been attacked earlier. At this point, Qin Ki Sin was trapped under a corpse. She trembled as she tried to crawl out, the body being too heavy for her. Despite the pain she was feeling from the attack, she desperately wanted to inform Hao Shuang as quickly as possible. On this side, Hao Shuang, was doing his best to pull the door that the fox demon had just shut. He used all his strength to try and open it, but it still wouldn't budge. Hao Shuang panted, looked at his hands, and grumbled, "This door is really tough." While swimming across the lake, he muttered to himself, "I should have brought Xiao Ye here. He could have just picked any weapon from the Linglong Tower and easily opened it." Then, a spark of electricity shot from his arm. He thought to himself that he needed to control the power, or his bones might not be able to handle it. He used his other hand, bringing his thumb and middle finger together, and pressed on 2 points in his arm where the electricity was coming out. After doing this, his arm turned purple, looking like a version of his arm with muscles as hard as stone. Proudly, he looked at the door and pressed his transformed arm against it. A second later, both the wall and the door were shattered by the strength of his magic, opening up a wide passage for him. He walked through the wall, holding his arm and saying, "Still need to practice more." As he walked, he seemed to notice something. It turned out that Qin Kiki was tied up and hanging ahead. When she saw someone approaching, she cautiously asked, "Who are you?" Seeing Qin Kiki, Hao Shuang lost his composure and pointed at her, asking, "Are you Qin Kiki?" When Qin Kiki saw that the newcomer knew her name, she curiously asked, "How do you know?" Hao Shuang didn't answer her question. Instead, he moved closer behind her, his hand brushing against her as he prepared to do something inappropriate. As he acted, he let out a suspicious laugh and said, "Perfect, I've been looking for you." When Qin Kiki noticed Hao Shuang behind her, she blushed and angrily warned, "I'm telling you, don't lay a hand on me." Hao Shuang didn't respond. He just kept going. He tried to untie Qin Kiki, but it was a bit tricky because his arm, which had been enhanced earlier, still hurt. He groaned, My right arm still isn't fully functional." Meanwhile, Qin Kiki was so embarrassed she was practically shaking. Furious, she used her foot to press against Hao Shuang's neck, angrily shouting, "I won't give in." With her foot around his neck, Hao Shuang's face turned red from lack of air. In his mind, he cursed. This girl has such a short temper. Suddenly, he managed to untie her, and without a moment's hesitation, Hao Shuang threw Qin Kiki over his shoulder and started running. As he ran, he explained, "Let's get outside first, then we can talk." While carrying her, Hao Shuang still struggled to breathe properly, because her body was pressing against his nose. He had to take a deep breath to get some air. Hao Shuang took a deep breath, and Qin Kiki felt like she had been struck by lightning. She exploded in her mind, thinking, what a freak, and he's actually inhaling like that. Her legs began to shake. After they had been running for a while, Hao Shuang started to lose his strength. He collapsed into the water, and Qin Kiki tumbled forward. Hao Shuang, breathing heavily, happily said, I've saved you. Qin Kiki, falling forward, cried out, oh my god. At that moment, Hao Shuang explained to Qin Kiki seriously, your sister sent me to rescue you. Her name is Qin Kixin, and your name is Qin Kiki, right? Hearing Hao Shuang's explanation, she was surprised and said, my sister, she really did come to save me. Qin Kiki asked Hao Shuang, where is she now? Hao Shuang honestly replied, she's up ahead, you'll see her soon. Just then, a huge bald monster appeared behind Qin Kiki. In a dark, eerie voice, it said, are there still more monsters down here? Well, I might as well kill them too. It's all for good deeds after all. Qin Kiki turned around to look at it, her face filled with fear. She quickly spun around and asked, who is that? Before she could even see the monster, Hao Shuang had already grabbed her arm and pulled her to run. Actually, no, it was more like he was pulling her to fly. Behind them, the headless monster attacked, but fortunately, Hao Shuang quickly pulled Qin Kiki away, and they both managed to escape the strike. Hao Shuang said to Qin Kiki, be careful, this guy is not easy to deal with. After Hao Shuang grabbed her and let go, Qin Kiki, following the momentum, bumped into him. By instinct, she reached out and hugged him. The headless monster behind them was preparing a new move, a green ball slowly growing in his hand. He looked at them with a dangerous grin and said, just prolonging the inevitable. Why struggle so hard? He then threw the water ball towards them, saying, it's time for you to go. With his smug words, Hao Shuang still managed to pull Qin Kiki into his arms, dodging the monster's attack, but in a rather awkward jump. The ball landed right beneath his crotch. Hao Shuang looked at the water below his pants in panic and said, ah, that's such a sneaky angle. Seeing the danger of the water, Hao Shuang's mouth hung open as he thought, it's the same water-type attack, but this guy's level of skill is much higher than the others we've faced, and there are people below us, so I can't use divine thunder magic to retaliate. Hao Shuang held Qin Kiki in his arms, his face full of confusion as he looked at the destructive power of the water-based attack. The bald man, his body entirely surrounded by a green aura, laughed and complimented Hao Shuang. You're fast, but what would you do if I used even more of them? Hao Shuang, still holding Qin Kiki, dodged multiple attacks from every direction, cursing as he ran. This old man has no sense of honor for martial artists. He doesn't even give us a chance to get close. Running away is the best option. Qin Kiki, still in Hao Shuang's arms and terrified, shouted, at least I'd rather stay locked up than deal with this. Watching Hao Shuang dodge all his attacks, the bald man snorted coldly, guess I'm getting old. My aim's off now. Behind him appeared another person, dressed exactly like him. The new arrival clasped his hands together and said respectfully, Master, the fox demon has escaped to the first basement. People from other sects are chasing after her. Tang asks you to come quickly and handle the situation. The bald man responded simply, got it. Meanwhile, the fox demon, under attack, was breathing heavily. The attackers complimented her. That little thing sure can run. Before the fox demon, there was a crowd, and the people trying to capture her clearly didn't have good intentions. At this moment, someone spoke up first. Heavenly Prison Star was spotted by us first, Bai Yu Dan. We ask that all fellow Taoists step aside, or else you might get hit by an unintended punch. On the other side, someone responded with a sneer. How rare. You saw it, so it's yours. Well, in that case, would you also claim the poop you see on the road is yours just because you noticed it first and ate it? The subordinates on that side laughed along. The other side, now clearly angered, retorted. During the last heavenly purification, Bai Yu Dan lost 2 of our junior brothers. Today, you must capture this fox demon. Anyone who dares to try us, come forward and see what happens. As Qin Kixin hid in the corner, watching the chaos unfold over the fox demon, she thought to herself, I didn't expect her to be the heavenly prison star. What should I do now? If she falls into their hands, she's as good as dead. After thinking for a long time with no other choice, Qin Kixin decided to take a risk and try to save the fox demon. She opened her mouth, and from it came a swirl of pink smoke. Then shadows that looked like beautiful women emerged from the smoke. Seeing these figures, one person panicked and asked, What is that? The others warned each other, Be careful. At that moment, the old man with the pointed beard also appeared. They all called him their master uncle. Then the bald man pointed at the shadows and said with contempt, This is just a trivial matter. Water-like beams of light shot out, striking the heads of the shadows, causing them to shatter. Afterward, the broken shadows turned into a cloud of smoke that spread throughout the entire room. The bald man covered his mouth with his hand and warned the others, "Be careful, this smoke is poisonous." The fox demon stood in the smoke with Kin Keek Sin pulling his hand, urging, "Hurry up." The fox demon, confused, was pulled along as they ran. As they passed someone, he shouted, "Don't let that fox escape." He yelled, "Dream on," while dodging chains attached to heavy weights. These weights had shackled the legs of both the fox demon and Kin Keek Sin, causing them to fall to the ground. Kin Keek Sin muttered angrily, "Damn, it takes at least a minute for the poison to kick in. There's no time." So those pink clouds were poison after all. Kin Keek Sin thought to herself, "How Shuang, where are you?" In the midst of the danger, the ground beneath Kin Keek Sin and the fox demon suddenly cracked open. They fell down to a lower level, landing right where Kin Kiki and Hao Shuang were standing. When Kin Kiki saw Kin Keek Sin fall, she immediately recognized her. She called out, "Sister." Hearing Kin Kiki's voice, Kin Keek Sin looked up and asked to confirm Kiki. Kin Kiki rushed over to Kin Keksin, and the two sisters threw their arms around each other and burst into tears. Through sobs, Kin Kiki said, "Sister, I thought I'd never see you again." Kin Keksin stretched out her arms to catch her younger sister, who had flung herself into her embrace, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she said, "Silly girl, how could that ever happen?" Witnessing the emotional reunion between the two sisters, Hao Shuang scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I was just thinking about finding a place to hide. How did you two end up down here with that fox spirit?" Hearing Hao Shuang's question, Kin Keksin suddenly remembered something and shouted urgently, "Cover your noses! Don't breathe it in!" Just then, strange, eerie cries echoed from above, "Women! We need women!" It was a group of men who had been affected by Kin Keksin's special toxin, now completely out of control and acting in utter chaos. Kin Keksin took the lead, running at full speed while calling out, "Hurry up! They've inhaled a toxin that scrambles the mind. They can't tell right from wrong anymore." Hao Shuang, hearing this, panicked and shouted, "Oh no! I breathed in a few puffs earlier too. Hurry, detoxify me." Still running, Kin Keksin turned her head and replied helplessly, "This is my last resort survival technique. There's no antidote. The only way to weaken its effect is, well, it's very complicated. If not handled, the poison will flare up, your internal energy will backlash, and it could be fatal." Upon hearing this, Hao Shuang's face turned pale. "If I die, there's nothing left to regret. My golden aura protecting me. Could it really be tonight?" The two men running up the stairs were talking to each other. "Where are all these fellow Taoists coming from? We have no chance now." The man in front agreed, "You're right. Let's hurry. We might get caught in the middle of a fight between immortals, and we're the ones who will suffer." As the two ordinary, unfortunate men were running away, Lu Yin appeared. She swung her whip, knocking both of them aside. Then she ordered her subordinates, dressed in yellow, "Find all those troublemaking cultivators. We don't care whether they live or die." The yellow-clad men, who looked like delivery workers, followed her orders, shouting loudly. Meanwhile, Kin Keek Sin was carrying Hao Shuang, who had been poisoned with lustful venom, while Kin Kiki was carrying a fox demon on her back, both of them fleeing. Behind them, the people poisoned with the same venom were chasing them, shouting, "Wouldn't stop." Kin Keek Sin saw them and, terrified, whispered, "This is bad. They're catching up." Beside her, the dangerous Hao Shuang, also poisoned, had a red face and bulging veins as he struggled to suppress the effects. He gritted his teeth and said, "Ugh, this poison is so powerful. I use all my inner strength, but I can't suppress it." Kin Kiki was carrying the unconscious fox demon on her back. With a determined kick, she pushed open the door, and the four of them quickly entered the room, locking the door behind them. Kin Kiki then used a table to block the iron door. Kin Keek Sin turned to Hao Shuang and said, "Let's hide here for now and think of a way to force the poison out." Hao Shuang sat down, closing his eyes tightly. Gritting his teeth, he said, I'll try." Kin Keek Sin watched him as he struggled to expel the poison. She felt deeply guilty and said, "I'm sorry. This is all my fault." Outside the door, the men who had fallen under the aphrodisiac's influence had already picked up on the scent of a woman. A group of them gathered outside, and one of them said, "I smell a woman here." Then someone slammed their hand against the iron door. Standing near the door, Kin Kiki was startled by the handprint left on it. Kin Keek Sin saw this and, looking worried, said, "It's useless. After those men get poisoned, they'll become completely obsessed with women. They could even track us down just by a faint scent. And they're all skilled fighters. This iron door probably won't be enough to stop them." Outside, the men, like starving wolves, frantically pounded on the door with terrifying expressions, shouting, "Open the door." While desperately pounding on the door, a flash of light struck right at his head. Lu Yin, standing at a distance, gave instructions to his subordinates, "Run quickly, catch them." Following the orders, the group in yellow rushed forward to attack the poisoned individuals. The poisoned people, sensing the smell of Wooden, charged forward wildly screaming, "Wooden mine!" Seeing their crazed behavior, Lu Yin stepped back in fear, thinking, what's wrong with these people? Inside the room, hearing the commotion outside, a voice rang out, "Ah, they've gone crazy." Then, another order was given, "Retreat, protect the young lady." Hearing a chaos from outside, Qin Kexin sighed in relief, thinking she had been saved. At that moment, Hao Shuang appeared behind her and Qin Kiki, placing a hand on their shoulders, startling them into screaming. Hao Shuang, his body covered in dirt and his eyes filled with lust, said, "Wooden for me." In the distance, another Hao Shuang sat surrounded by golden light. Qin Kiki, pressed to the ground by Hao Shuang, struggled and asked, "What's going on?" On this side, Qin Kexin was also being choked tightly by Hao Shuang. She raised her voice, trying to explain he has a protective golden light, so he can't break through the boundary of the light, but he can temporarily use a clone to escape its constraints and neutralize the poison. This move is really effective. At that moment, Qin Kexin tightly grabbed Hao Shuang's clone with her legs. In a noble gesture, she said, "Let my sister go and take me instead." Qin Kiki was shocked when she saw her sister's actions. Hao Shuang quickly ripped apart Qin Kexin's clothes. Qin Kiki panicked and called out to her sister. Qin Kiki recalled she was a demon hiding in the city. Even though she had no parents, she had always lived a happy life. This was because she had an older sister who loved her dearly and always took care of her. To Qin Kiki, her sister was her strongest support. She wondered this time, was her sister protecting her, or was she just doing it for her own pleasure? After the stormy night ended, Hao Shuang woke up. He allowed a deep breath and saw Qin Kiki covering Qin Kexin, who was naked. He stepped closer and noticed that Qin Kexin was sleeping. Worried, he asked, "What happened? Is Kexin hurt?" Qin Kiki couldn't bring herself to look him in the eye and lied. "No, she's just asleep." At that moment, Qin Kexin lay there, her face full of satisfaction as she slept. Hao Shuang draped his arms around both of them. One was a fox demon, and the other was Qin Kexin. As they walked, Hao Shuang, still curious, turned to Qin Kiki and asked, "How did you manage to detoxify me? Didn't you say there was no cure?" Surprised by his question, Qin Kiki asked, "You don't remember anything?" Hao Shuang, still holding the two of them, replied innocently, "I only remember trying to force the poison out, and after that, everything went blank. What happened in between?" Not knowing how to explain, Qin Kiki simply said, "It doesn't matter. Let's get out of here first." Seeing light ahead, Hao Shuang quickly said, "Up there, we can get out that way." Qin Kiki nodded and hurried ahead. While running forward to get out and passing through the hallway, Hao Shuang heard a scream. He turned around and saw several people lying on the floor, struggling to move. In the distance, a group of men surrounded someone. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lu Yin, trapped by these men who had poisoned her. Terrified, Lu Yin cried out, "Let me go." One of the men, with a bald head and drool dripping from his mouth, grinned disgustingly and said, "I'm already stiff as a rock." Lu Yin thrashed around in desperation, silently screaming, "Someone, please save me." Suddenly, a pair of feet kicked him between his legs, causing him to scream in pain. The bald man doubled over, clutching his crotch. It was Hao Shuang. Coldly, he said, "3 men picking on 1 woman? Pathetic." The other 2 men, seeing their teammate get attacked, charged forward to fight. They lunged at Hao Shuang, shouting, "You're asking for it now." Before Hao Shuang could react, 2 girls, Qin Kiki and Qin Kexin, rushed in, each delivering a swift strike that sent the 2 men reeling, one with a mouthful of broken teeth, the other with blood pouring from his nose. Behind them, Hao Shuang was surprised by the unexpected arrival of the 2 girls. Qin Kexin crossed her arms and looked at Lu Yin, saying, "This woman has caused the death of so many of our people. Why should we save her?" Beside her, Qin Kiki also rubbed her hands together and said, "New grudges and old resentments, it's just right for me to settle them all at once." Before they could make a move, the 2 Qin sisters were grabbed by Hao Shuang, who yanked them by their collars and dragged them away. Qin Kexin was thrown over Hao Shuang's shoulder, angrily punching his back and shouting, "Put me down! I want to strangle her." Hao Shuang remained calm, gently saying, let's go. We'll talk when we get back." Still unwilling, Qin Kexin kept shouting, "Hao Shuang, put me down." Meanwhile, Lu Yin seemed to fall for Hao Shuang after he came to her rescue. She looked at him with sparkling, affectionate eyes, her face shy. Qin Kiki, holding a bottle of water, drank it all in one go. After finishing the bottle, she raised both hands in joy and said loudly, "Freedom is amazing." Over on the couch, the fox demon Lu, irritated, asked Hao Shuang, "Why did you bring me back here?" Seeing her agitation, Hao Shuang calmly advised, "Don't get worked up. The people outside are looking for you. The safest place is to stay with us." Qin Kixin stood by the window, peering outside, and nervously said, "The nightclub people know where we are. Do you think they'll come here to get revenge?" Hao Shuang smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, Xiao Ye is already making arrangements." Outside, Xiao Ye was setting up a formation. With her eyes closed and focused, a tower-like shape appeared in front of her, and the wind surrounded her. Then Xiao Ye raised both hands and shouted, "Go! It looks really powerful." Inside the room, the four people were watching Xiao Ye arrange the formation. Qin Kiki spoke up asking, "What is that?" Hao Shuang wasn't sure either and replied, "It's the first time I've seen it." Xiao Ye had said that it was something very impressive called the Blessed Celestial Bridal Hall. Suddenly, a slap to Lu Yin's face followed, causing her cheek to swell quickly. Lu Bufang pointed at Lu Yin's face and angrily scolded her. "I handed over the business of the auction house to you, and this is how you handle it. You've injured so many customers like this. How am I supposed to do business in the future?" Lu Yin touched her swollen cheek and tried to explain to Lu Bufang, "I had already captured all the spiritual practitioners causing trouble. Once we know their identities, we'll contact their sects to pay for their release. We can definitely make up for the losses." Lu Bufang, still skeptical, asked with a doubtful expression, "All of them?" "I've heard that 2 of them managed to escape, and they even took 2 items with them. One of those items was the Star of the Celestial Prison." When Lu Yin heard Star of the Celestial Prison, she was suddenly shocked. She quickly said, "I had no idea about the Star of the Celestial Prison. I'll go after them right away." Lu Bufang turned his face away and looked at Secretary Qi standing behind him. "Forget it. I won't give you another chance to let me down. Secretary Qi, take care of it." Secretary Qi, composed as always, nodded firmly. "Understood." Lu Yin, anxiety stirring in his chest, thought, "If I send her, then what about Hao Shuang?" Meanwhile, Hao Shuang was still peacefully asleep, unaware that danger was drawing near. Qin Kiki quietly pushed the door open and glanced inside. She stepped in and gently closed the door behind her. Hao Shuang remained fast asleep on the bed. She walked to the side of the bed and studied him silently. He looked so normal, she thought. What is it about him that unsettled my sister? Cautiously, she leaned closer, her curiosity gnawing at her. Her sister had always warned her about men, keeping her isolated from such experiences. But now, here she was drawn by a mix of doubt and intrigue. Qin Kiki stood there for a moment, wrestling with her thoughts, then quietly turned and left the room, the questions in her mind still unanswered. While the hotel was deep in sleep, Qin Kiki accidentally kicked around, causing her head to land in a very uncomfortable place. Hao Shuang, who had been drooling in his sleep, suddenly woke up, looking down in confusion. He mumbled, "What's going on? Was I dreaming? Why does it feel so warm?" Under the blanket, Qin Kiki was blushing and crying. Hao Shuang, still half asleep, sat up, looking dazed. After a moment of silence, he laid back down, closed his eyes again, and said, "I must have been dreaming. Just go back to sleep. Everything's fine." When Hao Shuang fell back into a deep sleep, Qin Kiki quietly slipped out of bed. She carefully closed the door to his room. Still shaken by the earlier shock, she hadn't fully regained her composure. Once she was safely out of the room, Qin Kiki broke down silently, trembling and screaming inside her mind, "I'm tainted now." She then muttered angrily, "That ended so quickly. This man really is fast." Spotting the fox demon Lulu lounging on the sofa, Qin Kiki asked, "What are you doing here?" instead of sleeping. Hearing Qin Kiki ask about her well-being, Lulu sat up, stared into space, and replied, "The suffering I've been through makes it hard for me to sleep easily. I have to stay alert at all times to keep myself safe." When Qin Kiki heard Lulu's concern, she comforted her, saying, "Don't worry. This place is very safe. No bad people can get in." With a friendly gesture, Qin Kiki introduced herself to Lulu. "My name is Qin Kiki. I still don't know your name." Surprised by Qin Kiki's friendliness, Lulu hesitated, then shyly extended her hand without daring to look her in the eye. She nervously said, "You can just call me Lulu." Qin Kiki responded with a smile, "Okay, Lulu." Then, in a pitiful tone, Lulu pleaded with Qin Kiki, "Can you promise me not to tell my sister about what just happened? She'll kill me if she finds out." Seeing how vulnerable Qin Kiki was, Lulu couldn't bring herself to refuse. She reluctantly agreed, saying, "Okay." At that moment, a voice from outside called out, "Is there a noble person hiding here? Maybe we could meet." Both of them turned toward the window after hearing the voice. Below, at this moment, was a young woman dressed in a red tipo, accompanied by 3 other men. The woman clasped her hands together and introduced herself. "I am Lin Qinyu from Manor Jiang Lang, here with a disciple from my sect to pay a visit." Upon hearing Manor Jiang Lang, Xiao Ye suddenly appeared out of nowhere. looking worried, and said, "Even Maynard Jiang Lang from the Nine Manors is here. This is a big problem." Seeing Xiao Ye appear so unexpectedly, Qin Kiki, startled, asked, "Why are you still awake?" Xiao Ye didn't answer Qin Kiki's question. Instead, she shouted, "Hao Shuang, Hao Shuang, Hao Shuang, Hao Shuang," who had been sleeping in her room, quickly threw on some clothes and rushed out, calling back, "I'm coming." Qin Kik Sin, still in her pajamas and clearly sleepy, yawned while walking over and asked, "What's going on?" Xiao Ye then spoke up, explaining the seriousness of the situation. There are countless immoral cultivation sects across the world, 3 mountains, 9 palaces, and 21 caves. The 9 manors are considered a middle-tier pillar of the immoral cultivation world. Lin Qingyu here is the head of Manor Jiang Lang. If we don't handle this carefully, we could bring serious trouble upon ourselves. The 9 manors are made up of Jade Cliff Manor, Chenjuan Manor, Pingliang Manor, Lingyam Manor, Fengxiang Manor, Sing Manor, Loudness Manor, Great Heaven Manor, and finally, Manor Jiang Lang. On the rooftop, there was a person dressed in black, wearing black sunglasses, observing the formation that Xiao Ye had arranged and commented, "This is the Heavenly Blessed Cave. Whether you enter it on foot or fly in, you will fall into a high-level illusion that's very difficult to break." Seeing that they were charging in directly, Xiao Ye speculated, "It seems like they know about the Heavenly Blessed Cave, so they're hesitant to rush in recklessly." To explain briefly, the Heavenly Blessed Cave is a secret realm where spiritual practitioners live. It helps absorb spiritual energy and also acts as a defense against enemies. With this formation in place, we can hope for the best. Confident in the power of the Heavenly Blessed Cave, Hao Shuang didn't care. He turned and walked toward his room, casually saying, "Forget about it. Pretend you didn't see anything. Everyone go back to your rooms and sleep." The other 3 were left speechless by Hao Shuang's careless attitude. Before they could even reach their rooms, a huge explosion went off behind them. Hao Shuang, startled, said, "What's going on? Didn't they say it wasn't possible to attack?" The explosion had caused a massive hole in the wall of the room. Xiao Ye clutched her head and said, the technique she used isn't from a spiritual practitioner. 3 people around her, Qin Kik Sin, Qin Kiki, and Lu Lu, had all fainted from the blast. Below the building, Lin Qingyu, holding a smoking gun, stood ready, the barrel still hot from firing a shot. Lin Qingyu held a gun in one hand and a fan in the other, warning them. That was just a greeting, no explosives or bullets. If it happens again, it will be the real deal. On both sides, the disciples holding guns were aiming at their apartment. One of Jiang Lang's disciples nervously asked Lin Qingyu, "Miss, do you think this might attract the police?" Another disciple of Jiang Lang calmly explained, "Don't worry, all the normal people within a 300-meter radius have already passed out." Hao Shuang, watching the scene below, thought in fear. They're using rocket launchers now. Are all the spiritual practitioners these days this reckless? Lin Qingyu didn't wait for a response. She arrogantly threatened, "I'll count to 3. If you're not out by then, I'll start shooting." She began counting. When she reached 2, Hao Shuang jumped down and greeted Lin Qingyu with a bow. Smiling, he said, "Heroine, according to the rules of the martial world, I've already captured the star of the celestial prison. You can't take him anymore, can you?" Lin Qingyu disagreed with a dangerous smile, stepping closer to Hao Shuang and saying, "Brother, the rules of heaven's will are quite like that. As long as the sky and earth still breathe, anyone aligned with the righteous faction can be killed. Since you didn't kill him, you can't blame me for taking him." While the 2 were still talking, in the distance, a pair of high heels and a spiked hammer appeared. It was Secretary Qi, sent by Lu Bufeng on a mission. Carrying a large hammer on his shoulder, Secretary Qi's eyes, hidden behind glasses, flashed with a dangerous gleam as he asked Hao Shuang and Lin Qingyu, "You 2 were the ones causing trouble at the auction, right? You're the fox demon who ran away. Come with me." Hao Shuang, seeing Secretary Qi's arrival, gritted his teeth in fear and said, annoyed, "How many more people are going to show up? Are we even going to get a chance to sleep?" Lin Qingyu, also seeing Secretary Qi, guessed what was happening. She smiled wickedly and arrogantly said, "They dare to send someone to take revenge. Then let's deal with her first." Secretary Qi fearlessly declared, "Anyone who gets in the way dies." Seeing the tension between the 2, Hao Shuang grinned and proposed, "All right, both of you are experts. If you wreck my place, I bet neither of you would be able to report back to your respective masters, right? If you're both here to target me, why not move the fight somewhere else? Whoever wins will follow them." Lu Lu, hearing Hao Shuang's suggestion, angrily shouted, "What nonsense is he talking about?" Qin Kik Sin signaled to Lu Lu and whispered, "He definitely has his own plan." Meanwhile, Hao Shuang continued his proposal, "If you're both willing to compete, you can head to the Heavenly Blessed Cave. I'll find a good spot for the 2 of you." As he spoke, a glowing rectangular portal appeared beneath his feet, like a door opening to the ground. One of Jiang Lang's disciples spoke up to stop her. "Miss, we can't take this risk. The heavily blessed cave is easy to enter but hard to leave," and Secretary Kai didn't hesitate to step inside. She even commented that it was interesting. Lin Qinyu snapped her fan shut and stepped into the heavenly blessed cave as well. Ignoring the disciples' advice, she ordered the three of them. "You three stay here and keep watch upstairs. If I don't come out in 30 minutes, attack." The three disciples shouted in unison, "Yes." Inside the heavenly blessed cave, the scenery was beautiful and serene. Lin Qinyu and Secretary King stood by a waterfall. Lin Qinyu, holding her fan, was soaked by the water. Annoyed, she said, "Why choose a place like this?" Secretary Kai didn't respond, and she, too, was wet. Calmly, she took off her coat. Nearby, Hao Shuang sat, clapping his hands and happily saying, "Oh, come on, the environment doesn't matter. You two can start now." In her heart, she thought with malice, "Go ahead, fight with all you've got." Secretary Qi, having removed her outer coat, held a hammer in each hand. She looked at Lin Qinyu and asked, "Where are your weapons?" Lin Qinyu, unarmed, spoke arrogantly, "For something as insignificant as you, being barehanded is more than enough." Outside, Hao Shuang clapped and praised, "Well done, little sister. You got quite the spirit." Lin Qinyu smirked in satisfaction. Secretary Qi casually picked up a hammer, saying without much thought, "It's up to you." Although Secretary Qi's move was simple, it made a huge impact. He closed his eyes, speaking carelessly. "In the end, we're all going to die anyway." Seeing the power of Secretary Qi, Hao Shuang looked surprised and reminded Lin Qinyu, "Hey, that was just a casual move. You'd better be careful." Lin Qinyu also sensed the danger from Secretary Qi. She logically replied, "But out of respect for you, I'm still willing to use a weapon." At the same time, a sharp spear appeared in her hand. Seeing Lin Qinyu's showmanship, Hao Shuang was left speechless and didn't comment further. After drawing her weapon, Lin Qinyu got into position and said seriously, "Come on." Secretary Kai didn't waste any more words and attacked directly. Outside the heavenly blessed cave, three disciples from Jiang Lang were discussing. One disciple, confused, asked, "What kind of medicine is Hao Shuang selling in that gourd?" Another answered honestly, "I don't know." Xiao Ye, worried, said, "It's been so long. What if something's happened inside?" Qin Kixin also asked anxiously, "Wait, if he went in, will he even be able to get out?" Xiao Ya, dismissing the concern, said, "Of course, this is his heavenly blessed cave, after all." Then, realizing something was wrong, she was startled and exclaimed, "This isn't right. This is the grand formation I set up. How could he possibly break through?" Qin Kixin and Qin Kiki started crying and quickly urged, "Hurry, go down and save him." The four girls were about to go down when they heard someone shout from below, "Who's there?" A disciple of Jiang Lang reacted cautiously and said, "This is Manor Jiang Lang. Who cares to be reckless?" It turned out that three disciples from Jiang Lang Manor were surrounded by a group of masked people in black, all holding swords. No one answered their question. Immediately, the attackers launched an assault, striking directly at the disciples. Meanwhile, inside the heavenly blessed cave, the two girls were locked in an intense battle. Lin Qinyu attacked quickly and fiercely with her weapon, but Secretary Qi was just as skilled and dodged her strike. Lin Qinyu smirked and taunted, "You're so small and still daring to fight me. You've already lost." No sooner had she spoken, Lin Qinyu was struck squarely by Secretary Qi's hammer. Not backing down, Lin Qinyu quickly retaliated but missed. Secretary Qi continued her assault, and Lin Qinyu was hit again, this time seriously injured and coughing up blood. On this side, Hao Shuang eagerly watched the fight and commented, "Oh wow, that move is amazing." Secretary Kai delivered the final blow, swinging a hammer with full force at Lin Qinyu, who was lying on the ground injured. Suddenly, a red flower appeared on Lin Qinyu's forehead, and her whole body seemed to catch fire, bursting with energy, which pushed Secretary Kai back. Secretary Qi stumbled backward, surprised, and said, "I didn't expect her to still have the strength to resist." After the burst of energy, Lin Qinyu closed her eyes and weakly thought, "This time, I'm really in trouble." Then she fainted on the ground. Taking advantage of Lin Qinyu's unconscious state, Secretary Kai raised the hammer, ready to strike, and said, "Time to die." But before the hammer could reach Lin Qinyu, Hao Shuang suddenly appeared, grabbing Secretary Qi's arm and stopping the attack. Seeing Hao Shuang save her, Lin Qinyu, lying on the ground, was confused and asked, "Why is it you?" Hao Shuang, still holding onto Secretary Qi's arm, looked down at Lin Qinyu, who was injured and lying there, and made a proposal. "Looks like you've lost. I saved your life. So how might you let us go this time? How about we make a deal?" Lin Qinyu reluctantly agreed to his request. She said helplessly, "It's come to this, so I'll rely on you." At this moment, Lin Qingyu also understood Hao Shuang's true intentions. Secretary Kai, furious, ordered Hao Shuang to let go of her, ready to punch him. Hao Shuang looked at Secretary Qi and made a deal with Lin Qingyu. "All right, I'll help you deal with her, but don't tell anyone I'm the one who killed her." Then he pointed at Secretary Qi's forehead. With a mysterious force, she was thrown back violently. Hao Shuang added, "Anyway, everyone saw it. You two were the ones who chose to go in and fight." After defeating Secretary Qi, Hao Shuang casually blew on his fingers. Lin Qingyu, clutching her injured arm, looked at him and said, "So from the beginning, you had it all planned out. You helped the loser kill the other one, no risk of retaliation, and you keep Star of the Celestial Prison intact. It's truly a flawless plan." Secretary Qi, now dead, suddenly transformed into a terrifying figure. Her tongue was long like a snake's, and her teeth were sharp and pointed. With an ominous gaze, she looked at Hao Shuang and dangerously asked, "The real question is, can you actually kill me?" It turned out that the mask she was wearing had hidden her fearsome face. Seeing Secretary Qi's terrifying appearance, Hao Shuang, filled with fear, said, "No wonder she's wearing a mask. Turns out it's because of the exposed lips." Next to him, Lin Qingyu also jumped back in shock. Secretary Qi's long tongue shot out, wrapping around Hao Shuang's leg and pulled him toward her. Hao Shuang screamed, "This is bad." Secretary Qi, holding a hammer, was about to strike Hao Shuang with it. Luckily, Hao Shuang was quick enough to dodge the blow, though he was still shaken. He quickly backed away from her. Hao Shuang broke into a cold sweat, saying, "That was too close. I almost got my head smashed." Secretary Kai didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. Her Tom attacked from all directions, and with a smug tone, she said, "Prepare to meet your end." 4 Toms grabbed hold of Hao Shuang's limbs, making him yell in fear. "What the hell is this?" The Toms pulled him toward her again. Hao Shuang shut his eyes tightly, terrified, thinking to himself, "This is bad. My limbs are completely locked now." Just as he was about to panic, Hao Shuang suddenly remembered that he still had that one thing. It was a device to boost his kidney function, shining brightly with power. He quickly used it, launching a direct attack on Secretary Qi. The strike made her stumble back and lose her grip on the hammer. Hao Shuang at that moment collapsed to the ground with 4 tongues sticking out. After seeing what had just happened, Lin Qingyu was left full of questions, wondering what kind of hidden weapon was that. It suddenly popped out and then shrank back in. And why did I feel such excitement in my heart, even though I couldn't clearly make out what it looked like? Hao Shuang chuckled triumphantly, saying, "Didn't expect that, huh?" Secretary Qi, holding his forehead, was fuming with anger. Hao Shuang, laughing and crying at the same time, clutched his pants and darkly said, "I still have my third leg. Pretty impressive, right?" Up in the sky, Xiao Ye appeared, urgently shouting, "Hao Shuang, something's wrong." She landed and reported, "A group of people suddenly showed up, killed the people from Jianglang Manor, and even captured 3 people from Qin Kixin." Hearing Xiao Ye's report, Hao Shuang asked, "What? Didn't we have the heavenly blessed cave? How could they still get captured?" Xiao Ye replied, "I don't know either, but luckily, I managed to escape in time. If not, I would have been caught too. Hurry up and follow me to save them." Meanwhile, Secretary Qi, enraged by Hao Shuang, transformed into a monster, punched the ground, causing a tremor and thunder. He angrily shouted, "No one is getting away." Xiao Ye was hit and fell backward. Hao Shuang shouted in panic, "Xiao Ye." Secretary Qi, looking at Hao Shuang, said, "Next, it's your turn." Before she could feel too pleased with herself, her face was struck by a punch from Hao Shuang. She froze, thinking, his speed is too fast, his strength is terrifying. Seeing Hao Shuang, fueled by his concern for the injured Xiao Ye, gaining extra strength as he continued to punch her in the face, she thought, "Hao Shuang, this man is really too strong." After a series of punches, Secretary Qi was defeated. Hao Shuang was gasping for air, his hands bleeding from the force he used. Secretary Qi lay unconscious in the pit. At this moment, Lin Qingyu, holding the injured Xiao Ye, called out to Hao Shuang, "She's still breathing. You need to come check on her." Hao Shuang snapped out of his daze when he heard Lin Qingyu's voice. He quickly rushed over to Xiao Ye, anxiously cradling her face, and sighed in relief, "Thank goodness. If Xiao Ye doesn't wake up, we won't be able to get out of here." Upon hearing Hao Shuang's words, Lin Qingyu asked, surprised, "Huh? You don't know how to get out?" Secretary Qi, still stubbornly clinging to life, revived and transformed again. This time, her appearance was even more terrifying than before. She warned, "I told you, none of you are leaving." Seeing that Secretary Qi was still alive, Hao Shuang angrily said, "She's like an evil spirit that won't go away. This time, I'll make sure she can't get up again." Secretary Qi attacked them, and a large cloud of green smoke was quickly spreading toward the three of them. Seeing the smoke, Lin Qingyu said in fear, "We're done for. It's toxic smoke." Wherever the smoke passed, the plants and trees withered away. Seeing this, Hao Shuang widened her eyes in fear and said, "This stuff is too poisonous." At that moment, Lin Qingyu quickly started running, not forgetting to warn Hao Shuang, who was still standing and watching, "Run fast." While running as fast as she could, Lin Qingyu reminded Hao Shuang, "Hurry and get me out of this illusion." Hao Shuang, holding the unconscious Xiao Ye in her arms, ran helplessly and said, "This heavenly blessed cave wasn't created by me. I can't escape either." Just then, through the poisonous smoke attacking them, the familiar hammer of Secretary Qilai appeared. The hammer struck Lin Qinyu's back, injuring her. Seeing this, Hao Shuang was struck like a bolt of lightning and muttered, "It's over." Lin Qingyu, now on the ground in pain, cried out pitifully, reaching her hand toward Hao Shuang, pleading desperately, "Save me!" The poisonous smoke passed through Lin Qingyu's body, about to corrode her from the inside when Hao Shuang managed to quickly pull her away from the toxic cloud. Lin Qingyu lost consciousness at that moment. Hao Shuang called out to her, "Wake up, hey!" When she did respond after several attempts, Hao Shuang, feeling helpless, had no choice but to carry her and run. With both girls on his shoulders, Hao Shuang staggered forward, muttering as he ran, "Why do I have to carry two girls and run like this?" As he distanced himself from the toxic cloud, escaping the dangerous Secretary Qi, now transformed into a snake, sneered coldly, "You're fast, but you won't escape from my grasp." She cursed viciously, "Before I die, I'll definitely make sure to send you on your way." Hao Shuang had escaped the poison smoke. Inside the cave, he gently placed Xiao Ye against a rock wall and murmured, "She'll probably wake up in a little while. Let's hide here and avoid that monster for now." Then he turned his attention to Lin Qingyu, who was gravely injured. The poison had already begun to invade her body in several places. Hao Shuang anxiously muttered, "Even though I pulled her out immediately, the poison has already started to invade her soul. She'll most likely die within half an hour." He helped Lin Qingyu sit up, helplessly saying, "If the young mistress of Jianglang Manor dies here in the heavenly blessed cave, even jumping into the Yellow River won't wash away the guilt." Hao Shuang closed one eye and sighed. "Well, I guess I have no choice but to gamble one last time." Then he began performing the ritual to heal her. The practice of magic is divided into the 5 elements, and so is the power of the demons. A spiritual practitioner starts out like a blank page, and the 5 elements can be cultivated or even cultivated together, 2 or 3 at a time. Hao Shuang remembered his training. His master had once told him, "Your true nature is lightning, so practicing thunder magic is naturally the most suitable for you. But in order to grow, you must break through your limitations and practice both powers together." Exhausted to the point of collapse, Hao Shuang lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He asked in confusion, "But why choose the overwhelming fire magic? It's so hard to combine with thunder magic. My body feels like it's about to explode." His master answered his question. "In the future, you will face too many enemies too dangerous to handle without mastering deadly techniques. Besides, the fire magic I taught you can not only attack but also drive away evil." At that moment, the area around where Lin Qingyu and Hao Shuang sat was completely surrounded by flames. Hao Shuang was using fire magic, manipulating the flow of energy to save Lin Qingyu. He gritted his teeth, performing the ritual, feeling the intense heat. It felt as though his internal organs were about to burn up. His hand touched Lin Qingyu's back, and her clothes had already been burned away by the flames. Hao Shuang's face was red with veins popping, and he gritted his teeth, encouraging himself, "Just a little longer. It'll be okay soon." Lin Qingyu coughed up a mouthful of blood. After successfully expelling the poison from Lin Qingyu, Hao Shuang leaned back, breathing a sigh of relief, finally got the toxic smoke out. Once the poison was gone, Lin Qingyu regained her clarity and couldn't believe it. I didn't die." Then, feeling joyful, she turned to look at Hao Shuang, who was still catching his breath, and asked, "You? I didn't expect you could cure the poison for me." After the excitement passed, Lin Qingyu suddenly realized she was naked. She screamed in embarrassment, covering her chest, and asked, "Hao Shuang, where are my clothes?" Hao Shuang helplessly explained, "The heavenly fire burned the poison. Of course, your clothes couldn't survive." At this moment, Xiao Ye also woke up, just as Hao Shuang had expected. She groaned, holding her head. "My head hurts so much." Seeing Xiao Ye awake, Hao Shuang happily clapped his hands and cheered. "Xiao Ye is awake. That's great. Now we can borrow her clothes." Her clothes? Hearing Hao Shuang talk about borrowing Xiao Ye's clothes, Lin Qingyu was filled with questions. Outside the cave, Hao Shuang couldn't believe it and asked Xiao Ye, "Huh? We have to go back to the waterfall to leave the illusion. Didn't you set this up yourself? Xiao Ye explained, of course I can come and go as I please, but you're a monster. You can only leave through the exit that's already been set. Well, there's no choice. Hao Shuang looked toward the cave and urged Lin Qingyu, who was changing clothes inside, come on, hurry up and change. I'm in a rush to go out and save someone. After Lin Qingyu finished changing, Hao Shuang urged her again. With her face as red as a tomato, she awkwardly stepped out wearing the skimpy maid outfit, saying shyly, how could you, cultivators, wear something so embarrassing? Hao Shuang and Xiao Ye both looked toward the entrance where they had previously searched for Secretary Q's figure, but they saw no one. Xiao Ye speculated, for the user, the toxic smoke is a killer move. Once activated, it could backfire. Could it be that they turned into blood? Hao Shuang wasn't sure, but replied, I'm not sure, maybe they're looking for us instead. While Hao Shuang and Xiao Ye continued to discuss this, Lin Qingyu, still in her maid outfit, angrily asked, can't you find me something a little more normal to wear? Xiao Ye innocently held up a leaf maid outfit and asked, this is something I specially bought at the comic exhibition last week. If you don't like it, you can try this one instead. Hao Shuang looked at the leaf outfit in Xiao Ye's hand and imagined what Lin Qingyu would look like wearing it. He said with a teasing grin, you can try it on. It's definitely cooler. Seeing Hao Shuang's lecherous expression, Lin Qingyu quickly covered his chest in embarrassment and replied, you better not. I'm not going to wear that. Hao Shuang teased her further, I'm just kidding. Why are you so worried? Xiao Ye stepped in to calm the situation. You two stop arguing. Let's hurry up and leave here. Hao Shuang called out from behind, Xiao Ye, hurry up and open the way. Xiao Ye agreed, okay. Xiao Ye began to cast a spell to open the exit. Suddenly, familiar red tums appeared behind them, the ones from Secretary Qi, ready to grab Xiao Ye as she was casting her spell. Hao Shuang gritted his teeth and grabbed one of the tongues just as it was about to touch Xiao Ye. He pulled hard, saying, get me out of here. After he spoke, Hao Shuang managed to pull out a massive worm. When he saw it, he quickly let go, startled, and asked, what is this thing? Lin Qingyu answered his questions. This was her true form. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye had successfully cast a spell to open the path. She turned to call out to the others, Hao Shuang, Lin Qingyu, the path is open. Let's go. Before they could run out, a giant worm beneath their feet started attacking, forcing them to jump out of the way. The worm singled out Lin Qingyu, and in fear, she cried out, Hao Shuang, Hao Shuang, Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang quickly grabbed Lin Qinyu's hand and tossed her toward the exit in midair, shouting, go. Xiao Ye was still casting her spell while calling for Hao Shuang, but before she could reach the exit, the worm managed to bite Hao Shuang in the stomach. Tears filled Xiao Ye's eyes as she screamed, Hao Shuang. Outside, Lin Qingyu had made it out of the heavenly blessed cave. She was sitting, panting and staring at Xiao Ye as she crawled out. Lin Qingyu urgently asked, where's Hao Shuang? Why hasn't he come out yet? Tears streaming down her face, Xiao Ye sobbed, Hao Shuang. He was eaten by the monster. When Lin Qingyu heard that Hao Shuang had been devoured by the demon worm, she was stunned and filled with guilt. She whispered, he sacrificed himself to save me. I never thought he would. Then, overcome with pain, she collapsed and cried, Hao Shuang, why did you come from behind? Suddenly, Hao Shuang appeared from behind her, bumping into Lin Qinyu's distressed, guilt-ridden back. Lin Qingyu blushed and let out a gasp. Ah! Xiao Ye, confused, asked, ha! Hao Shuang's face collided with Lin Qinyu's back, leaving an odd imprint on his nose. He collapsed onto the ground, grimacing as he said, it feels like I've just seen the abyss. Seeing Hao Shuang appear, the two girls cheerfully called out his name, Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang then shared what had happened in the heavenly blessed cave. After being swallowed by the monster, he had used magic to blow it up. When the monster exploded, Hao Shuang quickly jumped up, and taking advantage of the gate to the heavenly blessed cave still being open, he swiftly escaped. Xiao Yang, confirming the story, asked, so you used lightning magic to blow open the monster's mouth, then rushed out before the exit closed. Hao Shuang touched his forehead and nodded, saying, yeah, if I had been even a moment slower, I wouldn't have made it out. While inspecting the bodies of the 3 Jiang Lang disciples, Hao Shuang concluded, one clean strike, no chance to fight back. I didn't expect people from the nightclub to have such skilled experts. Lin Qingyu disagreed. It wasn't Zolian Gang, it was Tang Men's work. When Hao Shuang heard Lin Qingyu mention Tang Men, he looked at her curiously and asked, Tang Men? On the mountain at this moment, a figure appeared outside the door, respectfully speaking to the person inside. Master, Tang men can't wait any longer. They've made their move against Hao Shuang. The person inside, an elderly man wearing black glasses, calmly replied, just wait a little longer. The forces hiding in the shadows are about to show themselves. On a map, a rugged mountain range was marked, and someone suddenly explained spiritual practitioners around the world, aside from the 3 mountains, 9 prefectures, and 21 caves, there's another group. This organization is called Tang Men. Masked figures stood tall inside a dark cave. Beneath one of them was a large alchemy furnace. Though they treated monsters as prey, their methods were ruthless. In truth, their goal in hunting monsters was to collect their demon cores for refining ancient elixirs. As Lin Qingyu was running for her life, she explained the history of Tang Men to Hao Shuang. Hearing about the ancient elixir, Hao Shuang asked, "What is an ancient elixir?" She explained every demon has a demon core inside their body, which holds all their unique qualities. Different demon cores can be used to refine ancient elixirs with different effects. She continued, and according to rumors, if you collect enough demon cores from heavenly and earthly powerful demons, you can refine a flawless ancient elixir. If you take it, said you can gain destructive power capable of destroying heaven and earth. Hao Shuang ran after her, still puzzled. So, is Tang Men involved in the heavenly Tao's purification of Lin Qingyu? She frowned, her voice firm. It's not just involvement. They're behind the destruction. The righteous sects won't let them get near the everlasting pill, and they certainly can't be allowed to claim the title of Heavenly Master. As they ran, a dark purple whirlpool suddenly formed in the sky. Hao Shuang looked up. What's that? From the swirling vortex, giant bats emerged, swooping down toward them. Without hesitation, Hao Shuang stepped forward to shield Xiao Ye and Lin Qingyu. Gritting his teeth, he chanted a spell. Stay behind me. He unleashed a powerful lightning technique, Dragon Yang Pillar. Bolts of energy struck the incoming creatures with force. As the last bat fell, Hao Shuang wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled. That was close. We barely made it. Just then, an unexpected voice echoed around them. They froze. Someone had been hiding nearby all along. Before they realized it, the area was surrounded. A veiled figure stepped forward. Hao Shuang narrowed his eyes. So you ambushed us after capturing someone and fleeing the scene. Tang Men never sticks to the usual playbook, do they? The figure, his face obscured, responded coolly. You've collected quite a few Earth sats, haven't you? Hand them over, and maybe you'll walk away unharmed. Xiao Yang heard their intentions and angrily said, no wonder they turned back. So they even want to pack up the dead and take them with them. Hao Shuang hesitated and asked, Xiao Ya, I've never fought them before. If we keep fighting, we have a chance. Lin Qingyu, sensing Hao Shuang's polite question, replied tensely, the people coming are all experts and they use poison. There are too many things we need to watch out for. If one of us manages to escape, we'd be lucky. When Hao Shuang heard the word poison, he asked again. Poison? It seemed like a plan to defeat the Tang Men group had started forming in his mind. He smiled calmly and said, Xiao Ya, I'll buy us some time. From here on, it's up to you. Xiao Ya, still not fully understanding his plan, listened as the Tang Men group launched their attack. The leader ordered his men forward. Hao Shuang used his move, Golden Light Death. The light from the golden flash was so bright that the Tang Men members had to cover their eyes. The leader shouted, surround them, don't let them get away. When the golden light faded, they saw Hao Shuang still standing, not running away. He looked surprised and asked, not running. He then pulled out a pair of black sunglasses and arrogantly said, clumsy trick, it's just buying time before ordering his men, charge at them. His subordinates rushed forward to attack, proudly saying, let's see what else you've got. Hao Shuang smiled proudly when he saw them all attack at once, feeling pleased that his plan had worked. At that moment, Xiao Ye appeared behind him. Hao Shuang quickly moved aside to let Xiao Ye cast her spell. The Tang Men group, upon seeing the monster, cursed under their breath, wondering what on earth was happening. The leader's face twisted in disbelief as he asked, what is that? The monster, a giant worm, charged at the Tang Men group, causing them to scream in panic. Hao Shuang and the 2 girls continued to run away. As they ran, Hao Shuang said, good thing I kept that big-mouthed monster. At a crucial moment like this, it's coming in handy. Lin Qingyu complimented him, saying, you're really good at planning. While they were running for their lives, another figure appeared in the sky. As this person landed, the shockwave forced Hao Shuang to cover his face and step back. Hao Shuang quickly went on guard, saying, the aura is too strong. Lin Qingyu also tensed up, saying, another expert. The mysterious figure praised Hao Shuang. Well done, kid. You managed to escape from my most capable subordinate. Hao Shuang, confused by the compliment, asked, subordinate? Who are you? The mysterious figure turned his face, revealing himself as Lu Bu Feng. He introduced himself, leader of the Zolian gang, Lu Bufeng. Then he added, I'm here specifically to settle the score with you. Hearing Lu Bufeng's impressive introduction, Hao Shuang was confused and with a playful attitude asked, Same last name, huh? Are you the older brother of his sister? Seeing Hao Shuang mocking him, Lu Bufeng gritted his teeth and thought, I should have punched him right then and there. Hao Shuang placed his hands on his hips and, still puzzled, asked Lu Bufeng, So what exactly did you stop me for? Lu Bufeng, completely unfazed, pulled out his calculator and started typing away. To cover the repair costs for my club, the estimated value of the auction items that were stolen, and let me just calculate the cost of restoring my reputation and customer compensation fees. After some time spent calculating, he showed the results to his customer. A long string of numbers appeared on the screen. With a seemingly kind expression, Lu Bufeng said, Let's round it up. You owe me 3.2 million yuan. That should settle things between us. Hao Shuang pointed at the computer and asked, So, you're telling me you blocked my path just for this little amount of money? Hearing this, Lu Bufeng angrily replied, Exactly. It's all about the money. Hao Shuang scratched his head, smiled brightly, and said, My entire fortune only adds up to 527 yuan, plus 2 pairs of underwear and 7 pairs of socks. Are you interested? Lu Bufeng chuckled, going along with the joke. Is that so? After that, Lu Bufeng's expression changed, and in anger, he attacked Hao Shuang. Then I'll just pluck your eyebrows. Seeing Lu Bufeng's fury, Hao Shuang teased, Oh no, you're angry now, while also stepping back to dodge his attack. Then Hao Shuang began preparing a lightning strike. If we can't negotiate, I guess I'll have to use my fist to speak for me. Lu Bufeng sneered and said, Looks like you still don't understand how terrifying I am. A tiny little monster like you dares to act tough in front of me. Around Lu Bufeng, purple flames appeared, forming into a shape resembling a human head. Seeing this, Lin Qinyu immediately realized the Demon King. No wonder the woman with the loose lips felt such a heavy aura. She must have felt the Demon King's presence. Hao Shuang tensed up and quietly exclaimed, Demon King. Immediately, ghostly shadows like those of death began attacking them. Hao Shuang used lighting magic to dispel the ghosts and then told Xiao Ye and Lin Qinyu, who were behind, Everyone, go ahead. Lu Bufeng continued to strike cruelly, maliciously saying, No one gets to escape. As more Demon Kings appeared in the sky, Hao Shuang, filled with fear, said, This is bad. The ghosts started attacking Xiao Ye and Lin Qinyu from behind. None of Hao Shuang's 3 companions managed to escape the Demon King's attack. Watching them get hit, Lu Bufeng laughed triumphantly and said, Not paying your debt, then you'll pay with your lives. He really does care more about money than lives. After the smoke cleared, Lu Bufeng couldn't see their bodies. He just stood there quietly. Down below, Hao Shuang's 3 companions had luckily managed to escape. Lin Qinyu gasped in fear and said, That was too close. We almost lost our lives. Hao Shuang looked up and saw someone. Surprised, he asked, Oh, is it you? Lu Yin, sitting above, blushed and looked at Hao Shuang, scolding. Are you an idiot? Facing a Demon King and you didn't even run. She continued, If I hadn't shown up just in time, you'd be dead right now. Hao Shuang rubbed his chin, eyeing her suspiciously and asked, Wait a second, you're not with that guy, are you? Why would you risk your life to save us? Lu Yin, embarrassed, turned her face away. I just didn't want to owe you a favor. Lin Qinyu called out from behind, urging everyone. Guys, don't notice we're hiding here any moment. We need to leave quickly. Hearing Lin Qinyu, Hao Shuang suddenly realized, right, even an idiot would notice this sewer. Lu Yin sat at the top and told everyone to move aside so she could jump down. Move aside a bit, I'm coming down now. But then, by accident, Lu Yin slipped and fell. Below, Hao Shuang rushed out to catch her. Lin Qinyu shouted, This is dangerous. Xiao Ye also gasped, If her head hits the ground, it's going to be a huge problem. Luckily, Hao Shuang managed to catch Lu Yin. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, Got her. But the way he was holding her was a bit awkward. Looking down at Lu Yin, Hao Shuang blushed and thought, She's in a handstand position. Lu Yin screamed, Let go of me, you pervert. Hao Shuang quickly released her and said, Okay, just don't kick around. As a result, Lu Yin landed in a rather uncomfortable position. As she hit the ground, the hem of her skirt got caught on Hao Shuang's belt. Well, let's just say an awkward situation unfolded. In the end, Hao Shuang got a punch right in the eye, leaving his eye swollen and bruised. Hao Shuang awkwardly chuckled, trying to ease the tension. This sewer is pretty spacious, huh? Walking beside him was Lu Yin, blushing with embarrassment, while Lin Qinyu and Xiao Ye were speechless. Xiao Ye worriedly said, With this delay, it'll be even harder to catch up with Tang Men's people. Lin Qinyu reassured her, It's okay, the monk can run, but the temple is still there. I'll gather more people when we get back, and we'll go to Tang Men to settle things. Just then, someone's hands appeared behind Lin Qingyu. Hao Shuang said with a serious expression, we should speed up. We need to rescue them before they're turned into something else. Lu Yian listened to their discussion and thought Hao Shuang was talking to her. She was about to ask for her opinion when Hao Shuang turned to her and said, "What do you think?" Then, as if she had seen something terrifying, Hao Shuang froze. Lu Yian noticed Hao Shuang standing still and asked, "What's wrong?" It turned out the reason Hao Shuang froze was because, without her realizing it, Lu Bu Feng had appeared beside her. He placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "I'm still angry. I didn't know who had the skill to save someone so quickly. Turns out it was my most beloved adopted daughter." He then reached out to grab Lu Yin and said, "You're quite the obedient daughter, aren't you?" When Lu Yin saw Lu Bu Feng preparing to strike her, she quickly dodged in fear. Lu Bu Feng got a punch in the face, losing a tooth from the force, and was slammed into the wall. Hao Shuang frowned and muttered, "What a restless spirit." Behind them, Lu Yin spoke anxiously, "You can't handle that demon lord. We need to run now." Hao Shuang confidently smiled and said, "Trying the same move on me a second time won't work." Then he turned to Lu Yin and said, "Go wake those two up first." Lu Yin supported Lin Qingyu and replied, "Got it, Hao Shuang." Lu Bu Feng angrily said, "You little brat, your tone is way too bold." Behind him, Lu Yin reminded Hao Shuang, "Be careful. In a small place like this, the damage from your spiritual energy will be even greater." Hao Shuang quickly cast a spell and replied, "I know." Lu Bu Feng summoned his demon lord, laughing arrogantly as he mocked, "You idiot, with just a little lightning, you think you can fight me?" He continued to jeer at Hao Shuang, "You think you're a heavenly master?" Hao Shuang summoned his thunder beast. When Lu Bu Feng's demon lord saw it, his eyes widened in fear. Hao Shuang smirked proudly and said, "Why bother with the demon lord? If I just take him out before he can attack, wouldn't that solve everything?" The thunder beast attacked the demon lord, causing it to scream in fear. The beast swallowed the demon lord, who screamed in agony. Although Lu Vian had been raised by Lu Bu Feng, she still felt the father-daughter bond with him. "Worry," she called out, "Dad." After the demon lord was defeated, Hao Shuan called back his thunder magic and said, "Done." Hao Shuang prepared to launch another attack on Lu Bu Feng, but after a moment of thought, he decided not to strike. Hao Shuang turned to Lu Yin and said, "Out of respect for you, I'll let him go this time. If he takes some time to recover, he'll be fine." Hearing that Hao Shuang would spare her adoptive father, Lu Vian replied, "Yes, thank you." At that moment, a voice came from behind them. "Finally found you, so you were hiding here." It turned out to be Tang Men's group. The leader, clearly frustrated, said, "You damn brat, daring to release a monster to ambush us." His eyes filled with hatred as he spoke to Hao Shuang. "Even if you're from Longhu Mountain, today you'll pay for your actions with your life in exchange for my brothers." Hao Shuang wasn't afraid of them. Confidently, he replied, "Well, we'll see if you have what it takes." Suddenly, a demon charged out of nowhere, attacking Tang Men's group. One of Tang Men's disciples, seeing the strange creature, looked at the leader and asked, "What is that?" The leader immediately recognized it. He warned his subordinates, "This is bad. It's a demon." Before he could finish speaking, the demon attacked him. The other Tang Men disciples were also assaulted, suffocating to death. Afterward, the demons returned to Lu Bu Feng's side. Seeing that Lu Bu Feng still had the strength to fight, Hao Shuang gritted his teeth and muttered, "Looks like things just got a lot more troublesome." Lu Bu Feng stood up, smiling and saying, "This feels great." As he watched Lu Bu Feng recover, Hao Shuang gritted his teeth and activated the command. He regretted, "I should have let the lightning strike him earlier. I never thought he'd be able to come back to life." Before Hao Shuang could finish the legal test, Lu Bu Feng, standing across from him, waved his hand and said, "Wait, stop. No more fighting." Seeing his actions, Hao Shuang was confused. Lu Bu Feng smiled in a flattering, almost shady way, beaming like a flower and rubbing his hands together as he said, "Let's be friends." Hao Shuang and his group returned to the main headquarters of Zolian Gang. Tang Men needed to train with the ancient pill, so he had to go back to the headquarters in Xaichuan, though the route was unclear. Right now, Zolian Gang's people were setting up an extensive net along the route, so as soon as they spotted any of their movements, they'd be able to block them right away. While pouring tea, Lu Bu Feng continued speaking to Hao Shuang. "While we wait for news, let's just relax here at Zolian Gang's headquarters. If you need anything, just let me know." Seeing Lu Bu Feng's sudden shift in attitude, Hao Shuang asked, "You don't want me to pay you back?" Lu Bu Feng, sitting on the sofa, laughed loudly and said, "Whenever money comes up, it gets awkward. In a martial world, the Lu family values one thing above all, profit." "Oh no, wait. What I mean is, we value honor above all." Hao Shuang blinked in confusion, watching him change his attitude 180 degrees. Just a moment ago, it felt like we were about to fight to the death. Lu Bufeng quickly explained it's all just a misunderstanding. He then changed the subject, suddenly bringing up something unrelated. If I'm not mistaken, you're a demon, right? But you're also skilled in the lighting technique of Longwu Mountain's heavenly master. What's your connection to that old man? When Lu Bufeng mentioned his master, Hao Shuang scratched his nose and avoided eye contact. He said, "Who is Hao Shuang? That lightning technique is passed down in my family. It has nothing to do with Longwu Mountain." In his mind, he cursed, "Shit, he figured out my connection to my master." Seeing Hao Shuang deny it, Lu Bufeng didn't press the issue. He simply said, "I see. I was just asking, out of curiosity." Suddenly, Lu Bufeng said, "Come inside." When Hao Shuang heard him call someone in, he curiously looked toward the door. When the person appeared in the doorway, Hao Shuang, who had been drinking water, almost choked. It turned out to be Lu Yin, dressed as a bunny. She blushed and shyly asked, "Dad, why did you want to get dressed like this?" Lu Bufeng didn't answer her. He stood up and said, "I have a meeting to attend. I need to go now. You stay here with Hao Shuang. Make sure you serve him well." When passing by Lu Yin, he threatened her in a serious tone, saying, "I've put something in the tea. You must take care of him. Whether our Zhouyan gang survives this trial from the heavens depends entirely on your son." Lu Yin sat on the chair, hesitating before responding. "Well then, let's just wait here for the news. The Zhouyan gang's intelligence network is pretty reliable too." As she poured tea for Hao Shuang, Lu Yin thought to herself, "If there's something in the tea, then the scene later will probably be, in my mind, I'll imagine that Hao Shuang and I will." Imagining it made her feel embarrassed. While handing a hot cup of tea to Hao Shuang, she said, "Drink a little more." Hao Shuang reached out to take the cup from her and replied, "Okay." Suddenly, the atmosphere between them became awkward. Hao Shuang quietly drank his tea, thinking, "This atmosphere is so strange." Meanwhile, Lu Yin blushed and thought, "Why hasn't the medicine worked yet? I can't stand this much longer." Time was dragging on. Frustrated, Lu Yin stood up and decided to take matters into her own hands. She figured she'd add a little more fuel to the fire herself. Lu Yin held the strap of her dress, her eyes dreamy and seductive, as she asked, "Hao Shuang, do you think I'm beautiful?" Hao Shuang was startled by her appearance. He blinked in confusion and asked, "Did you take the wrong medicine? Why are you suddenly asking this?" Lu Yin continued to allure him. She crawled over to his side, speaking as she moved. "Actually, from the moment you saved me, I haven't been able to forget you. My life was saved by you, and if I could, I'd be willing to offer my body in return." Hao Shuang, terrified by her suggestion, immediately refused. No. I saved you just because it was the right thing to do. You don't have to do anything like that." But Lu Yin wasn't backing down. She told him the truth. "I'm sorry, but I have to do this. My adoptive father put an aphrodisiac in the tea. If I don't help you, you'll soon be overwhelmed by desire and won't be able to control yourself until it kills you." Hao Shuang, hearing Lu Yin's explanation, spit the tea out of his ear and into his cup. He then said, "So that's what happened. No wonder the tea tasted so strange. It's fine. I can get rid of the poison. Thanks, you're a good person." Seeing him expel the poison so easily, Lu Yin was angry. She glared at him, stammering in frustration, "Zodi, what are you doing?" Hao Shuang looked at her with confusion, unsure why she was upset. He hesitantly asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Yin, still determined to offer herself despite her embarrassment, said, "Don't be so polite." Hao Shuang, however, just froze. Lu Yin, completely humiliated, stopped trying to seduce him. She stood up, fuming, and said, "You just stay here. I'm done with you." Hao Shuang rushed to stop her from leaving. He called out, "Wait." Hearing Hao Shuang call, Lu Yin impatiently turned around and asked, "What now?" Hao Shuang held a cup of tea in his hand, deep in thought. He said, "I think I've figured out Lu Bufeng's plan. It seems that if I don't let him have his way, I won't be able to get the intelligence from Tang men." He looked at her and continued, "So I'll have to make you take a bit of a hit." Upon hearing this, Lu Yin secretly felt relieved. She quickly replied, "No, it's not a problem at all." The secretary knocked on Lu Bufeng's door. He called out, "Come in." The secretary hurried in and quickly updated him, "Boss, it started inside." As the secretary spoke, Lu Bufeng, still holding his book, calmly said, "Oh, the effects of a drug are taking a bit longer than I expected." He then asked, "Are you sure?" The secretary blushed but answered confidently, "Absolutely sure. There's a lot of noise. People on the 2 floors above can hear it." Lu Bufeng became curious upon hearing this. Just then, noise echoed from upstairs and the sound of moaning could be heard, making everyone in the hallway feel embarrassed as they peeked out. Lu Bufeng pressed his ear against the door, then suddenly said, "Now that's a strong man." The secretary, puzzled by his boss's actions, thought to himself, with such loud noise, why does he need to press his ear to the door to listen? Inside the room, Hao Shuang slapped his thigh, groaning as if in pain. Lu Yin watched Hao Shuang get so into the act. She crossed her arms and said impatiently, enough, enough. It's been 30 minutes already. Can we stop now? Hao Shuang lowered his pants and, smiling happily at having completed his plan, said, almost done. Let's go. By now, unsure boss Lu is completely reassured. In the room, Hao Shuang held Lu Yin in his arms, laughing awkwardly as he spoke to Lu Bufeng. Oh, boss Lu, I'm really sorry. We just couldn't hold it in earlier, back in the break room. Lu Bufeng, who had been reading a book, twitched his lips when he heard Hao Shuang and gave a small smile, saying, I get it. I get it. You're young, full of energy. It's totally normal. Then he walked over to the sofa where the two were sitting, as planned, and said to Hao Shuang, Lu Yin is the child I care for most. You two make a great pair. I have no objections. If anything happens between you two from now on, you're part of the family. If anything goes wrong, you can count on Zoe and gang to help. After a pause, Lu Bufeng turned to Hao Shuang and asked, what do you think, Hao? Hao Shuang cupped his hands in respect and replied, Boss Lu, I truly appreciate your concern. From now on, if there's anything I can do for Zoe and gang, I'll give it my all. Hearing Hao Shuang's words, Lu Bufeng, pleased that everything was going according to plan, laughed loudly, repeating, good, very good. Then he handed Hao Shuang a piece of paper and said, the person you asked about, I've looked into it. They're here. Hao Shuang took the paper, scanned the contents, and let out a quiet sigh. As expected, Zoe and gang's reputation is well earned. I'm going to help them now. He turned to Lin Qinyu and Xiao Ye. Have my friends woken up yet? Before they could answer, Lu Bufeng stepped in, his tone serious. Listen, there's something you need to know. The people from Tang Men didn't return to their headquarters. Instead, they made a deal with Manor Jiang Lang and handed over the demons you captured. And Lin Qinyu, she's a key figure at that manor. You need to think carefully about her involvement with Tang Men. He led Hao Shuang to the room where Lin Qinyu and Xiao Ye were staying. A servant opened the door. Both women were inside, calm but alert. Before Hao Shuang entered, Lu Bufeng looked him in the eye. You sure about this? You still want to go in with Lin Qinyu? Hao Shuang nodded without hesitation. Yes, I trust she's not involved in this, and if the people are at Manor Jiang Lang, I'll need her help to get them back. He stepped into the room and turned briefly to say, she won't hurt me. Almost immediately, both Xiao Ye and Lin Qinyu moved swiftly. Lin Qinyu called out, Xiao Ye, move, now. Xiao Ye replied with focus, understood. Hao Shuang was also shocked by the attack from the two of them, as he took 2 kicks to the head and was slammed into the wall. After seeing who he had kicked, Xiao Ye and Lin Qinyu were both surprised and let out a startled exclamation. Once they realized it was Hao Shuang who had just been kicked, Lin Qinyu immediately rushed over, worried, and called out, Hao Shuang. Xiao Ye, also shocked, quickly followed, asking, why is it you? Hao Shuang had footprints from Lin Qinyu and Xiao Ye on his face, looking annoyed as he said, at least make sure you know who you're attacking before you act. Father and daughter, Lu Bufeng and Lu Yin, saw what had just happened and remained silent, not commenting further. Lu Bufeng turned to Lu Yin and said, pack up. From now on, you'll work with him. We need to figure out what exactly his connection to the Heavenly Master is. Lu Yin, frustrated at the idea of having to go to Manor Jiang Lang, replied, do I really have to follow him to Manor Jiang Lang? Why? Lu Bufeng, with a serious expression, said to Lu Yin, our Zoan gang has been kicked out of the 21 caves for nearly a century. Our predecessors have longed to reclaim our glory. This time, Heaven's decree will cleanse us and will be a chance to get back in. We have to seize this opportunity. If we're lucky, not only will we rejoin the 21 caves, but we could even jump to the ranks of the 9 mansions. After explaining the mission, Lu Bufeng looked at Lu Yin and asked, do you understand how important your mission is now? Hearing that he had to carry such a heavy responsibility, Lu Yin responded anxiously, yes, I will definitely give it my all. On the train, the 3 of them, Lin Qinyu, Hao Shuang, and Lu Yin, were heading to Manor Jiang Lang. Lin Qinyu asked suspiciously, I can't believe Tang Men is working with the people from Manor Jiang Lang. Is this information reliable? Lu Yin answered confidently, it's completely true. Our people saw the 3 members of Qin Kixin being picked up by Jiang Lang's people. Lin Qinyu didn't believe it. She grabbed her phone, planning to call and get to the bottom of it. I'll call and ask right now. There must be some misunderstanding. How could Jiang Lang be working with Tang Men? Hao Shuang stopped her. There's no need to ask anymore. It's already public. The phone was displaying the situation of the month's divine cleansing. Maynard Jiang Lang had captured 2 celestial guardians. How Shuang analyzed yesterday, Maynard Jiang Lang had no celestial guards, but today they've suddenly got 2, Kei-Sin and Lulu. It seems like this deal is coming from the top of Maynard Jiang Lang. Lin Qinyu still didn't believe it. She refused to accept it and spoke up to refute. This can't be right. Once we get back, I'm definitely going to ask my grandfather about this. Then she confidently said, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring all 3 of them back safely without a scratch." In a corner, there were 2 girls, one wearing a jacket and sunglasses, and the other with blue hair blowing bubbles, while a third girl with pink hair was sucking on candy. They seemed to be eavesdropping on the conversation between the 3 people. In Luoyang City, where Maynard Jiang Lang is located, the 3 of them, Hao Shuang, were walking down the street. Hao Shuang asked Lin Qinyu, "Do you have any plans?" Lin Qinyu shared her plan. "For now, no one can know that I'm back. I'll quietly figure out the situation first and then decide what to do next." Lin Qinyu voiced her suspicions. "I've been thinking the only person who could be behind all this is one person." Before she could name the suspect, a voice called out from behind, "Xiao Yu." From a distance, Lin Fan, the elder of Maynard Jiang Lang, was calling her. He smiled kindly and said, "What a coincidence. I just saw off a guest and ran into you. You're back? Why didn't you give me a heads up?" Seeing Lin Fan's arrival, Lin Qinyu grew even more certain and said, "Now I'm sure the one behind all this is him." Without waiting for Lin Qinyu to respond, he eagerly called her to get into the car and even said, "You're bringing your friend along too. Hurry up and get in, I'm waiting at home." Meanwhile, Hao Shuang's mind was racing at top speed. He quickly hugged the confused Lu Yin and smiled brightly, saying, "It's a misunderstanding. We don't know her." Hao Shuang's shoulder bumped into a tall figure, and at that moment, both Hao Shuang and Lu Yin found themselves surrounded by people from Maynard Jiang Lang. In the end, the 2 of them were forced to follow the route back to the Maynard Jiang Lang's headquarters. In the living room, a disciple from Maynard Jiang Lang served them tea. "Please enjoy your tea, honored guests. My name is Xiao Ming. If you need anything, just let me know." The 2 guests, intimidated by Xiao Ming's tall stature, stiffly smiled and replied, "Thank you for your hospitality." As Lin Qinyu was walking with Lin Fan toward her grandfather's room, she asked Lin Fan, "Who was ahead in opening the door? I saw the news today. Who captured those 2 stars of the celestial prison?" Lin Fan turned his head back casually and said, "A small group down below got lucky and managed to catch them. He's inside. Your grandfather's health has worsened again since you left 2 months ago." Lin Qinyu entered the room and saw a figure sitting in a chair at the far end. She hesitated before calling out, "Grandfather?" Hearing her voice, Lin Jinan, the master of Jiang Lang Manor, opened his eyes and asked, "Who is it?" At that moment, Lin Jinan looked pale and weak, as if he were on the verge of death. Covering her mouth with her hand, Lin Qinyu burst into tears, unable to believe what she was seeing. How did this happen? With a burst of emotion, she rushed over to Lin Jinnan's side, calling out, "Grandfather." She knelt in front of him, heartbroken as she gently touched his face and cried, "Grandfather, it's me, Qinyu. What happened? Why are you like this?" Upon hearing the name Lin Qinyu, Lin Jinan, dazed, repeated, "Qinyu, Lin Qinyu." When Lin Qinyu heard her grandfather say her name, she quickly responded, "Yes, it's me." Suddenly, without warning, Lin Jinan seemed to find strength from somewhere and grabbed Lin Qinyu by the neck with one hand. Filled with hatred, he hissed, "You want to hurt me?" Then used both hands to tighten his grip around her throat. As Lin Qinyu struggled to breathe, she couldn't believe it. In her mind, she thought, "Why is grandfather attacking me like this?" She turned her gaze toward Lin Fan, who was standing behind her, suspicion rising in her heart. It must be that guy's doing. To save her own life, Lin Qinyu tightly held the knife and said, "I'm sorry, Grandpa." Then she stabbed Lin Jinan in the forearm. On the other hand, while Lin Qinyu was extremely tense, Hao Shuang appeared calm. In the hallway outside, a disciple from the Jiang Lang Manor rushed into the living room where Hao Shuang was sitting. He whispered something to Xiao Ming, a bald man with a scarred face. Seeing this, Lu Vian quietly said to Hao Shuang, who was calmly drinking tea, "Something feels off to me." After Xiao Ming heard what the disciple had said, he smiled and asked the 2 women, "You're her best friends, right? May I ask which sect you're from?" Hao Shuang cleverly pretended and said, "What sect? We're just regular people." She continued her lie, "I'm a phone repairman and this girl is a delivery driver. She also does home massages from time to time." Then jokingly she added, "Hey handsome, want to try out her skills?" After hearing Hao Shuang introduce themselves this way, Lu Vian closed his eyes in anger, trying his best to control himself, acting as if he hadn't heard or seen anything. Xiao Ming, sensing danger, glanced at the two of them and gave one last warning. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. Just make sure you live good life in the next one and don't make friends carelessly. After giving his instructions, he turned to the disciples standing behind him and commanded attack. As soon as he finished speaking, other disciples suddenly emerged from the water containers behind Hao Shuang and began to attack the two of them. A fierce battle broke out in the room, causing the disciples to be knocked unconscious and thrown out of the room. Xiao Ming, noticing Hao Shuang's technique, suddenly asked, "Thunder of 10,000 troops, are you from Dragon and Tiger Mountain?" In the room, Hao Shuang slowly stepped forward and replied, "I told you already, I'm just a phone repairman." Around him, lighting flickered. Xiao Ming, undeterred by fear, dangerously retorted, "You're about to die and you're still talking big. Do you really think we at Jianglang Manor are easy targets?" More disciples from Jianglang Manor appeared above, with Xiao Ming preparing to enhance his strength and strike. Seeing that they were surrounded from both the front and back, Lu Vian anxiously asked, "Where's Lin Qingyu? Isn't she the young mistress? How can she let her subordinates do this?" Hao Shuang assessed the situation and could already guess something about Lin Qinyu's situation. Given how things were unfolding, it seemed unlikely she could protect herself now. Break! Xiao Ming launched his attack, sending hand stones flying toward the two of them. Hao Shuang performed a hand gesture, his hand touching the ground, and a move from the Earth class appeared. Seeing the Earth-based skill, Xiao Ming couldn't believe it and said, "Wait, so it's two elements?" Then, a stream of blue water appeared above them, followed by flames surrounding and attacking Xiao Ming. He was stunned and asked, "What the heck is this?" Hao Shuang laughed and told Xiao Ming, "Guess." Xiao Ming stood there, speechless and in disbelief, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, 4 elements. What the hell are you?" After the explosion sounds faded, Xiao Ming lay motionless on the ground. Hao Shuang casually rotated his wrist and muttered, "Lucky I'm still used to using this move." Lu Vian ran over from behind. She had been watching the fight. When she saw Hao Shuang wielding all 4 elements, she was horrified and thought to herself, "Normally, spiritual practitioners train with just 2 elements because it's difficult to balance their inner cores and they risk losing control. But this guy, he's managing 4 elements at once. How is he doing this?" Hao Shuang looked at the remaining disciples standing on the roof and asked, "Anyone else want to give it a try?" The disciples, filled with fear, stepped back. Seeing that no one else was moving to attack, Hao Shuang took Lu Yin's hand and declared, "If there's no one else, we're leaving now." Lu Yin, confused, asked Hao Shuang, "Why didn't you tell them to hand over Lin Qingyu?" Lu Yin noticed something was wrong with Hao Shuang. His face had turned pale after the fight earlier. She realized her mistake. Hao Shuang was barely holding on. He had been taking risks, repeatedly using different types of lethal moves, not just to attack, but to intimidate the enemy, making them hesitant to act so they could escape safely. Before they could leave Jianglang Manor, Lin Fan appeared behind them, blocking their way. He shouted, "Stop!" Hao Shuang turned to face Lin Fan and said, "Looks like today we have no choice but to risk it all, huh?" Lin Fan sneered and replied, "Who do you think you are to talk about risking everything with me?" With that, swords appeared, ready to strike at Hao Shuang. At a moment when the situation seemed to be hanging by a thread, someone suddenly spoke up, "The credentials are here." Hao Shuang and Lu Yin were both surprised to see who had arrived. Hao Shuang immediately asked, "Who are these two?" It turned out the newcomers were 2 girls who had been on the same train as them. The girl with the blue hair who was blowing bubbles said, "Heavenly Master's orders." Hao Shuang must immediately go to Dragon and Tiger Mountain, and no one is allowed to stop him. She held up a token as she spoke. Hao Shuang bluntly asked, "You want me to go to Dragon and Tiger Mountain?" In his mind, Hao Shuang thought, "Are you serious? With my status, going to Dragon and Tiger Mountain is no different than walking straight into danger." Lu Yin paused, then realized using the Heavenly Master's orders to back them up meant they were probably connected to some major powers. Lin Fan, with a friendly expression, turned to the 2 girls and said, "Seeing the Heavenly Master's orders is the same as seeing the Heavenly Master himself. The 3 mountains, 9 prefectures, and 21 caves all must obey." Lin Fan, naturally, didn't dare to take this lightly. He then gestured with his hand, signaling for them to lead the way. "In that case, please take this brother along." Hao Shuang disagreed. He said, "That won't work. Where is Lin Qingyu? If you hand her over, then I'll go." Lin Fan disagreed, saying, "That's ridiculous. Lin Qingyu is from Jianglang Manor. Why would I go to Dragon and Tiger Mountain with you? If you want to go, then go. What are you trying to find her for?" Seeing Hao Shuang causing a scene and refusing to follow, the girl with pink hair said, "Come back with us." The girl with blue hair spoke up to stop him. Hao Shuang stopped saying nonsense. Lu Yin grabbed Hao Shuang's arm and said, "Let's just go. We really don't have any reason to go after them and demand her back." Hao Shuang ignored the advice and shouted, "Kinyu is mine now, so she's part of Dragon and Tiger Mountain." Lu Yin was stunned as if struck by lightning and said, "You." Lin Fan's face twisted, like he just stepped in dog poop, and he asked, "What?" The two girls didn't know how to respond. The girl with blue hair scratched her head and said, "This." Hao Shuang kept up the act, looking embarrassed as he scratched his face and said, "Haha, I didn't mean to announce it so quickly, but how should I put it? I can only blame us for being too impulsive, rushing things, and not being able to control ourselves." Lin Fan was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead as he yelled at Hao Shuang, "You're tarnishing the reputation of Kinyu's family. How could she ever love someone like you?" Hao Shuang didn't back down either and retorted, "If you don't believe me, bring her here and let her speak for herself." The green-haired girl suggested to Lin Fan, "Grand Elder Lin, this is a serious matter. It would be best to have Miss Lin come here and clarify things. After all, if this gets out, both Dragon and Tiger Mountain and Jianglang Manor will be embarrassed." At this point, Lin Fan found himself in a difficult situation, not sure how to respond. Not wanting to bring Lin Qingyu into this, he gritted his teeth, cursing Hao Shuang inwardly. "You damn kid, really using this method." He walked inside, but not before turning back to say to the two girls, "Wait here for a moment. I'll go ask the family head's opinion." Lin Fan, fearless and determined, added fuel to the fire. "Tell Qingyu I'll take full responsibility for her." Then, in a fit of rage, Lin Fan snapped at Hao Shuang. "Shut your mouth." Seeing Lin Fan this angry, Hao Shuang smiled brightly as if she had hit the jackpot. She felt proud and thought to herself, "Humph, you want to mess with me? Let's see who's better." Feeling triumphant, Hao Shuang walked over to greet the two girls. "Hello, beautiful ladies, thank you for your help. May I ask your names?" They introduced themselves one by one. The girl with green hair said she worked alongside Heavenly Master Zhang Bai Bai. The short-haired girl with pink hair simply replied, "Zhang Ruanruan." As they spoke, Hao Shuang repeated their names silently in her mind. Bai Bai, Ruanruan. Just as she was about to continue the conversation, Zhang Ruanruan suddenly leaned in and tapped Hao Shuang lightly on the stomach. Surprised by the unexpected action, Hao Shuang jumped and blurted out, "What the?" Ruanruan observed closely, then said in a calm, confident tone, "The protective golden light is still intact. Your cultivation barrier hasn't been breached. That means you're bluffing." Then, with a teasing smirk and slightly flushed cheeks, she added, "But you really need to yell it out next time, like really loud." Lu Yin, overhearing Ruanruan's remark, tilted her head curiously. How loud exactly? Still startled and rubbing her stomach where she had been tapped, Hao Shuang groaned. Did you really have to press that hard?" Zhang Bai Bai took off her glasses and seriously said to Hao Shuang, "The Heavenly Master urgently called you back to the mountain. He just wants you to leave Jianglang Manor as soon as possible. After all, your identity as a demon is a secret, and if it gets discovered, you'll definitely be in danger." He really had made up that whole story about the affair with Lin Qingyu. He didn't even know what the word death meant anymore. Hao Shuang didn't want to go back to Dragon and Tiger Mountain, so he forced a smile and said, "I'm carrying a spiritual concealment talisman, something that normal people can't detect. Plus, 2 of my Tian Kang stars were captured by Jianglang Manor. I'm counting on her to help them find them, so how can I just leave like that?" Zhang Bai Bai looked at Zhang Ruanruan and suggested, "What should we do? What if we knock him out and kidnap him?" Bai Bai disagreed and said, "The Heavenly Master said we must cooperate with Hao Shuang to ensure his safety and follow his wishes." Hearing this, Zhang Ruanruan called out to Bai Bai, "Then we'll just wait until someone comes to rescue him and then leave." They began discussing their next steps. Curious, Zhang Bai Bai asked Zhang Ruanruan, "Is it really that big?" Zhang Ruanruan replied, "If you don't believe me, go ahead and feel for yourself." Lu Yin, hearing their argument, blushed and turned to look at Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang was focused, waiting for Lin Fan's response, not paying attention to Bai Bai and Ruanruan's discussion, wondering what Lin Fan would do next. Inside the room, Lin Fan was pacing back and forth. A bald man, the deputy leader of Tang men named Tang Shanzang, suggested a solution. Ling Jiannan already had a wound on his hand from a sword strike by Lin Qingyu. The charge of attacking the mansion master couldn't be cleared. Now, summoning the elders would surely result in her losing her position as the heir. Why should she let that little brat lead her around? Lin Fan disagreed, saying, "My ambitions aren't just about securing the position of palace master. My true desire has always been to ensure that Jianglang Manor stands strong in this world. Now, this foolish kid from Dragon and Tiger Mountain has delivered a great gift right to my doorstep. How can I waste such an opportunity?" two maids reported after checking Lin Qinyu's body. One maid spoke up, saying, "Elder, I checked Miss Qinyu's body." Lin Fan quickly asked, "What's the result?" The two maids reported Miss Qinyu is still intact. She has not been dishonored. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan burst into a joyful laugh, saying, "Heaven is on my side." Hao Shuang, still unsure, asked Lin Fan again, "Huh?" He repeated his words once more. Lin Fan cheerfully repeated the good news to Hao Shuang. The family head said, "If young Master Hao and Qinyu have already been through this, then we can only see it through to the end. 3 days from now, their engagement ceremony will be held. Jianglang Manor has already sent wedding invitations to 21 regions, 3 mountains, and 9 prefectures, inviting all the sects to witness the event." Hao Shuang disagreed and demanded to meet Lin Qinyu. "I want to see Qinyu." Lin Fan ignored his objections, turned around, and refused, saying, "You should meet before the engagement ceremony. Just wait for 3 more days." Hao Shuang grabbed his head and screamed, "Shit, that old fox must have guessed it." Lu Yin sat in a chair, analyzing the man's actions. They had a plan to reveal the truth and expose his lies to the sects. This would drag the whole mountain into it, and his reputation would be destroyed. A clever move, solving everything. Ruan was sure to say that if he dared to do this, it meant he had confirmed that Lin Qinyu was still pure, so there could be no personal relationship between them. Bai Bai added, "If you want to turn things around, there's only one way. Find her. Destroy her." Hao Shuang, looking pale and uneasy, silently thought to himself as he overheard 2 people discussing their plan. Their speed is impressive. That evening at Jianglang Manor, Hao Shuang gently opened the door to peek outside and then turned back to the others in the room. "There's no one in the yard. They're definitely hiding somewhere in the shadows, quietly watching our every move." After checking the premises, Zhang Bai brushed her hands off and commented, "Jianglang Manor is famous for its illusions and shape-shifting techniques, but I've inspected all the rooms. Nothing seems out of place." Zhang Ruan, who was standing nearby, added, "No surveillance devices either." Lu Yin, sitting calmly on the sofa, laid out their plan. "Tonight, we need to locate Lin Qinyu and ensure her safety. Once that's done, we can talk about how to approach the engagement ceremony that's happening in 3 days." Zhang Bai glanced meaningfully at Hao Shuang and said, "Everything sounds perfect in theory, but once it's in motion, flaws might appear. We need to resolve things completely so no threats remain." Observing Zhang Bai's serious expression, Hao Shuang thought to himself, "She's determined. This won't end without confrontation." Zhang Ruan lightly patted Hao Shuang on the shoulder, offering both reassurance and a bit of teasing. "You're the only guy here, and most of this mess centers around you, so you'll need to step up. But don't stress about the protective shield. We have something that might help." At the mention of the word treasure, Hao Shuang's face brightened as he turned to her and asked, "Really? What kind of treasure?" Zhang Ruan presented her treasure, a long cucumber, sharp thorns included. Seeing the cucumber, Hao Shuang slammed his hand down onto the floor in frustration. Noticing Hao Shuang's reaction, Ruan asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Huh? This thing works pretty well." Hao Shuang sighed, his face darkening. "Never mind." Then he added, "I'll figure it out myself." Suddenly, he called out, "Xiao Ya!" At that moment, a tear appeared in the air, and through it, a tower emerged. Xiao Ya jumped out from the tear. Wearing a cute bear costume and holding a mini tower, she asked sweetly, "What's wrong?" Hao Shuang instructed her to release the earth demon Kumok Lang, who was trapped in the Linglong. "I need to use him." After hearing Hao Shuang's request, Xiao Ye snapped her fingers and said, "Got it. He's the first earth demon you captured. If you need his help, it might not be that easy." Soon after, a cloud of white smoke appeared on the ground. From within it, a werewolf leaped at Hao Shuang, attacking him. Lu Yin saw it and worriedly reminded, "It's dangerous." Hao Shuang calmly kicked the chair, making it hit the wolfman's lower body. There was a sound of something cracking, and Hao Shuang greeted, "Long time no see, still as rude as ever." The wolfman was in so much pain, his eyes turned red. Outside the room, 2 disciples from Jianglang Manor were talking. One of them said, "The elder instructed us to keep a close watch. Not even half a fly should be allowed to escape." The other one just muttered a response. From inside the room, they heard the wolfman's painful scream, making the 2 disciples outside jump and cling to each other in fear. Inside the room, Hao Shuang smiled and said, "The wolfman is clutching his groin in pain and moaning. Hey, buddy, help me find someone." The wolfman angrily cursed, "What the hell? Damn it, I'm not your servant. Why do I have to help you?" Hao Shuang ignored the wolfman's attitude and casually made his request. "This is the headset I borrowed from Qinyu when you were on the high-speed train. Take a whiff." The wolfman, still angry, sat up and said, "Say that again. I'm a noble wolf, not some errand dog. Hao Shuang casually replied, anyway, it's basically the same. The werewolf kept arguing, saying, it's completely different. Then he crossed his arms and coldly said, I won't help you, no matter what. Either lock me up or kill me. Hao Shuang threatened, in that case, I'll lock you in a room with no food. After 3 months of hunger, I'll give you a pile of crap and then stream it live so the whole internet can see if you're really a dog. Hearing Hao Shuang's threat, the werewolf got scared and immediately agreed, saying, I'll help you, all right? Damn it, you're the real dog. With tears welling up in his eyes, the werewolf looked pitiful, while Hao Shuang happily grabbed his hands, smiling brightly like a flower, and said, that's more like it. Come on, let's shake hands. Then he turned to Xiao Ye, who was watching the drama unfold nearby, and said, Xiao Ye, give him a soul-numbing pill to make sure he doesn't run off when we go outside. Xiao Ye obediently agreed, got it. Lu Yin, worried, asked, but how will we all get out? There must be spies everywhere out there. Hao Shuang smiled confidently at Lu Yin and said, since they want us to come out, let's give them a show. A black figure, looking just like Hao Shuang, peeked in out of the window, then suddenly vanished in a flash. 3 or 4 people chased after it. The figure darted into the forest with 4 disciples from Jiang Lang Minor close behind. Behind some bushes, 2 mysterious figures watched the group chasing the black shadow. One of them, with pointed ears, said, pretty bold of them to pull off a secret move like that right under their noses. How do you even know how to use Jiang Lang Minor's shape-shifting technique? It turned out the 2 shadows were Hao Shuang and the werewolf. As Hao Shuang calmly observed the scene ahead, he replied, I saw them use it once earlier today, so I just picked it up. Hearing Hao Shuang's calm response, the werewolf stared in disbelief. Picked it up? You. Whatever, we're running out of time. Go find the person now. In a small room, an elderly man with silver hair walked out and shut the door behind him. Then 2 Hao Shuangs appeared. The werewolf looked around and told Hao Shuang, the person you're looking for is inside. Her scent is the only one in the room. Hao Shuang gave the werewolf a quick order and pushed the door open. I'll go in. You stay out here and enjoy the breeze. Inside the room, Lin Qinyu sat on a chair, dressed in a bright red wedding gown as vivid as blood. The atmosphere in the room was chilling. Seeing the person seated in the wedding attire, Hao Shuang called out, Qinyu. When there was no response from Lin Qinyu, Hao Shuang, worried, stepped closer and asked, what's wrong? What did they do to you? Hao Shuang reached to remove the veil from her head. As the veil was lifted, Lin Qinyu's face appeared, but it was a serious version of her. 3 parts intimidating, 7 parts resembling her father. Without a word, Lin Qinyu drew a weapon and attacked Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang quickly dodged, trying to block the strike while anxiously calling out, Qinyu, it's me. Calm down. Inside the room, the chaotic sounds of their struggle created a loud disturbance, prompting the werewolf standing guard outside to warn, keep it quiet in there. Within the room, Lin Qinyu's eyes glowed red with suspicion, yet she continued her assault on Hao Shuang. Seeing the look in Lin Qinyu's eyes, Hao Shuang realized what was happening. She grabbed Lin Qinyu's wrist, which was attacking her, and said, so that's it. You've been poisoned. Then, looking up at the sky behind her, Lin Qinyu called out, Xiao Ye, can you help me figure out what kind of poison this is? Blinded by the light, Lin Qinyu sat in the chair, angrily shouting. Xiao Ye observed Lin Qinyu's frantic state and guessed, if I'm not wrong, she's been poisoned with the soul-seizing goo from the Tang men. This poison can confuse the mind, turning the victim into a puppet that can be controlled at will. It's extremely cruel, and just looking at it, you can tell it's Tang men's method. Hearing Xiao Ye, Hao Shuang asked fearfully, how do we cure it? Xiao Ye stood up, looked at Hao Shuang, and said, only the person who administered the poison has the antidote, so that's not an option. However, there's still another way. This involves the yin and yang intelligence. If you use pure yang energy to drive it out, it might work. Luckily, you have a pure yang body. Hao Shuang asked seriously, what do we need to do? Xiao Ye continued explaining, the pure yang energy needs to enter the body from below. Xiao Ye pointed towards the lower part of Lin Qinyu's body, then gestured towards her mouth, saying, if everything goes well, it could take just 10 minutes for the soul-seizing goo to crawl out from above. After explaining, Xiao Ye put her hands on her hips, gave Hao Shuang a suspicious glance, and asked, got it? Hao Shuang understood what Xiao Ye meant. He widened his eyes and refused, saying, are you asking me to use my third leg to exorcise her? Sorry, but I can't do that. Xiao Ye looked at Hao Shuang innocently and asked, why not? Isn't that hard for you to do it for just 10 minutes? Hao Shuang, feeling his pride wounded, fluffed up his hair and retorted, of course it's not that. This method is too underhanded. I definitely can't take advantage of the situation like that. Besides, my golden light shield can't break through this kind of barrier. Lin Qinyu, blinded and controlled by the quartz worm, struggled to speak clearly, saying each word with effort. I agree. Please, you must help me. If not, Jianglang Manor will be completely destroyed. Hao Shuang, seeing that Lin Qinyu was still conscious, quickly replied, Great, you're still able to communicate. Let's go, I'll take you to the hospital. Xiao Ye praised Lin Qinyu, saying, To still retain is short of rationality under the poison of soul-seizing goo, such strong willpower. Lin Qinyu, losing patience, angrily shouted, Come on, hurry up! Stop dragging your feet, are you even a man? Hao Shuang, startled by Lin Qinyu's shout, hesitantly replied, Oh, all right then. Then, worried, Hao Shuang looked at Xiao Ye and said, But my protective energy shield. Xiao Ye calmly replied, Don't worry, I have a way to break it. She then pointed at Hao Shuang and explained, Actually, this method was discovered by you yourself. It's called spirit suspension externalization. Back at the auction house, you used this technique to cultivate together with Qin Keek Sin, which helped you get rid of the poison in your body. Upon hearing this, Hao Shuang was shocked and asked, What? Are you saying that something happened between me and Qin Keek Sin? Xiao Ye confirmed, Yes, that's right. Outside, the werewolf guard poked his head in and urged them, Can you hurry up? The people outside could arrive at any moment. Can you do this? If not, I can do it for you. Hao Shuang threw the entire tea set at the werewolf's face and shouted, Go outside and catch some fresh air. Hao Shuang clasped his hands together, ready to begin the process of concentrating his energy and spirit. If that's the case, then let's do it. Xiao Ye stood behind him and guided him, saying, The secret to spirit concentration is to channel your spiritual energy and solidify it on the outside. Very few people in the cultivation world can master this technique. Once you get the hang of it, you'll be able to practice dual cultivation using the 5 elements method. Hao Shuang didn't care. With his eyes closed, he calmly said, Let's deal with the problem in front of us first. We'll figure out the rest later. Then he let out a loud shout, and suddenly another Hao Shuang appeared. Seeing 2 Hao Shuangs standing side by side, Xiao Ye exclaimed joyfully, It worked! The golden protective aura has separated. Hao Shuang looked at his hands in confusion and said, It's not just the golden aura. I feel like my cultivation has disappeared too. I can't sense my lightning technique anymore. Xiao Ye explained, It's difficult for a spiritual practitioner to cultivate multiple elemental methods at the same time because the 5 elements are hard to harmonize. But once you've mastered external spirit projection, you can isolate each elemental cultivation and set it aside as backup. In other words, even though your current cultivation is gone, you can re-equip it at any time. Got it? Hao Shuang cautiously looked at Lin Qinyu and said, Let's take care of the main task first. Qinyu, I'm sorry. Lin Qinyu, on the verge of losing control, softly replied, I don't blame you. She summoned all of her spiritual power. Her body radiated with brilliant light as she turned to Hao Shuang and said, Hurry. Hao Shuang saw the mysterious light emanating from Lin Qinyu's body. As he focused on the pulsing spiritual energy, a pink stream of light suddenly burst forth, enveloping him completely. His body merged into the radiance and vanished into a stream of pure, ethereal essence. I am like a flower bud that hasn't bloomed yet, quietly growing for 18 years in this dark cave. But right now, the cave door suddenly opens. Before I even have time to react, a huge Yingtao fruit rushes in, and just like that, I'm separated from everything. After the battle, something small appears in the palm of Hao Shuang's hand. Hao Shuang calls out Xiao Ye, the artifact. Xiao Ye, who's drooling, quickly covers her mouth and shyly says, Got it. She raises her hand and a stream of golden light appears. The object in Hao Shuang's hand begins to grow. Looking at the round object floating in his hand, Hao Shuang looks at Xiao Ye and asks, Does this thing actually work? Xiao Ye responds, Of course it does. This is the gold-plated demon sealing orb. It was left behind by the 4th generation Heavenly Master after they passed away. It's pure and strong. Purifying the soul-seizing goo will be easy. At this point, Lin Qinyu blushes and says, See, can you take it out first? Hao Shuang, surprised, replies, Sorry. Xiao Ye continues to practice her spell and says, It should be ready in about a minute. If either of you wants to say something, now's the time. Hao Shuang responds, There's nothing else. Just follow what we discussed for the engagement ceremony 3 days from now. Lin Qinyu finished getting dressed and coldly said, Lin Fan, that bastard, I swear I'll kill him myself. How dare he team up with Tang men and do something like this to my grandfather? Hao Shuang, curious, asked Lin Qinyu, Who exactly is Lin Fan? Why does he act so arrogantly? Lin Qinyu sighed and explained, He's my uncle. Although my father passed away when I was young, according to the rules of the family, I'm the one who has to take the position of head of the household. He can only assist, but he's not satisfied with that. He's been plotting all sorts of ways to take the inheritance for himself. Hearing Lin Qinyu's explanation, Hao Shuang stroked his chin. Thinking back on everything that had happened, he pieced together Lin Fan's plan. If that's the case, everything makes sense now. He sent someone to secretly follow her. After finding out the whereabouts of Kixin and the others, he sent Tang men to capture them. Then Hao Shuang asked Lin Qinyu, "Do you know where Kixin and the others are being held? I need to act quickly to rescue them." Lin Qinyu suggested, "I didn't get a chance to investigate before I was controlled, but if you go to Lin Fan's wife, Qin Shaofu, she should know exactly where they are." Hao Shuang repeated the name of Lin Fan's wife, Qin Shaofu. Xiao Ye, standing behind, raised her hand excitedly and announced, "The soul-seizing goo is ready." Holding the soul-seizing goo, which was now a dull yellow in color, Xiao Ye explained, "I've removed all the poison from the soul-seizing goo. It won't control anyone's mind anymore, but even if the one who poisoned you checks it, they won't notice anything unusual." Lin Qinyu placed the soul-seizing goo in his mouth. After he swallowed it, he encouraged her, saying, "You'll have to bear with a little hardship these next few days. You absolutely can't let them notice anything odd. We'll strike back in 3 days." Lin Qinyu turned to Hao Shuang, who was climbing through the window, and said, "Don't worry, just 3 days. I can wait. Go quickly. Rescue the 3 of them." Hao Shuang reassured her, "Got it. I'll go now." Lin Qinyu continued, "After that, you'll stay and finish the wedding with me. Take over as the head of the manor and help Jiang Lang Manor grow stronger." Hearing this, Hao Shuang, who was about to jump through the window, suddenly tripped and fell. Lin Qinyu watched him tumble out the window, resting his chin on his hand, and said, "My purity can't be given to you so easily. No way." Hao Shuang scratched his face and laughed, saying, "We'll figure that out when the time comes." Lin Fan listened to his subordinate's report, but he couldn't believe it and asked again. So, they went to the kitchen, stole 2 roasted chickens and 3 bottles of wine, then came back? His subordinate knelt on the ground and responded, "Yes, we followed them closely the entire way, making sure nothing was missed. They only went to the kitchen." Lin Fan asked again, was it Hao Shuang who went? His subordinate answered it was too dark to see clearly, but from the height, it seems likely to be him. Lin Fan rubbed his chin, closed his eyes and thought, and muttered, "What is that kid up to now?" The man kneeling on the floor continued, "I also left a group of people guarding outside the living room. No one else has gone out." As if suddenly remembering something, Lin Fan slapped the table and ordered, "Quick, go check if there's anything unusual in Lin Qinyu's room. Set up a post near his quarters and make sure no one gets too close." After his subordinate left to carry out the orders, Lin Fan patted his head and said, "I just feel like something's off. Why does my head feel so cold?" Just as he finished speaking, a voice called out from outside, "Boss, boss." Lin Fan, clearly irritated, turned around angrily and asked, "What is it now?" The maid, frightened by his angry expression, replied, "It's Madam. She wants you to return immediately." Hearing his wife's name, Lin Fan froze for a moment, breaking into a cold sweat as he thought, "This isn't good. I've been so busy these past 2 days that I completely forgot about her." Meanwhile, Hao Shuang was sneaking around, quietly searching for Lin Fan's wife's room. Suddenly, she froze when she spotted Lin Fan walking ahead, not too far away. Lin Fan smiled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together, and sweet-talked his wife, saying, "Oh my darling, I've missed you so much, I thought I was going to die from it." On the bed was Qin Shaofu, Lin Fan's wife and the granddaughter of Qin Mozhen, the Taoist master of Mount Qingqing. She was lying on the bed reading a book. When she didn't respond, Lin Fan continued, still smiling, "I've really been so busy these past 2 days. I couldn't come back to our room with you. I'm so sorry." Qin Shaofu glanced at him and said, "It's fine. I just so happened to be testing the medicine I made today." Seeing the servant girl bringing a bowl of medicine over to her, Lin Fan quickly backed away, looking for an excuse. "I'm not feeling so well today. Do you mind if I skip it?" Qin Shaofu gave him a cold look and asked, "What's the matter? You don't want to drink it?" Lin Fan panicked, quickly grabbing the bowl and chugging the entire thing down with great effort, mumbling, No, I'll drink it." Qin Shaofu smiled with satisfaction as she watched him finish the medicine, saying happily, "That's right, drink it all. Don't leave a single drop. This time I'm sure I'll be able to cure that illness of yours that keeps you from getting up." Lin Fan shakily lifted his head, swallowing hard. His body began to tremble, reacting violently after taking a potent stimulant. It seemed the drug's effects were finally kicking in. His face flushed bright red, and as he panted heavily, he said, "Honey, this time the medicine really seems to be working." The woman kneeling on the bed urged him on, Really? Then hurry up and get over here. Lin Fan lifted his head, his face burning hot. The images before his eyes had started to blur. In a flustered state, he declared with conviction, I'm coming. This time, my peak performance will finally. But before he could finish, his entire body collapsed. A violent stream of blood gushed from his nose, shooting straight up toward the ceiling. The woman, his wife, furiously tossed him out of the room, shouting in a storm of curses. Useless. Get out. Don't let me see your face again. Lin Fan sat on the ground, hugging his cheek, sobbing without tears. Honey, just give me a little more time. I swear I'll fix this. He got up and trudged away miserably. Meanwhile, Hao Shuang was hiding in a nearby bush, observing the situation. He thought to himself, good, Lin Fan is gone. He quickly crept along the edge of the wall, moving like he was preparing for a top-secret infiltration mission. Carefully approaching the outer window, Hao Shuang planned to subdue the woman and interrogate her about the location where Qin Shaofu's people were being held. Sweat trickled down his forehead as Hao Shuang squinted through a gap in the window, thinking, the only question is, will she be easy to deal with? That woman, sharp and dangerously alluring, still had a flushed face, her behavior showing clear signs of instability. Gritting his teeth, Hao Shuang muttered, looks like I'll have to rely on myself after all. Hao Shuang looked inside, wondering to himself, didn't her husband just stop by? Why does she still have to do this herself? The girl noticed his presence and immediately threw the bottle of wine in her hand, shouting, who's there? The wine bottle flew and Hao Shuang quickly dodged it. He quickly ran off, but an uneasy thought crossed his mind. Uh-oh, this woman is definitely a master. Suddenly, Hao Shuang's head collided with something soft and big, throwing him off balance and causing him to fall to the ground. The woman smiled mischievously from above and said, where did this kid come from? He's not bad looking. He looked up, sweating, realizing her speed was too much for him to handle. It seemed the only option left was to face her head on. The woman's smile turned even more playful as she laughed. Interesting. So someone dares to stand up to me. Do you know who I am? Hao Shuang suddenly launched an attack. Aren't you Lin Fan's wife? But the woman nimbly avoided him, jumping up with a cold snort. I have too many identities, but the one I like least is this one. Then she raised her leg. It was Lin Fan's wife. Her foot collided hard with Hao Shuang's chest, and he gritted his teeth as he blocked the blow. The woman blushed as she thought about Hao Shuang's strong chest muscles. He suddenly grabbed her leg, causing her to gasp. This little brat had no idea that touching my ankle would turn me on the most. Hao Shuang tightened his grip on her leg, twisting it forcefully to throw her away, but her quick reflexes and strength prevented any real harm. The woman sneered with a wicked smile. Even now, this kid still doesn't know his limits. She punched Hao Shuang hard in the stomach, forcing him to brace himself and focus. She trembled slightly, her thoughts racing. This sound, this feeling. Suddenly, Hao Shuang launched a powerful counterattack, sending her flying across the room. These weak, flashy moves won't work on me. He gritted through clenched teeth, grabbing her by the throat to warn her. My patience has its limits. Tell me where the three demons are, or you won't leave here in one piece. She shot up unexpectedly, realizing that his focus was on those three demons. Of course, she could tell him where they were, but could he get her to speak? With that, she lunged at him, full of passion. We'll see about that. The scene shifted, and Hao Shuang, now completely naked, sat helplessly on the bed. Though it wasn't exactly ethical, the situation had left him with no choice but to go along with it. He closed his eyes, focusing on channeling his inner energy to separate the golden light. A seductive foot stepped forward, lightly touching Hao Shuang's back, causing him to lose focus. He turned to ask, what are you mumbling about? The girl, who had just been fighting fiercely a moment ago, now appeared completely alluring. She was not wearing anything except for a white cloth covering what needed to be covered, her face flushed with embarrassment. Are you afraid that Lin Fan will cause trouble for you? She teased. Don't worry, as long as you satisfy me. No one in this world will dare touch you. Hao Shuang suddenly spun around, propping himself up with his hands, making it impossible for her to keep up. He locked eyes with her, speaking firmly. All right, I'll make you satisfied. Now, take me to meet them. The woman blushed even more, her breath heavy with temptation. Her long-held dream was finally coming true. A flash of light appeared. They were here. Lin Fan, holding a glass of red wine and sitting with his legs crossed, smiled as he received word from the 3 mountains, the 9 regions, and the 21 caves. All had confirmed they would send people to attend the engagement ceremony. The bald man sitting next to him raised his glass with a happy grin. This is great. This way, we can deal a serious blow to the momentum of Dragon and Tiger Mountain right in front of the martial arts community. Jianglang Manor was on the rise. It was just a matter of time. Lin Fan laughed loudly. He's so naive. The 4 words were met with applause from all corners. Lin Fan looked toward the bright full moon in the dark night. quietly plotting something big like the rustling of autumn leaves, slowly taking action, neither fast nor slow, tireless and relentless. The bald man clapped his hands in approval, while Lin Fang gazed off into the distance with self-assurance, saying, "This is amazing. I must have been a philosopher in my past life." Turning to Hao Xiao's side, the bed shook continuously with the soft cries of a woman. Two hands clung tightly together, groaning, while Hao Shuang covered her mouth with one hand, his actions beneath still ongoing. The woman stared wide-eyed, pleading, "Stop, stop, stop. I can't take it anymore." Suddenly, a girl pushed the door open. "The bird's nest soup is ready. Do you need it?" Before she could finish speaking, the girl froze, knocking over the steaming bowl of soup. She looked up to see a man and a woman naked in front of her. The woman frowned in anger at the girl's clumsy mistake. "How rude. Why didn't you knock first?" Hao Shuang tightly shut his eyes, wincing in pain, and a burst of intense light erupted, causing the girl to unexpectedly fly backward from where she stood. The woman, lying on the bed with no clothes on, seductively said, "Not bad, young man. I'm very pleased. Yingtao is my trusted confidant. She'll take you to meet those female demons." Yingtao stood quietly off to the side as Hao Shuang got out of bed. His strong, muscular body reached for his clothes and, puzzled, he asked, "Huh? Aren't you coming with me?" A woman lying there responded with a sigh. "Honestly, I can't even get up. Your little darling really is a handful. No wonder that girl, Qin Kixin's sister, keeps thinking about you. She even says you're the first man she's ever had and that you're something special." Hao Shuan got dressed, standing there with his mouth open in confusion. He couldn't understand at first. Didn't she used to feed on men's life energy for sustenance? So, the woman, with a seductive look, propped herself up and scolded him. "You're an idiot. Beauty is just a way to lure them in. There's no way she'd let those men just take advantage of her like that." Hao Shuang wiped his sweat, remembering that time in the basement. Ah, so that basement incident must have been her first time. The woman interrupted his thoughts. "All right, hurry up. Don't let anyone see you." Yingtao led the way, walking cautiously. "Please follow me." By now, Hao Shuang was fully dressed. He turned around and waved to her. "All right, I'll take my leave now." "Thanks," she said, watching him go. Go ahead," the woman replied, her gaze lingering. When the person had disappeared from sight, the seductive woman grabbed the blanket, lifted it, and stared intently. "Kid, I didn't expect there'd be blood under the blanket from the girl. You've really gotten lucky this time." Hao Shuang, following Yingtao, looked around cautiously. "We won't run into anyone, will we? If I get exposed, your boss will." Yingtao calmly continued, "The back garden is a restricted area marked off by the boss herself. No one is allowed in without permission. And even if we're discovered, no one would dare touch my boss." Yingtao turned away. "Our Qingqing Mountain is not something you can mess with." Hao Shuang, behind her, suddenly thought to himself, "Qingqing Mountain, one of the three mountains. I didn't expect her to be from there. But Qingqing Mountain is connected to Jianglang Manor." Yingtao led Hao Shuang to the entrance of the iron gate to the prison. "This is where the prison is. You can meet them, but you can't take anyone with you. I hope you won't hold it against me." Hao Shuang, being polite, responded, "Of course, I definitely won't cause any trouble for Madame Qin." When the three girls inside saw Hao Shuang's figure, they stood up in excitement. "Mr. Hao Shuang." Hao Shuang closed his eyes, smiled, and waved. "It's been so long, and you all look so fresh and delicate, which puts me at ease." Qin Kiki and Qin Kixin hugged Hao Shuang, tightly moved. "Finally, you've come to rescue us." He looked at her and asked, "Lulu, are you okay too?" Lulu glanced away, her cheeks turning pink as she replied, Yeah, I'm fine." The girl with purple hair smirked proudly and said, "See? I told you Hao Shuang would come to save us. You owe me." Hao Shuang was speechless. They were actually betting on this. The purple-haired girl leaned in close to Hao Shuang and whispered teasingly, "I made a deal with Lulu. If you really showed up to save us, she'd have to treat you to a relaxing day at the bathhouse." Hao Shuang raised an eyebrow and said dryly, "You two have way too much free time." Lulu's face turned crimson and she stammered, I was just playing along." Standing by the door, Yingtao interrupted them with a serious tone. "Time is limited. Let's stay focused and talk business." Hao Shuang nodded. "All right, give me 3 more minutes." He raised his hand and signaled to the girls. "You'll have to play along with the plan for a couple more days. When the time comes, say exactly this." A purple-haired girl suddenly covered her mouth in surprise. "Wait, are you really going that far? If we mess with the 3 mountains, 9 prefectures, and 21 caves, we could be in serious trouble." Hao Shuang's eyes lit up with determination as he smiled confidently. "If we're going to do this, then let's do it right. Get ready. The real show is about to begin." Outside the gate of Jianglang Manor, red decorations were strung up to welcome the arriving guests. Welcome, esteemed guests. Jianglang Manor is honored by your presence today. Inside, everyone was dressed nicely and sat at the table, eagerly waiting for the dishes to be served. Lin Fan clasped his hands and smiled. I deeply appreciate everyone coming from afar. My father is not in good health and cannot attend. He specially entrusted me to preside over today's wedding. A few guests with sharp tones laughed and mocked. I heard the head of the Lin family is seriously ill. Is that true? How did his health suddenly take such a turn for the worse? There must be something shady going on. And by the way, what's up with Lin Qingyu? Does she seem strange? Could she have been cursed? Lin Fan paid no attention to the gossiping crowd. Calmly, he pointed and introduced Hao Shuang. Next, I would like to formally introduce the esteemed son-in-law of Jianglang Manor, the direct disciple of the Heavenly Master from Dragon and Tiger Mountain, Hao Shuang. He smiled and ruffled his own head. Many nosy people looked around, scrutinizing him. The Heavenly Master has a disciple like this. I've never heard of him before. Could he be a fake? Impossible. The people from Dragon and Tiger Mountain are here today. If his identity were fake, he'd be dead by now. Lin Fan's eyes darkened, but he still spoke up, pretending to defend him. Hao Shuang is indeed a disciple of the Heavenly Master. Then, he turned to look at the man leisurely sipping tea at the table across from him. Right? The man with long blonde hair casually lifted his teacup. He was Bai Yu, the third disciple of the Heavenly Master. And Swami, the leader of Linglong Mountain, smirked, his eyes glinting as he spoke. Everyone knows how many friends the Heavenly Master has in the martial world. Young Master Bai, if you believe this is a false claim, just say the word. I'm sure the rest of us will know how to handle it. A voice cut in. Dao Xu, the senior elder of Kai Yun Mountain, spoke in a composed tone. If the Heavenly Master sent young Master Bai to attend this ceremony, then naturally, he is no imposter. Perhaps he is even the Master's newest disciple. Bai Yu's expression darkened slightly as he savored his tea, his eyes slowly closing. The two elders were clearly overanalyzing. The truth was, Hao Shuang truly was a disciple of the Heavenly Master. At that moment, Lin Fan chuckled and placed a hand on Hao Shuang's shoulder. The Heavenly Master truly has a discerning eye, discovering a talent like this in the vast sea of people. What you represent is not only yourself, but the name of our mountain. We can't afford to tarnish that reputation. Hao Shuang could only offer a strained smile, clearly aware of how tangled the situation had become. Naturally, someone else couldn't resist and raised a question. Elder Lin, may I ask, why the rush for this engagement ceremony? Are the two truly in such a hurry to marry? Lin Fan smiled, his thoughts unreadable. His friend asked a great question. After all, Qingyu was the future head of the family, and marriage was a big deal that had to be handled carefully. Hao Shuang said to himself, he's already made a lifetime commitment to Qingyu, and they had their issues as a couple. Naturally, we can't be careless when it comes to the reputation of the future family head. That's why we've invited you all here today to witness this together. The crowd below stirred, with some people openly sneering. Was Lin Fan really this clueless? How could he talk about something like this in public? Everyone knew he was just trying to claim the position of family head. He was probably hoping for Lin Qingyu to make a fool of himself. Just wait, there was definitely more drama to come. Then, someone else approached from behind, striking the floor with a heavy wooden cane. Old man Lin, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should. A few people noticed the old woman's arrival and started whispering, nervous sweat beating on their foreheads. Marla's hand of the East Miao was here too. Her gaze is so sharp. Could she have figured something out? Lin Fan pretended not to know the old woman and clasped his hands together in a greeting, saying, Miao Grandma, if you have something to say, feel free to speak directly. All the major righteous factions in the world are here, and they won't mind your frankness. The old woman kept her posture and stared at him intently. I've been studying medicine for many years, and just by observing her condition, I can tell whether this young lady is still a virgin. She pointed directly at Qingyu and concluded, I've carefully evaluated, and this girl Lin Qingyu is still pure. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone was stunned. The crowd exchanged looks. What? Dao Xu muttered, this situation is getting more and more confusing. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Wasn't this like scoring an own goal? Who was lying exactly? Lin Fan turned to Hao Shuang with a serious face and asked, Are you saying this just to tarnish Qinyu's reputation? Hao Shuang glanced at the people putting on a show and then replied, I'll quietly watch as you all continue with your performance. Hao Shuang added, I'm not lying. We really did have relations. Bai Yu smiled, understanding the situation. She's from the Lin family, so why not just ask her directly? Someone following Bai Yu chimed in, yeah, why has the young lady from the Lin family been silent this whole time? Lin Fan pretended to explain, I'm sure everyone doesn't know that a few days ago, Qingyu came back to the manor with Hao Shuang. As soon as they got home, she suddenly felt ill with a strange sickness and couldn't speak. I respect Dragon and Tiger Mountain. I respect the Heavenly Master. So I believe Hao Shuang's words. Oh, I never expected this. And Swami stood up, smiling as she made a suggestion. If we can't explain it clearly, we can just test it to find out the truth. Elder Lin, if you don't mind, would you let me be the judge? And Swami walked over gently and called to Kinyu. Come with me. Lin Fan stood by and clasped his hands together, explaining, if we can prove that my Kinyu is innocent, then I'll trouble you, path leader. A noisy man raised his voice and provoked. Is this kid relying on the reputation of Dragon and Tiger Mountain? The Heavenly Master has gone mad, paying such an unreliable disciple. Nothing even happened, and he's still saying that some girl likes him. Maybe Lin Kinyu was poisoned by him, who knows? Lin Fan crossed his arms and sneered, thinking to himself, you can keep pretending to stay calm, kid. Let's see how you'll be ruined later. Lady Meow stood quietly in the corner and suddenly called out in a low voice, Master Lin. Lin Fan's face darkened as he looked around, replying with clear annoyance. Didn't I tell you to act like you don't know me? Why are you here? Madame Liao raised her head and replied solemnly, I have something important to tell you. Her tone became more serious. Are you absolutely sure about her background? My vision may not be perfect, but I can still observe well enough. Just now, I noticed some things about her appearance that seemed unusual, like she's experienced more than what was claimed. She gave Kinyu a careful glance, analyzing physical signs that suggested hardship or wear. Lin Fan scowled at her, clearly irritated. You're jumping to conclusions again. Didn't I verify everything myself 2 days ago? Don't stir things up. Leave now or you won't be getting the rest of your payment. The old woman turned away, muttering under her breath. Something still doesn't feel right. How could I have misread it? Lin Fan shot a glare at her retreating figure, muttering to himself, always running her mouth. Meanwhile, someone beside Bai Yu leaned in and asked, Senior brother Bai, what should we do now? Bai Yu calmly took a sip of his tea and replied, Master told us to simply observe or not to interfere. He said that, then placed the teacup down on the table. Life and death are in fate's hands. We'll just have to see what happens with him. The sound of the door opening caught everyone's attention, and Swami walked out with Lin Kinyu. Lin Fan asked cautiously, and Master, how is it? And Swami looked at the person and gave the result. It's over. She's definitely not a virgin. Hao Shuang wasn't lying. Liao Babi made a mistake. Lin Fan stood there dumbfounded like a statue. Hao Shuang happily took Lin Fan's hand. Uncle, don't worry. I'll definitely play my part well as the bridge between Jianglang Manor and Dragon and Tiger Mountain. I'll help Kinyu secure a position as the family head and make sure you can enjoy your old age in peace. Lin Fan angrily spat, enjoy my old age? In your dreams. His eyes flashed with a murderous glare, his mind racing. Am I seeing things? Could I have made a mistake with the test that day? But I've got other tricks up my sleeve. There's no way I'll slip up. Everyone congratulated Hao Shuang. Congratulations, Hao, for marrying such a beautiful wife. Hao Shuang smiled and bowed his head in thanks. Someone eagerly asked about Hao Shuang's method of winning Kinyu's heart. Kinyu is a top-notch talent among the young generation. How did you manage to win her over? Share your experience with us. That's right. Hao Shuang closed his eyes and ran a hand through his hair. Well, this might not be something to talk about in public. The person responded politely, Oh, come on, don't treat us like outsiders. Go ahead. We'd love to learn from you. Hao Shuang seriously extended his hand and said, Then I'll give everyone 3 words. Good morning. The other 3 people froze. Good morning. Then they all suddenly realized the meaning behind it and immediately praised Hao Shuang. Meanwhile, Lin Fan gritted his teeth and called someone preparing a plan. Soul-seizing dew is still fine, right? The voice on the other end responded, I can sense it. It's still inside her body. I can control it at any time. Lin Fan smirked maliciously. Good. I can't wait to see that couple's downfall. As everyone was enjoying the party, a loud voice suddenly called out. Esteemed guests, dear friends. Lin Fan slowly walked forward. I've invited everyone here today because there's still one matter I need everyone to help judge. Lin Fan pointed directly at Kinyu and Hao Shuang. Lin Kinyu conspired with Hao Shuang in hopes of taking the family head position for herself. She seized the opportunity to attack the family head, and when caught red-handed, she pretended to be crazy and clueless. Her actions are truly infuriating. The person with a shaved head gently stroked his chin and asked, Why suddenly change the topic? The people behind them whispered, Wow, I can't believe this is happening. Hao Shuang smiled and countered, Elder Lin, you're really good at talking nonsense. If this was true, then why have you waited until now to bring it up? Lin Fan grinned wickedly. Dan, I was too cautious. You all conspired to harm the family head, so of course I wanted to take revenge right away. But since the Heavenly Master sent someone to protect us as per his orders, how could Jiang Lang Manor dare to oppose the mighty dragon in Tiger Mountain? Everyone immediately turned their gaze toward Bai Yu, judging him. I can't believe this. Who would have thought that the highly respected Heavenly Master would allow his disciple to commit such a ruthless act? Bai Yu furrowed his brow in anger, but forced himself to stay calm. I don't know anything about this, so I can't comment. Lin Fan pretended to be innocent, clutching his chest and leaning to the side. My poor father, harmed by the one person he trusted most, someone he loved. His body and soul have suffered terribly. Even a person as strong as me feels like my heart is being torn apart. If Dragon and Tiger Mountain has any issues with Jiang Lang Manor, they can just take it. But why go as far as to do something so wicked? Bai Yu quickly picked up the teacup and drank. The two people standing next to her were awkward, unsure of what to do. They could only stand there and listen to the gossip around them. How outrageous! Is that really a star with that kind of character? How could they possibly lead with integrity? Dragon and Tiger Mountain is truly despicable. They'll get what's coming to them soon enough. Lin Fan schemed wickedly, thinking about his plan to have Lin Shunyu attack him. Perfect. Dragon and Tiger Mountain has already made people angry. Now it's time to add fuel to the fire and push Lin Kinyu into a rage. If she attacks me in a frenzy, it'll prove she's been colluding with Dragon and Tiger Mountain. A man's shadow lingered behind the main pillar. It was the same person who had drunk with Lin Fan that night. The moment had come. Soul-seizing Gu was ready to strike. He was surprised that Lin Kinyu wasn't reacting at all. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he anxiously urged, do something, do something. Why isn't there any movement? Suddenly, Lin Kinyu turned her gaze toward him, her eyes filled with killing intent, leaving him stunned. Am I seeing things? Why did she suddenly look at me? Out of nowhere, Lin Kinyu leaped into the air, kicking fiercely and shouting, found you. He was shocked and barely dodged her powerful attack. This was bad. He hadn't expected her to trace the energy link of soul-seizing Gu and use it to pinpoint his position. Why wasn't soul-seizing Gu working anymore? He turned around, grinning smugly, thought for a moment, then said, but catching me won't be that easy. I'm known as the Speed King. I can accelerate 100 miles in just 4.3 seconds. Up above, the two girls with blue and pink hair wearing black sunglasses jumped down and with force unleashed a super powerful surprise attack on the bald guy's head. Hao Shuang was speechless. He'd only told them to stop the guy, but how did it end up like this? The scene on the ground showed the bald guy unconscious, blood everywhere, with his face unrecognizable. The two girls smirked and defended themselves, saying, we only knocked him to the ground. They hadn't expected his running speed to be so fast that when his face hit the ground, he slid another 60 meters, which was why he looked like that. Hao Shuang propped himself up and looked at Lin Fan. Elder Lin, you must know him, right? King Yu, standing seriously beside him, clenched his fist and said, and you. You teamed up with Tang men to poison my grandfather and then tried to frame me. People around them started murmuring, teaming up with Tang men? What's going on there? Could it be that Lin Kinyu lost his composure earlier because he was poisoned? But who is that guy on the ground? We can't even tell who he is. Lin Fan gave a silly smile, trying to prove his point. Kinyu was shocked that she would go so far as to use such a dirty trick to slander him. You're accusing me of being in league with Tang men, but who can prove it? Who can prove I'm involved with Tang men? He thought to himself, luckily that idiot Tang Shanzang is dead now. As long as he keeps quiet about everything, no one would suspect him. Lin Kinyu and Hao Shuang were at a loss for words. Guess you really can't argue with a dead man. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Lin Fan's wife is here and I can prove it. There's so much commotion, yet no one bothered to announce it, so I guess I'll just show up uninvited. Lin Fan was surprised. Why are you here, honey? He broke into a cold sweat and raised his hand. It's a bit chaotic here. If there's something you need to say, let's head back and talk. Mrs. Qin crossed her arms. Is something wrong? Do I not have the right to go out and meet people? Lin Fan grabbed Mrs. Qin's wrist and snapped. Don't forget who you belong to now. If you keep talking nonsense, Something flew toward him, forcing Lin Fan to release Mrs. Qin's wrist and dodge. It lodged into the wall. Only then did he realize it was a chopstick. Swumi glared angrily, stepping in to defend. Even though Qin Xiaofu is married to Jiang Lang Manor, she will always be a person of Mount Qingqing. Anyone who dares to disrespect her, I will be the first to oppose it. Lin Fan's face darkened. Qin Xiaofu smiled and thanked her. Qin Xiaofu pointed forcefully at Lin Fan, making him curse out loud. I can prove that the family head isn't sick, but was poisoned. 3 months ago, Lin Fan teamed up with Tang men, planning to steal the position of family head. Bai Yu glared at the situation, his voice cold. Who started this trouble? People like him are a disgrace to our rightful legacy. Lin Fan was sweating and retorted, slandering her, slandering me. Don't let that crazy woman fool you. I'll call the head of the family here to clear things up right now. He thought to himself, luckily he had planned ahead and had his trusted people positioned with that old bastard. They must have already destroyed the body and erased all traces by now. Suddenly, two bound people were thrown at Lin Fan's feet, surprising him. No need to invite anyone. Four beautiful girls standing at the corners escorting the head of the family. We've already brought him here. The woman with long pink hair spoke. Elder Lin didn't expect these two to make a move on the head of the family. Luckily, we arrived just in time to stop them. He said, so what's it going to be? Kill them or interrogate them. The two bound and bruised people begged for help. Elder, please save us. We were just following his orders. This made Lin Fan even angrier. He shouted, shut up. The man with the shaved head immediately stepped forward. Let me see. He checked the head of the family's pulse and was surprised to find it, the poison of Tang men, just as he thought. Bai Yu stood up and spoke. The head of the Lin family is so powerful. How could a small group like Tang men harm him, unless someone close to him secretly poisoned him? Lin Fan was pushed into a corner, unable to respond. He stammered, furious, and then used his inner power to charge toward Hao Shuang. Damn it, all of this is your fault. Before Hao Shuang could even touch a single strand of hair, someone slapped him so hard that a few of his teeth broke. Qin and Xiao Fu angrily shoved Lin Fan away and shouted, how dare you touch my person? Do you want to die? Lin Qinyu suspiciously asked, why does she care about you so much? Hao Shuang could only laugh awkwardly and reply, maybe she thinks I'm too handsome. Qinyu ordered his attendant, lock the traitor Lin Fan in the dungeon. We'll decide what to do after the family head's poison is cured. Hao Shuang pointing to himself and asked, is there a way to cure it? If it's really impossible, I can try, but it might not work. Qinyu gently rubbed his head and said, Dao Chu, our senior, is using needles to expel the poison. You probably won't need to do anything. A man slowly walked over, calling Hao Shuang's name. Bai Yu stood there with two companions, his eyes fixed on Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang clasped his hands and said, thank you, senior brother Bai. Thanks to you. Even though I didn't do anything, I didn't cause any trouble. The others standing around were shocked, amazed that someone would be bold enough to speak like that to senior brother Bai. Bai Yu, with a serious expression, said, from the intelligence I've gathered, your stance on demons is very problematic. The elder needs you to come forward and explain. I'm here on his orders to inform you. You have 3 days to report to Dragon and Tiger Mountain. If you don't show up within that time, I'll have to expel you from the sect on behalf of the master. After saying that, he turned around to bid farewell. Hao Shuang smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. Got it, senior brother. Take care. Then his mood darkened. Looks like he'd have to go to Dragon and Tiger Mountain again. It was late at night. The moon was a thin crescent, and Hao Shuang, exhausted, opened his room's door and sighed. I've been busy all day, finally some time to rest and recharge. A voice came from the shadows. You're really tired, huh? The words surprised him. The girl with green hair, dressed in a revealing outfit, spoke up. To repay your life-saving grace, let me help you relax. In her mind, she thought, with this carefully chosen battle outfit, I can definitely handle him. Hao Shuang gasped, his face turning red. He quickly turned around. Why are you in my room? He immediately shut the door, only to find the older sister of the girl standing there. The purple-haired woman asked, what are you standing there for? Why don't you come inside? Hao Shuang pointed at her. Ha, is she your sister? Upon hearing this, the purple-haired woman asked, my sister? How is she? The seductive girl suddenly snapped back to reality. Oh no, if my sister finds out I'm dressed like this, I'm done for. Please don't tell her. The girl inside gestured to Hao Shuang. Don't mention me. The older sister, standing outside, leaned in to peek. Kiki's here too. Hao Shuang grabbed Qin Kixin's shoulder, stopping her from entering, then pushed her back toward the cabin door. With a smile, Hao Shuang said, thank me. Qin Kixin placed a hand on her chest, blushing slightly. You do everything, didn't you? Well, it's good that you understood my intentions. If you have something to say, let's go inside. She said this, then firmly pulled Hao Shuang's hand. I'm worried about someone seeing us, she added. Hao Shuang, looking concerned, tried to stop her, but couldn't. Once they entered the room, Hao Shuang was surprised to see that Kiki wasn't around anymore. Qin Kixin held his hand and asked, why isn't she here? Hao Shuang scratched the back of his neck and smirked. Oh, it's nothing. Looks like Kiki took the chance to slip away. Suddenly, Qin Kixin started unbuttoning her shirt, revealing a bikini underneath. She blushed deeply. You went all the way to save us, and I don't know how to thank you. After thinking it over, the only thing I could come up with was this. Hao Shuang was speechless, his face darkening as he silently thought to himself, this line sounds so familiar. Of course, she's my sister. Even her lines are the same. Qin Kixin took off her outer jacket, revealing a stunning look. This is the outfit I specially picked. I'm not sure if you like it. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed from the door, causing Hao Shuang to break into a cold sweat. He slowly made his way to the door. Qin Keixin asked, "Who's that?" Hao Shuang peered through the peephole, surprised to see Qin and Xiao Fu standing outside, playfully lifting one leg in a seductive pose. Shuang, open the door. I'm here to bring you some food." Hao Shuang felt helpless and leaned his head against the door. Behind him, Qin Keixin asked with suspicion, "Why does she call you Shuang? What's going on between you two?" Outside, Qin and Xiao Fu seemed to hear Qin Keixin's voice and asked, "Why is there a woman's voice coming from inside?" Hao Shuang broke into a sweat, then gently pushed Qin Keixin. "Let me handle this. You hide for now." Qin Keixin pouted. "Why should I hide?" Hao Shuang had no choice but to explain, "Right now, I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Master. If they find out I'm close to a demon, those spirit cultivators won't let it slide." Qin Keixin shook her head, realizing the situation. "All right." She then pushed him toward the bathroom. "Go in there. Don't make a sound." The bathroom door slammed shut, and Qin Keixin called out, "Hurry up then." Qin Keixin crossed her arms, pouting. Men really are all just greedy. Kiki started sweating, raising his hand and stammering, "Sister, sister." Outside, Qin and Xiao Fu knocked repeatedly on the door. Hao Shuan, open the door. Stop hiding inside and not saying anything. I know you're in there. Hao Shuang smiled and opened the door. "It's me. It's so late already. What's going on?" Qin Xiao Fu pushed Hao Shuang aside and walked in annoyed. "Let me see who you're having fun with." Hao Shuang wiped his sweat. There was no one in the room. Qin Xiao Fu smirked. "I don't care what you do with other women, but if I help you take down Lin Fan and you owe me, you better make sure I'm well fed first. Got it?" Hao Shuang raised a finger. "I'll do my best, but I have to head to Dragon and Tiger Mountain tomorrow." Qin Xiao Fu's eyes gleamed with a mischievous smile. "Then don't sleep tonight." Inside the bathroom, Qin Keixin fumed. Where did that woman come from? Kiki shut his eyes tightly, trying his best to keep his sister from stepping in to stop things. Kiki's butt brushed against the faucet, causing both of them to immediately stop what they were doing. Qin Xiao Fu turned around sharply, his face serious. What was that sound? Inside the bathroom, someone, Hao Shuang, panicked, trying to stop them. Wait a second." She confidently swung open the door and grinned triumphantly. "Gotcha." Both of them peered inside, but all they saw was a bathtub filled with foam, water spilling over the sides. Qin and Xiao Fu crossed his arms. "There's no one in here." Hao Shuang wiped the sweat off her forehead. "I told you there's no one. The faucet must be broken." Qin Xiao Fu raised an eyebrow, thinking for a moment. "So, was this all part of the plan, fooling us by not opening the door earlier and setting this up?" She shrugged and let the dress fall off her shoulder. "I'm a conservative woman, but if you really want it, I'll reluctantly satisfy you today." Hao Shuan blinked in surprise. "What do you mean by satisfy? What do you think I'd want?" Meanwhile, Kiki and Qin Keixin, both wide-eyed, were silently covering their mouths under the water, too scared to make a sound. Qin and Xiao Fu slipped a foot into the bathtub, teasing, "The water's at just the right temperature. Let me see how it feels under the water." Hao Shuang scowled, thinking quickly. She realized that the only way to save the two of them would be to knock Qin Xiao Fu out. But if she did that, things would only get more complicated. It seemed like there was only one option left. Use the thing she desired most to make him pass out and solve everything. Here's the translation. Qin Keixin and Kiki held their breath underwater, trying not to make a sound. Outside, Qin and Xiao Fu had her back turned, her face filled with hesitation. "Do we really have to go in there? I don't feel safe," she said, pushing her wet hair away from her face. A shadowy figure appeared through the mist. It was Hao Shuang. His expression was serious, without a hint of teasing. "Don't worry, just stick to the plan," Hao Shuang replied. Just then, a strong wave of water suddenly surged, knocking Qin Xiao Fu off balance. She struggled to stay afloat, but her breath grew weaker. The fast-moving current seemed like it wanted to pull everything under. This isn't good, Hao Shuang thought. She won't last long under this pressure. At the final moment before she lost consciousness, Qin and Xiao Fu's eyes flicked toward the two figures hidden beneath the water, and then everything faded into darkness. Qin Keixin and Kiki quickly surfaced to catch their breath. Both of them stood up, letting out a sigh of relief. That was way too dangerous. We almost lost our lives. Hao Shuang turned around to look at the two of them. "You two should head back to your rooms." Qin Keixin stared at him for a while, then said, "You dared to cheat on Lin Qingyu. Aren't you worried Jiang Lang Manor will come after you?" Hao Shuang chuckled and shrugged. "Isn't it all to save you too? What else could I do, sacrifice my body? Who would have thought she'd be so desperate, finding me so quickly?" Kiki stared at Hao Shuang intently. Qin Kixin turned and stepped out of the bathtub, speaking calmly as if nothing had happened. You better not let her talk nonsense, or Jiang Lang Manor will definitely not let it slide. Kiki, let's go. She called out, but didn't hear Kiki respond, so she immediately turned back and asked, Why aren't you leaving yet? Kiki blushed and turned away. Sis, I'm an adult now. I really like Hao Shuang. Can I at least try? Qin Kixin gaped, her eyes wide in disbelief, silently cursing their unlucky fate multiple times. Qin Kixin gritted her teeth and growled, pulling her younger sister by the neck as she clung to the doorframe. You can date whoever you want, but if it's Hao Shuan, I won't let you get close. She was afraid her sister might try to steal him from her, but if she had the guts, that they could compete fairly. Hao Shuang stepped forward, pushed the two sisters out, and slammed the door shut. Go back to sleep, he said. Kiki slammed her hand down seriously. I won't back down. Qin Kixin crossed her arms and looked at her younger sister. Are you declaring war on me? Show me what your flirting skills are like. Kiki scoffed coldly. Let's just wait and see. The bathroom door opened and Qian Xiaofu, in a small t-shirt, stepped out, holding his head. Why did I pass out? Hao Shuang wiped the sweat from his forehead, supporting himself with one hand. It's probably because I was too rough. If it happens again, I'll be gentler. You really went overboard, but luckily I managed to get them out of here. Qin Xiaofu waved his hand. No need, no need. I think it's already swollen. You're impressive. Hao Shuang smiled, glancing over. You're too kind. Qin Xiaofu leaned against Hao Shuang's chest and reminded him. I can't stay long. I need to go back. Before I leave, there are a few things I need to tell you. Be careful at Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Hao Shuang looked puzzled. Be careful? What should I watch out for? Qin Xiaofu leaned back and explained, I don't know why the Heavenly Master decided to take you as his disciple at this critical moment, but he's a smart guy. He wouldn't get involved in a losing deal. He gently touched Hao Shuang's cheek. The other disciples weren't exactly useless, but maybe you were the one he picked to act as his shield. Hao Shuang looked over, thinking about blocking the shot. Qin Xiaofu gave him a light kiss on the cheek and told him to protect himself well. He also said to make sure to find his sister next time, and she'd definitely be pleased. With that, Qin Xiaofu took a long stride towards the door. Hao Shuang crossed his arms, watching him leave, thinking to himself, this sister is surprisingly kind. I really need to be careful on this trip to Dragon and Tiger Mountain. On a crescent moon night in a house on Dragon and Tiger Mountain, the senior brother and disciples clearly saw Hao Shuang and Qin Xiaofu having an affair. The person looked at Bai Yu and asked, should we report this to the master right away? Bai Yu held a cup of tea, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. He wasn't in a rush. Such powerful herbs should only be exposed at the right moment, when they can bring the highest value. Just enjoy the moon for now. Morning at Jiang Lang Manor, Hao Shuang clasped his hands together and said, if Kei Sin and the others are officially under Jiang Lang Manor, then let them stay. It's like giving them a place of protection. Lin Kinyu, sitting across from him, stared seriously and said, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will dare harm them. Kinyu's face darkened. She leaned in close to Hao Shuang and said, my reputation and integrity are already ruined. If you have the courage not to marry me, you know what will happen. Hao Shuang broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, had she really turned them into hostages? The two waved goodbye. Qin Xiaofu, standing at a distance, looked on and sent a message to Mount Qingcheng. Hao Shuang is mine. No matter what happens, he must be protected. Lu Yin, looking concerned, asked, is your spirit concealment talisman still effective? Dragon and Tiger Mountain is full of experts. What if our identities are exposed? The woman next to her replied, don't worry. The spirit concealment talisman was made by the Heavenly Master himself. No one can break it. Hao Shuang clenched his fists seriously. If they've sent me, something big must have happened. Let's see what kind of storm is brewing at Marvelous Hand of the East. The massive mountain stood tall, reaching high into the sky. The four of them got into a car and stepped out, thanking the driver. In front of them were long, connected steps, seemingly leading up the mountain. A large stone door made of huge boulders formed the entrance. Hao Shuang looked at it and said, this is the entrance to the Marvelous Hand of the East. The green-haired girl with glasses glanced over and said, this is just behind the mountain. The front side is where normal visitors enter. All the secrets of the Marvelous Hand of the East are hidden behind the mountain. The four of them began climbing the steps. The pink-haired girl wearing a hat and cloak said, it will take about 5 minutes to reach the Heavenly Master's temple from here. Although you're a disciple of the Heavenly Master and almost no one dares to offend you, there's still one person you need to be cautious of. Hao Shuang was curious, asking, who is that? The green-haired girl continued, the Grand Elder, Master Zhang of the Marvelous Hand of the East. Zhang Zhuyuan, Master Zhang, leads this sect and has the power to dismiss the Heavenly Master. He was also the Heavenly Master's senior brother. During the last Heavenly Dao contest, the Heavenly Master lost to him by just 1 point and couldn't compete for the position. Hao Shuang's eyes widened, looking down and said, "So he basically hates the Heavenly Master's people and wishes they were all wiped out, right?" The green-haired girl looked at Hao Shuang and said, "Exactly." The four of them continued up, with Lu Yiden following behind, arms crossed, saying, "Seems like things aren't going to be that easy." As they moved forward, they looked up and saw a T-pillar ahead. Inside, Master Zhang, with long, silvery white hair, was sipping tea. Master Zhang glanced over and asked, "Young friend, what brings you here?" The two girls clasped their hands in respect and replied, "Elder, we were sent by the Heavenly Master to escort Hao Shuang up the mountain and fulfill a mission." Master Zhang quickly tossed his teacup aside and appeared behind Hao Shuang. As was customary for anyone visiting the mountain for the first time, they had to be checked. He placed a hand on Hao Shuang's shoulder. After all, there had been a daring monster in the past that had used a spirit concealment talisman to sneak up the mountain. Hao Shuang turned around and wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. Hearing Master Zhang's words, he realized the situation was a bit tense. The two girls in front of him also began to sweat and spoke up, "Great Elder, the Heavenly Master has given orders. You cannot do this." Master Zhang held Hao Shuang's shoulder with one hand and with a quick motion sent the two girls flying into the distance. He kept his hand on Hao Shuang's shoulder and said, "I'm just infusing a bit of spiritual energy to check things out. Why are you so nervous?" Lu Yin, tense and holding a whip, shouted, "Let him go." Hao Shuang turned to stop her and smiled. "Master Zhang is just making sure there are no enemies sneaking onto the mountain. Why are you stopping him?" Lu Yin paused, unsure of how to respond. Hao Shuang wiped away more sweat but continued to tease, "If you have doubts, feel free to check. But when Master Zhang channels his spiritual energy, be careful. I have a lot of health problems, and if something goes wrong, you'll have to explain it to my master and the world. It's definitely not that Master Zhang intended to harm me. It's just that my body is weak." Master Zhang stood there silent with a blank expression. He turned his hand to face Hao Shuang, looking somewhat amused. Not only was calming decisive, but he also dared to threaten me. Hao Shuang smirked. "A younger generation like mine would never do such a thing. You've misunderstood." Master Zhang turned and started walking away, boring. "I'm going down the mountain for a walk. You all do as you wish." The two girls turned to ask quickly, "Did he find anything out?" Hao Shuang shrugged. "I'm not sure, but at least he didn't channel any spiritual energy." The girl with blue hair was serious. "He definitely won't leave this alone. We need to go up the mountain and meet with the Heavenly Master as soon as possible." Meanwhile, Master Zhang was leisurely walking down the mountain. A man appeared in front of him and respectfully asked, "Elder, did you find anything?" Master Zhang looked at him and ordered, "You go down the mountain personally. Gather all the information on Hao Shuang immediately." Master Zhang grinned wickedly. "Heavenly Master has eyes. After all these years, I finally have the chance to reclaim my position." At the main hall of the Heavenly Master's temple, a few figures stood waiting. The Heavenly Master and Hao Shuang had arrived. Lu Yin looked up in surprise. "This is the Heavenly Master from Dragon and Tiger Mountain." The two girls in green and pink led the way, and Hao Shuang looked at Lu Yin. "I know you can't accept this, but..." Inside the hall, four people were sitting and playing mahjong. Hao Shuang's master laughed heartily, clearly pleased with himself as he counted his winnings. Everyone at the table handed their money over to the Heavenly Master. "Although Heavenly Master, you're on fire today. I've already lost my entire salary for the month," someone remarked. Hao Shuang's master looked at Lu Ying with a smile and said, "I'm lucky to have you, Lu Ying. You're my lucky star." Lu Ying, now in her fierce form, swung a punch at Hao Shuang's master. She grabbed the betting chips in her hand and said, "I only agreed to play this round because you helped me make the double blossom pill, but don't push your luck." Her punch made a huge hole in the ceiling of the hall. Hao Shuang's master laughed awkwardly, wiping the sweat off his brow. Got it, he said. Soon, everyone at the table dispersed, each of them eager to go take care of their own business. Hao Shuang's master tried to hold them back. "Hey, where are you all going? Let's play one more round." But no one paid him much attention. Everyone quickly rushed off, eager to keep their money safe. "Move fast or you'll lose next month's salary too," someone warned. As Hao Shuang passed by Lu Ying, they locked eyes. Hao Shuang's master smiled brightly and slipped the money inside his coat. "Hao Shuang, why are you just standing there? Come on in." The four of them entered the hall, and the two girls in green and pink closed the door behind them. Hao Shuang rubbed his neck and asked, "Master, you called me in a hurry. What's going on? Master Hao Shuang picked up the mahjong tile and said, "Is it wrong for me to want to see you because I miss you?" He lightly tossed the tile towards the ceiling. To his surprise, someone was eavesdropping on the roof, and the tile hit them right on the chin. Everyone was shocked. Two girls, one in blue and the other in pink, rushed over and shouted, "Who's there?" They jumped off to the roof but found nothing, just empty space. The pink-haired girl snorted, "The thief, sure is fast." Master Hao Shuang looked at the hole in the roof and sighed, "I won at mahjong today, but it's not even enough to fix the roof. What a mess." Hao Shuang was confused and pointed at the hole. This is the main headquarters of Dragon and Tiger Mountain. How did a thief manage to sneak in and listen? Master Hao Shuang chuckled and explained, "Who says a thief always has to be an outsider? It's tough to guard against the thief, even in your own house." Hao Shuang scratched his head and thought, could it be Zhang Ju Yuan? Master Hao Shuang looked at him. "You've met him before." Hao Shuang nodded seriously. "Yes, when I first came up the mountain, he tried to check my identity, but he gave up after a while." Master Hao Shuang placed the mahjong tile back in the box and smiled. "Ah, so he must have figured out who you are, or else he wouldn't have given up." Hao Shuang rolled his eyes. "Huh? Then why didn't he just make a move?" Closing the box, Master Hao Shuang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Maybe he's planning something more devious, but never mind him. Let's focus on the important matter. He paused before continuing. "I actually called you here to participate in a hero competition." Hao Shuang was stunned. "The hero competition?" Master Hao Shuang poured tea into a cup and said, "The list of the top 10 candidates for the Heavenly Challenge is expected to be released in 3 days. As usual, the sects will select disciples they think have the best chance of winning the final battle to participate in the hunt. This is a hero competition, both a chance to showcase talent and an opportunity for a debut." He smiled and handed the steaming cup of tea to Hao Shuang. "Dragon and Tiger Mountain can choose one person. I plan to send you. This way, even if Zhang Ju Yuan discovers your identity, he won't dare to act recklessly. Consider it your protective charm." Hao Shuang grimaced, resting her hand on the table. But will he agree to it? Master Hao Shuang smiled confidently. "Of course he won't agree, but that doesn't matter. It's not his decision to make. I'm the one who decides. The rule for selecting disciples for the competition is that the Heavenly Master and Elder Ming Qi will vote. The disciple with the most votes wins." Hao Shuang slapped the table, realizing something. "Oh, so all I need to do is visit Elder Ming Qi. When the time comes, it'll be 2 against 1, and even if he objects, it won't matter. I guess you must be really close with Elder Ming Qi, right?" He smiled wickedly while rubbing his chin. "That's the person who almost chopped off my head earlier. Getting her to agree seems impossible, but I have a way." Hao Shuang, standing behind him, was speechless and confused. He carefully approached Lu Ying's room, the plan his master had told him echoing in his head. "All you need is her seal on this voting slip. Tonight sneak into her place, steal her seal, and bring it back. We'll make this happen. Once the list is announced, she won't be able to withdraw no matter what." Hao Shuang recalled his master's careless finger-pointing gesture. "She's quick-tempered and the hardest person to deal with at Dragon and Tiger Mountain. If you don't want to get beaten to death on the spot, don't let her catch you. Good luck." Hao Shuang couldn't help but feel speechless, wondering why he had chosen such an unreliable master. He climbed through the window looking around. The old man had said that every day at this time she went for a run, if he could get her seal before she returned. Before he could finish his thought, the door to the room opened. Hao Shuang panicked and quickly dove under the bed. Lu Ying, sweating from her run, walked in. Hao Shuang cursed inwardly. "That old man. Is this the kind of intel he gives me? He's going to get me killed one of these days." He blushed as he watched Lu Ying take off her black pants. There was a small wound on her leg, but it was bruised and dark, making it look pretty ugly. She frowned, applying medicine while complaining, "That's careless. I can twist my ankle just by climbing the stairs." Hao Shuang hid under the bed, his eyes wide open, unable to look away from the sea in front of him. It was all right there, exposed. Lu Ying saw something sticking up from the bed, and a huge question mark suddenly appeared in her mind. Meanwhile, the person under the bed was also staring in shock. The sound of urgent knocking echoed, almost as if the door itself might be torn down. Lu Ying, wrapped in a towel, slowly walked out and said, "Come in." She cracked the door open and saw 2 men standing outside, their faces cautious as they asked, "Who's there?" Outside, 3 masked figures exuded a dangerous aura, yet they had comical undertone. They stared at Lu Ying, releasing a stream of green gas into the air. Lu Ying didn't think to guard against it and accidentally inhaled some. Pinching her nose, she stumbled back, and an immediate warning flashed in her mind. "This is bad. It's poison." She stepped back, but unfortunately, she ended up stepping on Hao Shuang's tiny bird. This made him clutch his little guy in pain, crying out, "Sis, could you please not step so precisely?" The three masked figures charged forward aggressively, clearly aiming to capture Lu Ying. Sweat poured down her face. She was deeply worried, but she forced herself to stay calm in order to respond. They pulled out something that looked like a stick, which emitted a continuous stream of electricity aimed at her. Hao Xuan, watching from below, looked up in confusion, as if he had just fallen from the sky. Lu Ying gathered her energy and shouted, "If you have the guts, try blocking this move of mine." But before she could make her move, her mind started to blur. A look of deep worry crossed her face. Taking advantage of this, the masked figure attacked. He kicked straight into Lu Ying's chest, causing her to cough up blood, which splattered everywhere. Along with that, a scream echoed, shaking the entire solar system. Blood sprayed from her mouth, splashing onto her clothes and nearby areas. Lu Ying sat on the cold ground, clutching her chest, and asked weakly, "Who are you people?" The masked figures glared at her with murderous intent, their eyes locked on Lu Ying as one of them growled, "Enough with the questions. Where is your seal?" Ao Shuang, hiding below, was sweating, thinking to himself, "I can't believe their target is the seal." Lu Ying, clutching her chest, blinked in surprise. "The seal? You came in here just for my seal?" One of the masked figures focused his energy, speaking in sweet words that carried an invisible pressure. "Hand it over quietly. Otherwise, even though you're one of the top 3 at Dragon and Tiger Mountain, you wouldn't want to see your reputation and life ruined, would you?" Hao Shuang looked at the scene in front of him, anxiously glancing left and right, trying to figure out a way out. If they actually went through with it, everything would be wasted, but he couldn't just rush out and get spotted by Lu Ying. If she saw him, he'd be in serious trouble. His eyes landed on the pink frilly underwear that was stuck, hanging between the corner of the bed and the wall, unable to fall. The masked man approached Lu Ying and teased her. "Elder Lu, how old were you exactly? Your skin is so well taken care of, you look just like an 18-year-old girl." They laughed crudely, joking around with Lu Ying, trying to see if she was as young underneath as she appeared. They were too busy laughing to notice Hao Shuang, who was standing sharply behind them with his arms crossed. Hao Shuang made his move. In the blink of an eye, he knocked out 2 unprepared men. With one swift kick to each, he created a perfect 180-degree angle. The man nearest to Lu Ying turned around suddenly and asked, "Who's there?" Hao Shuang, holding what he had pulled out from between the bed and the wall, fashioned it into a pink mask and introduced himself. "I will change my name when I leave, and I know change my family name when I sit. A masked hero." Lu Ying blushed, embarrassed. She looked at the object covering his face and thought, "Isn't that the underwear I lost earlier?" The remaining masked man, furious, lunged forward. "Damn it! Stop talking nonsense. Are you looking for a fight?" Hao Shuang was quick. With one punch, he knocked the man's mask off, sending a few of his teeth flying. "Here's a punch for you." Hao Shuang played the role of a hero, rescuing the damsel in distress. With a swift punch, he sent the masked assailant flying, pinning him to the ceiling, creating a stunning scene. He then stepped forward to help Lu Ying, who was sitting on the ground, and asked, "Are you okay? Who were those people?" Lu Ying took his hand, accepting his concern, but responded in a cold tone, "I don't know them. They're not from Marvelous Hand of the East." She glanced at the unconscious attackers on the floor and made a guess. There's no backup from the inside, so it's impossible for outsiders to infiltrate without causing any noise. It looks like there's a traitor in Marvelous Hand of the East. She adjusted her clothes, then turned to question the man before her. "Then who are you? Why were you hiding under the bed?" Hao Shuan covered his face and turned away. Being recognized meant certain death. He clasped his hands together in a brief salute and answered dismissively, "I'm just passing through, nothing more. Goodbye." Suddenly, she called out, stopping him. "Wait a second." There was a strange noise coming from the window, followed by bright sparks of golden electricity. The unexpected turn of events made Hao Shuang spin around in defense. A surge of golden lightning energy rushed toward Lu Ying, striking her hard in the chest. She was sent crashing into the wall, coughing up blood. Another masked figure attacked, and Lu Ying, badly injured, recognized the familiar flash of lightning. "You're from Marvelous Hand of the East." The attacker's gaze turned fiery red, staring at her with an intent to kill. He snarled, "Where's the seal? Don't force me to kill you." Lu Ying, despite being restrained and seriously injured, still tried to resist with all her strength. She gritted her teeth and responded, "Even if you manage to get it, so what? Are you brave enough to actually use it? I certainly won't give it to you." The person calmly focused, and with that, it was no longer her concern. Hao Shuang suddenly soared up from behind like a superhero, kicking and shouting, "I'm still here." The masked figure formed a spherical energy ball, quickly used one hand to pull Hao Shuang into it, and launched him far away, slamming him to the ground. His mind quickly processed the situation and concluded, This person is too strong. With a murderous glare and a surge of fury, he threw something, his eyes filled with killing intent as he shouted, "You ruined my plan. I'll deal with you first." Lu Ying spoke up to stop him. "Wait, let him go. I'll give you the seal." He paused, turned around and said, "All right, where is it?" Lu Ying pointed toward a wooden cabinet and revealed a second drawer. Inside, there's a secret compartment. "Take it." The masked figure was cautious and with suspicion asked, "Hidden so carefully, there's definitely no trap, right?" He turned to Hao Shuang and gave him an order while still wearing the lifeless mask. "Kid, go over there and bring me the seal." Hao Shuang walked toward the cabinet, grabbing the old worn-out pole and preparing to open the drawer. He stared at the cabinet and grumbled, "Hidden so well, how long would it take me to find it if I were the one searching?" He threatened Lu Ying with violent gestures and urged Hao Shuang, "Move faster." Hao Shuang grabbed the seal tightly in his hand and responded, "The item's here. Once you take it, you have to release me." In a flash, the masked man zoomed toward the seal, snatching it away. Immediately after, he flew toward the window, sneering before disappearing. Lu Ying collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest, exhausted and anxious. "Phew, if I were poisoned, I definitely wouldn't have let him push me around like that." Lu Ying got back on his feet and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your help, Hao Shuang. I didn't expect you to risk yourself to save me." Hao Shuang brushed off the formality. "Don't mention it, anyway. I couldn't just stand by and watch someone die." Then you stopped, suddenly realizing, "Oh no, I've been caught." Lu Ying was sitting on the bed with Hao Shuang standing awkwardly next to her. The Heavenly Master had told her to steal the seal to recommend her for the hero contest, right? She sighed, "Wow, I was really knave," and winced softly from the pain. Hao Shuang rubbed his head and asked, "Where does it hurt? Should we go see a doctor?" Lu Ying rubbed her back and declined, "No need. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Just a little medicine will be enough. Can you bring me the ointment on the table?" Hao Shuang moved closer and grabbed the small box. "Does this medicine even work? Your injury looks pretty bad." He was startled, dropping the box as he looked at her. "Huh, what are you doing?" Lu Ying, only covered by a towel, blushed and lay on her stomach. "I can't do it, so you'll have to apply it for me." Hao Shuang grinned, his face taking on a mischievous look. "Are you serious?" Lu Ying urged, "Stop talking and just apply it already." She guided Hao Shuang on how to apply it. "Be gentle when you apply it. It's best to focus your energy through your fingertips to make the medicine work better." Hao Shuang knelt beside her. "I'll do my best." He gathered energy in his fingers and pressed gently on the wound, making her groan softly. "All right, I'll try it," she said, and then let out a soft, suggestive sound. Hao Shuang focused the energy in his fingers, gently rubbing the ointment into her injury. Lu Ying moaned quietly, "Be gentle, please, gentle." Hao Shuang continued, rubbing carefully. "I'm being as gentle as I can. Does this still hurt?" She blushed, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato, and responded, "It's not about the pain. Just keep going." Hao Shuang continued, applying the medicine while saying, "If it doesn't hurt, why are you making a sound? You're so hard to understand." A group of disciples walked up to the room. The two of them slowly moved toward the door, which showed signs of being broken into. It turned out that someone had ambushed Elder Lu, so they entered the room. But one of them suggested, "Wait, let's listen for a moment and check the situation inside first." They pressed their ears against the door, trying to eavesdrop. But suddenly, they heard some strange noises that made their faces turn red and their expressions embarrassed. They quickly turned around and started whispering among themselves. "What's going on inside? It sounds kind of lively. What should we do now? Should we still be worried?" Inside, Lu Ying heard the noise. She cast a spell that shot out, startling Hao Shuang. "Who's out there?" Hao Shuang couldn't stop it in time and just watched as the door was shattered. The group quickly covered their heads and shielded their eyes in an exaggerated, guilty way. "Elder Lu, we didn't see anything. Please don't kill us." Lu Ying inside grew more flustered and embarrassed than ever. Hao Shuang was speechless and covered his face. This was impossible to explain now. The next morning, at the Heavenly Master's main hall, the Heavenly Master chuckled with delight, nudging Hao Shuang playfully. "As expected from my favorite disciple, on your first day on the mountain, you already managed to subdue the female demon of Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Well done, well done." Hao Shuang felt helpless and didn't know how to shut his master up. He glanced ahead, silently pleading, "Master, please stop talking. Someone's about to lose it." The figure of the woman in front was burning with rage, her killing intent clear. Lu Ying crossed her arms, sitting in a chair. "I'm too lazy to explain. Let's get to the point. What do we do about the stolen seal?" Master Hao Shuang analyzed the situation. The enemy's move was ruthless. They didn't seem to have any intention of leaving a way out. But it's strange. Why would they want your seal? Hao Shuang pointed to himself. Could it be to prevent me from joining the hero competition? Master Hao Shuang responded, even if they took it, they could always carve another one. It's not very likely, though. Lu Ying calmly thought it over, scanning Dragon and Tiger Mountain. The only person who would dare to strike at me is Zhang Ju Yuan. The one who injured me has high cultivation, and only his disciples could have that level of strength. Master Hao Shuang leaned on his hands, fully understanding the logic, but he couldn't say it like that. Without proof, even if they criticized him, Zhang Ju Yuan would just deny it, leaving them in a passive position. Hao Shuang's deep voice echoed as he pointed and laughed. If that's the case, let him make his own mistakes and expose himself. The Heavenly Master called for an urgent meeting, and I'm sure everyone knows that last night a thief ambushed and injured Elder Lu, stealing her seal as well. The elders were talking among themselves. This is outrageous. If we let this slide, what else is left to tolerate? They're completely disregarding the Dragon and Tiger Mountain. The Heavenly Master raised his hand to quiet them down. Everyone, please calm down. The thief will be caught sooner or later. He will strike again, and when he does, we must be ready to capture him on the spot. Meanwhile, at Zhang Ju Yuan's place, his third disciple, Hu Kongming, was kneeling with his eyes closed. In front of him, Zhang Ju Yuan sat in a chair, scolding him. I warned you before you left. Don't reveal your martial arts. And what did you do? Not only did you attack, but you didn't even check the seal before bringing it back. Hu Kongming took out the seal and a piece of paper, showing them skeptically. She hid it so well, how could it be fake? Let me test it and see. On the roof, the three of Hao Shuang were standing, and their master, impatient, asked, Didn't you say they would reveal a flaw? Why haven't you gone after them yet? Stop beating around the bush. Tell me, what exactly do you have? Hao Shuang leaned on his hand and chuckled softly. Actually, back then, I just took the opportunity to add something to the seal. Lu Ying asked again, What did you put on the seal? Hao Shuang crossed his arms and looked at Lu Ying as he explained it was something a senior Heavenly Master created when he was refining pills. It was left behind in the Linglong Tower, and I took it out and used it. If you hit it with force, stop for a moment, then look at the houses and it will explode. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion went off from the direction of Zhang Ju Yuan. Hao Shuang glanced toward the explosion in the distance and sighed. Oh, sure enough, that guy Kongming must have touched the seal to check if it was real or fake. Hao Shuang's master smiled, while Lu Ying looked around and shouted, That direction is the main hall of Zhang Ju Yuan. Hao Shuang's master smiled again, this time with a hint of indifference, and urged, Let's go see what's going on. At the main hall of Zhang Ju Yuan, a large fire raged and the area was engulfed in smoke. People were shouting, trying to put it out with water. Hu Kongming, covered in dirt and with a filthy face, staggered out, coughing heavily. He fell to his knees, his eyes wide in disbelief, and shouted, No way, when did they tamper with the seal? Zhang Ju Yuan stood in front, completely spotless despite being directly involved in the situation. What a fool. He had fallen right into the trap. He glanced at the three figures rushing towards him, like dogs sniffing out the scent of something they couldn't resist. Zhang Ju Yuan reached out and touched Hu Kongming's shoulder, making him, sitting on the ground, still unable to believe what was happening. Then he spoke to him, Kongming, you're the disciple I value the most. Now that things have come to this, don't blame your master. With that, Zhang Ju Yuan used an enhancement spell and struck Hu Kongming hard on the head, causing him to suffer painfully. From behind, Hao Shuang rushed forward and shouted, This is bad. He's trying to silence him. Hu Kongming died with his eyes wide open, collapsing to the ground. Hao Shuang quickly ran over, yelling, Stop. Behind Zhang Ju Yuan, a massive fire was burning uncontrollably. Unexpectedly, the fire had erupted so suddenly that it caught the attention of the Heavenly Master, who was forced to intervene. Hao Shuang rushed to check Hu Kongming's breath. He was dead. It was truly cruel. Zhang Ju Yuan, closing his eyes, turned a blind eye, offering this excuse. Hu Kongming was unfortunate enough to get caught in a fire. As his master, I feel heartbroken as well. As for how the fire started, I will make sure to investigate and give Hu Kongming an explanation. Hao Shuang could only watch helplessly as the body of Hu Kongming was carried away. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. This old man was truly cruel. If he sensed anything suspicious, he'd immediately kill his own student to protect himself. Master Hao Shuang turned to Lu Ying and asked, So, are you calm now? Lu Ying turned his gaze away and snorted coldly, This old man, sooner or later, I'll settle all the old and new debts with him. Master Hao Shuang turned around and spoke to the two of them. Forget it. It's enough for now. At least he won't object to Hao Shuang participating in the hero contest. Let's head back to the room for drinks. Lu Ying glanced at Hao Shuang and asked, What are you thinking? Hao Shuang rubbed his chin, looking out the window. I find it strange. What exactly are they trying to achieve by stealing the seal? On the quiet full moon night at Dragon and Tiger Mountain, a girl cried out completely naked. Zhang Ju Yuan, uninterested, growled in frustration, screamed louder, be more vulgar. After finishing, he exhaled just as a figure arrived to report Master Zhang, the detective, is back. The girl lay unconscious on the bed after their encounter. Zhang Juyuan put on his clothes and got up, saying, "Tell him to come in." The detective walked in, knelt down, and presented a scroll of paper. "Elder, I have fulfilled my mission. I've thoroughly investigated the background of the person named Hao Shuang." Zhang Juyuan took the scroll and opened it. "Has anyone noticed your movements?" The detective clasped his hands together. "I was very careful. No one noticed anything." The elder's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Hao Shuang's identity to be. He laughed out loud. "Looks like heaven is on my side." Meanwhile, Hao Shuang and his master stood facing each other. Hao Shuang rubbed his head, puzzled. "Master, why did you bring me here?" Master Hao Shuang placed his hands behind his back and smiled. "Although the power base in Dragon and Tiger Mountain has been removed, winning the hero tournament is not an easy task. I need to see how strong you are now. Go ahead, attack me with everything you've got." Hao Shuang's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and grinned mischievously. "Since you said it like that, I'll be a little disrespectful." Master Hao Shuang shook his head. "Kid, you've definitely got some personal grudges in this." Hao Shuang tensed up, his body glowing brightly as fiery energy surrounded him. The Heavenly Master was shocked. "Wait, since when has this kid?" Hao Shuang shot forward at lightning speed toward the Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Master focused, sweating coldly, thinking, "This isn't right. This kid's power isn't supposed to have become this strong." He dodged Hao Shuang's powerful attack, and suddenly, a cloud of dust filled the air. This is just too insane. But the wall would have a large hole, and the thick smoke filled the air, making the scene blurry and unclear. Master Hao Shuang stood there, wide-eyed, staring at the big hole in the wall. He scratched his head and began his usual complaining performance. "Oh no, Master, I'm guessing I don't need to pay for the repairs, right?" Master Hao Shuang turned to him, yelling and spitting as he spoke, his mind consumed with thoughts of money. "Don't you worry that a single punch from me could kill you." Hao Shuang shrugged casually and replied in a calm tone, "But you told me to go all out." Heavenly Master gritted his teeth in anger, his face sweating as he thought it through. This brat really was his grandfather's grandson, all right. He would have to show some real skill if he was going to continue being this kid's teacher. Zhang Ju Yuan immediately began to gather his energy, one hand glowing green and the other red. The two charms were activated together. Hao Shuang watched in even greater surprise as the entire scene unfolded with the two elements at play. Master's glasses sparkled as Zhang Ju Yuan extended his hand, now surrounded by green energy, and pointed directly at Hao Shuang, commanding him as if speaking to something in front of him. "Go." A large stream of water shot down from above, drenching Hao Shuang's head. Surprised, he scrambled to react. "Master, don't go overboard like that." Master Hao Shuang, clearly pleased with himself, explained, "Fighting requires enthusiasm. You need to adapt." Hao Shuang frowned angrily and said, "The more I beg, the more it excites you, doesn't it?" With that, he released a burst of power, but the impact of the waves of water caused his body to feel like it was about to shatter, even though he was protected by a golden aura. His master was surprised that his disciple had broken through the barrier of the realm, yet still maintained the golden aura. He felt proud that his student had discovered the flaw in the golden aura. Hao Shuang, injured and clutching his stomach, spoke to his master, "Do you have a backstory too?" After trying to convince him for a while, the master finally stopped fighting and sat down to drink and talk. Zhang Ju Yuan, angered, said, "You dare expose your master's secrets." He raised his hand, which was wrapped in golden energy, toward Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang refused to back down. He countered, but the golden aura couldn't block the attack. Hao Shuang unleashed a counterattack, summoning a powerful spiritual beast. But it was no use. A red flame burned Hao Shuang. The master, standing nearby, looked sad. He called out with a sincere and urgent tone, "Hao Shuang, don't blame me. It's just that I want you to grow stronger. I wanted to push you to your limits so you could survive the competition." Hao Shuang screamed, and suddenly his eyes lit up with sparks. Zhang Ju Yuan, taken by surprise, wondered what that was. Then he suddenly realized that Hao Shuang had absorbed all of his spiritual energy. Hao Shuang raised his hand, throwing out flashes of blue and red light toward his master. Zhang Ju Yuan, filled with fear and shock, saw a massive beam of light shoot up from the mountain where Hao Shuang and his master were standing. The air was thick with smoke, and as Hao Shuang swung his hand, a voice suddenly rang out, "Monster, monster." Hao Shuang returned to his normal state, still waving his hand. He paused and then asked, "What happened?" His master, face smeared with dirt and clothes torn, angrily scolded him. "Look at what you've done," he muttered to himself. "I must have spoken unconsciously just now. I don't know what's hiding inside Hao Shuang." A voice came from nearby. "Quick, go to the martial arts hall and check it out." His master, alarmed and anxious, said, "This is bad. The people from the sect are coming. Hao Shuang, hurry. We can't let them see this." He added, "Just pretend you don't know anything." His master pushed Hao Shuang along. Hao Shuang, still shocked, quickly replied, "Got it. I'll go, but I swear I don't remember anything. I feel like I've seen a ghost." At that moment, a figure appeared on the roof, dressed like Hao Shuang's master, his face clearly showing anger. He said, "So that's why he found you. You, a monster, can't live in this world." Inside a room, a man sat in meditation, exuding a fresh burst of energy. He focused all of his thoughts. "There's no way my strength could have pushed my master to that point. But what happened? Why can't I remember anything at all?" Suddenly, a stone flew through the door, grazing his face and leaving him stunned with wide eyes. Without wasting a moment, he rushed outside, but the person had already disappeared. All he could catch was a glimpse of him carrying someone and running away. He immediately gave chase, not stopping to think, sometimes breaking into rooms to rob, other times kidnapping. As Dragon and Tiger Mountain turned into a marketplace or something, he reached a stream. Then the person slowed down. He quickly caught up and shouted, "Give her back to me." In an instant, he jumped into the air, delivering a powerful kick to his opponent's side, sending him crashing into a large tree with a loud thud. He ran over, carefully lifting her into his arms, calling out in worry, "Lu Yin, Lu Yin." A white-haired man appeared behind him and spoke, "Don't worry, she's just asleep." Relief flooded over him, but then he realized something was wrong. Without hesitation, he pushed off the ground, spun around, and kicked the man. Cautiously, he raised his hand, preparing to strike. It was that old man again. Hao Shuang immediately used both his hands and all his strength to strike, but to his surprise, the man blocked it with just one hand. He was stunned and casually pulled out a red charm, saying, "Don't worry, I just want to talk to you." He sneered, "Sorry, but I have nothing to talk to you about." But the next thing the man said caught him off guard. "Don't you want to talk about your grandfather? You don't want to hear about that?" He furrowed his brow. "My grandfather? How do you know him?" The man explained, "I know who you are, so you don't need to hide it anymore." His voice grew serious. "You're a demon, aren't you?" Hao Shuang had nothing to argue and silently accepted the truth. The man continued, "I know Ru Fang is also your master, and I have an idea about his intentions, but there's something I must tell you." He paused before speaking again. In the past, Ru Fang participated in the heavenly cleansing Tao. His grandfather, Hao Lei, was the leader of the 36th heavenly cultivations announced by the He-Tu. Hearing this, Hao Shuang's eyes widened in shock. The man spoke calmly. "Ru Fang was able to defeat the heavenly cleansing Tao because he killed many of the most powerful celestial beings. The heavenly master's records make it clear. When the heavenly king died by his hand, that's when the real problem started." He smirked and said, "If he really killed the heavenly star, then where did you come from? Did Ru Fang fool you into believing all of this?" He seemed to realize something, narrowed his eyes, and exuded a dangerous aura. "What do you want?" To his surprise, the man simply raised his hand and smiled. "Don't get worked up. Although you're a demon, I'm not interested in killing you. In fact, I need you alive and well. Only then can we expose Ru Fang's deceitful actions." The young man closed his eyes and sighed deeply, a look of sadness on his face, which confused the man. What was he sighing about? But he didn't say anything and ignored him. Turning, the young man coldly picked up Lu Yin and said, "Elder, what's wrong with you? You've only had one drink, and now you're talking nonsense. My grandfather's name is Hao Da Biao, not Hao Lai. It's certainly not some heavenly star you're talking about." The man was stunned. "Hao Da Biao." The young man didn't care, turning around with a cold tone. "I need to go back and focus on my training. I have to prepare for the hero competition and bring glory to Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Don't go spreading rumors that I'm a demon. If that gets out, Dragon and Tiger Mountain won't have a place in the martial world anymore." He gritted his teeth in frustration, and the group hiding behind him looked stunned. Did he discover that we're recording? Impossible. We use the public rules to hide it. Even if Heavenly Master himself showed up, he wouldn't have been able to detect it. He was a bit annoyed. Without any evidence, their only option was to find a way to take it from him. Gather the team, prepare for the hero competition. Even if we have to use images, we need him to admit he's Hao Lei's grandchild. The two immediately obeyed and responded in unison, yes. One of them frowned and said, "But he's protected by a golden aura that Heavenly Master personally gave him. It might be hard for us to capture him." The man's face twisted with malice. "Don't worry. I've left him a big gift. Tonight, he won't be able to protect that golden aura. After returning to the house, he held Lu Yin in his arms, thinking carefully about how to arrange everything for her first. He needed to quickly find his master to report the situation. He was fishing for information, which showed that they still didn't have any solid proof. Suddenly, her hand shot up in front of him, catching him completely off guard. Yeah, her face flushed bright red, and she stammered, I need you. He broke into a cold sweat. What they? Are you serious? We're in the middle of a crisis, and you're acting like this now. Before he could react, she shoved him hard against the wall, jolting his entire body. Was this some kind of feverish reaction? Was the poison affecting her mind? Her voice trembled with desperation as she shouted, "From where you are, help me now." He panicked, looking around for an exit or help, but the dizziness in his head confirmed it. He'd been drugged too. He needed his master. He needed answers. Suddenly, her eyes turned bloodshot. With a swift motion, she pulled out a whip and lashed it toward him, the impact sending a shock through his senses. She used it to trap him, the binding tight and unrelenting. He struggled as she threw him backward onto the bed. He gasped, eyes wide, shouting, "Lu Yin, get a hold of yourself." Her expression remained dazed, her face burning with heat. Her hand trembled as she reached for him again, her thoughts clearly no longer under control. Wait, do you even realize what you're doing? Panic surged in him as he saw her step closer, unsteady and breathless, eyes filled with a strange light. Her voice cracked as she whispered, "Please do something. I can't take it anymore." He was panting in fear, thinking, I'm about to be crushed to death. Meanwhile, she let out soft, delicate moans. Elder Lu, standing at the edge of the forest, was still deep in thought, feeling uneasy. He quietly decided he should ask that young guy for help in applying the medicine. But deep inside her, an odd feeling suddenly stirred. After practicing the Tao for 30 years, why couldn't she control her inner demons? Another part of her mind wondered if there was any sect rule that forbade disciples from giving massages. What about breaking the rules of propriety? Didn't the Heavenly Master often come down from the mountain to help poor female students? While still lost in thought, she suddenly heard strange moans. She leaned her head out of the window, listening curiously. What is that? It sounds like someone's in great pain. She peered inside and saw him wrapped tightly in a blanket, lying at Lu Yin's feet, which made her blush deeply. She quickly sat down. What are they doing? Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. Could this be the legendary dual cultivation? He gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. I'm going to die. At that moment, Lu Yin regained her senses and turned to look at him. What's going on? He was overjoyed. You've regained your clarity? Quickly, let me go. He frowned, questioning. Have you been poisoned? Why are you suddenly acting so strangely toward me? She looked bewildered. Me? Her eyes clouded, clearly confused about what was happening. He looked more closely and noticed red marks spreading along her neck. She murmured weakly, I don't remember anything. The red marks grew more visible, like some kind of rash or reaction spreading across her body. She glanced down and noticed her sweat-drenched skin, her voice trembling with worry. What's happening to me? Suddenly, her face flushed bright red, her voice faltering in panic. I feel really uncomfortable. At that moment, a voice rang out from the window. That is the cinnamon soul technique from the 8 great gifts fighting techniques of the martial world. Once afflicted by this passion-based poison, the mind becomes disoriented, and the only way to neutralize it is by harmonizing inner energy through dual cultivation. He turned around, stunned. Elder Lu, why are you here? Lu averted her gaze slightly, responding quickly. Don't worry about me. Quickly help stabilize her energy flow. I'll stand guard outside. He nodded and caught Lu Yin, who was trembling. All right, thank you. Lu Yin clutched the sleeve of his robe, her voice almost pleading. Please, help me. He reassured her, placing his hand gently on one of her pressure points. Stay calm. I'll help you regulate your energy and keep your mind steady. Inside the room, the sounds of pleasure echoed, causing Elder Lu outside to flinch. She found herself wondering if those sounds were truly expressions of comfort. In that moment, she suddenly had to reconsider her own actions, quietly questioning whether she was doing the right thing. As time passed, second by second, the sounds from inside the room still carried out, making Elder Lu's heart race uncontrollably. She scolded herself, trying not to let these things affect her. But for some reason, her mind refused to focus, and the more she resisted, the more intense the sensation became. You want to scream, and you absorb it. Try to release as much energy as you can. What's with this strange attraction? Suddenly, a brilliant light exploded everywhere as his golden aura began to crack and break apart. His eyes turned bloodshot. Something was wrong. His golden aura's split form was about to be destroyed. Just then, a surge of power enveloped the golden aura. So it's Elder Lu, he thought. I'll protect the golden aura for now. Keep going. He wiped the sweat off his brow, relieved. Thank you, Elder Lu. Meanwhile, Lu Yin continued to moan uncontrollably. The elder Lu, standing beside her, found it hard to control himself, his face flushing red. The sensation at such a close distance was even more intense. A small trickle of water had seeped between the folds of her dress. It was strange. Why couldn't she steady her legs? She furrowed her brow. After a moment, Lu Yin woke up, lying on the bed. What happened? Why am I here? She asked, confused. Elder Lu gently said, You're awake. Do you feel any pain or discomfort? He quickly nodded and explained, You were poisoned by Zhang Ju Yuan, which caused you to lose your senses and put your life in danger. Elder Lu added, I can assure you, he did all of this just to save you. Please don't blame him. Lu Yin blushed, embarrassed. Could it be that I... Immediately, she started crying. He panicked, saying, I didn't mean to take advantage of you. I'll make it up to you, okay? Through her tears, Lu Yin asked, How are you going to make it up to me? That was my first time. I was half conscious and you took it from me. He became anxious. Then tell me, what can I do? If it's something I can do, I'll agree to it. Suddenly, she stopped crying, her eyes sparkling like stars. You said it, not me. He realized in that moment that he had been tricked. How do you want me to make it up to you? She raised a finger and smiled softly, saying, I don't remember anything, so you'll have to make it up to me one more time and leave you speechless. Elder Lu, feeling embarrassed, had no choice but to turn around and leave, leaving them both behind. Lu Yin moved closer, saying, Hurry up, do you know how long I've been waiting for this? He, on the other hand, was terrified and kept backing away. This can't be rushed. You might have to give me some time to cool down. She sighed to herself, thinking, I guess I'll just go back and apply some medicine and maybe change my underwear too. The next day, Zhang Ju Yuan and his disciples stood around Shuang, the disciple assigned to lead the mission to win the hero challenge to eliminate evil and protect the people. Did he really believe in himself? His eyes were hollow, and he muttered weakly. The people around him whispered among themselves, What had that kid been up to last night? Elder Lu approached him and asked, Why do you look like this? Haven't you already embarrassed your master enough? He cried out, unsure of how to explain, Help me. Nothing happened with the woman. It's not like men behave the same way. Does she even know how I've been living these past few days? No, even the fire and the production team can't control things like this. She stepped forward and whispered, I heard that girl always gives Zhang Ju Yun a brocade flag with the words, the living bodhisattva on Dragon and Tiger Mountain, bringing joy to both men and women, truly helpful. Zhang Ju Yuan was so angry that his face twisted, and he fell ill right on the spot. His eyes looked like panda eyes, and he sighed, I believe she is sincere. Bai Shixiang, who was standing beside him, spoke up and glanced at him. Hao Shuang, it's time to leave. I'll take you to the hero competition venue. He immediately acknowledged the command, Yes, master. He turned and bowed. I promise I won't disappoint everyone and will bring back glory. Then, without warning, the evil's claws grabbed him, lifting him up, and he was stunned. He cried out in alarm. Elder Lu and the master, standing below, sighed. You asked Bai Yu to take him. Do you want someone there to help in case of danger? Of course. Bai Yu is the one who makes me feel the most at ease. In the sky above, the eagle was still carrying him. Bai Shixiang, this beast mount is amazing. Can you find me one like it when you return? Bai Yu chuckled softly. All right, I'll pick one for you myself when you return from the hero competition. He smiled in response, then, thank you in advance, senior brother. But to his surprise, the man's expression turned sly as he said, Well, that depends on whether you survive until the competition ends. In the southwest of the 10,000 Great Mountains, two of them had stopped at a steep cliff. Bai Yu stepped forward, then suddenly exclaimed, Over here, there's a registration spot for the hero competition nearby. A chubby man was sitting there, munching on sunflower seeds while waiting. He stood up respectfully and said, Excuse me, I'm here to register for the Dragon and Tiger Mountain competition. The man grinned widely, showing off his bright, shiny teeth, and pressed a button on a nearby box. Go ahead and join the competition quickly, he said. The other man was taken aback and commented, Wait, it's starting already. Isn't the official competition tomorrow? Shouldn't we wait for people from the other sects to arrive before starting? The man responded with an air of arrogance, not bothering to listen to him. Only lazy people arrive a day early. After a brief pause, he raised his tone and added, Some people have already arrived up to 10 days in advance. After hearing this, he was left speechless, as if the world had just dropped something shocking on him. He had no idea what was going on. The man continued, You're the last ones. Bai Yu, standing to the side, was also confused, but decided to hurry into the arena. He figured he wouldn't be left waiting too long. Hao Shuang, even more stunned, replied, This doesn't make any sense. How is this not a coordinated start to the competition? The man stroked his beard and said, If you want to blame someone, blame Marvelous Hand of the East for not taking this competition seriously. The resource bag only has one left, and inside it is a weapon. Without hesitation, the boy grabbed the bag and rushed off. I'm leaving now. I'll come back and file a complaint with you later. The man behind him continued to laugh, still carrying that tone of disdain as if ready to welcome anyone at any time. In a flash, the boy jumped off the rock ledge. Senior brother, tell master to expect good news from me in 3 days. Baiyu, standing above, watched him leave, his face growing serious. Are you planning to wait here? The boy casually turned his head and replied, No, I have things to do. I'll be back in 3 days. He smiled as if he understood. 3 days, huh? That should be enough. Don't worry, I'll be a witness in case something unexpected happens while you're not around. After he landed, the ground around him sank deeply. He stood up and brushed off the dust. Then he asked, I thought I'd get a good meal when I got here, but I didn't expect to rush into the mountains like this. Where am I supposed to find food? Suddenly, a large shadow appeared behind him, startling him. It was a massive bull, looking a bit like a wild boar, standing right behind him, but not scaring him at all. He immediately said, Well, looks like we got some meat. He politely thanked Mother Nature for her gift. Then he started checking his surroundings to see what resources he had. After pulling everything out of his bag, he found a pair of scissors, a rope, and a card that left him stunned. Holy crap, does he really think these are weapons? He picked up the card shaped like a lynx and examined it, puzzled. Lynx? Ha! This little guy looks special. Suddenly, a shadow appeared from behind. He could hear someone's footsteps. He noticed her immediately and quickly turned around, throwing a punch straight at her. It's Sulushi, she said. You took just one step, and you created a wave that made him lose his motivation. He had to admit she had skill. Good reflexes, he said. She quickly grabbed a piece of meat, raised her hand in a gesture of peace, and said, I'm not fighting. I just want some food. Consider it a debt. I'll pay you back later. He was still confused. No need to pay, he replied. There's plenty left. But he still asked her, Who are you? She hurriedly ate the meat, then said, I'm Liu Ba Su Liu Shi. You can just call me Zhai Ji. He sat down gently. Take your time eating. No one's going to steal your food. She chewed happily and said, You're really good at grilling. Your skills are even better than the chef at my place. He was a bit surprised. You're the only one competing in the hero contest, right? She seemed puzzled. Yeah, why? Just then, a few people appeared from a distance. She immediately recognized them and frowned, shouting, Hey, don't come over here. I ate all the grilled meat. There's none left. He wiped his sweat, feeling annoyed at her insatiable appetite. Immediately, the others shot an arrow straight at him, but he managed to dodge in time. Sweat poured down his face as he panicked, realizing they were targeting him. Xiu Liuji shouted in anger, What? Why are they attacking you? The young man wrapped his arms around the girl and yelled, Damn it, this has to be someone from Zhang Ju Yuan. The girl holding onto his leg cried out, How did you end up offending that shameless old man? The young man looked dazed and replied, Oh, looks like that old man's bad reputation really precedes him. An explosion suddenly rocked the area, sending both of them flying, shouting as they were thrown back. The young man unexpectedly fell to the ground and reached for something he shouldn't have, letting out a cry. This wasn't her problem, but now she was dragged into it. She shouted angrily, Wait! The sunlight hit his face and he called out, Go! Without wasting a second, he rushed toward the man waiting ahead. He curled his lips into a smile and said, You're biting down too hard. Then he quietly thought to himself, the speed was fast, the attack was strong, and there were so many people. It looks like this time, there's little chance of getting out unharmed. Around him, 6 men stood blocking his way. He glanced at the one wearing the mask and said, Looks like these are all veteran hounds. The masked man suddenly spoke, The orders from above are to capture him alive. Make sure your moves are quick and decisive. The young man pulled out a pair of scissors and shouted, Don't move. He held the scissors right against his neck and said, You want to capture me alive, right? Do you think if I kill myself, you'll still get the outcome you want? The masked man stammered, No, don't do anything rash. Let's talk this through. Don't think so impulsively. The young man kept the scissors tightly in his grip. Step forward, all of you, or I'll act. The people around him kept trying to reassure him. You're still young. You have a long future ahead. It's not worth it. Put the scissors down. Let's just talk. The young man seized the moment and shot back, Talk? Don't even think you can get anything from me. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him, a masked figure trying to throw a punch to knock him out. But just then, the punch slammed into his back, sending him tumbling forward. The masked figure froze and cursed, Oh crap, wasn't the rule not to kill him? Then they discussed among themselves, Boss, our people are here. The other person replied, Ha, you're right. Those across from us aren't our people. The young man was pushed back and held his chest, saying, I didn't expect there to be someone else. He then thought to himself, this person is faster than me, yet I didn't even notice them getting close. Suddenly, he cursed, the ones you're supposed to be watching over, don't mess this up again. The masked figure saw him rush off and said, huh? All right, thanks to the warrior for lending a hand. Looking at the young man lying on the ground, the masked figure continued, kid, now you can't even kill yourself. In a bit, you'll get a taste of our 18 traditional tortures. I'll make sure you spill everything about which girl's bath you've been secretly watching. His hand pressed against his chest as he clenched his teeth and thought, damn, I have no choice but to rush at them and take a risk. Suddenly, a spark of lightning shot across the group of masked figures. The force of the attack was so strong that they could only shout, boss over there. A voice rang out, who's there? Su Liuji was standing on a tree branch, saying, lucky I made it in time. The young man was stunned, not expecting that girl to come back. Su Liuji crouched on the tree and introduced herself. Su Liuji from Baiyu Dong is here. I'm protecting this handsome guy. She looked down and added, if you're not afraid of dying, go ahead and take 2 steps forward to test it. The masked figure, after hearing her introduction, showed off his knowledge. Wave-stepping sword art Su Liuji, a move as fast as the wind, ghostly and unpredictable. She's been honored as the strongest genius in Baiyu Dong in the last 100 years. It's said she once set a terrifying record of killing 100 people in a single night. The young man shuddered, thinking, I never imagined this food-loving girl could be this formidable. Her eyes flashed brightly, and she asked, if you already know my nickname, why haven't you run off yet? Suddenly, a hand reached into a pocket. She was just a disciple of Baiyu Dong, after all. A command token appeared, and the person continued, do you dare defy heavenly phenomenon enlightenment? This token bears the seal of the Baiyu Dong sect leader. Once you enter heavenly phenomenon enlightenment, all disciples must obey the commands of the person holding this token, following their direction in battle. Su Liuji's expression turned worried as she said, I've heard rumors that within the 3 mountains, 9 valleys, and 21 caves, there's a mysterious organization called Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment. I can't believe the sect leader has joined them. The masked man continued looking closely. This seal above is the signature of Hong Saik-san, the master of Baiyu Dong, right? Now, I order you to help us capture this boy. The young man, silently coughing up blood, thought to himself, sister, it'd be better if you don't come back. There's no chance of winning this time. The masked man suddenly said spiritual practitioners around the world have suffered for too long. Because of Dragon and Tiger Mountain, we secretly formed an alliance to pursue a great cause of independence. Su Liuji stood on a thick branch nearby, hearing their orders. Capturing this boy is following the command of the leader of the Wantu Ming. What are you standing there for? Move quickly. She responded, if it is the command of the leader, then of course I dare not defy it. Then she gritted her teeth and thought, there's no other choice, I'll just have to go for it. She continued, her words causing lightning to crackle around her, but the way you're ordering me around makes me, your aunt, very uncomfortable. Immediately, waves of power surged and attacked those standing below, causing them to scream in panic. A hand slammed down onto the ground, and the masked figure shouted, Inferno Dragon Penitentiary. The day after that statement, the 2 opposing forces collided. Su Liuji nervously said, is it Dong Hong Yan's people? The masked figure, surrounded by a red shield, responded, Dong Hong Yan, who specializes in fire magic and uses the dangerous techniques of Baiyu Dong. With just one of her moves, if she enters my barrier, she'll be cooked in an instant. Let's see what she can do to me. The person spoke with a challenging tone, accompanied by a hint of arrogant laughter. Looking down at her own chest, she asked, then do you know that 85% of the human body is water? The masked figure trembled and said, no, I didn't expect you. Suddenly, the mask fell off his face, and his whole face began to distort, turning into an ugly, filthy shape. He screamed, what? What are you saying to the leader? Su Liuji shouted angrily, the person he needs is Hao Shuang, not you. I just need to bring him there. Out of nowhere, a red light appeared before him. The young man looked at Su Liuji, his nose dripping, and muttered, this woman is too terrifying. Su Liuji rushed over and shouted, let's go. This made the young man jump as if he had seen a ghost, and he asked, go where? She raised a finger with a playful expression and said, I'm not full yet. I still need more grilled meat. The young man asked in worry, grilled meat? In the distance, a young man with white hair watched them, silently thinking, out of nowhere, someone shows up to ruin everything. This is a disaster. He turned away and said, but I still have people who can help. A sleep grin spread across his face as he continued, junior brother, soon enough, you'll have to pay for your flirtations. Su Liuji and the young man sat around a campfire, grilling meat. He asked, what exactly is that Van Min Tuom? The girl, holding a piece of meat bigger than her mouth, replied, I'm not sure, but it seems like a group that broke away from Dragon and Tiger Mountain. I heard many sects have joined it. The young man rubbed his chin and said, a breakaway from Dragon and Tiger Mountain? Does that mean the people trying to catch me aren't sent by Zhang Ju Yuan? He wouldn't take matters into his own hands, would he? The knot of rope tied around his body was suddenly tightened. The young man, bound tightly, anxiously asked, what is this? Su Luji gripped the rope tightly in her hand and shouted, your cooking skills are decent. Starting from now, you're my slave. You're in charge of cooking for me. If you disobey, I'll throw you into the ravine for the wolves to eat. The young man cried out in helplessness. I said I was repaying a favor. Is this how you repay someone? She replied, I saved your life, and now I've eaten your flesh. You owe me now, so becoming my slave is completely fair. Then she dragged him across the ground and said, come on, let's get to work. He was being dragged 3 parts helpless and 7 parts furious, shouting, let me go, I can walk on my own. Su Luji turned him into a little guard dog, tying him to a tree and saying, all right. Immediately, she dusted off her hands and said, if anything happens, just shout for me. I'll come. Once she left, he yelled out in frustration, do you think I'm some fool? Come back here. The grasses swayed in the night breeze. Along, Su Luji brushed through the grass and said, oh, I knew there was a pond nearby. Looking at the shimmering surface of the water in front of her, she softly murmured, finally, I can replenish my water. The fight earlier drained so much of my energy reserves. Without hesitation, she quickly stripped off her clothes, revealing long legs that reached up to her waist. Slowly, Su Luji sank into the cool water and savored the refreshing sensation. Splashing the water up, this feels so good. Suddenly, her eyes glowed with a hint of red and a frightening expression crossed her face. Staring into the distant void, Su Luji thought, that's strange. I feel like something is getting closer. Though a creature was approaching the water, why did she still feel something was wrong? Su Luji blushed in embarrassment, but then her eyes widened in shock. She was completely stunned as a strange creature took control of her body, trapping her so she couldn't move. Under the deep water, Su Luji held her breath and tried to stay calm, quickly thinking of a way to fight back. She swiftly activated her 3 rings of power. Her foot was immediately caught by another force. The power wrapped around her entire body, her eyes widening with shock, her mouth hanging open. Su Luji began to lose control of her breathing, slipping into unconsciousness. She collapsed and instantly lost consciousness underwater. Meanwhile, Hao Shuang was using all his strength, biting through the rope with his teeth. After finally cutting it, he gasped for air, clicking his tongue. My teeth are really sharp. Hao Shuang stood up and made a decision. I can't deal with this woman. I should just run as far away as possible. As he started to walk away, his gaze was drawn to the dark, ominous sky with a heavy, murderous aura hanging in the air. His eyes scanned the surroundings, silently thinking, the dark energy here is way too strong. Hao Shuang slowly waded through the bushes to escape. When he saw Su Luji's clothes on the ground, confusion and uncertainty filled his mind. The clothes are still here, but where is she? Did she get taken while completely naked? The young man quickly made up his mind and jumped into the water. His eyes sharpened when he saw the jellyfish holding Su Luji in place in front of him. He reached out and thought to himself, to be ambushed underwater. I really let my guard down. The jellyfish also opened its eyes wide on high alert. They immediately attacked Hao Shuang, but he skillfully dodged the blows. With that kind of speed, you think you can beat us? He raised his hand ready to free her. But suddenly, he was engulfed by a powerful, overwhelming force. Hao Shuang struggled to open his eyes and assess the situation. With each passing moment, his eyes widened even more. He stepped forward. Hao Shuang observed carefully, cautiously carrying with him a strong and mighty force. He charged forward like a moth to the flame. A loud explosion went off, and the jellyfish was immediately struck, frozen in place. Hao Shuang lifted Su Luji and thought, I wasn't sure I could win against you, but I didn't expect you'd charge up my energy for me. He walked confidently, almost arrogantly, saying, and by the way, your chances of winning on land are pretty slim. Suddenly, there was a powerful, unexpected attack that hit the jellyfish. Hao Shuang stared in confusion and shouted, who just helped us? Xu Yun sat on a tree, holding a sword, and calmly spoke. You must be Hao Shuang, right? He placed Su Luji down and responded, yes, that's me. I don't know who you are, though. Xu Yun's gaze was sharp as a blade as she answered, Qingqing Mountain. Xu Yun. Hao Shuang smiled warmly and clasped his hands. So you're from Qingqing Mountain. I'm an old friend of Qin Shaofu, your mistress. I hope we can get along better from now on. Xu Yun bit her lip tightly, seething with anger. Old friend? You mean former lover, right? Hao Shuang looked confused. Why would you say that? Inside, he was panicking, his emotions a whirlwind. Suddenly, the killing intent grew stronger. With both hands holding 2 swords, Xu Yun shouted fiercely, Do you have any idea how much effort I'd put in to force Qin Shao to marry that useless piece of trash? I was planning to inherit the sect leader position, then bring her back. But instead, she's already been tainted by a filthy animal like you. The young man stood frozen, speechless. Can you please not make things so dramatic when it comes to matters of the heart? Xu Yun screamed in furious anger. Die already! His eyes burned with rage, filled with overwhelming authority. He swung his sword with fierce determination, using it as a tool for self-destruction. One swift strike sent Hao Shuang flying, writhing in pain. Hao Shuang frowned in discomfort. You're really going to kill me, aren't you? Xu Yun, full of fiery determination, boldly declared, That's right, go die. This time he used a powerful move, increasing the sword's strength even more. Hao Shuang clenched his fists, boiling with rage. Well then, I won't hold back either. He created a massive, deadly sphere of energy to break through. Xu Yun was knocked back, but still, he growled with intense anger. You're strong, but you're no match for me. If you dare do something so vile to my sister, I'll use everything I have to kill you. Hao Shuang, frustrated, demanded to know. Wait, what exactly did I do to her that's so terrible? Explain it. He ground his teeth in pure fury, his anger reaching its peak. You still won't admit it. Xu Yun gave a cold, mocking smile. You drugged her, then took her away, forcing her. You're a monster, unworthy of even being mentioned. The young man's face was blank and embarrassed, clearly confused and unsure what had gone wrong. Brother who told you this story? She took me away. I swear she's the one who dragged me along. Xu Yun pulled out a letter, holding it up like solid proof. This is a confidential letter sent by a fellow martial artist, and you still dare to lie. Hao Shuan gave a dry laugh, guessing what was going on. I'm betting it's anonymous, right? You don't even know who wrote it. He shouted, pointing fiercely at the letter, completely certain. That doesn't matter. What's written here is the truth. How can someone from our circle deceive one of their own? Hao Shuang was so frustrated he smacked his own forehead. Must have trained so hard it fried your brain, you don't even get how dark people's hearts can be. His temper flared again, eyes burning red with rage. Enough of your excuses. Let's settle this once and for all. Hao Shuang clenched his jaw and clicked his tongue. What an idiot. Just as the tension between them was about to explode, a voice rang out from the distance, breaking the standoff. Stop! A parrot, perched on a tree branch, squawked loudly. Xu Yun, what did the sect leader tell you before you came here? Did he send you to the hero tournament just so you could vent your hero tournament, just so you could blow off steam? Xu Yun clasped his hands and apologized. Uncle Ju, I humbly beg your forgiveness. Hao Shuang looked confused. Uncle Ju, what do you mean by that? He scratched his head in complete confusion like a parrot. Xu Yun glanced at him and tried to explain, Uncle Ju is a divine bird that has been cared for by the ancestors of Mount Qingqing for 3 generations. He's 280 years old now. In terms of seniority, even the sect leader couldn't compare to him. But Uncle Ju was a virtuous being who voluntarily took the lowest rank among the elders, which is why he's called Uncle Ju. The parrot angrily squawked, You two, stop causing trouble. Hao Shuang, you swear you haven't done anything wrong to Xiao Fu, right? Hao Shuang confidently raised 3 fingers and said, Why wouldn't I dare? If I, Hao Shuang, were to force something upon Xiao Fu and something bad were to happen, I'd accept the punishment of being struck by a thunderbolt from the heavens. The parrot ordered, Did you hear that? Any grudges should be put aside for now. The most important thing is to focus on finding the celestial star horse. Xu Yun reluctantly agreed, yes. Sila Liu Ji slowly opened her eyes, and Hao Shuang asked with concern, You're awake? He smiled, leaned down, and asked gently, How are you feeling? Are you feeling better? She clenched her fist, ready to throw a punch. Who took off all my clothes like this? You prefer... He dodged the punch and explained, Hey, hold on. Don't tell me you've forgotten. You took them off yourself. Sula Liu Ji pointed at herself, confused. Oh, now I remember. I was attacked by a jellyfish. She then looked around and asked, Did you two save me? Hao Shuan pointed to Xu Yun. It was this guy who saved you. He added, But it was him who killed the jellyfish. Su Liu Ji blinked and smiled, impressed. I've heard that jellyfish are hard to deal with, especially the ones that live in groups. I didn't expect this hero here to take it down with one strike. That's really impressive. I'm Su Liu Ji from Baiyu Dong, she introduced herself. Qingqing Mountain, Xu Yun, Hao Shuang said, then frowned and shouted, Wait a minute, did you just say jellyfish live in groups? She nodded and confirmed, Yes, they do. Kind of like a clan. Immediately, a large number of jellyfish appeared, a massive swarm coming into view. The 3 of them gaped in shock. Holy shit, we hit a jellyfish nest. The jellyfish began to charge forward in a wild, uncontrolled frenzy, attacking the enemies with reckless abandon. Su Liuji shouted loudly to warn everyone, "Be careful. These jellyfish not only release electric shocks, but can also inject poison." Su Yun, with a serious expression, was ready for battle. "Leave it to me." He swung his arm, unleashing countless swords that slashed directly into the swarm. Hao Shuang turned around to observe, looking suspicious. Something's not right. It's not just jellyfish. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed as the herd of beasts rushed closer, their movements causing the ground to shake. With a cold, sharp gaze, he yelled, "The whole forest sees us as enemies now." Su Liujie clasped her hands in front of her chest, summoning a powerful aura that surged forward confidently as she spoke. "Let me handle this." She unleashed a tremendous force toward the enemy. The beasts scattered in panic, running chaotically as if their nest had been destroyed. Hao Shuang stood frozen, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. He looked dazed for a moment, and suddenly his face lit up with an eager expression as he asked himself, could it be? He looked up at the sky and said, "The attack from above is coming too." Su Vidan and Su Liuji worked together seamlessly, standing side by side to handle the situation. Sure enough, this place is overflowing with demonic energy. Let me take care of these strange beasts. Hao Shuang shouted loudly, warning everyone once again. Su Yun glanced at him with a mocking, dismissive look. "We're surrounded on 3 sides now. This isn't the time for a direct confrontation. If you're too scared, you can leave while it's still early." Just then, a parrot flew over and smacked him on the head, scolding him. "Foolish kid." The parrot flapped its wings, criticizing him. "Can't you see this is a trap? And you're still trying to act recklessly. What's going on in that head of yours? Is it just full of water?" Su Yun rubbed his head awkwardly. "So, what should we do?" The parrot, with a serious expression, gave advice. "Listen to Hao Shuang. This kid has brains. He's a talent." He obediently clasped his hands and followed the parrot's suggestion. "If he's spoken up, then I'll listen to Hao Shuang's advice." Su Liuji added, "I'll follow his lead too. So, what's the plan?" An observed everything before speaking. "These animals can't possibly coordinate. There's definitely someone secretly controlling them. Right now, the enemy is in the shadows, and we're out in the open at a disadvantage. We need to come up with a way to create an opportunity to turn things around." She was surprised, but also felt a bit of doubt, so she asked, "How do we turn things around?" He placed his hands together as a reminder, saying, "When I make my move, both of you need to close your eyes." Looking up at the sky, the birds flew away at an incredible speed. He shouted, "The birds are starting to attack." Hao Shuang was instructing those around him on how to defend themselves while also preparing everyone to face the battle. He clasped his hands together, releasing an overwhelming force. It shot forward, filling the space with explosive energy. The birds lost their wings and fell backward, and the pack of beasts was also hit, howling in pain. All the exotic creatures in the forest were shaken to their core. The sky grew darker, blocking the sunlight as the fiery red hue of the sunset spread. Sitting on a tree, Hao Shuang sighed with relief and then gave further instructions. "We've moved a few hundred meters. We should be safe from detection by now." So Liu Ji mocked, "You made such a big deal out of it, and I thought you were going to pull off something impressive." Su Yun responded sarcastically, "Turns out it's just blinding light." He sneered, "At least it got the 2 of you out of there." The young man calmly spoke up, "Next, we need to figure out who's behind this. Could it be the heavenly phenomenon enlightenment?" Su Liuji firmly replied, "No, it absolutely can't be them." He looked puzzled and asked, "How do you know?" Su Yun's expression darkened as she said, "The Grand Master above us." Seeing the tragic scene, the young man couldn't help but ask what exactly happened here. These were all disciples from various sects taking part in the hero tournament. Questions of doubt kept coming up. Based on the injuries, it was clear that everyone had died at the hands of the wild beasts. So who exactly was behind it? It was shocking that someone could control the wild beasts and launch an attack at the same time. Suddenly, a pair of bright eyes opened, beginning to observe the situation. Hao Shuang unexpectedly proposed a plan. The current situation is definitely abnormal. We need to send out a message. If necessary, we should stop the hero tournament immediately. He raised his phone, scanned for a signal, and exclaimed again with worry, "This isn't good. There's no signal at all in these mountains." Su Liuji stared at his phone anxiously and said, "I don't have a signal either." He looked at the confused parrot and suddenly had an idea. Then, the only option is, the parrot squirmed, puffed up with anger, and shouted, "What are you playing at? You want me to be your messenger? Kid, do you even know who I am in the world of martial arts?" The young man burst out laughing and flattered the parrot. "Of course I know. Your status, Master Ju, is too noble to just jump into action easily. But right now, the elite disciples of all the sects are in danger. It's the perfect opportunity for you to step in and save the day. Hearing this, the parrot imagined a glorious scene unfolding before it. At that moment, it would become the legendary hero bird, saving the world, worshipped by everyone and revered as the savior for generations to come. It quickly agreed. Shu Yun, you stay here while I go find help for you. Shu Yun nodded. Got it. Hao Shuang waved goodbye happily and, with a parting word, added, Sorry to trouble you, Master Jiu. The parrot flew off, filled with excitement and joy. Finally, it was going to make a name for itself. The young man burst into a satisfied laugh and said, It's done. Su Yun suggested, Let's find a place to rest first. Looking at the thick smoke in front of them, Su Liuji suddenly asked, What is this? Hao Shuang covered his nose and warned, This is bad. It's toxic fog. The two of them immediately became serious and alert. Are they enemies? Where are they? Stay on guard. But right then, their eyes started to droop, and they fainted. Seeing them collapse, the young man sighed helplessly. It's not that I'm not afraid of enemies like gods, but I'm scared of teammates who act like pigs. I already warned them about the toxic gas, and they still didn't hold their breath. Hao Shuang began chanting a spell, focusing his energy into his hands. A swirling vortex of air formed around them, covering the space. Suddenly, one of his arms reached out and grabbed Su Yun's clothes. He then picked both of them up and flew off. Remember, you two owe me a huge favor, he said. Hao Shuang carried them through the thick, dark forest. Ahead of them, a net filled with dark, powerful energy was waiting, ready to trap them. He immediately got caught in the trap. Is it really this bad? How much effort must they have put into setting a trap for their own people? He muttered in confusion, just as a foot approached him. A girl with a knife walked up and threatened, still thinking of running. This place will be your graveyard, where all the enemies who surround you will fall. Hao Shuang broke into a cold sweat and gritted his teeth, pleading, little sister, don't do anything rash. I'm just like you. We're both demons. The girl, fuming with anger, shot back, Stop making excuses. I want you to pay for Lulu's life. He froze for a second, then asked, Lulu, do you know her? He shouted loudly, Lulu's a fox demon, right? I know where she is. The girl, shocked, replied, What did you say? Lulu's still alive. Hao Shuang quickly pulled out his phone and showed her a picture of them together. Then, with sudden certainty, he added, This is a photo from last week. Do you believe we're friends now? The girl took the phone and nodded, saying, That's definitely Lulu. She pointed at Shu Yun and asked, What about those two? Thinking fast, he explained, They're with us. We came here together. The girl's attitude immediately softened. She touched his shoulder and said, Oh, I see now. I almost hurt the wrong people. I'm really sorry about that. He smiled warmly and said, It's okay, as long as the misunderstanding is cleared up. The girl snapped her fingers and called out, Hey, everyone come out here. Open the net and release the people. Seeing so many spiritual beasts nearby made him unable to hold back a gasp of amazement. Are there really this many? The girl leading the way began to explain, Let's go. I'll take you to meet the boss and we'll discuss whether we can send someone to bring Lulu back. Hao Shuang was curious. Who's your boss? The girl smiled warmly and began to explain. If it weren't for the boss this time, we wouldn't have been able to keep so many spiritual practitioners around. That person is generous and has a great reputation in our demon world. The spirit beast, Hong Lai Ju. Hao Shuang's face tightened and he froze for a few seconds before he finally spoke up. The celestial fierce demon beast, Hong Lai Ju. The monkeys quickly carried So Liu Ji and Shu Yun on their shoulders to bring them back. As they walked, Hao Shuang glanced at the monkeys behind them, his mind filled with thoughts. This is way too dangerous. I almost hurt my own people. That would have been a huge mistake. He clenched his fists, praying in his mind. Please, ancestors, don't wake up right now. Dutu suddenly spoke up, asking curiously, How did you guys end up here? A monkey held up a bag in front of her and reported, This is the supplies bagged from their bodies. They're all spiritual practitioners here to participate in a hero competition. Lulu's eyes widened in shock. What? She took the bag in her hands, surprised, and exclaimed, I can't believe there's spiritual practitioners here for the competition. Could it be you? Hao Shuang pouted, raising his hand in an attempt to explain. Please let me explain. It's a complicated story. Inside, he was a whirlwind of confusion and panic. There was no way out. He had no choice but to push forward. Without saying another word, she hugged him tightly, her attitude warm and understanding of Hao Shuang's situation. So you deliberately infiltrated the world of spiritual practitioners, huh? The young man still didn't quite grasp what was going on. Infiltrate. Other creatures around them chuckled and marveled, their words flowing freely. So that's it. They set this up. Even risking their lives, they went deep into the enemy's ranks and lured them here. Truly brave, truly a hero. They raised their hands high, expressing their endless admiration for him. Hero, hero, Riding the wave of the moment, Hao Shuang gladly accepted the fame. Everyone was content with that. Du tightly grabbed his hand and led him away. Big Brother Hong always refuses to reveal his undercover identity. Who would have thought we'd run into him here? Let's go. We need to meet Big Brother Hong. I bet he has a lot of important things to tell you. Hao Shuang's face turned pale, his expression shifting into one distress. Actually, there's nothing much to say. His mind raced with anxiety. This time he was definitely doomed. They quickly approached a mysterious area with a strange, shimmering light ahead. Du turned to him and said, "We're here. This is our main base." Seeing his face contort in pain, clutching his stomach, Du, concerned, asked, "Hero, what's wrong?" Hao Shuang pretended to be in agony. "Oh no." The young man, without hesitation, shamelessly lied. "I think I ate something bad and now I have a stomach ache. I need to use the restroom." Du, unaware of the plan he was secretly plotting, was solely focused on his health. "Do you need to see a doctor?" Panicking as if someone was chasing him, he quickly declined. No need. I'll just be a minute." Hiding among the tree branches, Hao Shuang couldn't help but praise himself. "Good thing I'm smart. At least I know how to talk my way out of things. I'll run first, then figure out how to save the others later. But life isn't always like a dream." Suddenly, two overly eager bears showed up out of nowhere. "Hero, there might still be some spiritual practitioners hiding in the mountains. Safety first. You shouldn't go too far." Hao Shuang's face twisted in annoyance like a monkey's behind. He was clearly irritated. "You're causing trouble," he muttered. Holding their weapons, the two bears cheerfully reassured him. "We're nearby, so don't worry about revenge. You're safe with us." One of the bears confidently ordered the other monkeys increase security. Not even a fly should get through. Du stepped forward and asked, "Hero, is your stomach feeling better?" Hao Shuang reluctantly replied, "Yeah, it's better now. Thanks." She immediately took his hand and eagerly said, "Let's go. The boss is probably waiting impatiently." On their way, the two of them chatted and got to know each other. "Little sister, how should I address you?" "My name is Shui Du. Just call me Xiao Shui." Hao Shuang clenched his teeth and asked again, "Shui Du, you say?" Du turned her face and replied, "Hong Daega." Hong Daega growled, speaking sharply. "Is this the hero you brought back?" Du was extremely surprised. "You don't know him?" In his mind, Hao Shuang quickly made a calculation. When catching a thief, it's best to catch the leader first. If he caught this man named Hong, there might be a chance. Hong Daega stepped forward and greeted. "Finally, we meet you. He clasped his hands and introduced himself, trying to appear as calm as possible. Hong Daega had admired him for a long time and sighed in relief. "You've got me all worked up. Turns out you two have never met before." He couldn't help but admire. "Looking at your handwriting on the letter, so strong and powerful. I never expected you to be so young." Du was just as surprised. "So, you two really have never met?" He continued praising. "You're someone who knows how to handle everything, hidden within the enemy's ranks. With the great plan we've laid out, you'll surely be a shining light in the demon world." "Xiao Shui, how did the ambush go? What was the outcome of the battle?" She raised one finger and quickly reported the situation. "As you instructed, we chose a location near the water source for the ambush. Sure enough, quite a few spiritual practitioners have come, and so far, we've managed to kill 2 or 3 of them." He asked again, "Who is the representative from Dragon and Tiger Mountain? Have they been killed?" Du propped her chin, recalling the details before reporting. "We've checked everybody, but didn't find any tokens belonging to Dragon and Tiger Mountain disciples. They might have run away or hidden somewhere." At this point, Hao Shuang broke into a cold sweat. His eyes, bloodshot, burned with anger as he gritted his teeth and said, "The status of Dragon and Tiger Mountain in the spiritual practitioner world is clear to everyone. If we manage to kill any of their competitors, it will definitely strike a strong blow to their arrogant pride." She nodded and acted quickly. "Understood. I'll arrange for more people to keep searching." Hong turned to him, continuing the conversation. "By the way, Mr. Yu, now that you've shown yourself, shouldn't you confirm your identity? What's your name? Which sect do you belong to?" He quickly fabricated a new identity. "My name is Bai Shuang, a disciple of Bai Yu Dong." He raised his hand and said, "All right, Bai Young Hero, hand over the item." Hong the boss said seriously, "We clearly stated in the letter that when we meet, you're supposed to give me the item. You didn't forget, did you?" He smiled on the outside, saying, "Oh, that's what you meant." But inside, he was proudly screaming, "Who knows what item you guys agreed on?" Hao Shuang furrowed his brows, worried. He was trying to figure out how to handle this. One mistake, and he was finished. I need to find a way to get some information out of him. So he slowly asked, "Do you know how important that item is?" Elder Hong gave him a cold, sharp look and answered seriously, "Of course. With that item, you could destroy the entire spiritual practitioner world. Still confused, how Shuang kept stalling. If that's the case, do you think I'd just hand it over to you that easily? His mind was in chaos now. What kind of item could destroy the spiritual practitioner world? He was starting to lose his composure. Elder Hong grew even angrier and threatened him. What's going on? Do you want to go back on your word? I've used myself as bait to lure spiritual practitioners into this valley. Now you want to play games with us? He had only said a few words, but Hao Shuang was already feeling a bit scared. He lowered his voice and continued trying to think of a way out. Wait, hold on. Can we talk this over? However, Elder Hong's attitude was extremely determined. He gave a look that showed no mercy and clearly declared, "There's nothing more to discuss. I'll count to 3. Either you hand over the item or you die." He began speaking in a cold tone. 1, 2. Luckily, at that moment, there was a loud noise from the other side. Catch him. Elder Hong shouted angrily, cursing. What's all this noise about? Dudu, feeling confused, pointed toward the cave and explained the situation. The man who came with Bai has woken up. Without saying a word, he started attacking viciously. We couldn't stop him. On the surface, Hao Shuang pretended to be polite, still acting, tightening his fist to show his anger, speaking nonsense, only making more trouble, and thinking, let me deal with this. But deep inside, he was overjoyed. My love, you woke up at the perfect moment. At the cave, Su Yun raised his sword, warning everyone with a frustrated attitude, stay back. Hao Shuang once again played the role of being panic-stricken, rushing over to stop him. Su Yun, calm down. These are our people. Hearing such nonsense, Su Yun clenched his teeth, bewildered. Our people? Are you sure? Hao Shuang tightly grabbed his hand that was holding the sword and answered firmly, yes, they're all on our side. Don't do anything stupid. Su Yun, still in doubt about everything, stammered. I. Elder Hong observed all their activities from a distance, never taking his eyes off them. A beast approached him and whispered, I've investigated thoroughly. These 3 are human. Su Yun tried to clarify the situation and turned to express his concerns. What exactly is going on here? Hao Shuang whispered in his ear, giving instructions, if you don't want to die, play along with me and pretend. After clearing up Su Yun's questions, Hao Shuang smiled as if nothing had happened. I just woke up, my head's a bit foggy. I almost hurt one of my own. I hope Elder Hong can let it go. Su Yun quickly got into character, and Hao Shuang cheerfully apologized. Elder Hong, please don't hold it against me. Elder Hong showed no signs of anger and responded warmly. He's fine, it's no big deal. Suddenly, Hao Shuang remembered something and turned to ask, I almost forgot about Jai Ji. She's still unconscious, isn't she? Su Yun, his face was cold and sharp, filled with killing intent as he asked, do you want to end me once and for all? Hao Shuang continued to play the part of the innocent, wide-eyed deer, suggesting a misunderstanding. There must be some sort of misunderstanding. Why don't we step outside and talk about this? Of course, Elder Hong could never agree. He angrily shouted, once you're in here, there's no way out. He then summoned many powerful spiritual beasts from the forest, their terrifying strength filling the air. Seize him, he ordered. Before Elder Hong could make a move, a loud noise came from outside, shaking the very space around them. It was so powerful that even he couldn't help but glance over in curiosity. His fury built on top of his frustration, and he cursed loudly. What's going on now? Through the thick smoke, a wounded spiritual beast staggered in, reporting in distress. This is bad. The entrance is surrounded by spiritual practitioners. Then, an explosion rang out, shattering the surrounding rocks and earth. The leader of the attackers appeared full of arrogance and commanded everyone, don't hold back, fellow cultivators. Destroy the lair of these vile creatures. Yes, came the reply. Like destructive whirlwinds, they unleashed their power, causing the very ground of the cave to tremble more violently than ever before. The person in the cave was crushed by the falling rocks, some were desperately trying to escape, and the whole place was filled with chaos and frantic screams. Help! Someone, please help! Hong, the leader inside, looked out, unable to believe the terrifying force of the attack. He kept denying it to himself. How could this be? There's clearly no top-tier expert here. Why is this happening? A large rock fell near him, making Hao Shuang panic and shout. Boss, watch out! He quickly helped Hong out of the danger caused by the massive rock. Once they were in a temporarily safe spot, Hao Shuang grabbed Hong's collar and demanded answers. Where's the girl you brought back? Where is she? Despite being rescued, Hong was still stubborn and refused to cooperate. You damn humans. Even if I die, I won't forgive you. Frustrated with the old man's stubbornness, Hao Shuang decided to take matters into his own hands and lifted his shirt. Look closely, I'm sticking something on here. Hong's eyes widened in shock, his focus completely on Hao Shuang. He was confused and in disbelief. A breath-hiding talisman? Why are you putting something like this on? Su Yun looked at them talking, doubt rising in his heart. Who exactly was he? Hao Shuang clenched his fists and with a cold, icy expression snapped, "Stop talking. Right now, I'm the only one who can save you. Take me to him now." Once Hong Deji learned of his identity, his attitude changed immediately. He agreed to show the way without hesitation. The cave only has one exit. How could you get out? But since you're from the same clan, I have no reason not to help you. Elder Hong led the way, and Hao Shuang quickly shouted, "Su Yun, stay alert." Furious after learning the whole truth, Su Yun snapped, "Don't call me Su Yun." On the other side, Dudu was helping Suo Liu Ji, trying to reassure her, "Don't be afraid, I'll definitely get you out." Suo Liu Ji, gasping and struggling to breathe, started pleading, "Give me water." Dudu responded, "I'll find some once we're out." Looking at the massive boulders in front of them, Dudu grew anxious. This isn't good. The exit is completely blocked. Suddenly, beams of brilliant light surged with overwhelming power, slicing straight toward the giant rock. Su Yun swung her sword, creating a swirl of spiritual energy that suppressed the space around her, causing the large stone to slowly crack open. Hao Shuang, excited and a bit happy, shouted, "Found it." Elder Hong quickly called out a name, searching, "Sao Shui." Hao Shuang rushed forward and asked about her health. "How are you? Can you move?" So Liu Ji, breathing heavily and still weak, struggled to answer. "What exactly is going on right now?" He gently took her hand and replied, "We'll talk outside." Elder Hong furrowed his brow, concerned. "You found the person you were looking for, but now what? How do we get out?" Over here, Su Yun is struggling against the pressure of the stone, frowning and getting frustrated. "How are we supposed to get out? We're buried in the deepest part right now, and even a spiritual practitioner with earth element abilities wouldn't be able to move even a fraction of this mountain to save us." Hao Shuang spoke up, "All right, you help her up. You'll probably need to help me later too." Dudu looked at him suspiciously, her face showing clear curiosity. "What do you want to do?" Hao Shuang used his spiritual energy to perform the earth magic technique, triggering a massive surge of fire that blazed fiercely, creating an intense heat. Su Yun, standing nearby with a sword in hand, sneered and said, "The earth magic technique is just a basic method for injecting energy to explore the terrain. What's the point of using it here?" Hao Shuang's eyes suddenly lit up, filled with fierce determination. He roared, lightning magic. Elder Hong stood frozen, his face showing disbelief at what he had just witnessed. "What? 2 attributes?" he muttered in shock. The heat from Hao Shuang's lightning magic created a whirlwind of flames, shattering rocks and dirt. Above them, a gap opened, offering a way out. Dudu cheered, "We did it." Hao Shuang coughed up blood, clearly exhausted, but shouted urgently, "Move quickly." Su Yun, filled with concern, rushed to support him. Their footsteps quickened as they sprinted away from the danger, carrying Hao Shuang on his back. Su Yun looked up at the light in the sky, his heart lifted with joy. "We made it out," he said, relieved. Behind them, Su Liu Ji was anxious and worried, calling out, "Hao Shuang, please wake up." Elder Hong instructed everyone, "This place is too dangerous. Let's get out of here first and we can talk later." After speaking, he was suddenly pierced by a powerful force that went through his body. Seeing him fall, everyone was shocked and stirred up. Boss Hong, the leader standing high above, looked down and said, "There's still a fish that slipped through the net. Take care of it." Su Liu Ji, furious, gathered her energy in her hand and retaliated, "Die." The leader raised his hand, controlling her power, and mocked her, "Child's play." You fell far from his strike. Su Yun, enraged, swung his sword and shouted, "Annihilate." But he too was brutally defeated. With a single slash, the leader shattered his sword in 2. Su Yun widened his eyes, staring at the broken pieces of his sword, his heart shattered. "My sword." Immediately, the leader struck him with a palm, sending him tumbling painfully. Dudu ran toward them. "I'll fight you all." The leader arrogantly threw his sword, "Just trash. Accept your death quietly." The sword was slowly getting closer to Dudu. She raised her hand to resist, but suddenly 11 forces appeared and blocked the impending disaster. Everyone was confused, questioning their lives. Dudu turned around, confused, and glanced behind her. Hao Shuang's entire body seemed to glow, his aura swirling around him, making her wonder, has Hao Shuang reached his limit? Dudu widened her eyes in surprise and thought, why is his demonic energy so intense all of a sudden? The commander, filled with anger, shouted a command. "How dare you destroy my treasured sword? Fellow cultivator, destroy him." Hao Shuang opened his mouth wide, releasing an uncontrollable surge of power. A crushing pressure exploded from him, sending shockwaves of fear through everyone around. Flames erupted, consuming everything in their path, striking with fierce force against all that surrounded them. Dudu crouched down, watching him fight. She widened her eyes, alarmed, thinking, his strength is terrifying. The powerful sword fell, embedding itself firmly in the ground in front of Su Liuji. More swords continued to pierce the ground, their numbers growing so rapidly it was impossible to count them. Su Liuji shouted in alarm, "This is bad. There's another enemy." A group of people in the sky clasped their hands together and began to discuss their next move. With demonic energy this strong, let's combine our efforts and reactivate the formation to kill the demon. Under the crushing force that surged like a tidal wave, Su Liuji shouted in panic, "This is bad. They're trying to kill all of us." Hao Shuang growled fiercely, his anger burning. A huge explosion occurred, shattering everything. Hao Shuang charged forward like a moth to a flame, fighting head-on against their terrifying strength, all by himself. Dudu covered her ears, overwhelmed by the terrifying sound. Su Liuji also felt pain from the deafening noise. They were coughing up blood, anxiously thinking, even with all 6 of us working together, we can't stop a single attack from him. Can we still make it? Hao Shuang was filled with rage. He activated the Great Demonic Formation and unleashed an earth-shattering explosion that shook the entire mountain range. His scream echoed, his overwhelming presence felt everywhere. The curly-haired guy suggested delivering a final blow to send him to the heavens. The 2 girls looked on in panic as Hao Shuang was overwhelmed by the sheer force of the attack. This is bad. We're too late. A flash of light appeared just in time to fix the situation. Miss Fu charged in, wielding a spear with terrifying strength, striking them relentlessly. The 2 girls were left stunned, unsure of what was happening. Miss Fu, enraged and completely losing control, screamed, "How dare you touch my man? You're all dead." Faced with her immense power, they only wanted to flee. "Retreat. Retreat now." She angrily ordered, "Chase them. I want them alive." Meanwhile, Hao Shuang sat up with a headache and asked, "What happened to me just now?" Dudu asked cautiously, "You don't remember anything?" The parrot appeared, sounding surprised. "Man, you got a lucky life. If I had been a few minutes later, you'd all be dead." A sound caught the attention of both of them, making them immediately turn around. Hao Shuang saw Elder Han lying on the ground, dying. His voice was weak, but he still tried to speak. "Come here." Hao Shuang, worried, stepped closer and reassured him. "Elder Han, hold on a little longer. I'll have someone treat you right away." Elder Han struggled to shake his head. "No need. I don't have much time left." He was propped up and struggling, spoke slowly, giving instructions. "Xiao Shui, you have to rely on him. Please take care of her." Dudu was sobbing, unable to say anything. "Elder Han." Hao Shuang responded firmly and confidently, "Don't worry, I'll make sure to protect her." Then he asked clearly, "You're not an undercover agent, right?" At this point, Hao Shuang explained everything. There was a misunderstanding on the inside. Elder Han replied, "It's okay as long as you're a monster. That's enough." He placed the knife in Hao Shuang's hand and said, "I have one more gift for you." Hao Shuang widened his eyes in confusion. "A gift?" Elder Han gripped Hao Shuang's hand tightly, then, with force, stabbed himself. Hao Shuang froze in shock and yelled, "Elder Han!" He trusted him completely and placed his hand on his shoulder. "Don't be afraid anyway. I won't live much longer. This life is yours now. With it, you'll be the winner in the heroes competition." He whispered in Hao Shuang's ear, "Remember this. You must find that mysterious person. What they hold in their hands will guide you to the river diagram and Lu writing. You must destroy the river diagram and Lu writing." He continued, "Save the demonic tribe." Then, with his eyes closed, he spoke his final words, "We, Tutu, overwhelmed with pain and unable to accept this heartbreaking truth, screamed, 'Elder Han.'" Hao Shuang was deep in thought. Their goal was the river diagram and Lu writing. The great conspiracy was beginning to surface, powerful enough to shake the foundation of the spiritual practitioner world that had stood for thousands of years. Outside the dark cave, the young lady, while gently massaging Hao Shuang's shoulder, said, "That was too close. If I had been just half a minute later, you would have been dead." He smiled faintly and replied, "It's fine. My wound is all right. I don't need a massage." Her face showed deep concern and worry as she insisted, "That's not okay. You need to rest properly now, relax a bit, and don't get too worked up." When she leaned her cheek against his shoulder, Hao Shuang blushed and exclaimed, "With you acting like this, how can I not get worked up?" At that moment, her disciples returned and reported, "Master Fu, those 5 didn't want to fight and ran off. All we got was this body." She grabbed her sandal and angrily yelled, "A bunch of useless fools. Isn't that the person I killed?" They knelt down, terrified by her scolding. "With so many of you, you couldn't catch those people? How do you usually train?" Hao Shuang calmly asked, "Do you find any clues on the body?" One of them, with tears running down his face, answered, "It's from the Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment sect, but we're not sure if they belong to the 3 mountains, 9 prefectures, or 21 caves." He continued, the body was cleaned up very thoroughly. There's not a single clue left. Hao Shuang rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Sure enough, this is the second time they've ambushed me after entering the mountains. Fu looked at the corpses with a worried expression, then asked, why would heavenly phenomenon enlightenment target you? Meanwhile, Su Luji leaned against a tree, fuming, his thoughts heavy. It's heavenly phenomenon enlightenment again. This organization is just too much. They said Master joined them, but I don't know if that's true or not. Su Yun gritted his teeth, slowly regaining his senses. I'm still alive. He recounted the situation, explaining that he was lucky and Uncle Ju had managed to bring reinforcements in time. Su Yun stared ahead, eyes wide. That's not. Tears streamed down his face as he felt deeply moved. Sister Fu, I can't believe she came to save me. Am I dreaming? When he saw Miss Fu so close to Hao Shuang, it gripped him. My goddess. Hao Shuang frowned, eyeing Fu with caution. What are you doing? There are people watching. Fu showed no shame and said plainly, I traveled all this way to save you. Don't I deserve a hug? Su Yun snapped, his voice filled with anger. That guy Hao. His whole body trembled. Though he could barely move, his burning jealousy and rage gave him the strength to stand. A duel for honor between men. Hao Shuang grinned mockingly. Which of your nerves? Short-circuited? Miss Fu, clearly irritated, snapped back. Su Yun, what do you think you're doing? Su Yun shouted loudly. Sister, he's deceived you. Hao Shuang is a monster. I saw with my own eyes that he used a spell to hide his aura. The other disciples looked confused. A monster? Even Su Liuxi was shocked by this revelation. What? But only Miss Fu, blinded by love, refused to believe it. So what if he is? Has he been put on the wanted list? Su Yun immediately drew his sword. Sister, he's completely bewitched you. I absolutely won't allow you to be with this monster. Today I will take matters into my own hands and punish him on behalf of heaven. Miss Fu clenched her fist and without hesitation struck him in the face. Punish him on behalf of heaven? Since when do you get to act so arrogantly? The continuous beating left him sobbing. Sister, sister, please stop hitting me. Hao Shuang quickly ran over to massage her shoulders, trying to calm her down. All right, he's still injured. We can talk about this slowly. Miss Fu couldn't control her emotions. This kid raised in the big cage dares to lecture me. Su Yun, lying on the ground in a pitiful state, groaned, you guys are bullying me too much. Hao Shuang grew quiet, expressing his thoughts. I really am a monster. I can't hide it anymore. It's better to draw a clear line between us. That would be better for you. She shouted loudly, her voice filled with a strong threat. Who said you're a monster? Who heard that you're a monster? Did anyone hear that? All the disciples forced a smile, trying to look cheerful and clueless like a knave deer. No, we didn't hear anything. We didn't see anything. She smiled, satisfied. Don't worry, I'll protect you. No one will dare to touch you. Hao Shuang groaned inside. Now I understand why they married you off. If you stayed on Mount Qingqing, you'd definitely be a female demon leader. Meanwhile, Dudu cried uncontrollably, wiping away the tears that kept rolling down her face. They're all dead, over 100 brothers, not one of them escaped. Miss Fu asked cautiously, so what are you planning to do next? Go back to Dragon and Tiger Mountain? Hao Shuang answered calmly, I'm going to Baiyu Dong to find the whereabouts of heavenly phenomenon enlightenment. She clenched her lips in anger and said, why did you go and stir things up with them? Are you afraid of dying too slowly? He gave a subtle smile, his eyes sparkling, and said, if you've made up your mind to deal with me, then there's no need to hide anymore. I prefer being the one in control. Bai Yu appeared out of nowhere and waved, calling out, Junior brother. Hao Shuang looked at him and greeted, Senior brother Bai Yu. Bai Yu walked over and explained, I got the news and rushed over as quickly as I could. What happened? Are you all right? He continued, I almost lost my life, but luckily Sister Qin came just in time to save me. Bai Yu quickly put his hands together in a gesture of respect, his tone sincere. Thank you, Sister Qin. I'll be sure to report this to the Heavenly Master and personally thank you. But Fu didn't hesitate to expose him. You sure know how to say the right words, but deep down you were hoping for something to happen to Hao Shuang, right? That way there would be no one left to compete with you for the inheritance. A moment later, Bai Yu left. As soon as he was gone, Fu asked, so what about him? What do you think? Hao Shuang, still watching his retreating figure, said, he came rushing over just now, and logically speaking, he shouldn't have known anything about what happened here. But he didn't ask a single question. When I told him I was going to Baiyu Dong, he couldn't try to stop me at all. That shows he doesn't want me to go back. The young woman expressed her concern, asking, is he planning to find another opportunity to deal with you? He guessed the answer, replying, it seems like that's probably the case for now. She furrowed her brows, puzzled. Then why would you give him such an important letter? What if he secretly reads it on the way? He winked confidently. Oh, he'll definitely read it secretly. I actually need him to do that so I can pass the message to my master. Meanwhile, Hao Shuang's master repeated, at the hero competition, were the disciples from various sects seriously injured or killed. Bai Yu presented the letter and reported, yes, I heard it was a trap set by the demons earlier, which caused the casualties. Thankfully, my junior brother is fine. This is the letter he asked me to give to you, master. Their conversation ended, all right, good work. You may leave now. Yes, master. I'll take my leave. On the letter, these words were written. Master, I was ambushed by people from Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment in the mountains. This matter can't be ignored. First, I need to go to Bai Yu Dong to settle some personal matters. I will return to Dragon and Tiger Mountain in a few days to meet with you. Reading these nonsense lines made the master frown. This kid writes a letter for just a few lines. He's probably planning something disruptive again. He then held the letter close to the fire. The letter revealed a different message. I knew you would understand my hidden meaning, master. There's a mole in Dragon and Tiger Mountain, and their goal is to destroy the river diagram and Lu writing. You must be careful. Also, if you find any fingerprints, they are from Bai Yu, who secretly read the letter. He has issues. The master's eyes lit up with a mix of longing and regret. Bai Yu, he murmured. He looked at the handprint, a deep sense of disappointment and sorrow filling him. So it really was you. This few was taken aback. You used the lighting paper? Hao Shuang explained, it's a special tool I used to control lightning when I was training. After activating a small electric charge with lightning magic, the paper turns black. If you apply a bit of force, it tears and I get punished. This type of paper has a unique property. Once it changes color, it reveals faint acid-like traces. So I wrote a hidden message, one that Bai Yu couldn't see. Instead, it left behind a fingerprint. She smiled, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. So clever. No wonder you wanted to write that letter. It was a trap to make him fall into. He puffed out his chest proudly. This is the kind of trick I've picked up after years of experience in the martial world. So Liu Ji appeared with a message I just called Master. He's definitely not joining Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment. Those people are lying to me. He hesitated and raised a question. Then why is his seal in the hands of Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment? She continued. He said it was stolen a few days ago, so he made a new one. Hao Shuang offered an opinion. Even if it wasn't him, it was probably a close spy who stole it. We can still track down the spy. Let's head out now. Just as they were about to leave, phew, the young lady raised her hand to stop them. Hold on. He turned around. What is it? She pushed her glasses up, signaling I traveled a long way to get here. Are you really just going to leave without leaving anything behind? He asked in surprise. Here? Su Liuji looked confused. Leave something behind? What do you mean? Not letting him escape, Phew pulled him back. Come here. Stop being so surprised and deal with this. He tried to negotiate. Wait, can we deal with this another time? But she flatly refused. No. Su Liuji scratched his head, puzzled. What exactly are they talking about? Meanwhile, Dudu was kneeling in a grave. She clasped her hands together and vowed, Hong, I will definitely inherit your will and save the demonic tribe from the sea of flames. She glanced when she heard the strange sound. It's been a few days and you've grown quite a bit, huh? Hurry up. If someone sees us, it's going to be a disaster, especially with them around. Dudu vaguely recognized the familiar sound. It seemed like it was Hao Shuang. She walked ahead, brushing the leaves aside, wondering aloud, what are they doing? Are they fighting? She tried to keep her eyes focused on the front, her hand gripping the ground. Fu Girl was groaning and whining, her face turning red with embarrassment. This is amazing. I've missed it so much. Hao Shuang reminded her, keep it down. If the people from Mount Qingqing hear, they'll turn me into a potato chip. His eyes flicked toward Dudu, who was hiding behind and watching. Dudu, still innocent and carefree, stood there. She quickly turned around, her face turning bright red as she tried to cover her mouth to avoid making a sound. Hao Shuang sighed, letting a kid see something so unclean. He made a decision. Forget it. I'll explain it to her later. For now, let's just repay this young lady's life-saving favor properly. Fu Girl was pleased. Right? That's exactly it. Keep going. Dudu thought to herself. It's so hot. This feels really strange. I want to leave, but why can't my legs move at all? A moment later, Miss Fu spoke up clearly and confidently. Earlier, I had a deeper conversation with Hao Shuang and decided to fully support him in investigating the next actions of Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment. Su Yun widened his eyes in anger. What? He immediately commanded, Su Yun, you don't need to return to the mountain. Stay with Hao Shuang and protect him. Of course, he refused outright. I can't stand Hao Shuang, that scum. How could I possibly protect him properly? I may be a disciple of Mount Qingqing, but I still have some principles. Miss Fu then played her trump card. Oh well, in that case, I can stay and protect him myself. Anger flared up inside him. If Miss Fu went with Hao Shuang, wouldn't that mean he'd have to swallow his pride and accept? With a sigh, he grudgingly agreed. You don't need to trouble yourself, sister. I'll escort Hao Shuang. That's fine, right? Hao Shuang turned around and said, Sao Shui, come with me. The girl blushed and stammered, I see, big brother. Hao Shuang pouted and sighed, and now you can't even look me in the eye. They quickly crossed the swampy path ahead, stepping over puddles of water before continuing on with their spiritual energy. So Liuji's expression turned serious as he announced, We're here. This is Bai Yu Dong, Gai Cheng. As they walked, they wondered aloud, why didn't we just use water to take us directly to the Bai Yu Dong entrance? Su Liuji answered, Master has a restriction that prevents the use of magic within 3 miles of Bai Yu Dong's headquarters, so we can only walk. Suddenly, a masked figure appeared. Hao Shuang glanced over, becoming cautious, and swiftly struck out with a surprise attack. Hao Shuang stepped forward to protect everyone. Be careful. Xu Yun fiercely fought with the attackers using her sword. 2 more masked figures unexpectedly spoke, questioning, Disciples of Mount Qingqing, what brings you to our Bai Yu Dong? Su Luji appeared with an air of superiority, replying, They are my guests, here to see the cave lord. You are not to interfere. A bold step forward, her voice too loud. Hubi sharply retorted, If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were the cave lord. Su Luji respectfully clasped her hands, saying, Greetings, elder. Hubi turned away, speaking as she walked, They stay here. You come with me to meet the cave lord first. No one outside is allowed any closer without the cave lord's permission. Hao Shuang tried to reason with her. The elder is right. We should have notified them beforehand before heading in. She waved her hand as she followed Bugi, saying, Don't worry, everyone wait here for me. I'll be back in no time. Su Yun watched her leave with a doubtful look. Do you think we'll actually see her come back? Hao Shuang sighed, Let's just hope so. From their side, one person spoke up, unless these people are just here to bait and have no intention of attacking us. At Bai Yu Dong, Bui reported, Cave Lord Su Liu Ji has returned. She knelt and apologized. Your disciple, failed to win in the hero competition. Please punish me, master. The cave lord kindly reassured her, winning or losing is a part of life. What's important is continuing to train and improve your skills. Go rest now, the cave lord added. She respectfully reported, Disciple has 2 friends waiting outside the cave and still hopes master will allow them to come in. He was surprised and asked, Oh, friends? From where? Why did you bring them here? Su Luji hesitated and answered, To investigate a heavenly phenomenon enlightenment at Bai Yu Dong. His gaze changed and he shouted in anger. With a single strike, he sent her flying, crashing to the ground. The pain shot through her body as she hit the earth. Su Luji struggled to sit up. Disciple knows I was wrong. The cave lord angrily scolded, You don't even trust my words anymore. You brought people here to investigate? Are you planning to rebel? Hubi spoke up to defend her. Cave lord, please calm down. Su Luji must have been bewitched. Give her a chance to reflect and correct her mistake. The cave lord then ordered, Take her below, lock her in the water dungeon, and forbid her from eating for 3 days. Hui asked, Yes, but what should we do with the 2 outside the cave? They agreed, You handle them. I don't like leaving loose ends. Understood, was the response. Su Liuji screamed in protest, Master, please don't. Before she could say anything else, Mubi slapped her hard. Su Liu fell to the ground, rolling around, and shouted loudly, Where are the people? The cave lord gave an order saying, Inform the outside, they can take action now. Outside, a group of people appeared and started dealing with Hao Shuang's team. Xu Yun sensed something was off. He thought to himself, This situation is a little strange. I need to speak calmly later and avoid any conflict. Suddenly, Hao Shuang had an accident in front of him. Sorry, I couldn't hold it in anymore, he shouted. What are you doing? A shot rang out, the sound of it making the air feel intense and hot. Both of them frowned, looking in the direction the shot came from. The 2 young men scratched their heads in confusion. What's that single shot about? It's not Melsan yet, is it? They appeared in large numbers, quickly taking control of the situation. Each of them carried incredible strength, sending out a sense of danger ahead. Su Yun fought back with all of his might. Warning, friends, stop right now. I'm Su Yun, a disciple of Qingqing Mountain. This man is a direct disciple of Heavenly Master Hao Shuang. If you hurt us, don't you fear your sect being destroyed? Hao Shuang slammed his hand down in frustration. By revealing his identity like that, isn't he practically forcing them to kill him to keep him quiet? Su Yun frowned and turned his head. Thanks for the reminder. So what do you think we should do now? Hao Shuang's hand erupted with power as he continued, Don't worry. Once I use my electrical attack, they'll be roasted on the spot. Hao Shuang signaled, "You protect me. Wait until I have unleashed my strongest move." Su Yun agreed. "All right, with you saying that, I trust you." The green-haired man reported the intel. Elder Bu, they're planning to use lightning magic to attack. Hubi smirked, feeling pleased. He thought it was naive of them to still use old ways of thinking when dealing with attribute counteractions. Dragon and Tiger Mountain had been using lightning magic to suppress them for years, and now they finally had a chance to turn the tables with a technique that could break that suppression. Once enough spiritual power had been gathered and everything was set, Hao Shuang signaled, "I'm ready." Hui looked at Hao Shuang and said, "The moment you unleash your lightning attack," he predicted with a wicked grin, "will be the moment you lose all hope." Su Yun vaguely sensed something was wrong. Wait, that's not right. A suspicion rose in his heart. Those people saw Hao Shuang use lightning magic, but why didn't they try to dodge? The man with the green hair guessed. It seems like the one with the sword noticed something was off. But Bu, he is still eagerly watching the show. It was too late. The lightning magic had already been released. If it wasn't stopped, the caster would end up killing themselves. Su Yun rushed forward with his sword, shouting, "Stop!" Hao Shuang smiled, clapping his hands together. A burst of force filled the air, creating a pressure that exploded with spiritual energy. The group was thrown into chaos, their hair flying wildly as they ground their teeth, making a terrible screeching sound. Su Yun covered his eyes, feeling uncomfortable. The others were screaming and panicking uncontrollably. Huvi gritted his teeth, realizing what Hao Shuang had done. This kid, what he's using isn't lightning magic at all. I never expected he. The subordinates crouched down, screaming in pain, clutching their faces. My eyes? I can't see anything anymore. The guy with the green hair tried to open his eyes wide. Where did they go? Did they run away while the light was blinding? Huvi scolded him. Why aren't you hurrying up and bringing people to chase after them? He was furious and determined. The duck's already cooked. How could we let it fly away so easily? After taking Su Yun to a different location, Hao Shuang decided to stop. The distance was far enough now. Those people probably wouldn't find this place for a while. Su Yun rubbed his eyes and complained, "Next time, can you at least give me a heads up before you pull off something like this?" Hao Shuang crossed his arms and explained, "I was actually trying to shield you with my body. Who knew you'd suddenly rush out like that?" He opened his eyes, puzzled, and asked, "Why did you think of using a blinding technique instead of attacking directly?" Hao Shuang explained, "There's a barrier in the water that repels lightning. When I was, going to the bathroom, I tested it. Basically, lightning magic can't hit it, and it actually backfires." Su Yun nodded. "I see." Then his face froze as he realized something wasn't right. "Wait a minute, how could you test that when you were?" Hao Shuang smiled proudly and said, "Every part of my body can generate electricity. Do you believe that?" The other man collapsed into the water, sobbing, "No wonder my sister keeps craving you. Damn it, I lost." Hao Shuang looked at him, confused, and asked, "What's wrong with you?" He stood up and said, "Forget it. I'm not as good as the others. I have nothing left to say. Let's go, we need to report back." Hao Shuang refused. "I came here to investigate heavenly phenomenon enlightenment. I'm not leaving until I get to the bottom of it." "Are you crazy?" Su Yun yelled loudly. "Are you still planning to barge into Bayou Dong?" Hao Shuang turned his face and firmly told him, "That's none of your business. If you're scared, then just go back." The blow caused Su Yun to yell again, "I'll stay and see what those small fry from Bayou Dong dare to do to me." Seeing Hao Shuang clasp his hands seriously, Su Yun asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Hao Shuang replied, "I'm looking for a partner." He activated the 8 Trigger M soul guiding technique and calmly explained, "Before entering the hero tournament, I left the Linglong Mountain Tower at Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Now it seems that if I want to infiltrate Bayou Dong, I'll have to make use of it." Su Yun looked ahead, her mouth agape in astonishment. The Linglong Tower holds countless treasures. Isn't that the sacred artifact of the Heavenly Master? Yet Hao Shuang can summon and use it with such ease. That alone shows how much trust the Heavenly Master places in him and me. All this time, Master hasn't even truly looked my way. The young man's heart clenched briefly. Unwilling, I've fallen behind again. "Xiao Ye, come out." Xiao Ye appeared with a cheerful expression. "You finally came for me. It's been so stuffy being locked inside the tower for so long." They conversed. "How is Dragon and Tiger Mountain? Anything unusual?" "With the Heavenly Master guarding it, no one dares to stir trouble. Everything's stable. So tell me, what artifact do you need this time?" He shook his head. "No artifact. I need the 2 people imprisoned inside the tower." Inside the tower, the 2 prisoners furrowed their brows and declared firmly, "You want us to help you get into Bayou Dong? That's absurd. Even if we die, we will never betray our sect. Hao Shuang scratched his head, muttering, "Stubborn, aren't they? This won't be easy." The two captives looked at each other, then reaffirmed loudly, "Our loyalty to the sect is unwavering. Let heaven and earth bear witness." Hao Shuang laughed and threatened playfully, "If that's the case, what's the point of keeping both of you alive? I might as well sell you to the Tang men to feed their insects. They love to feast on cultivators like you." The man with glasses shook his head and said, "Wait, I can help you. I know of a hidden water passage." The younger disciple, fuming with anger, asked, "Senior brother, how could you betray the sect like this?" Hao Shuang smiled, clearly satisfied with himself. "That's right. A wise person knows when to be flexible. Don't worry, I won't do anything to harm Bai Yu Dong. Where is this water passage?" The man with glasses answered, "There's a river behind the mountain, and beside it, a small unnamed stream flows. While the stream doesn't lead into Bai Yu Dong, there is an underground passage under the water." The younger disciple smiled to himself, feeling excited. "Great. Senior brother plans to use that monster to kill him. That's a brilliant idea." On the back side of the mountain, Hao Shuang waited impatiently, eagerly asking, "Is it back yet?" The man with glasses replied, "Don't rush. We need to check everything carefully to make sure it's safe." Then a joyful shout suddenly rang out, "It's back!" Hao Shuang immediately stepped forward and began to ask for details. "How is it, Xiao Shuai?" Dudu reported, "I've dived down to check. There really is an underground stream. It seems to connect to the deepest part of Bai Yu Dong." The two men regained their confidence and responded earnestly, "Everything we've said is the truth. We would never lie to you." Hao Shuang suddenly spoke up, offering a reminder, "All right, you should still transform into an animal form and hide by the side." He then turned to Xu Yun and instructed, "Keep a close eye on them while we're on the way. If anything feels off, just take them down right away." Xu Yun glared at the two men, his killing intent clearly visible. "Did you hear that? If you try anything funny, I'll end you with one strike." The two men broke into a cold sweat, terrified. They immediately assured him, we won't. We're being completely honest." With that, Hao Shuang swam ahead and they followed closely behind. Xu Yun held his breath and slowly sank into the water, swimming after them. The two men, bound tightly, had no choice but to follow the person in front. Up ahead, something strange and unsettling appeared, drawing their attention. A dormant monster waiting ahead. Hao Shuang waved his hand in a signal, but remained silent, his lips not moving. "Withdraw quickly. Withdraw quickly." The group of people behind slowly observed the scene in front of them. The demoness in the front released a terrifying wave of power as she prepared to attack. Suddenly, her eyes blazed bright like car headlights. She unleashed a powerful surge of energy that exploded outward. The force of the blast knocked them off their feet, sending them tumbling backward. Xu Yun covered his ears with his hands. "Damn it, we've fallen into their trap," he muttered, his mouth open in worry. "The pressure is too much. My bones feel like they're about to break." He noticed that Hao Shuang was still standing motionless, and it left him confused. Why isn't Hao Shuang reacting? Has he passed out? Two people behind them were slowly trying to escape. Xu Yun gritted his teeth, frustrated. "This is bad. Those two are getting away." He clenched his jaw, grinding his teeth in anger. "I told you we couldn't trust those two. Now it's too late to regret it." He raised his hand, thinking for a moment. Finally, he realized, "It's up to me to save you." His eyes widened in shock. The two others were struggling to swim away, probably planning to report back to their master. It's still his senior brother with the good ideas. This time, they're definitely doomed. The man held his breath, struggling to stay underwater, when suddenly they all jerked back in alarm. Hao Shuang appeared with a smile right in front of them. On the other side, Xu Yun was exhausted as he lifted his head out of the water. Hao Shuang propped himself up and sighed. "Wow, that was fast." He angrily shouted, "Hao Shuang, damn it, you used a clone and still had the nerve to call me stupid for following you into this danger." Hao Shuang grinned and explained, "Calm down, it's fine. That's why I left you in charge of leading those two. Even if something dangerous happens, if it's next to you, the problem won't be too serious." Xu Yun said, expressing his frustration. "What should we do now? The female demon down there is a huge problem. If I get hit again, I'm definitely done for." Hao Shuang's fingers touched each other, releasing spiritual energy, and he denied it. "No." With a burst of power, he snapped. Using a clone should work. Hao Shuang channeled energy into the clone below the water. He dove deeper, searching and scanning the surroundings. Hao Shuang tried to strike the demoness with all his strength. The demoness glared at him furiously, then unleashed a terrifying, deafening sound. Hao Shuang was attacked, blood spilling out. Xu Yun, worried, asked, "How is it? Can you handle it?" Hao Shuang responded, "The thunder clone I left underwater has been suppressed. It's not causing any damage, but the sonic waves from the siren are being transferred to my body. It's pretty troublesome. Hao Shuang glanced at the two people behind him. I'll need your help. Hope you don't mind lending a hand. The two looked pale, trembling, and said, the Siren Queen, placed there by our master to guard the area, is meant to be unbeatable. We really don't know how to deal with her. Su Yun gripped his collar, shouting in frustration. You two keep lying. You won't tell the truth unless we make you bleed, huh? They helplessly begged, please spare us. We really don't know anything. Hao Shuang lightly patted his shoulder to calm him down. It's okay. Let's forget about the siren for now. Do you know if there's any hidden secret in the water? Why can't we use the thunder magic here? And why is it backfiring on us? The man with long hair explained the reason. This is a defense technique developed by Beiyu Dong in recent years to counter lightning magic. Underwater, within a 10-mile radius, there are cursed talismans that prevent lightning. If someone uses lightning magic in the water, the talisman will be triggered immediately. He continued, this then creates a backlash, multiplying the force by 10 times, suppressing the person casting the spell. Hao Shuang thoughtfully analyzed a backlash 10 times stronger. Then they smirked and changed their attitude. Although lightning magic counters water magic when you're near Beiyu Dong, you still need to respect our mountains. Exactly, stop thinking about impractical things. Let us go and we can discuss things calmly. Hao Shuang smiled contentedly. The love potion is very useful. Thank you both. Meanwhile, the monster deer was opening its mouth, preparing to swallow. She kept releasing poisonous gas into the swirling water, her body exuding powerful energy. Bubbles began rising to the surface and the entire river shook. Gradually, she released even more of her aura. Hao Shuang smiled, feeling a release of the lightning magic. The charm was activated, and the talisman began to work its power. The suppressing talisman entered directly, bouncing back with 10 times the force. She was blasted with an intense, painful explosion. Hao Shuang breathed a sigh of relief and motion. Let's go. It's taken care of. Su Yun was surprised. Are you sure? The other two laughed skeptically. What are you joking about? That's the demon queen of Tuan. Even our master couldn't defeat her. You're just sitting here and you solved it. But in the end, they still had to follow you. The three of them stood there, mouths open, amazed. No wonder he was trained in water magic. He could even breathe underwater. Hao Shuang waved his hand, signaling urgently, stop standing there, we can move forward now. Su Yun, still in the water, yelled, come help me. Hao Shuang asked, what's going on with these two? Su Yun fumed, God only knows. They managed to drown themselves in the water. I'm even embarrassed for the people of Beiyu Dong. Hao Shuang took a step back and began to walk around, examining the surroundings. You do the CPR on them, he said. Su Yun, fuming with anger, shot back, why don't you do it yourself? The cave lord, who was focused on his meditation, suddenly noticed a woman appear. She scratched her head and, in a soft voice, stood behind him, asking, are you done yet? I've been waiting for you for so long. She whispered sweet words in his ear. The cave lord, irritated, opened his mouth wide in anger. Hao Shuang walked down the cave entrance. Suddenly, a loud scream caught his attention. He turned his gaze towards the sound coming from deep inside the cave. A woman's voice said, the sect leader is amazing, absolutely incredible. Xiao Yu was overjoyed, her face filled with pleasure. The old man beneath her spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately collapsed, leaving only a piece of cloth covering his body. She sat on him, sneering. She contemptuously mocked, you useless old man. A man approached and asked, how's the progress on the collection? She didn't know when exactly she'd put on proper clothes again, set a seductive expression on her face, and said, I see you've gained a bit more strength. Before, he could still take those stamina-boosting pills, but now he's done for. This time, you'll have to give me all the energy you've built up over the last few days. He was hiding behind a rock, observing everything, and it seemed like Hong Sai Xiang had been drained dry and was about to die. One more time, he'd burn out like a lamp running out of oil, dying from a lack of vitality. The masked man, looking tense, gave orders. Someone, help the master down to rest. Give him more ginseng soup to replenish his strength. The people behind him quickly followed the orders. Seeing this, she approached and leaned in close to the man with the somewhat sly face, sweetly saying that old man is already starting to break down after just a few tries. You still haven't seen anything yet. I can be gentle and seduce him a bit more. How about I help you relax? He bluntly refused, no need. Wait until you drain all of his energy, then I'll take care of the rest. Without hesitation, he shoved her away. Until then, hold back. If I find out you're sneaking around and messing up my plans, I won't let you off easy. She was annoyed watching them act like they were pretending to be someone they weren't. Suddenly, a sharp blow struck the back of her neck, and before she could react, she collapsed into Hao Shuang's arms. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and his voice made her realize she was tightly bound to a rock. You're awake. She looked at the two people in front of her, surprised. Who are you? She glanced at him, a disciple of Ba Yu Dong, and he leaned forward, face to face, speaking. Take it easy. Answer my question first. His tone turned serious. Who are you? What's your purpose in getting close to Hong Sai-Xina? She wasn't backing down either, furrowing her brows and responding sharply. God, you're not disciples of Ba Yu Dong. No one in Ba Yu Dong would dare ask like that. The two people tied up beside her immediately responded, protesting. Devil woman, you infiltrated Ba Yu Dong, so what exactly do you want? What have you done to our master? She calmly crossed her legs and replied, You people really know how to insult others. I was invited by Elder Bu from your sect, so how can you say I infiltrated it? Hao Shuang smirked, mocking her. That guy Bu wants you to use some secret technique to drain Hong Sai-Xiang completely. Then, once he's indulged and dies, Bu would take over as the sect leader. Plus, he could use a dual cultivation method to steal Hong Sai-Xiang's cultivation from you, right? She still boldly ignored him, laughing sarcastically as she said, Let's just leave it at that. I'm only doing this job for the money. If there's any injustice, it has a cause. If there's a debt, it has a creditor. If you want to get revenge for Hong Sai-Xiang, go find that guy with the Bu last name and settle it with him. The old man with silver hair thought for a moment, and then something seemed to click in his mind. I've heard that there's a cult in the underworld called the Female Ancestors Palace. It's made up entirely of female disciples skilled in the art of seduction. They have a secret technique, a mystic exchange, that can transfer someone's original soul energy to another person. It's incredibly dangerous. The two people, still bound and in pain, tried to speak through their gasps. They called out to him, making him turn back. We owe you a huge debt, one we can never repay. Please take our master instead of us. Hao Shuang stepped forward and helped the two of them up, speaking gently. If we came here, we won't just stand by and watch. He patted his chest confidently and said, Don't worry, with me around, Ba Yu Dong is protected. The two of them were thrilled, showering each other with praise. The hero is truly righteous. My brother and I will only follow the hero's orders from now on. We'll jump into boiling water or a sea of fire without hesitation. The silver-haired man sighed in frustration and criticized them. Now I understand why you insisted on interrogating in front of these two. You were trying to win them over. He continued to sit down in front of her and asked, Where is Su Liu Ji? Is she alive or dead? No matter what he said, she just kept her eyes closed and ignored him. I don't know. I'm only responsible for seducing Hong Sai-Xiang. I don't deal with the disciples below. Before she could say anything more, he clenched his fist, flames flickering in the air as a warning, making her break out in a cold sweat. After thinking for a moment, he spoke again. If I throw this punch, the power you drain from Hong Sai-Xiang will likely vanish completely. Her face turned pale, and she hurriedly said, Yes, today we caught a female disciple and locked her in the water prison. There are also some disciples who refuse to submit to Bu He, and they've been locked up there too. After hearing what he wanted, he stood up confidently and crossed his arms. It seemed that in order to handle things, he'd have to rescue the rebellious forces locked in the water prison. The man with glasses lowered his head, worried. After all, the water prison was an important place in Ba Yu Dong, heavily guarded. He glanced at the green-haired man and added, Even with just the few of us, breaking in there will be as hard as climbing to the sky. He turned his head with a meaningful look and said, The problem isn't that big. We can take advantage of the loophole. They asked, suspicious. Take advantage of the loophole? With that, he began sketching out the plan. He picked up his pen, smiling, which left the two people next to him stunned. When he finished, neither of them expected it. A mask. Hao Shuan put on a self-made mask and walked straight ahead as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Xiao Yu followed closely behind. The two guards, without any suspicion, greeted them respectfully. Bu Elder, you just walk right past them like that. She glanced at him, unable to help but admire. You really nailed the voice imitation. But what about walking around here and there like this? What if someone notices a mistake? He calmly replied, I didn't expect you care about me like this. She frowned, thinking about the seal on her waist. If you hadn't drawn that explosive charm on my stomach, I wish you would just drop dead right now. He seemed to have planned this all along, turning to her with a request. Later, just follow me into the water prison. Anyone who tries to block my path, I'll handle. After hearing that, she was left stunned, her mouth hanging open. You're really bold, aren't you? What if? He remained calm, reaching behind him and slowly walking forward. There was no need to be tense. He was taking his time, leading the way to the water prison. That said, you're still sticking close to me. Are you that eager to die quickly? Why do you have to drag me along? When they arrived at the gates of the water prison, two guards were sleeping in front along with two beasts. One of the guards yawned deeply, but was suddenly jolted awake by a stick hitting his head. A lump formed in his head as both of them quickly turned around to look at Shen Hu, who angrily scolded them. What are you doing? Can't sleep at night? He gave them a stern warning. I've told you 100 times the people locked up in the water cells are all dangerous elements, so you need to keep a close watch on them. These two got too close. While he was lecturing the other two, if I catch you slacking off next time, you'll be scrubbing toilets next month. If you want to sweat like that, not good. That guy is Boovy's confident. One of the guards, surprised, spoke up, causing Shen Hu to turn his head and look. Boo, elder? She nervously covered her mouth and whispered to Hao Shuang, what should we do? We need to go quickly. He stayed calm, though. Turning around and leaving now would only cause more trouble. Relax and follow me. Shen Hu walked forward and respectfully greeted. Boo, elder, aren't you resting at noon? What brings you to this filthy place? Her heart raced with unease. She glanced at him, a little anxious. His name was Shen Hu. He just casually said, I couldn't sleep, so I went out for a walk. His words left the old man looking blank. Huh? Before the elder could respond, he asked again, what are you doing here, Shen Hui? The guards, overhearing this, couldn't help but laugh and teased him. The elder smiled awkwardly and rubbed the back of his head. I'm on patrol here, making sure no one is slacking off and messing up things for you. He kept his icy composure. Good, but I still have something more important for you to do right away. He bowed respectfully and accepted the order, saying, yes, please, tell me what to do. Little did he know, the man immediately followed with, right now, go out and catch 99 frogs, 99 worms, and 99 water snakes. These words froze him, and he stood there in shock. Huh? What did you say? The man stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and said a few words of praise that left him utterly stunned. You have to do it yourself. I can't trust anyone else. This is an important test for you. Do you understand? After hearing this, he was almost in tears, deeply moved. He said, thank you, elder, for your guidance. I'll go at once and catch them right away. She was left speechless, marveling at him. You really are something else. You took the challenge without hesitation. Too flattering. Just like that, you walked past the guards with such confidence. I want to go inside and see for myself. The two guards outside didn't need to follow. They bowed and acknowledged the order. Suddenly, the beast with red eyes growled and bristled with fur. She panicked. Oh no, she had forgotten that this type of creature could use its sense of smell to recognize people. This time she had made a mistake. Instantly, the two beasts got a sharp punch to the head, causing them to shut their eyes tightly, and they were immediately scolded to keep quiet. They were left grumbling, still showing their teeth as if daring to cause more trouble. The man with the smoky head collapsed to the ground, and the two of them just walked past the gate. As they moved deeper inside, he began studying the layout of the place. He asked how many people were locked up in the water prison, and although she was a bit hesitant, she still answered. Thousands of people, mostly those who refused to obey Buhi. You're not planning on rescuing all of them, are you? That would be impossible. The further they went in, the louder the voices of resentment and anger became. Hu-hee, you've ruined Bai Yu Dong. You won't get to die peacefully. Even if I have to come back as a ghost, I won't let you off, you witch. Hao Shuang was quite pleased with this spirit. Not bad. Everyone here had some fight in them. She felt a bit embarrassed and pointed ahead. Is this the girl you're looking for? At the very end of the water prison, there was a cage kept apart from the rest. Inside it, the girl's eyes burned with fury and hatred as she gripped the bars tightly. Boo-hee, I will definitely kill you. Two soldiers, still dazed, sat by the gate chatting away. You still owe me 2 rounds of drinks, you know. Come on, let's go, let's go. The voice rang out, making both of them jump. Boo-hee, along with a group of stern-faced followers, stood before them and said, what are you two doing? It's work hours. And here you are, laughing and joking around. This is completely unprofessional. They froze, their faces contorting in shock, and screamed. How is there another person here? She, her eyes blazing red with fury, shot out sparks of electricity, her gaze filled with hatred and rage as she roared, traitors, die for me. Xiao Yu, momentarily stunned, panicked and tried to run, shouting in fear. She's serious about taking a life for a life. Hao Shuang bent down, slamming her hand onto the ground. A bright flash of light shot along the water's surface in a 100-volt arc. The electricity spread quickly, paralyzing her and causing her to collapse onto the water. Hao Shuang glanced at Xiao Yu as he ran away, sneering, what are you running for? Isn't this the solution? Though embarrassed, Xiao Yu twisted his body and said, what did you just do? It felt so good. Can you do it again? Hao Shuang stared at her with a look of surprise, muttering, this woman is really something, acting like a wolf or a tiger. She probably thinks she's some kind of adult toy with a shock feature. With that, he walked over, helped her up, and lifted her onto his shoulder. Xiao Yu still trailed behind, refusing to give up, asking, I'm serious, can I try again just one more time? Hao Shuang answered bluntly, "Shut up, get outside first." He stopped walking, glanced at it with a mocking look, and said, "So, it turns out that whole group from earlier came into this place. Looks like you really didn't take a nap today." At that moment, Bu he ordered, "Catch him." The group immediately moved forward surrounding the two. One of them yelled, "Die, you dare impersonate Elder Bu. That's unforgivable." Hao Shuang's eyes sparked with lightning, and he shouted, "Shut up." Instantly, the whole group lost control and fell to their knees. One of them muttered in confusion, "What's going on? What happened just now? Suddenly, my legs feel numb." Bu, he was trembling slightly, his face contorted with fear. Xiao Yu's face also turned red from the electric shock, her voice filled with excitement as she exclaimed, "This time it's even more intense. He's releasing electricity again." Another person, confused, looked around and said, "It must be him." Xiao Yu glanced at Hao Shuang with her captivating eyes and said softly, "The man that the sect leader has been searching for so hard." Hao Shuang glared at the group in front of her, her voice cold with anger. "A bunch of fools, you can't even recognize who the fake is, and you still need all of you here?" The people around her stared blankly. One of them mumbled, "That person just growled. Our legs went weak. It has to be the real Elder Bu over here." Someone else seemed to catch on, turning to look with a face full of terror. Could the fake be? Pu He, trying to maintain his composure, spoke in a chilling tone, "It's just a childish trick, using electricity in the water. Do you really think you can fool me? Don't forget you're in the water now. Taking your life is as easy as flipping my hand." Hao Shuang's eyes widened as she replied confidently, "Then go ahead, try it. Let's see how you plan to take my life with water." The words made the impostor freeze in fear, stepping back slowly. Hao Shuang raised his hand, making a small motion, and a large mass of water began to gather in his palm. No way, no way. The water beneath his feet gradually formed into a giant water sphere. The imposter, who had claimed to be the elder, was now panicked, stepping back while muttering, "You don't even know a bit of water magic." Angrily, he gritted his teeth and hissed, "Just wait, I'll get you for this." He then kicked his subordinate next to him and barked, "What are you standing around for? Go capture them." Though the subordinate was doubtful, he didn't dare question the order and immediately obeyed. The group charged forward, their eyes full of murderous intent. Hao Shuang simply shouted, "Don't move." His words seemed to freeze them in place, as if some invisible force had glued them to the ground, unable to move an inch. Seeing the dire situation, the imposter quickly pulled a small blade from his sleeve. Filled with bloodlust, he lunged forward, slashing straight for the necks of his subordinates. Fresh blood spilled out as each one collapsed. Hao Shuang stood there, quietly sighing. What a cruel and devious move. Xiao Yu furrowed her brows and asked him, "How did you know he was an imposter?" He looked at the chaotic scene in front of him and explained, "He used you to get Hong Saixang's position, which was already suspicious. The thinking of a sect elder wouldn't differ too much from that of the sect leader. Inviting an outsider to probe around is too risky, unless he doesn't know any of the sect's techniques." He continued confidently, "Looks like I was right." The imposter gritted his teeth, angrily saying, "How Shu, damn it. The plan I've been working on for a whole year is being ruined by you." Furious, he charged forward, leaping at them while shouting, "Die." The masked man snarled, swinging his knife toward them. "You little brat, your day of reckoning has come." Just as the blade was about to strike Hao Shuang, Xiao Yu in a panic shouted, "Watch out." But before she could finish, he noticed that the imposter's feet were trapped by the water, leaving him suspended in midair. The water below was still swirling, creating powerful currents. Immediately, he was slammed hard against the cave wall by the rushing water. His subordinates were frozen in fear, dumbfounded as they watched him sneer, already knowing that their leader would make his move. Kak Han, who had somehow woken up on Hao Shuang's shoulder, was still casting a spell. "I was waiting for the right moment. He got too close, so I struck." Without warning, she flicked the imposter upside down. Enraged, he bellowed, "You piece of trash. I should have killed you sooner." After he dropped her to the ground, she angrily waved her hand and muttered, "Speak more clearly." He was tossed around and slammed hard against the walls of the cave, leaving his face bruised and his mask shattered. She, with authority, continued to turn her hand and said, "I want to see who dares to impersonate Elder Bu and cause trouble in Baiyu Dong." Suddenly, a burst of light shot from his direction and hit the ground, leaving her stunned. In the blink of an eye, he skillfully maneuvered through everyone and escaped, causing him to sigh. His martial skills may not be impressive, but he's certainly good at running away. It turned out that he had amputated one of his legs, and Qin Liuji couldn't help but acknowledge, "This person is ruthless and decisive." He made the decision to cut off his own leg in the blink of an eye. Further inside Baiyu Dong, Shen Hui was still searching desperately, as Hao Shuang had said. He was exhausted, wiping the sweat off his forehead. Suddenly, a stone flew straight at his head, and in anger, he crushed it. "Who wants to die?" he shouted. It turned out to be the imposter Buhi, limping along with blood still dripping from his other leg. Calmly, he said, "What is it that frightens you?" Shen Hui stepped forward to support him. "Elder Bu, what happened to you? Where's your leg? Where did it go?" He shot a glare at them and snapped, "Shut up, listen to me. If you still want to inherit my position and become the next Grotto Lord, you better go take over my work on the other side immediately." Xian was lying unconscious on the sick, and Liu Shi stood by, clearly distressed. "Master, master." She shot a frustrated look at the group and demanded, "What exactly did you do to him? Why is my master like this now?" Xiao Yu, trembling in fear, hid behind Hao Shuang and stammered, I was forced into it. He captured me and said he'd only let me go once he drained all Hong Xiang's cultivation." Su Yun moved closer, grabbed a cup of water nearby, and frowned as she examined the situation. The cup has been laced with heart poison mushrooms. If consumed over time, it weakens the vital channels, and in the end, it leads to death. It looks like Bu Yi was trying to force him to the brink of death. Liu Ji, enraged but helpless, said, "I never imagined the elder was a fake. What is his real goal?" Ao Shuang, standing nearby, frowned as she explained, "It seems like heavenly phenomenon enlightenment is probably his backing. That would also explain how they had Hong Xiang's token during the hero competition." She clenched her fist in fury, her voice full of determination. "No matter who he is, I will catch him and tear him into pieces." Suddenly, a figure with black hair rushed by and shouted, "Big sister, we're too late. There are too many people outside surrounding our cave." Hearing this news, he was a bit panicked. The leader is that imposter, and Shen Hui is with him too. A group of people stood firmly in front of the empty sky. Shen Hui, slightly frightened, asked, "Elder, who are these people? Why are they hiding in the valley outside?" He replied indifferently without even looking back, "It doesn't matter. Just remember, they are the allies who will help us take back Bai Yudong." Shen Hui looked toward the cave entrance, thinking to himself, after all, Bai Yudong has been heavily defended for so many years. If we want to launch a strong attack, it won't be easy. The imposter, filled with rage, his eyes bloodshot with killing intent, said, "Outsiders definitely can't break through from the inside, but if we bury mines beforehand, it will be no trouble at all." Liu Ji, leading 18 people, had a determined look in his eyes, tightly clenching his fists, full of passion. "Whoever comes, we kill them." Hao Shuang, standing beside him, was equally resolute. It was clear that this person had prepared in advance, gathering everyone to charge into the mountains so quickly. Shen Hui floated above, announcing loudly, "Disciples of Bai Yudong, you've all been deceived." He shouted, "Su Liu Ji has colluded with the traitors from outside, betrayed the Grotto Lord, and forced Elder Bu. Everyone, open your eyes and see clearly." Liu Ji held her hands out in front, gesturing sharply as she snapped, "Shut up, traitor of the sect." With her hands clasped together, waves of force surged outward. Shen Hui, terrified, muttered, "This girl plays dirty, hasn't even let me finish speaking, and she's already attacking." A huge water spout shot directly toward them, the water rising in a fierce torrent. But to everyone's surprise, it was easily blocked. Su Yun, a little flustered, quickly realized that the person controlling this attack was a master from Yun Ye Cave. Couldn't it be that these people were all from the 21 caves? She remained determined, bolstering the spirits of those around her. No matter what, even if the King of Heaven himself came today, he wouldn't be able to break through Bai Yudong. The disciples, following the battle orders, were stunned. The group behind her spoke in unison. Hao Shuang, standing nearby, sensed something was wrong. He quickly stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Don't act rashly. I'm sure he's got more tricks up his sleeve." The imposter radiated a murderous aura, grinning wickedly. "It's time." Immediately, brilliant, blinding auroras appeared in the sky, causing the group to cough and choke on the dust. Su Yun quickly warned, "This is bad. It's fragrant paralysis powder. If you breathe it in, your internal energy will be drained and you'll be completely paralyzed." Hao Shuang took a deep breath and cupped his hands together. Fang Fa. He exhaled forcefully, and from his mouth came a massive tornado-like gust of wind, blowing away the dust and debris in an instant. Shen Hui was stunned. Isn't that kid from Dragon and Tiger Mountain? How is he so skilled? Liu Ji glanced at him, surprised. He hadn't expected that he knew so many techniques. Hao Shuang quickly explained, "I only know the basics. Let's focus on the main issue. How many people can still move?" Su Yun replied, "Besides us, almost the entire army is wiped out. Damn it, this is terrible. I never expected they had hidden poisonous traps in the cave that could trigger explosions from a distance." The imposter glanced at Shen Hu. "Elder Shen, it's your turn to clean up the sect." Shen Hui clasped his hands together, smiling confidently. "Understood." Without another word, they charged forward. All that could be heard were the sounds of rushing wind. Liu Ji's body shone with a bright aura as he roared, "Come at me. Today, I'll risk it all with you." But before he could continue, someone yanked him back. Liu Ji was startled, not understanding what was happening. It turned out the two other people had pulled him deeper into the cave. One of them said, "There are too many enemies. We can't fight them off. Let's retreat first." Liu Ji struggled, irritated. "Let go of me. We can't let them escape." The man gave a sharp order, "Catch them." Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, inside the room, heard the explosion and was frightened. She had no idea what was happening. What was that explosion just now? At that moment, they had just arrived at the room. He said, "What time do you think it is, and you still want to bring Hong Sai-xiang along? You clearly don't understand. If you want to take Bai Yu Dong, Hong Sai-xiang has to die. Otherwise, no matter what, Hong Sai-xiang will jump out and declare that he wants to kill everyone." Immediately, he led the group to chase after them. Xiao Yu asked, "Why are we running? What's going on? What are we supposed to do?" He explained, "He must have brought in some masters, so how can we just stand still?" Xu Yidun was carrying Sai-xiang on his back. The cave they were in was narrow, like a maze. Trying to escape through the underground river wouldn't be easy. He had vaguely opened his eyes sometime earlier, aware of the long, table-like cave. He always had to make sure to glance at Hong Grotto Lord, who was still awake. His health was still weak, and he coughed a few times. Liu Ji turned around with concern. Hong Sai-xiang, regaining his composure, said sternly, "Stop talking. Hurry to the end of the cave. I know a secret passage. No one else will be able to find it except me." The scene shifts to a little later. The group of Shen Hui arrives to search the place but finds nothing. They don't head further into the area. I'm sure, standing from above and looking down, I was sweating but still felt a bit relieved. For now, we're safe. They won't be able to find this place. He had regained his strength, closed his eyes, and said, "It's my own foolishness that led to my betrayal. Now get Bai Yu Dong. There's only one last option." With determination, he continued, "I will pass on the strongest skill of Bai Yu Dong, the three writings divine technique, to everyone. If you can master this technique, there's nothing left to fear from the outside world." Hao Shuang and Liu Ji looked confused. "Are you just going to pass it on to us like that?" Sai-xiang narrowed his eyes, wiped the sweat off his face, and said slowly, "The three writings divine technique is the most powerful martial art in our sect, passed down since its founding. Though the mantra has been handed down through generations, no one has ever fully understood it. If it had been understood, Bai Yu Dong would have been famous all over the world by now." He sat up straight and gestured with his hand. "Today, you all risked your lives to save me, which means we're connected by fate. I will pass the mantra to you. If you can grasp it, it's thanks to destiny. If not, at least take this mantra outside as a symbol of Bai Yu Dong's power. From this moment on, the debt for helping to drive off the invaders will be considered paid." Hao Shuang's face was tense as he said, "I understand. Even though we are outer disciples, we will do everything we can to protect the true Bai Yu Dong." Liu Jidai rubbed his eyes and said, "Master." He closed his eyes tightly, focusing deeply. Flames of golden light flickered around him. "Listen closely. The mental technique of the three-pattern technique. After a while, they're still searching hard on the other side. The imposter was still commanding his subordinates, 'Search thoroughly. Don't overlook any trace.' Shen Hui, standing beside him, asked confusedly, 'Elder, we can't see anyone. They've taken Hong Sai-xiang with them.' He was furious. This brat is clever. He knows that as long as Hong Sai-xiang is alive, we won't be able to officially take over Bai Yu Dong. I'm worried they might have escaped through the waterway. Let's chase after them." But the other man remained calm, certain that Sai-xiang's body was like a lamp running out of oil. If they'd gone into the water, they're as good as dead. They're still in this cave. Have the disciples of Bai Yu Dong woken up yet? How many are willing to follow us? Seeing this, Shen Hui raised his hand toward the group of disciples, bowing their heads, and proudly said, "At least 6 of them. Lock up the rest of the stubborn ones." They immediately obeyed the elder's command. The imposter's face turned grim. "Good. Release the venom-spitting lizard beast. If we can't find them with our eyes, we'll find them with its nose." On the other side, he was still teaching them the martial arts techniques, with Xiao Yu standing alone at a distance. "Have you all remembered the mental techniques I taught you?" They replied in unison, "Yes, master. We've memorized them." As soon as they finished speaking, as if releasing all of his worries, he leaned back and relaxed. "Then I can rest easy now." Liu Shi, sitting beside him, was crying uncontrollably. "Master." The other two didn't know what to say, but suddenly he jumped up and shouted, "I'm not dead yet. Go practice." This startled Liu Ji, making him flinch. "Yes." Hao Shuang, sensing something, spoke up. "Hey, there's a sound." It turned out that the beast they had released was beginning to track their scent. It seemed to have picked up on something and quickly rushed forward. The group ran behind it, as it appeared there was a lead in this direction. Xiao Yu, standing behind Hao Shuang, was panic-stricken. She clung to the stone wall, as the venom-spitting lizard beast's sense of smell was as sharp as a dog's. "This is going to be a problem," she muttered. Hesitating, she added, "Maybe I can help." The two were quite surprised. Around her, there were swirling dark purple mists. She said, her voice delicate, "My magic works not only on humans, but also on animals." The creature took a deep breath, scanning the area, then quickly turned around the rocky outcrop. The others followed close behind. When they caught up, it was already waiting on the other side. But as they peeked inside, he broke into a wide smile. "Finally, we found it. This success is ours." However, to their shock, they stumbled upon two spirit beasts in the midst of bizarre behavior. The entire group froze in disbelief, then quickly turned back to report. Something had clearly gone wrong. The venom-spitting lizard beasts were behaving abnormally, driven by some strange frenzy. Shen Hu was bewildered, unable to grasp what was happening. Suddenly, one of the beasts climbed up his leg, its eyes wild and erratic. He didn't panic, but immediately shoved it away with his foot. "Back off." Nearby, the impostor clenched his jaw, muttering with irritation. Well, you insolent brat." On the other side, Xiao Yu was still struggling to maintain his spell, sweat pouring down his face. He looked like he was at his limit. "With my current state of mind, I can hold on for 6 more hours. Any longer would be impossible. How are we supposed to escape? You all need to think of something." Su Yun said firmly, "Lord Hong of the Grotto is too weak to use the underwater escape route. Our only option is to break through the encirclement." Seeing Liu Ji falter, Hao Shuang added, "Don't worry. Once Liu Ji completes the 3-pattern technique, we'll have the power to break out with confidence." But suddenly, she coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He quickly rushed over, reached out to support her, and asked, "What's wrong?" She wiped the blood off her mouth and struggled to speak. "It's not working. I'm trying to circulate my energy using the method my master taught me, but it feels like my inner core is in chaos. If I keep going, I might overexert myself." Su Yun looked at Saixan, who was lying unconscious, and asked, confused, "Could it be that Lord Hong Grotto misremembered the method?" Hao Shuan propped his chin, thinking, "No, I tested it earlier, and it seemed fine to me." This amazed Liu Ji. He immediately felt the effects when he tried it. He nodded and said, "Exactly. You can see for yourself, the 3-pattern technique, first level, the form, intent, and body are all coming together." This left both of them stunned and surprised. Shen Hui, standing to the side, spoke up cleverly. "Elder, who is it that requires you to personally greet them?" The person pretending to be someone else standing behind replied sternly, "It's a distinguished guest, someone who can also help me achieve my goals." He looked a bit panicked, sweat dripping from his face. "What? Is there someone who knows Ba Yudong better than we do?" He remembered the moment when he heard him say, "They're here." Standing in front of them were two people. One of them sat calmly and asked, "Where is he?" He bowed his head and replied, "He's still in the cave, but he's already fled." The man stepped aside, and a mummified demon, radiating a dark aura, appeared. He frowned and said, "I expected this. That's why I brought him here." The other person leaned in and whispered, "Lord Demon King, do you think intervening like this is too risky?" He calmly responded, "That's why we can't let those Hao Shuang people escape this time. If we want to deal with the weeds, we have to pull them out by the roots." They moved deeper into the cave. The demon seemed to sense something, its eyes glowing brightly as it immediately turned to look at a rocky outcrop. The other person smirked to himself, found it. At that moment, Hao Shuang was still confidently focused on the physical projection he had just created, something equivalent to an additional water clone. His body's surface was reinforced, its density compressed like a layer of steel armor, and he could freely control its changes to launch attacks with a variety of weapons. Faixang stood beside him, quite surprised, and couldn't help but ask, "Did you ever study the Bi Yudong techniques before?" He was a little confused. Aside from learning a few basic techniques just for fun, he hadn't had any further exposure to advanced water techniques, let alone the martial arts of Bai Yudong. Hearing this made Liu Ji's eyes widen as if he had just had an epiphany. Could it be that the essence of the 3-pattern technique required a special kind of talent? Could it be that only someone without the natural foundation in the discipline could truly awaken its power? He tightened his expression and said sternly, "Still, the 3-pattern technique is a high-level martial art within water techniques. Right now, you're like an empty vessel. If you were to face an expert in battle, you'd be defeated. Only with deep knowledge of water techniques as a foundation can you truly unlock its full potential." He shook his head in frustration and sighed. "Never mind. In the end, I'm just practicing for fun anyway." Suddenly, Liu Jia realized something and turned to say, Someone's coming, a lot of them, and they're heading straight for us. Suyun looked a little scared. Could it be that we've been discovered? She was sweating nervously. It's possible. Their target is very clear. They probably found a new way to track us down. Hao Shuang stood up, frowning. It seemed like the only option now was to break through the encirclement by force. He weakly coughed a few times, realizing that he couldn't risk a direct confrontation with those bad guys. Knowing that the boy was skilled in lightning magic, they must have set up anti-lightning talismans all around the cave. If he acted rashly, he would only be hurting himself. She panicked, not knowing what to do, but they couldn't just sit there and let the enemy kill him. With difficulty, he spoke, "There's still one last option." He pointed at Xiao Yu. "You should transfer the energy you've absorbed from me to Hao Shuang." This left her in shock, her mouth hanging open. What? Hao Shuang was equally stunned, not understanding what was happening. Well, wasn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, it was his energy. Maybe they should wait until his health was better before taking it back. Can't wait any longer, he still tried to say each word clearly. I knew exactly how my body felt, how my heart was, but I didn't need to say it out loud. Time was running out, and with each passing minute, our chances of survival were getting smaller. He felt a bit embarrassed and turned to glance at her. I remember you said that it had to be done through dual cultivation in order to work. She immediately waved her hand, forcing a smile as she explained, "That was just a way to trick Puhi." Actually, there was a much more effective method. He looked surprised. A more effective method? She turned to glance at Liu Jie before replying, "Maybe I just need 3 minutes." Liu Jie seemed to understand, nodding seriously. "Got it. I'll hold them off." She then turned back to face him and said, "Stay still. Don't move. Relax a bit." He was confused, but still followed her instructions. Immediately, she clasped her hands together and a wave of green energy spread out around her. Without hesitation, she thrust her hand forward, pushing into the air. A large vortex began to form slowly. Her face turned pale as she pushed the energy directly into his body. The light pierced through him, and he was stunned. The people standing outside began to calculate. The leader spoke up. "Is there any chance that the thoughts and spiritual energy we gather from Hong Sai-Xiang could be taken away by Hao Shuang?" The other person just laughed sarcastically. "Well, that would be great. I was hoping you would help me out." The old man with white hair seemed puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" He gave a sinister smile and explained, "In order to inherit Hong Sai-Xiang's cultivation, I purposely discarded the spiritual energy in my body. Aside from my physical strength, the spiritual elixir is completely gone. That way, when I inherit, I won't risk losing control and becoming consumed by my own energy." The other man was still confused, but Hao Shuang's body is different from others. He can practice multiple types of cultivation techniques with important attributes at the same time, right? The old man answered confidently. "If someone has extraordinary talent, of course they can handle multiple attributes, but I've already made sure to take precautions with him." As he spoke, his eyes turned bloodshot, radiating a sharp, dangerous aura as he grinned wickedly. The energy passed from her would be like a ticking time bomb. The moment it came into contact with a different type of spiritual energy, it could turn the recipient into dust in the blink of an eye. The green light gradually seeped into his body, and a powerful aura surrounded him. He could feel it himself. It was incredible that such an unusual method could actually transmit cultivation energy. Hong Sai-Xiang, sitting next to me, was equally stunned. He couldn't believe that after all the years I had put into this struggle, facing off against Dragon Lake Mountain, I had ultimately allowed a disciple of the Heavenly Master to acquire the item of this era. After a moment of channeling energy, my brother suddenly felt dizzy. Everything around him seemed to flip upside down. Tiny bolts of lightning crackled all over his body, and his eyes turned a glaring yellow. He let out a deafening scream so powerful that it caused the nearby rock wall to explode into fragments. The falling stones startled Xiao Yu, who quickly covered her head in fear. She turned around, her face drained of all color, eyes wide with panic. "What's going on?" the man asked, equally shocked. His eyes widened as he realized that two opposing magical forces were clashing. It's impossible. He clearly mastered the 3-pattern technique. How could it clash with his own thoughts like this? Energy kept surging uncontrollably from him, and panic set in. The energy's shifting. Something's wrong. I can't control the lightning technique. The man struggled at his feet, leaning against the wall, and electric sparks shot out from him in all directions. Xiao Yu was terrified and quickly covered her ears. He shouted loudly, "Did Bui use some kind of magic on you?" The girl, panicked, quickly explained, "He made me drink a bowl of medicine earlier, saying that if I tried to run, I'd die. He can do anything else." He frowned, sweating heavily. "That's it," he said grimly. "He's used a spell to leave a mark on you. If he tries to draw on the energy from you, it'll trigger an attack from the energy source that has already claimed its host." Sparks of lightning surrounded him, continuously shooting off in all directions. His dark eyes had also disappeared. He screamed in desperation. He continues, so it's not the thunder magic inside shuang that's fighting off the water magic. It's the defensive reaction of the thunder magic protecting its host. Xiao Yu was worried. What should we do now? Sweat dripped from his face as he struggled to think. At this point, there's nothing we can do. It's all up to his fate. Liu Ji stood frozen, holding the elderly man. He quickly turned, confused at the sound. It seemed like Hao Shuang. Seeing this, he became somewhat anxious, turned around and said to her, "Let me go check." She glanced ahead, hesitated, and said, "It's too late. They already made it to the front. They're here." He immediately stepped back behind the rock outcrop. They're moving too fast. How could they pinpoint our location so accurately? She widened her eyes, unable to comprehend. Or are they just moving really smoothly? That must be the bandaged monster in front of us. I should take care of him first. Without hesitation, the bandaged demon pointed ahead and seemed to say something. The person next to him immediately understood, launching 2 throwing darts toward it. Liu Ji panicked when she saw 2 darts heading straight toward her. Instantly, the rock outcrop was blasted to pieces. She had to duck down, and the silver-haired person had to brace himself on his sword, sweating heavily. "Damn it, you. If you don't hurry back to Mount Qingqing and follow Hao Shuang, you're just asking for trouble." Immediately, he leaped into the air, grabbing 2 swords, and said seriously, "I'm ready." He swung his swords fiercely at the other person, but they were blocked right away. Frowning, he muttered, "If it's going to be like this, then you'll have to die here at Baiyudong." Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Let's see if you have the skill for this," before launching a rapid series of chaotic attacks at him. The people behind also rushed forward quickly. Surely someone was inside. They were all panicked when they saw the fight between the two. Immediately, the guards were trapped in a water bubble, causing Bu He to grit his teeth in frustration. Liu Ji was still a bit shaky, but she tried her best to cast a spell. "As long as I'm here, no one is getting through." The Demon King summoned a flock of black crows, which flew towards Liu Ji, attacking her before she could react. The other person grinned wickedly as he moved deeper inside. "I've won! Even Hong Xiang can't stop me now." Suddenly, a fist appeared right in front of him, landing a punch that made him spit blood. It was Hao Shuang. He simply said, "Shut up already. Don't you know there's an echo in this cave?" Su Yun, standing below, saw this and was relieved, knowing right away that Hao Shuang was fine. The other person looked back. Hao Shuang. He seemed a little annoyed. "Senior brother, you really want to push me to my death, don't you?" The mask he was wearing broke off and was sent flying to one side. The impersonator wiped his mouth. There was already a trace of Hong Xiang's aura on him. How could this be? He hadn't expected his spell to fail. He grinned maliciously. "My dear junior brother, you're really lucky to be alive, but I'm afraid this time you won't make it out of here." Immediately, the group threw a talisman onto the stone wall. Shen Hui quickly ordered them, "Disciples of Bai Yu Dam, follow my command, set up the lightning protection spell." The group responded to the order, continuously placing the talismans onto the wall. Soon, all the talismans were arranged in a straight line. The wind began to howl. He smirked and said, "Does this lightning protection spell come free? You're about to cover the whole cave with them." Shen Hui drew out a dagger and assumed a fighting stance, responding disdainfully, "As long as it can stop your lightning magic, feel free to give it your all." Without hesitation, he charged forward. "Hu Elder, you don't need to intervene. I can handle him myself." This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to show off in front of so many fellow martial artists and disciples from the sect. If he could defeat him on his own, he'd gain great fame. He grinned maniacally and rushed toward him, thinking this would be his moment to shine. He noticed the man still standing motionless and, feeling confident, began to taunt him. Surely, he thought, the man would be too scared to move now. Immediately, the sword swung toward his face. He yelled, "It's over!" But instead of dodging, he used one hand to block the blade. His eyes had completely lost their pupils. His senior brother, standing beside him, was stunned and had to exclaim, "What?" Hoovy pretended to be scared, sweating. The water shield could shatter the water sword, but could it be the 3-mark divine art? Shen Hui stood there, mouth agape, unable to believe what he was seeing. His peerless water sword, unbelievable. He took a step back, gathering momentum, and threw a punch. "Sorry about breaking your water sword. To make up for it, I'll give you a little gift." The man had trembled, raising both hands in surrender. "Wait, actually, I really admire you. How about we become brothers? Please accept this from me." Before he could finish, the punch sent him flying 8 meters away. "I don't have any old brothers like you." That single punch shook the earth and sky, sending a massive beam of light shooting straight into the air. Liu Zhai ran off, exclaiming, "Is this the power of the 3-pattern technique? This is just the first level, and yet it was enough to easily crush Shen He." Bu He pretended to be shocked, his face pale. "No way. Even if Hong Xixian taught you the three-pattern technique, even if you're smarter than most, how could you possibly inherit his way of thinking? I clearly placed a seal, so how are you unaffected? Liu Shi casually frowned, then said softly, I just thought if I could follow his example and discard my martial arts, would the seal still treat me like him? I tried it, and it worked. I absorbed the energy into my body. After saying this, he took a surprised step back. How could you do that? You just abandoned your martial arts, and yet you're still standing strong. When I did it, I had to rest for 3 months just to be able to move again. Liu Ji snapped his fingers and chuckled lightly. Actually, I didn't discard my martial arts. I just temporarily detached from them. Inside, Hong Xixiang and Xiao Yu were still standing next to a glowing, shapeless form. He was impressed, never expecting something like this to be possible. It really opened his eyes. He was furious, grinding his teeth. Despite using a clone to push his thoughts aside, how had he not thought of this himself? His 30 years of hard-earned cultivation wasted in an instant. He immediately stepped up to Bu He, looking down on him with disdain. Now that we've come this far, you're basically crippled. No need to fight anymore, right? How about we just talk? Tell me about the heavenly phenomenon enlightenment. His senior brother stepped forward, his face dark with anger as he gritted his teeth and said, Junior, are you still this knave? He sneered contemptuously. With me here, how could I let you have your way? Ao Shuang sighed in frustration and said, Bai, I honestly don't know what grudge you hold against me, but why do you have to push me into a corner like this? He laughed in a sinister way. Clearly you're a monster, but Master still accepted you as his disciple. I will never allow that to happen. When you die, Master will reconsider and value me, and Dragon and Tiger Mountain will be handed over to me. Hao Shuang let out a bitter laugh. Well, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The letter I asked you to bring back earlier had a hidden message. Master already knows you're the traitor. At these words, his senior brother's face drained of color, clearly confused as though he wanted to disappear on the spot. Hao Shuang scratched his head, looking at him as his anger flared up, the fire of rage growing stronger. Sorry about that. Even if you kill me, I'm pretty sure you won't inherit Master's position. His senior brother grew even angrier, the flames of fury flaring up even more. He yelled, Tear him apart for me. Immediately, the Demon King charged forward without hesitation, lunging at him. However, a water shield unexpectedly blocked his path. Still, his hand managed to pass through the shield, reaching for him. Liu Shi stood nearby, panicked and cautious. He thought perhaps this was someone from Mount Mang. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, his face turned pale. He who wears the mountains and rivers beneath his feet. The memory flooded back. Hao Shuang's parents were desperately running deep into the forest, gasping for air as they fled. They ran while panting, and the mother looked back in a panic, asking, Are they close? What should we do? Without a moment's hesitation, the father gently set Hao Shuang down and said, Hao Shuang, hide here. The boy was terrified, trying hard to remember the faces of his parents. They lovingly reassured him, Don't be afraid, we'll lead the bad people away. We'll come back to get you soon. No matter what happens, don't make a sound, okay? Tears streamed down his face, and every word his parents spoke seemed to carve itself into his heart. He gritted his teeth, doing his best to stay silent. Immediately, the two led the group away and continued running. The father called out, Maisu, hurry up. However, just then, an arrow shot through her leg, causing her to collapse to the ground. The father quickly stopped and called her name, Maisu. In an instant, the pursuer had caught up. With a cruel look on his face, he coldly said, The Demon King, he who wears the mountains and rivers beneath his feet, has given his approval, and you dare refuse. The punishment for such defiance is death. Without hesitation, he raised his sword, preparing to strike. Maisu struggled to speak her final words, Go, quickly. But the father couldn't let go, turning back and shouting, No. However, it was too late. With a single swing of the sword, Maisu's blood sprayed into the air. The father, enraged, shouted and summoned a surge of electricity around his hand, charging toward the enemy. But with one strike, his head was severed from his body. He collapsed instantly. The cold-hearted villain turned around and asked, Where is the child? Hao Shuang, hiding nearby, trembled, too frightened to make a sound. He glanced around for a moment, sighed in frustration, and turned to leave, saying, Let's go. He directed the next monster forward. Tears welled up in his eyes, and fear gripped him so tightly that all he could do was stand there, paralyzed, watching in disbelief. Recalling each scene, Hao Shuang's expression grew worse, and he muttered, The Demon King, he who stands above the mountains and rivers. I can't believe you're all working for him. The impostor sneered, Now that you know, it's too late. You're about to become a corpse. He raised his hand, summoning a dark aura. Liu Ji, standing beside him, anxiously shouted, This is too dangerous. She recognized how serious the situation had become. In an instant, a long sword pierced through the Demon King's body, lifting him into the air. The imposter, seeing this, was terrified. What? How can it explode like this? How can such a terrifying attack happen? His senior brother, standing beside him, spoke confidently, even if you stab him 100 times, it won't matter. He's a zombie. He doesn't feel any pain. With arrogance, he added, a demonic strike. Let's see how you defend against this. The Demon King remained standing firm, even though his body was riddled with holes, his form now resembling some kind of bizarre monster. Liu Ji, filled with fear, warned, this move is extremely dangerous. Hao Shuang, pull back quickly. But he ignored her warning and, with a calm expression, continued casting his magic. Suddenly, the monster's legs were tightly held, unable to move. It realized it was caught in something like a swamp. Immediately, it was swallowed up by the earth, causing Bai to panic. What's going on? He quickly turned around and shouted, you all, go after it. Deal with it. Before he could finish speaking, a flash of light streaked through the air, startling him. The arrow had pierced straight through his pupil. Hao Shuang shouted loudly, tell me everything about the Demon Emperor or I'll kill you. The arrow was right in front of his face, causing him to retreat in fear. I never thought you'd dare. The imposter behind him tried to attack, but as soon as the two swords swung toward him, they were blocked by a shield. Grinding his teeth, he spat, you actually blocked it? Do you have eyes on your back? Liu Ji was stunned. It wasn't that Hao Shuang saw his move, but that he had reached a level of water perception. Now it was like Hao Shuang had built-in sensors all around him. Everything around him was his eyes, ears, and even his skin. Hao Shuang calmly turned around and said, Hong Grotto Lord has transferred all his life's cultivation to me. So, you understand now. The man gritted his teeth in anger. I've spent so much time and effort planning, and yet it's some beast like you who benefits from it. Immediately, he turned that anger into slashes, shouting, give me back what's mine. Hao Shuang felt exhausted by the attacks. With a snap of his fingers, he muttered, enough of this nonsense. A massive water blob then splashed down on the man's head, creating a huge explosion that slammed him into a deep hole in the ground. Shen Hui stood beside them, his face bruised on one side, stammering. Was the elder really taken down that easily? Someone next to him, panic in their voice, asked, Elder Shen, what should we do now? He responded with seriousness, don't worry, stay calm. We are the legitimate Bai Yu Dong. No matter what happens, we must maintain our dignity. We absolutely cannot bow down to outsiders. The person was taken aback, turning around to see him kneeling, bowing his head. I apologize, I spoke too loudly earlier and caused you trouble. Please don't hold it against someone like me. Hao Shuang, feeling frustrated, didn't bother to pay attention to people like that. He said, tell the people from Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment outside that Boogie has already lost all his momentum. Tell him to leave immediately, or else we will go to war. The person trembled, understood, I'll go right away. Immediately, their group withdrew from the cave. Bai Yu Dong disciples, following orders, quickly drove the invaders out and protected their sect. The group left like frightened dogs, their tails between their legs. Liu Ji, standing nearby, couldn't help but sneer. I have to admit, Shen Hui really is a loyal dog. The old man with gray hair standing next to him spoke up. The people outside are all experts. Do you really think they'll just retreat without a fight? Hao Shuang didn't bother thinking too much about it. They were only here to take over control. Now that Boogie was barely hanging on to life, there was no reason to keep fighting. He looked down at the fake lying on the ground, his teeth shattered, and it seemed like his bones were completely crushed. Even if they managed to save him, he ended up disabled. Yet the man still had the nerve to say, I advise you not to be too optimistic. I'm still here, and they won't retreat. But just then, someone came in to report, causing the man's face to turn pale. The enemy outside had already retreated. Elder Shen was leading the disciples to rebuild the defenses. He panicked. How could this be? Hao Shuang sneered, brother, there's no one left to help you now. Are you still stubbornly trying to struggle? He tried to make excuses. If you're so capable, fight you one-on-one. Don't let anyone else interfere. Hao Shuang shook his head. You're still too inexperienced in the ways of the martial world. Before he could think further, a punch landed, and his face caved in as he was sent flying back into the wall. Hao Shuang spoke sternly. Who do you think you are to set conditions with me? Right now, you have two choices. Either tell me everything or die. He quickly panicked, waving his hands nervously. Wait, I'll tell you everything, Dan. Why are you so hot-headed? Hao Shuang stepped forward and asked, what's your connection to the Demon King? Where can I find him? Is he the one behind the Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment? He answered, blood still on his lips. 3 years ago, he contacted me and asked me to inherit the title of Heavenly Master. The condition was that I had to join him. I would work for him. I don't even know where to find him. He's the one who contacts me. You want to betray the sect over this? How Shuang questioned, "You would betray the sect over just this?" He bitterly explained, "What makes me the most favored disciple? It's you, not me. That old man never trained me to be his successor." How Shuang's tone hardened. "If that's the case, then don't blame me." He frowned, thinking hard. Even if the Heavenly Master came now, there would be no way to avoid a fatal blow. Immediately, his eyes turned bloodshot and a sharp knife appeared in his hand, his movements decisive. The two people standing nearby were terrified. It was too dangerous. The distance was too close. But unexpectedly, Hao Shuang remained calm. Had he forgotten the lightning protection spell in the cave? In an instant, his face changed as he realized everything. The light from the talismans they had placed earlier began to explode. A moment of impulse had turned into a lifelong grudge. As he turned around, he realized just how deeply calculated the move was. One single blow sent him crashing to the ground, smoke rising from his body. The man was in a miserable state. The two of them lowered their heads to look at him and began to judge. "What do you plan to do with him? Hand him over to the Heavenly Master?" "No need. He's already crippled." With that, he turned and walked away without a second glance. After all, they were brothers from the same sect. He'd thrown him out there, letting him fend for himself. She was surprised, unable to understand what he was thinking, but still followed his lead. Together, they carried him out. Going out to do evil things, he deserves to die. How Shuang must have softened. Letting the tiger back into the forest, it will definitely cause unpredictable consequences in the future. He sounds so convincing. You want to test him? Then they dropped him into the deep abyss. The enemy had been defeated by him. A blow had been delivered by him. How to handle was up to him to decide. Two people walked away, ignoring him as he lay perfectly still on the ground, focusing on the task at hand. It was such a waste. After being tossed aside, he slowly sat up, no longer pretending. A monster standing a little distance away saw this. As expected, it was him. Hao Shuang had been right. This person was just faking unconsciousness. Without hesitation, the little weasel jumped down from the cliff, and sure enough, everything matched Hao's guess. "Let's go. Lead me to the Demon Mountain." Inside the cave, Hao Shuang was supporting Hong Xiang as they walked. The issue had been resolved. Bu He had become an agent of the Demon King of Demon Mountain. Suddenly, he coughed lightly, and then, to everyone's shock, coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His disciples rushed over in a panic. "Master." Liu Ji caught him, listening carefully to his final words. "My time is up. I can't live much longer. Being able to drive the invaders away and protect the sect is a good thing." He pointed forward. "After I die, the position of Grotto Lord of Baiyu Dong will go to." No one expected that the person he pointed to was Hao Shuang. He said it aloud, and everyone was stunned. Hao Shuang will inherit it. He was very confused, repeatedly shaking his head. "No, I'm originally a disciple of Dragon and Tiger Mountain, and I also..." Immediately, the old man made an effort to speak, trying to explain. "This isn't a problem. You have the ability to practice the three arts' divine power. It's fate. As for which sect you're from, whether you're human or a monster, it doesn't matter." Then he spoke his final words, leaning into Liu Ji's arms. "Remember the heart of those who cultivate the way of the spirit, protecting the world and all its creatures." Everyone was in panic, Master. They quickly erected a tombstone for him, marking the resting place of Hong Xiang. She was in anguish, saying, "Master, you knew we would surely carry out your will, protecting Baiyu Dong, protecting justice." She made a solemn vow. "Those who harmed you, we will make them pay with blood." Someone came forward respectfully to report. Grotto Lord, the traitors, led by Shen Hui, had been captured and locked in the water dungeon awaiting their fate. He furrowed his brows, saying, "Lock them up for now, we may need them later." Xiao Yu shyly appeared, saying, "It was me." He turned his head, not scolding her. Even though she was at fault, she was making up for it through her actions, so he wouldn't pursue it further. She frowned in sadness, asking, "Will you come with me?" He made a face like a monkey, sweat covering his face in confusion. Liu Ji clenched his fist in anger. Did that woman still want to cause trouble for Baiyu Dong? She quickly waved her hand in an attempt to explain. "No, I don't mean any harm. I just want to invite you to meet with my palace master." He was puzzled. Was the princess joking? She nodded and then continued, "It's Tan Ji, the palace master of the women's palace. She's been suffering from a strange illness for many years, and I'm afraid you're the only one who can save her." He looked confused, his face showing doubt. This seems like trouble. Liu Ji stood in front of him, disagreeing. "That's what she deserves. Don't think you can trick us into going there." He scratched his face and agreed. "I don't know anything about medicine, but if she really needs help, maybe we can have her come here." Xiao Yu tried to explain further. "Of course, I understand your concerns, but I also have a condition that you can't refuse. The palace is so high up in the women's palace, and if you look around the whole world, I believe only my palace master can help you deal with the ghost and climb Mount Mang." A servant entered and said, respectfully, Palace Master, I just received some news. Xiao Yu has been missing for several days. She said she found the man who can heal you and is bringing him here. The green-haired woman spoke up confidently. Don't trust those disgusting men. None of them have good intentions when they approach the Palace Master. No, we can't let them pollute our place. With that, he peeled a banana and continued, if it's Xiao Yu, I'm a bit more at ease. Let them come. She took a bite of the banana and added, if he can't cure you, we'll lock him in the flower garden as fertilizer. It's the right season for the flowers to bloom anyway. Two palace maids were patrolling the road and chatting with each other. Have you heard? Another man is about to enter the mountain. Who's it for this time? I heard the Palace Master personally approved him to come in and try to heal him. One of them shook her head and said, no way. It's been years. These men come to the mountain for the Palace Master's beauty. At least 80 or 100 of them have come, and in the end, they've all been buried in the ground as fertilizer. Right? I think the Palace Master has given up on those dreams about men. Suddenly, she stopped walking, and the person behind her asked, what are you looking at? Suddenly, a beam of blue light landed right in front of them. Xiao Yu was behind, while the man braced himself with one hand and landed accurately. Immediately, the two others rushed forward. How dare you, scoundrel! Breaking into the Palace of Women, you're dead. Xiao Yu quickly stood up to intervene. Wait, she said, but the sword couldn't touch him. He simply knocked it aside and explained, calm down, I'm here to rescue your Palace Master. The two of them gritted their teeth, realizing that their strongest attack had been easily blocked by him. He's too strong, Xiao Yu said from the side. You two misunderstood. It's me. Everyone was stunned. Xiao Yu, they exclaimed. Then they turned their suspicious gazes toward him. So, who are you? She asked. I'm Hao Shuang. I've come to treat your Palace Master, he answered. He stepped forward, surprised at how much the palace women hated men. Luckily, Subiran wasn't here. She stood by his side, adding, if you hadn't insisted on taking the mountain path through the dangerous route, none of this would have happened. You know how it is, he sighed. Time is urgent. I need to return to Bai Yu Dong quickly. Xiao Shui could be back at any moment. As they reached the gate, a girl with green hair appeared. The two maidens beside her bowed respectfully and said, Elder Lin. She stood firmly in front of me, looking irritated, and spoke up, Xiao Yu, is this the divine doctor you brought here? I quickly bent forward to explain how Shuang has an exceptional talent. I'm sure he can cure the strange illness of the Palace Master. He stood behind me, his face pale. Oh my god, how on earth did he get such a muscular body? She smirked. A divine doctor, huh? Then she kicked straight at him, stopping just in front of him. She was clearly stunned. Why didn't you dodge? You're sweating like crazy. The fact that I've come this far means the Palace Master has agreed for me to treat him. If you kill me, wouldn't you also be putting your own life at risk? So I'm pretty sure you wouldn't dare touch me. She firmly replied, you've got guts, but you're wrong. Just because I'm not touching you now doesn't mean I won't later. There's already a spot saved for you in the flower garden behind. With that, she coldly turned and walked away. Follow me. He was confused. What's in the flower garden behind? Xiao Yu sighed deeply. Big brother, when you're standing under someone's roof, you've got to know when to lower your head. Don't provoke them any further. 3 people walked inside. Lin Wufa respectfully said, Palace Master, Hao Shuang has been brought here. A voice came from behind the curtain. Alright, if she's here, then go ahead and treat her. Before she could react, he stepped forward. Panicked, she said, what are you getting so close for? Without hesitation, he lifted the curtain. How could he treat her while it was still covered? She froze, her mouth hanging open. The bastard, she never thought he would dare. Xiao Yu, get lost. Can't stand what I'm saying? Can't handle it? Immediately used a water technique to break away from the thunder technique entering his body. Wufa, enraged, charged toward him. What a shameless person. Today, he was going to personally tear him apart, that worthless trash. Standing over him, she screamed, die. But she couldn't touch him as the shield bounced her back. Tanjie felt a strange, powerful sensation slowly spreading through her body. The feeling of intense, refreshing numbness was incredibly effective. She broke out in sweat and leaned back. Could it be that this man really could cure her illness? Wufa panicked. No way, how could anyone dare to touch the head of the great master, where was everyone? Without hesitation, she pointed at him and shouted, protect the Palace Master! Kill that pervert! The group immediately grabbed their weapons and charged at him in response to her command. Suddenly, Tanjie raised her hand to stop them. Wait, give him a chance to surprise you, Palace Master. Then she shyly added, I want him to examine me. Everyone step back. Wufa froze, taken aback by the unexpected display of youthful innocence. What on earth had just happened? Once everyone had left, she continued, your name is Hao Shuang, right? He coldly responded, yes. She rested her chin on her hand and smiled softly. Has Xiao Yu told you about my situation? He remained calm and replied, "She said you're suffering from a rare illness and that maybe my physical condition could help you, which is why I'm here." She rubbed her chin and smiled again. "Is that so? You dare to come into our women's palace? Guess you're not lacking in courage. If you can't cure me, you'll have to leave your life here. But if you do succeed, I'll help you achieve financial freedom." To her surprise, he bluntly said, "No need. My goal is to become the ghost emperor of Mang Mountain. You need to help me." Hearing this, her face darkened, clearly showing her anger. She immediately pulled out a whip made of rattan and swung it at him. "How do you know? Did that little brat Xiao Yu tell you?" He quickly explained, "Don't get worked up. I have no idea about your past with he who wears the mountains and rivers beneath his feet. She just said you could help me defeat him." After thinking for a moment, she realized his words made sense. She didn't know the full situation either. Why do you want to take on the ghost emperor of Mang Mountain? He frowned as he recalled his painful past. "He sent someone to kill my parents. I have a deep, unforgivable grudge against him." She couldn't fully understand, but now it all made sense. Still, there was no one in this world who could kill him. Not even a heavenly master would be a match for him. "But if you really can cure my illness, I can offer you useful help." He smiled, delighted. "Where exactly do you feel discomfort? Why don't you tell me in more detail so I can understand?" She nervously pointed to her abdomen. "The area near my dantian is blocked, not flowing properly. Earlier, when you released the lightning, I actually felt a warm sensation flow through my lower abdomen." He leaned in to examine it closely. Could electricity have such a miraculous effect? She blushed in embarrassment, then began punching him repeatedly in the face, calling him a pervert. He staggered back, his face covered in bruises, feeling embarrassed as he said, "What are you doing? I'm trying to treat your illness." She quickly beat the village drum and said, "Sorry, I overreacted a bit." Then he sent a small current through his hand to hers and said, "Sit still. Let me use the electricity for therapy." She leaned back, relaxed, and said, "All right, I'm counting on you." He warned her first, it might hurt a little, so try to hang in there. He placed his hand on her stomach. She suddenly blushed, but didn't feel anything. He looked worried and said, "How can that be? Can't you feel it through the blanket?" She removed the blanket so he could place his hand directly on her lower abdomen. Her face turned even redder, little by little, as she said, "It feels so good." His eyes were covered, but he still asked, "Do you feel anything now?" She experienced each wave of pleasure and replied, "Yes, but it still hasn't opened up the energy flow in my dantian. Do you think you need to get even closer?" He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "I've already removed the clothes. What more can I do to get closer?" She was practically trembling with anticipation, so stepping inside was the only option. The small room was softly lit by the faint glow of a lamp, casting hazy shadows across the walls. The air was thick with tension, as though something unspoken hovered between them. He wore a thin black blindfold, attuned to her every breath and movement. Though he couldn't see her, the closeness between them was undeniable. After hearing her words, a blush crept up his cheeks, his heart beginning to race. Nervously, he asked, "Are you saying what I think you're saying?" She paused, equally flustered, her face glowing red. With a touch of bravado to mask her own embarrassment, she replied, "What? Are you seriously worried you're getting the short end of the stick here?" He quickly waved his hands, stumbling over his words. No, that's not at all. It's just, my master placed a protective golden aura on me. It stops me from getting too close to women, unless I activate my thunderclum technique. But if I do that, I won't be able to channel the lightning magic to heal you. So, it's complicated." She looked up at him, her cheeks still pink, her eyes shimmering under the dim light. With a calm but sincere tone, she said, "It's just a protective spell. Against a real opponent, it wouldn't hold up for more than a moment. So don't worry, I'll make it worth your while. Just trust me and try." He scratched his face, his voice becoming hesitant and uncertain. "This really makes me worried." She immediately sat up, hands on her hips, eyes tinged with irritation and a touch of sulking. Her voice turned sharp. "Are you even man? Do you really need to take off the blindfold before you'll act?" Hearing that, sweat began to bead on his forehead. He responded, clearly tense, "Of course not. The palace master has come this far and made such sacrifices. How can I dare ask for anything more?" She kept her stance, hands on her hips, eyes locked on his. Her voice was firm. "Good. My bottom line is, if you do it blindfolded, I can accept that. But if anyone sees me like this, I won't forgive it." He swallowed hard, a wave of awkwardness rising inside him. But even so, he reached out and loosened his belt. His eyes couldn't see through the blindfold, but he could sense how serious the atmosphere had become. He thought to himself, "She said this much already. I'd rather die than bring up that transparent fabric." He paused for a moment, then spoke, "If that's the case, I'll do my best." As he undid the belt, a strange glow emerged from his body, leaving her stunned. She covered her mouth with one hand, then her eyes, her breath growing quicker. He gently eased her back down, his voice steady and resolute. "All right, Let's make the most of our time. We don't have much left. She crossed her arms over her chest, her voice trembling slightly. As long as you can unlock that damn seal, you can do whatever comes next. Clenching his fist, his toned body radiated determination. He stood before her and said, "Palace Master, I'm going in now." In his mind, it was as if a ship was rocketing into space, breaking through countless barriers. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. She let out a deep sigh, and suddenly, a figure with green hair rushed in from outside, shouting, "Palace Master, I'm here to save you." But before anyone could react, the figure was kicked out, flying through the air without anyone realizing what had just happened. Back to her and him, the space fell back into silence and tension. She was still a bit embarrassed, blushing slightly as she said, "All right, quickly use the lightning technique, hurry." He immediately became serious and began to draw his lightning bow. The lightning technique shot out, releasing blinding flashes of light that lit up the entire room, making everything sparkle under the electric glow. He breathed heavily, wiping sweat from his forehead, and said while continuing, "Phew, it really works." She quickly stopped him when she saw him about to pull back, her voice urgent, "Wait, don't go outside yet, it's not done. What should we do?" He responded calmly, "It's fine, I have another way to come back." "No problem." She asked, a bit skeptical, "So it worked, right?" He answered, "You'll know once we try." The image of the ship crashing into space appeared in his mind again, but this time, there were brilliant, dazzling bolts of green lightning lighting up the sky. Alan wiped his forehead, wiped away the sweat, and said, "It's done. I really can't feel the lightning magic anymore." She lay below him, tired, sighed, and said, "I feel like the spiritual energy in my danshin has finally started to move again." He looked at her, smiling back. Her entire body was radiating a magical light. It was truly impressive. She was startled, quickly turned to look at him, and asked clearly, "You covered your eyes, so how can you still see?" He looked worried, responding anxiously, "This is really hard to explain. I don't know how to put." He hurriedly adjusted his pants, explaining, "What I see is just because my ability to sense things is quite strong." She shot him an angry glance, even acting overly dramatic about it. A sharp crack sounded, and in an instant, she used her powerful gaze to send him flying, slamming him straight into the wall and breaking a chunk of it. The dizziness made it hard for him to make sense of his surroundings. At the same time, the blindfold slipped loose and fell off. She quickly used her powers, wrapping a white cloth around her body while he remained stuck against the wall. Panicking, he silently thought that this was really serious. His whole body was suppressed, and he couldn't move. Truly, after getting what they wanted, people could turn on you in an instant. She used her magic to lift a nearby wooden stick, then threw it, enveloped in a deep red light, directly at him. He became even more scared, quickly saying, "Hey, are you trying to kill me?" Before he could finish his sentence, the stick shot straight toward a vulnerable spot on his body, forcing him to spread his legs to dodge it. Once he managed to escape the wall, he gasped for air, sweating like crazy, and said that his body could move again. He knelt down on one knee and clasped his hands, thanking the palace master for sparing his life. She looked at him and said, "My cultivation can recover, and you played a part in that. This is where today ends. You can leave now." However, he stayed kneeling and asked her, "How can I defeat the ghost emperor of Mang Mountain? Please, palace master, guide me." She glanced down, visibly annoyed, and asked, "Why do you keep wanting to go after the ghost emperor of Mang Mountain to get yourself killed?" "I don't want to kill you, but the ghost emperor is not as merciful." He scratched his head, confused, and asked, "What do you mean by not wanting to?" Her face turned red from the question. She turned away and said nonchalantly, as if she didn't care about his life or death, "It's just that I don't want to, that's all." "Forget it," he said. "Anyway, a promise is a promise. I'll tell you what I know." The scene shifted. The two of them were sitting outside. The table was filled with delicious food, making the atmosphere feel lighter. She began to speak. 20 years ago, when I first took over this place, suddenly the ghost emperor of Mang Mountain sent someone to summon me and meet him. He repeated, puzzled, 20 years ago. She continued, "The secret technique he practices, which is about absorbing others' life force, is very similar to my own secret method, which allows me to directly absorb the cultivation of others for my own use. He wanted us to offer up our cultivation to serve as stepping stones for him to dominate the world. To stop me from using my secret method to grow stronger, he sealed my core, locking my cultivation for 20 years, and I've never been able to break the seal. I never imagined you would be able to help me undo it." He listened seriously to what she was saying, then asked, "How long has it been like this? Why hasn't he shown himself in the martial world anymore? If he could directly absorb other people's cultivation, he should have already ruled the world by now, right?" She answered firmly, with a hint of fear. At that time, in addition to absorbing other people's cultivation, he was also searching for a secret scripture that had been lost for ages, the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens. He looked up at the sky and repeated, "The scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens." She explained that this secret scripture, with its extreme yang and vigor, could counter the dark and evil arts of the demon emperor. He didn't dare to leave the mountain carelessly, fearing a confrontation, and had been secretly practicing this scripture. He was surprised. So, for all these years, he's been searching for this technique. Once he destroys it, no one will be able to stop him. This news was extremely valuable. I'll find the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens, he said. She replied, the demon emperor has been searching for it for decades and still hasn't found it. How could you possibly find it? He stroked his chin, sat down, and said, you're right. I wonder if my master knows about this. She was peeling a banana and said, the world is vast. There must be a place where we can find clues. And in that place, the power of the demon king can't reach. He was curious and asked her where. As she ate the banana, she replied, the core of heaven's Tao purifies the place where destiny is judged, determining the heavenly cycle and the forces of life and death. He broke into a sweat, realizing she meant the river diagram and Lu writing. He stood up determined and said, all right, I'll go find my master and ask him to help me locate the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens. She replied, why worry? She kicked him gently with her foot and said, I told you, if you cure me, I'll give you a big reward. He blushed and asked, what kind of reward? She smiled and said, my energy is still slowly recovering. Come find me next month and I'll give you a portion of my power. He awkwardly laughed and said, does that mean we need to do some kind of joint cultivation? You clearly can't wait to see me suffer, though. She smiled wickedly and said, that's why you need to focus on building up your body this month. If you can't keep up next time, it'll be tough for you. In his heart, he thought, what kind of human suffering is this? At that moment, several girls approached. One with green hair and an extremely fit body stepped forward and reported, Palace Master, we caught a demon outside the mountain. It says it came to deliver a message. The girl who was being imprisoned shouted, let me out. He turned around in surprise, seeing the imprisoned girl, and called her name, Xiao Shuai. The imprisoned girl also called out, how? Tenji ordered, let her go. She's one of us. The girl with green hair obeyed, saying, yes. It turned out that the girl who had been captured was Xiao Shui. After she was released, she rubbed her hands. He saw this and asked, why did you come here? Did you find anything? She replied, I've been following them the whole way and found out that Bai Yu wasn't going after the ghost emperor of Mang Mountain. Instead, he's heading back to Dragon Lake Mountain. He rubbed his chin and said, he must have realized his identity was exposed. Why would he go back to a dangerous place like that? Could he have another plan? She smiled and replied, he's either fearless or crazy, daring to investigate the location of the ghost emperor of Mang Mountain. Luckily, that person didn't come to the Mang Mountain, or your little beauty wouldn't be coming back. He clasped his hands together and said gratefully, thank you for the reminder, Palace Master. I need to head back to Dragon Lake Mountain now. She winked playfully at him and said, don't forget our promise. Come find me next month. He broke into a sweat and answered, got it. I'll definitely come. Switching scenes to Dragon Lake Mountain, inside a house, a man slammed his hand on the table, frustrated, and shouted, damn it, ever since he arrived, all our plans have failed. He's such a disaster. An old man nearby spoke up, at this point, we should be preparing for war. The white-haired man spoke again, Master, are you planning to make a move against the Heavenly Master? The old man replied, not yet. As long as he doesn't make the first move, we'll endure. We'll deal with Hao Shuang first and see what happens. The white-haired man quickly said, but he's too cunning. We can't seem to catch a break with him. The old man smiled cruelly and said, everyone has a weakness, especially a monster like him. Scene transition. Lu Yan slumped into the chair, mentioning Hao Shuang. Hey, Hao Shuang, where have you been? You've been gone for so long, and you don't even care about me anymore? She gazed out the window, lost in thought, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. She went out to open it, wondering if someone had come to cause trouble again. Looking outside, she saw 2 girls who had knocked 2 men out cold. One of the girls spoke first. This is the 5th group this month. Since you've been staying here, even the thugs from the mountain don't understand why they keep coming up here. The other girl spoke up too. You could say you've made quite the contribution to maintain the peace on Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Lu Yu was upset, but still forced to smile. I could just open a club down the mountain instead. The girl with green hair replied. Then Heavenly Master will definitely become a regular guest. Suddenly, a figure shot toward them, but Xiao Yu noticed him and threw a dart. The man, however, was incredibly skilled and dodged it before charging straight at Xiao Yu. He struck her side, sending her flying and causing her to cough up a mouthful of blood. She was startled, realizing he was a martial arts master. The girl with green hair attacked next, catching him off guard, but he quickly sensed her and turned to block her strike. A burst of purple lightning and clouds shot out from the impact. He used a move similar to Goku's Kamehameha. The green-haired girl was knocked back from the counterattack, crashing into a tree. She also coughed up blood like Xiao Yu and passed out. Now, only two people remained, Lu Yin and the man. She asked, "Who are you?" He replied, "Come with me." When Hao Shuang just arrived home, he received the news that Lu Yin had been taken. He angrily asked his master, "What's going on? I just got back and heard that Lu Yin was taken. Was it those people from Zhangju Yuan again?" His master advised him to stay calm. "Right now, we don't have any evidence. If we go looking for him recklessly, he'll just turn things around on us and we'll be at a disadvantage. It's best to track down Lu Yin's whereabouts, but he's smart enough not to make such a basic mistake." Hao Shuang, still furious, punched the wooden pillar next to him, causing it to crack and dent. "You're a monster. Monsters do what they want based on their mood, not on evidence." Seeing the broken pillar, his master shouted loudly, "My 1,000-year-old Trin Nam wooden pillar with golden thread." Hao Shuang, startled, heard him yell, "Ah, is it really that precious?" The scene shifted to a mansion, where two guards stood blocking his way, not letting him enter. The one with his hair tied up spoke first. "Hao Shuang, never heard of him." The other guard added, "The Grand Elder is resting. No one is allowed to meet him." Inside, a white-haired man looked out and laughed. "Looks like Hao Shuang is in quite a hurry." An old man sitting next to him, sipping tea, joined in. "Let him hurry. The initiative is in our hands now. Let's just enjoy the show." The man outside shouted, "I've heard that Elder Zhang Ju Yuan has kidney problems. A special disciple came to deliver medicine for erectile dysfunction. Premature ejaculation isn't a disease. It's the result of psychological pressure." Hearing this, the person inside immediately turned pale and spat out the tea he was drinking. The old man with white hair beside him also overheard. So it wasn't just one person who was shocked. There were two others standing behind who had heard it too. "Is that true? Is Elder Zhang really in bad shape? How would he know this? This is huge news." "Yeah, well, considering his age," the man outside kept shouting, "I just received word from Elder Zhang and I rushed over here immediately, bringing some excellent medicine that can definitely help him regain his strength." The two guards heard this and immediately told him to shut up. The man inside, even angrier now, slammed the table and said, "Let him in right away. Don't let him keep blabbering nonsense out here." The old man with white hair, following orders, quickly went outside, opened the door, and said to the disciple, "Stop shouting. If you have something to say it inside." The disciple said dramatically, "Brother Bai, are you here to treat Elder Zhang too? It seems like Elder Zhang's condition is really serious." Brother Bai, now furious, shouted, "Shut your filthy mouth." The disciple responded with a mock expression of concern. "Oh, did I say too much? I shouldn't have shouted so loudly and revealed Elder Zhang Ju Yuan's condition in front of so many people, right?" Then he turned back to the onlookers and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Elder Zhang is in great health. He doesn't have any issues in that area. Please don't spread any rumors. We shouldn't tarnish Elder Zhang Ju Yuan's reputation. Thank you all for your understanding." The old man with white hair, now holding his head in frustration, screamed in agony. There were a few people gossiping, covering their mouths and whispering to each other. The old man inside heard this and angrily shouted, "Bring him in here. Bring him in here right now." After you entered, you sat down casually, picking your nose. The old man was still furious and said, well, Hao Shuang, you're openly causing trouble, humiliating, and slandering me. What do you want to do? Are you tired of living? Do you even know what the law is?" You kept pretending to be surprised, saying, "Elder Zhang, why are you saying this? I just received some new information and rushed here." You wiped the sweat from your brow. Who told you such nonsense? You stayed calm, pointing the finger at the white-haired man. It was him, Brother Bai. The white-haired man pointed at himself, asking, "Me?" You continued, "Didn't you say that lately Elder Zhang hasn't been as tough on me as before? You even told me to figure out a way to heal him." He shouted, "Liar, when did I ever say that to you?" You responded, "It was during the hero competition." He snapped, "How could I ever say something like that to you?" You smiled and said, "Well then, it must have been Bai Yu Dong." He quickly denied it, saying, "We never even mentioned Elder Zhang when we were at Bai Yu Dong." You grinned slyly and asked, "Oh, then what exactly did we talk about at Bai Yu Dong?" He was fuming, but couldn't find a response. The old man spoke up, "All right, Hao Shuang, stop beating around the bush. What exactly are you here for? Just tell us directly." Then he thought to himself, "Damn, I had planned to lure him here and kill him. I never expected this guy to make it so obvious. Now it's harder to make a move, but the initiative is still in my hands. I'll kill him." And still try to act normal. "It's nothing, I just missed the elder, so I came to visit." The two of them froze for a moment, confused. "No other business," he said with a smile, adding, "Yeah, no other business," which made the atmosphere fall into a thoughtful silence. 30 minutes passed, and no one spoke. Suddenly, a signal sounded from outside, catching the attention of the white-haired man, who spoke up. "Who shot that signal arrow?" He then clasped his hands and said, "Since you two have nothing else to discuss, I'll take my leave now." The two were left staring in disbelief, wondering what just happened. He quickly ran off. A few people standing outside, eavesdropping, saw him running and whispered to each other, "Is the treatment over? Did the Grand Elder not kill him? Looks like he really went in there for treatment after all." Yeah, that makes sense. The white-haired man walked toward the door and commented he sat here for an entire hour without saying a word. Then, when he heard the signal arrow, he suddenly ran off. "What's wrong with that guy?" The old man suddenly realized something was wrong. He had fallen for a trick. His job here was to keep the two of them occupied, which must have meant others were already going in to rescue Lu Yin. He immediately asked, "What did you say?" His voice was a bit panicked. "Go check if Lu Yin has been rescued. If she's still alive, just kill her. Keeping her alive is too dangerous for us." Upon hearing that, the man rushed off without hesitation. How could he have found out? Is it possible that one of our own betrayed us? Lulu, who had been listening, also overheard. The old man with white hair rushed toward the place where Lu Yin was being held, asking the guards there, "What happened? Is anyone here to rescue him?" The guards responded, "Everything is normal. No one is here." Hao Shuang suddenly jumped out, raising his hand to strike at him, saying, "Gotcha." He was startled and quickly turned around, immediately crouching to dodge the move, then said, "I didn't expect you to lead me into this. What's with all the tricks? No wonder you're from the city. Too bad luck is on my side. No matter how sneaky you get, you won't gain anything from this." He chuckled and replied, "Not so fast. I've already pulled a hair from you." The man froze, and at that moment, a subordinate held up a mirror for him to see, and he screamed, "My hair!" He shouted so loudly that the guards immediately rushed forward. He sneered and said, "You're really a fool. If you've already captured my girlfriend, you must have prepared everything. This is the 8 Trigram's Golden Seal formation. Once it starts, even gods and demons would struggle to break it. Today will be your last day." The soldiers immediately surrounded him in a circle. He kept his calm and said, "Let's see what you can do." Then they charged at him. He released sparks of lightning, jumping around, cursing, "Damn it, the only thing I can do is run up there." The white-haired man below sneered, "You fell for the trap. If you jump up, you'll become a living target." At that moment, the soldiers used their powers to jump toward him, but to him it was nothing more than child's play. He activated his shield, making it impossible for the soldiers to get close enough to strike. Seeing this, the man was a little panicked, but still ordered the attack to continue, wondering how much longer the guy could keep resisting. He sent a bolt of lightning toward the white-haired man, causing him to widen his eyes. Could it be the legendary sharpshooter? A massive bolt of lightning shot straight at him. The guy jumped down, snorted, and spared him for now. He still had to take a beating later. It was truly a strange habit. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, tied to a post, cried out for help. "Is anyone there? Please get me out of here." The soldiers who had just gained up on him were now rushing toward her, causing her to panic and shout, "What do you want from me?" The people bowed their heads and knelt down, apologizing to her. "We were blind and didn't see the obvious. We've offended you. Please forgive us." He walked over and kicked one of them in the back, saying, "Move aside. Stay on your knees. No one is allowed to stand up without my permission." Lu Yin asked, "Why are you just getting back now?" "Bai Yu is a traitor." He smiled brightly at her and said, "I know. I've dealt with him. He's being locked up outside for self-reflection." She angrily said, "That bastard, I'm definitely going to tear him apart." He stopped her. "Not yet. Keeping him alive is actually useful." She asked, "How is it useful?" He smiled and said, "I plan to use him to take down Zhang Ju Yuan." Bai Yu slowly woke up in a dark space. His master stood beside him, his gaze sharp as if it could pierce through his soul. The master looked at him sternly and asked, "Are you awake?" Bai Yu nervously stammered, "Master." The master immediately interrupted, "Shut up. You don't have the right to call me that." His voice was cold like a sharp blade. Bai Yu felt a wave of fear wash over him from the harshness of his words. "You've been looking at other mountains while standing on this one, haven't you? Quickly confess to everything you've done." Bai Yu lowered his head, not daring to meet his master's eyes, and spoke softly. "Haven't you all already figured it all out? If you want to kill me, go ahead." The girl standing beside him spoke up. "Bai Yu, if you can point out Zhang Ju Yuan's crimes, especially helping us completely wipe out the spies from Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment on the mountain, I can guarantee your life." He laughed loudly upon hearing this. "Guarantee my life? Do you really have the power to do that? If you didn't say anything, maybe I could survive, but if you do, I'll definitely die, no doubt about it." The rules were clear. Any disciple who betrayed the sect would face the harshest punishment, but it only meant their cultivation would be stripped away and they'd be kicked off the mountain. His master, the mountain's lord, would never go against the rules laid down by the ancestors. His master was speechless, frustrated by the stubbornness of his disciple. Without hesitation, he prepared to act, thinking, "I'll just strip him of his cultivation first." Suddenly, a hand stopped him. It was Hao Shuang. He smiled and said, "Master, don't rush. Let him think it over a bit more." The master paused, looking at him in confusion. "After everything that's happened, you're still holding out hope?" he thought. He was surprised that Hao Shuang could actually stop him. Hao Shuang's strength had grown incredibly fast. Hao Shuang continued, "In the end, he's already got wings. It's hard for him to escape now. Let him think carefully and we can strip his cultivation tomorrow if need be." Bai Yu yelled, "Dream on. I won't say a word, not even one." Then the three of them turned away, leaving him behind. After they went outside, the master asked, "Tell me, what are you up to this time?" He replied, "Huh? How did you know?" The master said, "Humph, you think your tricks can fool me? You don't have good intentions, and by tomorrow, you'll probably have some new plan." He smiled and pushed the master lightly. "If I can get him to talk, do you think you can help me track down the whereabouts of the scripture of the profound stem of the nine heavens?" The master was surprised. "I've told you before, the secret lies within the river diagram and Lu writing. Even I can't access it without the approval of the three elders." He said, "The Grand Elder, Lu Elder, and Zhang Ju Yuan. If they were overthrown, they definitely helped me out." It turned out the woman with the two men was Elder Lu. She said, "Huff, I never said I would help you. The river diagram and Lu writing are high-level secrets. How could I help you with your personal matters?" He whispered in her ear, "If you help me, I'll give you a full-body massage again." She blushed and coughed a few times. "The rules are clear. If you're in a life-or-death situation, I might make an exception, but only once." That night, the man grinned maliciously and said, "With this, I'm relieved. Tonight, I'll make him cry and confess everything, playing mind games with me. He's still too inexperienced." Just then, someone rushed in with urgent news. "Master, bad news. Bai Yu has been captured by Hao Shuang. The woman has been rescued." The man calmly replied, "What's the worry? They're all his people. What does it have to do with us? As long as Bai Yu isn't an idiot, he won't give us away." The person still worried said, "Even though the Heavenly Master doesn't know him, Hao Shuang has never been one to follow the rules. Do you think we prepared for this?" The man didn't respond, lost in thought. The scene shifts to Bai Yu, swearing in frustration, "Damn it, if it weren't for my meridians being sealed, there's no way I'd be trapped by these ropes." He heard a noise and looked up, surprised. "Who's there? What's going on?" Then, a person kicked open the door. It was the one who had captured Lu Yin. Seeing him, Bai Yu's face lit up with relief. "Great. I knew the elder wouldn't leave me hanging. Hurry, get me out of here." The other person coldly replied, "His order is to kill you on the spot." Bai Yu, terrified, quickly tried to explain. "What are you talking about? I can say anything. You can't." While speaking, Bai Yu suddenly realized something and immediately said, "I knew it. You're Hao Shuang in disguise. You're trying to drive a wedge between us. Take off your mask." The masked man, holding a knife, was about to stab Bai Yu. He coldly stared at him and said, "Don't worry. Your journey to the afterlife will be smooth." Hearing that he was about to be sent to heaven, Bai Yu finally became scared. He closed his eyes and shouted, "Help! Someone save me!" At that moment, Hao Shuang appeared out of nowhere behind the masked man. As Hao Shuang prepared to punch him, he said, "Did I give you permission to kill my people?" The masked man quickly dodged Hao Shuang's attack, leaving Hao Shuang stunned with wide eyes. The man then kicked Hao Shuang, sending him crashing into the wall. Bai Yu watched Hao Shuang being kicked, then touched his face, still suspicious of him. He warned, speaking to Hao Shuang, who was wiping blood from his mouth, "Hao Shuang, do you think this little act is fun? Don't think that sending someone to kill me will make me tell the truth." Hao Shuang, despite his injuries, glared at Bai Yu, cursing, "You fool! Can't you see the clothes I'm wearing? Yes, I was trying to impersonate Zhang Ju Yuan to deceive you, but the master behind this is definitely not someone I arranged." Bai Yu still didn't trust Hao Shuang. He stubbornly argued, You're just putting on an act. Don't think you can fool me." Hearing Bai Yu's betrayal, Hao Shuang raised his hands in surrender and said to the masked figure, "You're the expert. I can't fight you. If you want to kill Bai Yu, I won't stop you. You two go ahead. I'll leave." Bai Yu, seeing Hao Shuang abandon him, panicked and let out a fearful gasp. The masked man didn't say much. He simply coldly told Hao Shuang one word, "Leave." Bai Yu finally believed it, terrified, and cried out, begging Hao Shuang, "Hao, you can't just leave me here. I don't want to die." Hao Shuang, seeing how quickly Bai Yu turned on him, was left speechless and muttered, "This guy." The man in the mask, holding a knife, charged toward them both. "Guess we're dying together," he thought. Hao Shuang didn't know how to save Bai Yu. After escaping from the masked figure, he grabbed Bai Yu by the arm like a chicken, scolding him for still trying to play tricks. "This fool, already captured, and he's still trying to mess with me." Bai Yu, desperately pleading with Hao Shuang, cried, "We're brothers. You can't just watch me die." Seeing the hole in the wall and the assassin standing behind them with bloodshot eyes like a demon, Hao Shuang reluctantly said, "If I can't fight him, then all we can do is run." Then, Hao Shuang quickly grabbed Bai Yu by the collar and dragged him away. Bai Yu's hands were bound, and as Hao Shuang pulled him along, he could only scream in fear, his cries echoing loudly. When Zhang Ju Yuan heard his subordinate's report, he was shocked and immediately stood up, asking again, "Someone is trying to kill Bai Yu." The subordinate kneeling on the ground answered, "Yes, we don't know where they came from or why they want to kill Bai Yu." Hearing his subordinate's confusion, Zhang Ju Yuan sat back down and began to think aloud. "This isn't good. This must be a scheme created by Hao Shuang himself. He wants Bai Yu to believe I'm trying to silence him." Surprised by Zhang Ju Yuan's words, the subordinate quickly asked, "Huh, what should we do now?" Zhang Ju Yuan, realizing there was no turning back, stood up with a cold and ruthless look in his eyes. He gave a harsh order to his subordinate. "Now that we're at this point, we can't let him have his way. Send everyone out to take care of Bai Yu, eliminate the threat once and for all." After escaping the assassin's pursuit on their way, Hao Shuang spoke to Bai Yu, who was trailing behind him. "There's no need to be scared anymore. The disciples from Dragon and Tiger Mountain have been dispatched. That person won't be able to kill you." As soon as the words were out, more assassins appeared from somewhere. Hao Shuang suddenly said, "Wait, those aren't our people." Seeing them, Bai Yu, still trying to escape their pursuit, cursed silently in his mind, "Damn it, Zhang Ju Yuan, are you serious?" At that moment, the disciples from Dragon and Tiger Mountain showed up, with one of them giving orders to the others. The Dragon and Tiger Mountain disciples heard the command and immediately threw themselves into action, surrounding the assassins. Anyone who resisted was to be killed without question. The other disciples of Dragon and Tiger Mountain, upon hearing the order, shouted in unison, "Understood." The leader of the assassins, not backing down, shouted commands to his group. "Don't be afraid. Charge in. No matter what, we must kill Bai Yu." And so began an intense battle between the assassins and the disciples of Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Meanwhile, Hao Shuang grabbed Bai Yu and pulled him behind a wall to hide. Both of them hid behind the wall, and Hao Shuang began to sow discord between Bai Yu and Zhang Ju Yuan. Zhang Ju Yuan was like a dog rushing to jump over the wall, boldly carrying out an assassination in Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Even after all of that, does he still want to protect him? Hearing Hao Shuang's question, Bai Yu fell silent and thought for a long time. Then, as if he had made a decision, he clenched his teeth and said to Hao Shuang, "Take me to find my master. I want to tell him everything. If he's heartless, then don't blame me for being ungrateful." When Hao Shuang heard Bai Yu was ready to reveal the truth, he acted generous and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "If that's the case, I'll reluctantly protect you for a little longer." On the rooftop at that moment, the assassin who had been watching Hao Shuang and Bai Yu leave removed his mask, revealing that it was actually Lu Yin in disguise. Seeing Hao Shuang and Bai Yu appear to be getting along, Lu Yin happily said, "Looks like the fish finally took the bait." Meanwhile, in the hall, Bai Yu was kneeling on the ground, blinded by the bright lights. A female disciple, holding a sword, stood behind him. Her clothes were covered in blood as she reported the situation to Master Xu Roofing. The group of people has been completely wiped out. The few who managed to escape are being hunted down. Xu Roofing listened to his disciple's report and then told the female disciple, "You've worked hard, go rest early." He then turned to Bai Yu, speaking in a tone that was half threatening, half persuasive. "Bai Yu, it's already happened. Don't hold on to any illusions. No one's coming to save you, and no one's coming to kill you either." Hearing Xu Roofing's threat, Bai Yu opened his eyes wide in fear. After a brief hesitation, he revealed the truth. I'll tell you, the spy from Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment in Dragon and Tiger Mountain is Zhang Ju Yuan." Hao Shuang, who was standing next to them, jumped in and added, "He's a high-ranking member of Heavenly Phenomenon Enlightenment, right? He's ranked 3rd, if I remember correctly." Bai Yu, hearing Hao Shuang mention Zhang Ju Yuan's rank, furrowed his brow in surprise. With his power, he's only ranked 3rd. Then Bai Yu turned to Hao Shuang and continued to share what he knew. The number 1 is the Ghost Emperor of Mang Mountain. You already know that. As for the second, I know it's a woman. I've never seen her in person, so I can't say for sure what she looks like or who she really is. When Bai Yu heard Xu Roofing's question, he quickly stood up and asked, "Are there any other supporters of Zhang Ju Yuan in Dragon and Tiger Mountain?" Hearing his master's question, Bai Yu thought back to everything he knew and said, 7 of the 16 paths in Dragon and Tiger Mountain have already pledged allegiance to him. I can give you the list. When Xu Roofing learned that so many had betrayed him in Dragon and Tiger Mountain, it hit him like a thunderbolt. He clenched his teeth in anger and muttered, "Almost half of them are traitors. This sect really is cursed." Hao Shuang didn't show any emotion when he heard the shocking news. He looked at Bai Yu, who was still bound and kneeling on the ground, and extended his hand demanding evidence. The list itself wasn't important. What mattered was evidence that could prove Zhang Juyun's crimes. When Bai Yu heard Hao Shuang's demand for evidence, he feigned ignorance and said, "Evidence? I'm not sure what kind of evidence you're looking for." Hao Shuang, upon hearing this, grabbed Bai Yu, still tied up, and stood on the edge of a cliff, preparing to throw him down. Hao Shuang threatened him, "Think carefully about what you're going to say next in your next life." Terrified by Hao Shuang's actions, Bai Yu quickly confessed, I have evidence." Bai Yu spoke uncertainly. "Under his bed, there's a hidden room that holds letters exchanged with the Demon King, but I don't know if they've been destroyed yet." Hao Shuang, hearing the information she needed, immediately rushed off. Before leaving, she told Su Rufeng, "That's enough, I'll go capture him." A female disciple from Dragon and Tiger Mountain, seeing Hao Shuang throw herself into danger, anxiously called out to her. When Hao Shuang didn't even glance back, the disciple quickly turned to Su Rufeng and snapped, "Old man, are you still not going to make a move? How can Hao Shuang possibly be a match for Zhang Juyun?" Upon hearing her, Su Rufeng remained silent, thinking deeply. After a moment, he decided he would go save Hao Shuang from running headfirst into danger. Slowly standing up, he said, "Although our master strictly forbade us from harming each other, at this point, if the master in heaven is watching, he'll surely understand." Su Rufeng angrily clenched his fist and said seriously, "The grudge between him and me needs to come to an end." On Zhang Juyun's side, Hao Shuang used water-based magic to attack the disciples, causing them to scream in pain. Hao Shuang casually put his hands in his pockets and said calmly to Zhang Juyun in front of him, "Elder Zhang, it's already late. Why aren't you resting yet?" Zhang Juyun calmly sat in his chair without answering Hao Shuang's question. Instead, he coldly said, "Hao Shuang, your timing is terrible." Hao Shuang wasn't intimidated. He smirked arrogantly and said, "Sorry, looks like I've ruined your big plans. As they say, if you do too many wrong things, you're bound to end up dead." Zhang Juyun tried to sow discord between the master and disciple. "Hao Shuang, this is about your grandfather. Don't you want to cooperate with me to uncover the truth?" Hao Shuang, though curious, still kept his composure and replied, "No need. All I know is that before my grandfather passed away, he told me to always trust my master." Hearing Hao Shuang's refusal, Zhang Juyun burst into laughter and said, "You're such a fool. I've endured for years and my plan has been carefully set in motion. Who would have thought it would be ruined by an idiot like you?" Then, as he began to attack, Hao Shuang said, "I won't accept this." Hao Shuang saw the attack coming and didn't dodge it. Fear filled his heart as he thought, "It's too fast." Suddenly, his master appeared and took the blow for him. After quickly blocking Zhang Juyun's attack, Su Rufeng turned his head and said to Hao Shuang, "Kid, you're coming at me alone like this. Don't you know how to spell death?" Hao Shuang grinned sheepishly, scratched his head, and replied, "If I wasn't a little reckless, how could I force you to step in and take action yourself, master?" Knowing Hao Shuang was tricking him, Su Rufeng scolded him, "You even daring to set a trap for your own master." Hao Shuang wasn't afraid of being scolded. He happily bounced away to look for evidence, and as he turned his head, he said to his master, I wouldn't dare. I'll leave him to you, master. I'm off to find the letter." Here Hao Shuang was going to look for evidence, so Rufeng grabbed his whip and tried to stop him. Furious, he shouted, "Kid, get down here." Before the whip could reach Hao Shuang, Su Rufeng stopped it. After escaping, Hao Shuang stood on the rooftop, watching the two people fight below. He muttered, "This old man, he's actually reliable when it counts." Zhang Juyun, holding a weapon, said to Su Rufeng, who stood opposite him, "Su Rufeng, you finally decided to step into the battle yourself." Zhang Juyun continued, "Well, it's for the best. Today, let's see who deserves to sit in the Heavenly Master's seat." Without waiting for Su Rufeng to respond, he launched a dark lightning attack. Seeing the dark lightning, Su Rufeng gritted his teeth and asked, "Did you sell your 3 souls to the Demon Emperor?" Meanwhile, Hao Shuang was ready to enter Zhang Juyun's bedroom. He began searching for evidence, pushing the bed aside. When he saw a secret compartment under the bed, he happily said, "Found it." After opening the compartment and finding a letter, Hao Shuang exclaimed with joy, "Great! With this evidence, there's no way Zhang Juyun can talk his way out of this." Just as he was celebrating his discovery, Hao Shuang froze, startled by a loud noise coming from outside. He hid the evidence in his pocket and turned to look outside the room. His master and Zhang Juyun were in the middle of a fight. Worried, he asked, "What's going on?" Outside, Su Rufeng had been thrown into the wall by Zhang Juyuan. Injured, Su Rufeng held his chest and muttered in disbelief. This bastard actually went this far. After successfully retrieving the evidence, Hao Shuang turned back, calling out to his master, who was sitting on the ground holding his chest. Master. Hao Shuang helped Su Rufeng up and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Su Rufeng didn't want him to worry and replied, "I'm fine, but this person is much harder to deal with than I expected." Suddenly, Hao Shuang looked like he saw something terrifying. He wasn't quite sure, so he asked his master, "Is that Zhang Juyuan?" Hearing his student's question, Su Rufeng replied, "Yes, that's him. He's gained the power of the Demon King. He's turned into a monster, neither human nor demon." At that moment, Zhang Juyuan, now a monster, arrogantly sneered, "Su Rufeng, you can't defeat me. I am the greatest in the world." Even though he was scared, Su Rufeng still retorted boldly, "You call that strength? You beg for power and still dare to claim you're the greatest in the world." Nearby, Hao Shuang also cheaply raised his middle finger at Zhang Juyuan, unafraid and smugly said, "You shameless piece of garbage." Su Rufeng heard Hao Shuang teasing Zhang Juyuan and suddenly turned to ask him, "Why did you provoke him and mess with his mindset?" Hao Shuang didn't understand his master's point. He turned pale and replied, "I thought you wanted to mock him." Zhang Juyuan, angry, attacked both of them. He shouted furiously, "Don't underestimate me." Su Rufeng explained, "I was just talking big, but you really went ahead and angered him." As Hao Shuang defended against Zhang Juyuan's attack, he noticed the color of the lightning and asked in confusion, "Why is his lightning black?" Even though Zhang Juyuan was tense, he still answered Hao Shuang's question. "This is dark lightning of extreme yin, capable of neutralizing other forms of lightning." Seeing his own lightning rendered useless, Hao Shuang panicked, "We're done for." Zhang Juyuan launched an attack on both of them, and seeing that neither of them could defend themselves, he smugly declared, "It's over." Looking at the dark lightning in front of him, Su Rufeng helplessly sighed, "We're done. There's no escaping. If we get hit, we're finished." Seeing Su Rufeng and Hao Shuang helplessly unable to resist his attack, Zhang Juyuan couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. With a proud smile, he said, "I want to watch with my own eyes as the two of you turn to dust." With one hand raised, Hao Shuang summoned a green light that appeared in the air, neutralizing Zhang Juyuan's lightning magic. The power of both attacks was so intense that it tore through the roof of the building. After everything settled, Su Rufeng was still dazed and asked, "What just happened?" Seeing that both of them were unharmed, Zhang Juyuan stammered, "You? What did you do? Why did my dark lightning go off course?" Hao Shuang, striking a fighting stance, didn't answer. Instead, he arrogantly spoke to Zhang Juyuan, "If you attack again, you'll find out." Zhang Juyuan, seeing Hao Shuang's contempt, was so angry that his eyes turned red. He muttered angrily, "Disrespecting me. I can't believe it. A little brat with a face full of fuzz dares to look down on the number one in the world like me." In a fit of extreme anger, Zhang Juyuan began to create a new technique. He said to Hao Shuang, "Fine, I'll grant your wish." Seeing Zhang Juyuan explode in anger as if getting his way, Hao Shuang calmly replied, "Now's the time." Zhang Juyuan, so consumed by rage, didn't notice anything unusual about Hao Shuang. Confused, he asked, "You dare to attack first?" Zhang Juyuan continued focusing on his technique to strike Hao Shuang. He proudly said, "Too bad, you're still a step too late." As the lightning bolts were about to hit Hao Shuang, a protective circle of water appeared around him, countering the lightning strike. Zhang Juyuan, seeing this strange phenomenon, murmured, "Water." When the bolts of lightning hit the water, they were neutralized by it, blocking his attack. He couldn't believe it. Staring at Hao Shuang in disbelief, he said, "No way. How does someone like you, a cultivator, know so much about physics?" Hao Shuang reached through the lightning, preparing to land a punch on Zhang Juyuan. Zhang Juyuan couldn't react in time and took a direct punch to the face, causing his face to swell and a few of his teeth to fall out. Even though he had lost some teeth, he didn't forget to ask, "Research on what?" Hao Shuang's powerful punch sent Zhang Juyuan flying across the room. The punch was so strong it broke through the wall, and Zhang Juyuan continued to fly, landing near the gate. Su Rufeng stared in shock as he watched Zhang Juyuan get knocked back so violently. He stood frozen, too scared to move. After knocking Zhang Juyuan down, Hao Shuang stood behind him and explained to his master, "Master, I've been meaning to tell you I learned some water techniques while I was in Baiyu Dong. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned it sooner." Despite being badly injured, Zhang Juyuan managed to get back up, coughing violently as he did. Cough, cough, cough. Hao Shuang walked up to him calmly and asked, At this point, do you have anything left to say? Even though Hao Shuang had beaten him senseless, Zhang Ju Yuan remained unafraid, still holding on to his arrogance. He covered his mouth to cough and then arrogantly said, "You think this can defeat me? How naive. I still have a trump card." Hao Shuang, surprise, repeated, "A trump card." Suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind Hao Shuang, preparing to attack. It was a dark figure similar to the one Lu Yin had impersonated earlier. He was holding a sword, ready to take Hao Shuang's head. Hao Shuang noticed someone attacking from behind, but before he could fight back, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck and knocked the shadowy figure away. It turned out that Su Rufeng had arrived just in time to protect Hao Shuang. Su Rufeng, using both hands to make a move, said, "Finally, you reveal yourself." Hao Shuang walked over to where the shadowy figure had fallen, intending to remove his mask, and said, "To break through bye-bye and Ruan's defense all by yourself. I want to see exactly who you are." Hearing Hao Shuang's curiosity, the shadowy figure wasn't scared at all. With arrogance, he replied, "Who am I? You're just ignorant. I'm nothing but a nameless person under the command of the Demon Emperor." Then free-throwing daggers shot toward Hao Shuang, forcing him to step back and dodge. At the same time, out of nowhere, countless shadows of black figures suddenly appeared. Seeing these people, Hao Shuang said in disbelief, "I can't believe there are so many of the Demon Emperor's followers hidden on Dragon and Tiger Mountain." Su Rufeng, as if provoked, began setting up a magic formation while saying, "What do they think Dragon and Tiger Mountain is? This doesn't make any sense. Order of execution." The assassins rushing toward them noticed something was wrong, but it was too late. Su Rufeng's command hit each of them precisely, knocking them out cold on the spot. Hao Shuang praised him. That precision. Truly, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Su Rufeng accepted the compliment without hesitation, then couldn't resist teasing Hao Shuang. "It shows you still need to work on your cultivation. Stop wasting time on all that nonsense." Su Rufeng's eyes widened in shock when he noticed Zhang Ju Yuan, who had been rescued, had already run off. He urgently shouted, "Zhang Ju Yuan has escaped." Hao Shuang looked in the direction Zhang Ju Yuan fled, scratching his chin in confusion, said, "That's strange. That's not the way down the mountain." Hearing Hao Shuang's question, Su Rufeng seemed to realize something and suddenly exclaimed, "That direction leads to the mysterious cave, where the river diagram and Lu writing are kept." At the entrance of the mysterious cave, two of Zhang Ju Yuan's injured subordinates were making their way inside. Just as they entered, Hao Shuang and Su Rufeng appeared in front of the cave entrance. Upon seeing Zhang Ju Yuan and his group entering, Hao Shuang was surprised and asked his master, "Didn't we say that 3 Grand Elders needed to authorize entry at the same time? How is it that he get in so easily?" Su Rufeng quickly ran toward the cave, his teeth clenched in worry as he said, "The people inside have definitely been deceived. Let me go and warn them." Hao Shuang followed closely behind, calling out, "Master." As they got closer to the entrance of the mysterious cave, a formation appeared before them, and from within it, a fierce beast emerged. The creature angrily shouted a warning. "This is the forbidden ground of Dragon and Tiger Mountain. No one without permission is allowed to enter." Hao Shuang turned to Zhang Ju Yuan and asked, "Is this the guardian of the mysterious cave?" Zhang Ju Yuan did not answer Hao Shuang's question. Instead, he addressed the beast. "I am the heavenly master of Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Inform the guards immediately and allow me to enter." After the guardian remained silent while informing the guards of river diagram and Lu writing for a moment, it responded to Su Rufeng, saying, "The guards refuse. You are not authorized. You cannot enter." Upon hearing that he was not allowed inside, Su Rufeng couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "What?" Hao Shuang asked, "Su Rufeng, master, you told me before that there were spies among the guards of river diagram and Lu writing. Have you investigated this?" Su Rufeng turned to look at Hao Shuang and replied, "Of course, I've ordered the guard team to investigate thoroughly several times, but nothing suspicious was found." Hao Shuang hesitated after hearing this and concluded, "It seems the spy is not just one person, but the entire guard team." At that moment, a smug voice echoed from inside the cave. Zhang Ju Yuan provocatively said, "Su Rufeng, didn't expect this, did you?" Hearing the familiar voice made Su Rufeng furious. He gritted his teeth and said, "Zhang Ju Yuan, looks like I was right." Inside the caves, Zhang Ju Yuan began to reveal his plan. "I started making arrangements 15 years ago. One by one, I replaced all the guards here with my own people. Finally, today, they're put to use." Hao Shuang calmly spoke from outside. "If you all prefer to hide like turtles in your shell, then stay in there. Master, we'll stay out here, eat when we want, drink when we want, and let's see who can't hold on the longest." Inside, Chang Ju Yuan wasn't afraid either. He laughed triumphantly and said, "All right then, take your time, but I have other important things to do." With a malicious look in his eyes, Chang Ju Yuan continued, outlining his next move. "I'm about to take your names and turn them into the latest heavenly target and earthly seal list, then release it to the public. Just imagine the chaos that'll cause. That's really something to look forward to." Hao Shuang said, frowning as he asked, "You're going to publicly announce us as heavenly targets and earthly seals?" Still Roofing, who was standing nearby, angrily cursed Zhang Ju Yuan. "You're so cruel." Zhang Ju Yuan laughed proudly, saying, "The 3 mountains and 9 provinces, 21 caves, all relying on the river diagram and Lu writing. Controlling the mysterious cavern is like controlling the entire world. Just wait, you'll end up as a rat in the eyes of the people, cursed and beaten." Shu Roofing, feeling helpless, got into position, gritted his teeth, and said to Hao Shuan behind him, "Hao Shuan, we can't keep dragging this out. We need to break through and stop him." Hao Shuan obediently replied, "Yes." The two of them moved while discussing. So Roofing led the way, speaking to Hao Shuan, who was following behind. "Leggy, hold off the guardian spirit. You go ahead." The guardian spirit of the mysterious cave, holding a large sword, blocked their path. It growled fiercely. "Anyone who dares to trespass in the forbidden hall will die." The guardian's sword swung down. Hao Shuang and Su Roofing quickly dodged the massive blade. Without hesitation, the guardian continued its attack with the sword. Hao Shuang dodged while counterattacking with everything he knew, while Su Roofing closed in to strike. Inside the mysterious cave, Zhang Ju Yuan's subordinate spoke with worry. "Su Roofing is incredibly skilled. With just one guardian spirit, probably won't be able to stop him." Zhang Ju Yuan responded calmly, "Don't worry, I've designed this place as a battleground long ago. Of course, I've made proper preparations." Outside, the master and apprentice were still battling the guardian spirit. Hao Shuang called out to Su Roofing, "Master, I'm going inside." Su Roofing, looking concerned, reminded Hao Shuang, "Once you're inside, don't get caught up in the fight. If you damage the communication devices, pull back immediately." The guardian spirit of the mysterious cave saw Hao Shuang preparing to charge in. It raised its sword ready to strike him, angrily warning, "Anyone who rushes in without permission must die." Before the sword could fall, the strings of Su Roofing's sword suddenly tightened around it, holding it in place. Su Roofing's hands trembled as he struggled with all his might to stop it. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Your opponent is." Just then, Su Roofing suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He let out a fearful grunt. Zhang Ju Yuan laughed loudly when he saw Su Roofing attacking, but then pausing. Smirking, he said, "It's starting to work." Su Roofing's entire body trembled, confused, muttering, "Why is this happening?" At that moment, the guardian spirit, seeing Su Roofing frozen and under control, took advantage of his stillness and thrust its sword through his body. When Hao Shuang saw his master wounded, his pupils contracted and he anxiously shouted, "Master." Zhang Ju Yuan, seeing the sword pierce Su Roofing's stomach, laughed in delight as laughter worsening the pain. Hao Shuang then injured him. Laughing through the pain, Zhang Ju Yuan clutched his stomach and said, "It hurts so much. Just looking at it makes me hurt, but I feel so satisfied." Outside the cave, Su Roofing was severely injured. The pain was so intense that his body trembled, and blood poured from the corner of his mouth. He gripped his sword tightly, coughing violently. Cough! Cough! The guardian spirit swung his weapon with all of his might, sending Su Roofing flying backward. Fortunately, Hao Shuang arrived just in time to support him from behind, preventing the injury from worsening. Hao Shuang helped Su Roofing steady himself and, filled with concern, asked, "Master, are you okay?" Su Roofing was gravely injured but still managed to speak firmly, "I'm fine. I've avoided the worst of it. I didn't expect Zhang Ju Yuan to have set up the 8 Gates Thunder Trap." Hao Shuang held Su Roofing up as the master continued, "You must not use the thunder technique or you'll exhaust all your energy." Hao Shuang, understanding the gravity of his master's words, replied, "I understand. I'll find a way to break through." Still Roofing weakly squeezed Hao Shuang's hand and said, "It seems it's time to give this to you." Then Su Roofing opened his mouth and called Xiao Ya. Xiao Ye appeared from the tower, kneeling respectfully in front of Su Roofing. She said, "Your disciple is here. Please give your orders, Heavenly Master." Su Roofing ordered Xiao Ya, "Take that demonic blade and give it to Hao Shuang." Hearing this command, Xiao Ye was surprised. Her eyes widened, and she hesitated before asking this. Su Roofing urged her, "Hurry." Inside the cave, they were monitoring the situation outside. Zhang Ju Yuan wondered, "What are they talking about?" One of his subordinates replied, "It looks like they want to give something to Hao Shuang." Xiao Ye obeyed the command, saying, "Yes." Then she began performing the sealing ritual to unlock the demonic blade. A red light appeared from the tower behind Xiao Ya, shooting straight toward Hao Shuan. Hao Shuan caught the beam of light and grasped the red blade, muttering, "What is this?" The blade Hao Shuang held was the demonic blade called Soul Severance. It was a brilliant blood-red color. At that moment, it seemed to laugh triumphantly, saying, "Finally, I get to see the light of day again." Seeing the Soul Severance appear, Zhang Ju Yuan was shocked. His mouth dropped open and he stammered, "Why did this crazy person release this god-killing weapon? You want to destroy the world." Hao Shuang grabbed the demonic blade Soul Severance and felt its power surge through him. He shuddered in fear and muttered, "This power is overwhelming." The demonic blade, feeling Hao Shuang's grip, angrily snapped at him, "Who do you think you are, touching me? Get lost." So Roofing, seeing the blade struggle so arrogantly, spoke up, threatening it. "Soul Severance, I can set you free, but I can also imprison you again." He winced in pain from his injuries and spoke with a threatening tone, pressing Soul Severance to cooperate. "If you don't want to end up back in that dark tower without any sunlight, you better work with us to atone for your actions." Despite Su Roofing's threat, Soul Severance wasn't intimidated. It snarled back, "Shut your mouth, you old fool. There's no way I'll ever serve you. You better give up on that idea while you still can." Seeing that threatening didn't work, Su Roofing shifted his tone to a more conciliatory one. "Hold on a second. Take a closer look. The boy is a demon too." Soul Severance innocently looked at Hao Shuang and, furious, asked, "You really are a monster, aren't you? How could you betray our clan and side with that damn old man?" Hao Shuang scratched his face, unsure how to respond to this question. He hesitated and said, "Well, this is." Soul Severance didn't bother listening to Hao Shuang's explanation and angrily interrupted, "I don't care. Even if the little demon surrendered to that damn old man, he's still a traitor. I won't help him." Su Roofing, seeing how unreasonable Soul Severance was being, angrily muttered, "Stubborn idiot." In a low voice, Hao Shuang asked Soul Severance, "Senior, are you interested in cutting that damn old man down?" Soul Severance was almost falling into Hao Shuang's trap and repeated, "Cut." Hao Shuang grabbed Soul Severance, stood facing the guardian spirit, and softly began to negotiate, almost coaxing. Ahead is the mysterious cave that hides the secret treasures of Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Inside, that Dan old man is still controlling the river diagram and Lu writing. "How about we go and take him down?" Hearing this, Soul Severance was suddenly full of excitement and eagerly said, "Ha ha ha. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Hao Shuang urged Soul Severance to attack the guardian spirit of the mysterious cave. The guardian spirit saw Soul Severance charging toward it and warned, "Get out of here. Anyone who dares to enter the Forbidden Hall will die." With that, the guardian raised its sword, but Soul Severance wasn't intimidated. It boldly charged forward, scoffing, "Who do you think you are, trying to show off in front of me?" Soul Severance slashed the guardian spirit in half, its overwhelming power shattering even the magical shield protecting the cave. Hao Shuan watched in surprise, muttering, "Incredible." After defeating the guardian spirit, Soul Severance licked its lips, paused, and then laughed loudly, praising, "Delicious, I'm hooked." It turned out that after defeating the guardian, Soul Severance had eaten it. Hao Shuang, still surprised, asked, "I can't believe you can actually eat the guardian spirit." Hearing the question, Soul Severance proudly responded, "It's not just the guardian spirit. That old bastard's cultivation was pretty decent too, and I ate it all. Hurry up and lead the way. Let's go have a buffet." With Soul Severance urging him, Hao Shuang chuckled and agreed. Unlike Hao Shuang on this side, Su Roofing, after witnessing the power of the demonic blade, clutched his chest in pain, worried, and thought to himself that he had been too optimistic. He never expected that even after being sealed for hundreds of years, the demonic blade's power was still as strong as ever. If it were to lose control, the world would be in danger. He silently cheered for Hao Shuang. "Hao Shuang, it all depends on you now. You have to control it." The mysterious cave was shattered by 2 strikes from Soul Severance. Hao Shuang appeared from the broken cave and, seeing the group inside, although feeling somewhat nervous, still spoke up with a stiff tone. "Wow, there are so many people." Then he turned to Soul Severance and said, "These people are all yours. Enjoy." The demonic blade didn't hold back and responded, "Well, I'll gladly take them." When Zhang Ju Yuan saw the demonic blade in Hao Shuang's hands, fear flashed across his face and he hurriedly warned, "Hao Shuang, do you know the history of the demonic blade? It was the personal weapon of the Demon King from 300 years ago. More than 3,000 spirit cultivators had to sacrifice their lives just to defeat the Demon King and seal the demonic blade. Now that it has seen the light of day again, the world will once again be plunged into chaos." Hao Shuan wasn't scared at all after hearing the history of the demonic blade. He took it in his hand, gently touched it, and calmly replied, I see, that does sound pretty serious. Then he looked straight at Zhang Juyuan and said, well, once I'm done with you, I'll think about its issues. Unable to convince Hao Shuang, Zhang Juyuan pointed at him and ordered his men. This stubborn brat, kill him. Your time is over. Hao Shuang, holding the demonic blade, swiftly struck down the men rushing at him, scattering them in no time. When he saw all of Zhang Juyuan's subordinates were defeated, Zhang Juyuan, trembling in fear, stammered, You! Hao Shuang, gripping the demonic blade, prepared to end Zhang Juyuan's life. He coldly said to the old man, Your time is over. Terrified, Zhang Juyuan quickly kneeled, begging for his life. He tried to bribe Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang, what if we join forces? I can help you become a heavenly master. I'll support you to rule the world. Just don't kill me. I'll even be your dog if you want. Suddenly, Zhang Juyuan screamed. Hao Shuang, noticing the strange phenomenon, turned to Soul Severance and asked, What's going on here? With his vast knowledge, Soul Severance explained, It's some kind of blood ritual. Someone's trying to use his sacrifice to summon a manifestation. Then Zhang Juyuan exploded into pieces. After the blast, a figure appeared. With a tone full of contempt, the figure spoke to Zhang Juyuan, a betrayer of trust. You deserve to die. You can only be a dog of the Demon King. Hao Shuang immediately recognized the figure and his eyes filled with hatred. He muttered to himself, It's him, the scar-faced bastard with the blade. Seeing that Hao Shuang seemed to know him, the man asked with confusion, Do we know each other? Hao Shuang was trembling with rage. His voice low and cold, he replied, Years ago, you killed my parents to summon the Demon King's dark forces. The bastard acted like he didn't care. As if reminiscing, he stroked his beard and said, Let me think, the Hao couple, right? Then he arrogantly laughed and added, I've killed so many insects under my blade, I don't even remember. Hao Shuang quickly charged at him, moving like lightning as he grabbed Soul Severance and swung it toward his opponent. The man with the scruffy beard, seeing Hao Shuang's attack, shouted in fear, He's too fast, but he's not bad. He managed to dodge Hao Shuang's strike. After narrowly avoiding the blow, he glared at Hao Shuang, gritting his teeth and muttering, Little brat. But Hao Shuang didn't let up. He kept attacking relentlessly. The scarred man, witnessing Hao Shuang's furious onslaught, growled angrily, This brat has no manners. Hao Shuang didn't respond, continuing his aggressive assault. The scruffy bearded man was incredibly skilled and managed to block all of Hao Shuang's relentless strikes. Hao Shuang was in a berserk state, consumed by the hatred for those who killed his parents. Hao Shuang kept attacking the scarred man. After blocking several of Hao Shuang's furious blows, a man's sword began to crack. Clenching his teeth, he glared at the damaged weapon and then thought to himself, This kid is more vicious than a demon. I can't afford to keep fighting him. He then called for his fiery horse, mounted it, threw his broken sword aside, and commanded, Blizzard, retreat. Hao Shuang wasn't about to let the killer of his parents escape so easily. He shouted fiercely, Stop right there. After that, he mustered all his strength and struck behind him with a powerful slash. The scar-faced man saw how fiercely and recklessly Hao Shuang fought, and even he couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. Looking at Hao Shuang, he cursed, Damn, where the hell did you get that hack? The man was slashed across his body by the demonic blade and fell off his horse. Before he died, he angrily warned, The Demon Emperor will never forgive you. Hao Shuang wasn't scared, replying, It's fine. I won't forgive him either. Suddenly, Hao Shuang coughed up a mouthful of blood. As he was about to collapse to the ground, a woman appeared and caught him. The woman looked at the unconscious Hao Shuang with worry and said, You were too reckless. With Hao Shuang's strength, how could he possibly control the demonic blade? His energy has been completely drained. I'm afraid there's little hope left. Shu Rufeng, who was also injured, slowly walked in and leaned against a pillar, saying, This is urgent. I didn't expect the Demon Emperor to have pushed this far into Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Looking at Hao Shuang, unconscious, Shu Rufeng added, You can't move forward without leaving the past behind. This result, though, might not be all bad for the boy. Demonic Blade laughed loudly and said, This is what he wanted. I'm just helping him fulfill his wish. The woman glared at him angrily and threatened, Shut up. Give him back the rest of his spiritual energy right now. If Hao Shuang dies, I'll make sure you end up face first in a toilet full of waste. Soul Severance, hearing her threat, quietly pressed a key on his keyboard, thinking, This woman is so cruel. But forget it. I kind of like this kid too. I'll save his life first. Su Rufeng walked over to the scarred man's body, his face full of concern, and said, What I'm most worried about right now is whether the Demon King will go berserk and take revenge immediately. Then he helplessly added, "A storm of blood and chaos is unavoidable now." As Zhu Roofing spoke, the storm outside raged with heavy rain, howling winds, and thunder crashing. Meanwhile, the Demon King, upon learning that one of his subordinates had been killed by Hao Shuang, shouted in fury, "Dragon and Tiger Mountain, how dare they kill one of my generals? This debt must be repaid." One of the Demon King's subordinates tried to calm him down, saying, "Your Majesty, please calm down. Just one dragon and Tiger Mountain, they are nothing to worry about. The urgent matter right now is to find a scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens. With this divine technique, you will be able to dominate the world and rule for all eternity." The Demon Emperor asked the person sitting above, has Zhang Ju Yuan provided any information about the whereabouts of the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens that can be measured by the river diagram and Lu writing? The Demon Emperor's subordinate responded, "This person is cunning. He only gave part of the information, but I have a lead now. Within 10 days, I'll definitely present the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens to you." In the midst of a nightmare, Hao Shuang was running forward. He quickly turned his head to look for his parents. Ahead of him, Hao Shuang saw his parents standing and watching him. His mother called out, "Cao Shuang, come here, my son." When Hao Shuang saw his mother stretch out her arms to embrace him, he immediately ran toward her. He happily said, "Finally, I found you both." Just before he could hug his parents, an explosion suddenly occurred. A shadow appeared in front of Hao Shuang. It said, "Hao Shuang, I will send you to reunite with your family." Hao Shuang screamed, "I'll fight you." But it turned out he was just dreaming. Hao Shuang woke up, his hands seemingly touching 2 round objects. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lu Yin lying on top of him. In this awkward situation, Hao Shuang quickly pulled his hands away from Lu Yin's waist. He hurriedly explained, "Sorry, I was having a nightmare just now, and I..." Lu Yin blushed, shyly saying to Hao Shuang, "Your health is still fragile. It's not a good time to be reckless. Try to hold back a bit more." Then Lu Yin quickly moved toward the door. Before leaving, she turned back to say, "Wait here. I'll go make you a pot of red dates and goji berries to help you recover." Hao Shuang turned pale when he heard Lu Yin's words. He thought to himself, "I'd rather fight 3 more rounds with the demon general than deal with this." Suddenly, the red bracelet next to Hao Shuang buzzed and a voice spoke. "Kid, looks like you're lucky. You're not dead yet." Hearing the familiar voice, Hao Shuang turned and saw the bracelet on his wrist continuing to speak. "You should thank me properly. I helped you defeat your enemy and saved your life." Hao Shuang, noticing that soul severance had somehow turned into a bracelet, raised his hand and looked at it, asking in confusion, "Sir, how did you end up like this?" At Hao Shuang's question, soul severance snorted and then explained, "It's that Dan old man, isn't it? He forced me to accept you as my master. You're in charge now, or he'll lock me up again. But since I think you're all right, I agreed. From now on, whenever you need me, just call me Sir Sword and I'll help you." Hao Shuang, hearing this, smiled and said, "That's great. With your help, I won't be scared of anything anymore." Just then, Su Roofing walked through the door and asked Hao Shuang, who was sitting on the bed, "Hao Shuang, how are you feeling?" Hao Shuang saw Su Roofing and greeted him, saying, "Master." Then he continued, "I'm fine, just exhausted." After that, Hao Shuang asked about his master's condition. "Your injuries aren't serious, are they?" Su Roofing responded, "It's just superficial wounds, a little medicine, and they'll heal." Hao Shuang asked about what had been happening outside while he was unconscious. How's the situation around the mysterious cave? Are Zhang Ju Yuan and the others leaving any trouble behind? Su Roofing explained, "They're hiding in the mysterious cave. They've actually been quietly drawing energy from the river diagram and Lu writing." Su Roofing continued, "I suspect they're trying to use the river diagram and Lu writing to help the Demon Emperor train." Hao Shuang asked, "Is there any way to track down the location of the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens?" Su Roofing updated him on the current situation. Before we entered the cave, he used a secret seal to lock away the river diagram and Lu writing. Right now, Lu Ying is working on figuring out how to break the seal, but it will probably take a few more days. Hao Shuang speculated, "The Demon Emperor's target is also the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens. Could it be that Zhang Ju Yuan has already found its whereabouts for him?" Hao Shuang thought for a moment and then said, agreeing with Su Roofing's guess, "That's definitely possible. I've already questioned Bai Yu, but he doesn't know anything about the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens. It seems Zhang Ju Yuan has been hiding some things from him too." Hao Shuang pondered for a while and then voiced his own doubts. That doesn't add up. If the Demon Emperor has already found the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens, why would he still want to occupy the mysterious cave? Zhang Ju Yuan isn't the type to cooperate so easily. He must have left himself an escape route. Afterward, Hao Shuang jumped off the bed and Su Roofing, looking concerned, asked, "What are you planning to do?" Hao Shuang replied, "I'm going to Shang Ju Yuan's room and see if I can find any clues." In Zhang Ju Yuan's room, Hao Shuang searched every corner but found nothing. He muttered to himself, "I've searched everywhere, and there's not a single useful clue. Could I have been wrong?" At that moment, the demonic blade Soul Severance spoke to Hao Shuang. "Go to the backyard and check it out. There's his scent there too." Hao Shuang, curious, turned to it and asked, "Scent, you're good at tracking too." After searching the entire backyard, there was no sign of anything unusual. Hao Shuang guessed, "I don't see anything out of the ordinary. Maybe the scent was left behind when we were walking around the backyard." Demonic Blade disagreed and asked, "When you were walking around, did you touch the wall tiles with your hands?" Hao Shuang, hearing this, touched the wall. As he reached a specific tile, Demonic Blade suddenly spoke up, "This is it. There's still a fingerprint left on it." Hao Shuang smiled and praised, "You're a genius." Then, Hao Shuang removed the tile, revealing a brown box inside. He mumbled, "Just as I thought, there's something inside." After getting the box on his way back, Hao Shuang held it in his hand and complimented, "Master Blade, you're really something." Hearing the praise, Soul Severance wasn't modest at all, laughing proudly and saying, "It's nothing special." Hao Shuang opened the box, and to his surprise, inside was just a photo. The photo showed a girdle blinded by light, tied to a chair, locked in a room. Master Hao Shuang stroked his chin with one hand, frowning as he stared at the piece of paper in his hand, letting out a soft hum. Hao Shuang, noticing this, asked, "What's wrong?" "Master, don't you recognize it?" He replied, "I don't know them. I've never met anyone like this at Dragon and Tiger Mountain." Hao Shuang kept staring at the paper, feeling frustrated. It had taken so much effort to find a few clues. Could it really be a dead end? Suddenly, Master Hao Shuang seemed to remember something, exclaiming, "Ah, could it be?" Hao Shuang quickly turned to him and asked, "What did you figure out?" The master slapped his hand down, as if recalling something important. "Zhang Ju Yuan, he likes SM," he said, leaving Hao Shuang stunned, his jaw almost dropping. "Do you think everyone is as strange as you?" Hao Shuang waved goodbye to the old man, holding the piece of paper in his hand. "Forget it, let's go look for other clues," the old man said, waving his hand in return. "If you find more photos, remember to share them with me so I can help with the identification," he added. Hao Shuang walked along the road, still looking at the paper. "I've seen this place before," he murmured. He looked up and asked the two sisters who were on the roof, "Do you guys know where this is?" The girl with pink hair, sucking on a candy, pointed and replied, "The pattern on the stone only appears on old houses over 100 years old. The main building of Dragon and Tiger Mountain was renovated 10 years ago, but Northern Shadows still has a few old rooms. This photo was probably taken there." Hao Shuang's eyes widened in surprise. "Northern Shadows? What's that?" The setting sun cast a warm red light over a courtyard at the foot of the mountain. "This is Northern Shadows," she said. The three of them stood at the mountain peak, looking down. Hao Shuang couldn't help but marvel. "I can't believe there's a palace like this in the valley of Dragon and Tiger Mountain," the pink-haired girl explained. "This place used to be the home of the most elite monster hunting organization in Dragon and Tiger Mountain, Tianzu Ying." The girl with the green hair continued, "Tianzi Yang has eliminated countless demons. Unfortunately, later on, a major incident occurred, causing heavy losses. The entire army was wiped out with no one left. Since then, this place has been abandoned, and no one comes here anymore." Hao Shuang panicked. The entire army was destroyed. What happened? The two girls with fierce expressions explained, "We heard that the sacrifices for the power struggles among the high-ranking officials at Dragon, Tiger Mountain were betrayed. Because of that, this place is often shrouded in darkness, and there are evil spirits causing trouble." Hao Shuang broke into a cold sweat and was speechless. The two girls, seeing him heading down the mountain, asked, "What are you planning to do?" "It's getting late. Do you really want to go in there now?" Hao Shuang wasn't too concerned. He replied, "Time waits for no one. I can't delay any longer." Suddenly, his expression became serious. If the woman in the picture was really trapped here, she could die at any moment. Inside the desolate and empty Northern Shadows, the two girls clung to Hao Shuang's hand in fear. He was at a loss for words. "If you're scared, don't follow me here," he said. The pink-haired girl shook with fear, but quickly retorted, Who says we're scared?" The blue-haired girl glanced at him and spoke up, "Heavenly Master assigned us to protect you. We're just doing our job." Suddenly, a shadow swooped down, startling the girl. She turned her head only to see a strange-looking monkey. Her eyes widened and she screamed, "It's a ghost!" The blue-haired girl immediately turned and threw herself at Hao Shuang, saying, "It's a ghost." The pink-haired girl pointed ahead and said, there's one over there too. Hao Shuang quickly reassured them it's not a ghost, it's just the corpse of a wild monkey. In front of them, the ground was covered with corpses and some were hanging from the trees. Hao Shuang stepped closer to inspect, saying, "Strange. These cats seem to have been killed by something." The pink-haired girl, hearing this, asked in confusion, "Could there really be a ghost here?" He pointed a finger in a certain direction. "Look over there," he said. The wall was marked with crooked red writing, and there was a hole punched through it. Clearly, someone had set up a protective formation here. Hao Shuang glanced over with some hesitation and responded, "The problem is that the formation has already been damaged. The cracks in the wall are still fresh. Could it be that someone arrived before us?" Whoosh! 3 arrows shot toward them at once. Hao Shuang quickly reached out and pushed the pink-haired girl back to avoid them. "Watch out!" The 3 figures, cloaked in black, raced toward him, their red glows flashing in the darkness. Hao Shuang immediately confirmed that they weren't alone. 2 of the girls charged forward, and he ordered from behind, "Capture them alive." Both of them responded in unison, "Got it." The pink-haired girl kicked one of the attackers away, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spraying from his mouth. Hao Shuang sneered, "The remnants of Zhang Ju Yuan are really weak. They only know a few basic moves and still dare to resist here." The pink-haired girl stepped on the chest of one of the black-cloaked figures, placing her hands on her hips. "What exactly is your organization doing here?" The man gritted his teeth and frowned. "I won't submit. Kill me if you want. Even if I die, I will never forgive Zhang Ju Yuan." Hao Shuang felt a bit nervous and said, "You're not with Zhang Ju Yuan, are you?" The young man heard this and replied, "Aren't you the ones Zhang Ju Yuan sent?" Hao Shuang froze for a few seconds and then quickly said, "I'm so sorry." The leader, who was standing respectfully with 2 others behind him, said, "So you're the hero who killed that bastard Zhang Ju Yuan. It's an honor to meet you. We're from the Duvan Society, and we came to this tower to rescue our kidnapped leader. We didn't get Dragon and Tiger Mountain's approval. Please forgive us." Hao Shuang, hearing this, also spoke respectfully in return, "It's fine. This place isn't really considered part of Dragon and Tiger Mountain anymore. You're free to come and go." Xiao Ye, standing behind, whispered into his ear, "The Duvan Society is a band of outlaws with a history of over 300 years. They're considered part of the Dark World." Suddenly, Hao Shuang handed something to the other person and asked, "Is your leader the one in this photo?" The person took the photo, his face going pale, and answered, "Yes, this is our leader. That bastard sends us a new photo every 2 weeks, trying to force us to follow his orders." Hao Shuang was taken aback and asked, "What does he want to force you to do?" Holding the photo that had been passed around, the person began to explain to Hao Shuang, "He wants us to find that 9 dragon box, but none of us have ever heard of it. He said if we don't find it, he'll kill the president. Yesterday we heard there was chaos on the mountain and decided to take advantage of the situation. We risked coming here to look for the president." Looking at an old building nearby, Hao Shuang asked, "Did you guys search this place before we arrived?" The person replied, "Yes, although the president's aura definitely points in this direction and we've already turned this place upside down. There's no trace here. He might have been moved somewhere else." Hao Shuang stroked his chin and made a deduction. Zhang Ju Yuan must have set up a formation around the area. Even wild beasts can't get inside, so there's definitely something hidden. If it were so easy to find, we'd be underestimating him. The person heard this and suddenly froze, then asked, "But where else can we go to find it? We can't really dig up 3 feet of earth, can we?" Then, out of nowhere, Hao Shuang turned toward the young man and asked, "What kind of scent did you follow to get here?" The young man began to explain, "It's the special scent that lingers after the leader has been poisoned. It's hard to dissipate, and it's an important clue." Suddenly, he held up a bag towards Hao Shuang and asked, "Is this the scent you mean? Are you skilled at tracking scents?" Hao Shuang took the bag and replied, "I'm not, but I know someone who is." Out of nowhere, something shot out from his hand, causing the young man to quickly step back in fear. The sword that had appeared bared its teeth and exclaimed, "It smells so bad, I can't stand it." After it rolled back into a bracelet shape, Hao Shuang said, "Sword, help me with this person. He's the important one." The bracelet responded, "I'm tired, not interested." Hao Shuang closed his eyes in resignation and replied, "Fine, then rest well." The bracelet didn't say anything else, only letting out a frustrated grunt. Then he turned to the 3 people standing nearby and said, "The taste is really gone, even he can't find it." "All right, let's go then." The man got angry and shouted, "Who said I can't find it? Do you dare to look down on me?" Hao Shuang laughed like he had just won a prize and replied, "Ha, I just wanted to make a way for you to climb down." The monster asked again, "Do I need someone to clear the path for me?" After that, Hao Shuang was helplessly dragged forward. Hao Shuang was pulled into the house at the speed of light. The person who had spoken with him earlier suddenly asked, "Has Hao Shuang been controlled by something?" Another person answered, "No." Xiao Liao, wearing black sunglasses, responded, "It's actually Hao Shuang who's controlling that thing." Inside the old courtyard with the cracked door barely closed, a man holding the knife pulled Hao Shuang forward, causing the obstacles in front of him to instantly shatter. Standing in the spacious garden, he suddenly asked, "Is this the place?" "There's nothing here." The elder angrily shouted, "Fool! Zhang Ju Yuan has used an illusion. Don't let this image blind you. Find the Yuan 2 seal and break it." Immediately, he began to glow. Hao Shuang then asked, "So that's it. In that case, there's no need to waste time searching anymore." With a powerful motion, his hand slammed into the ground, unleashing a massive surge of energy. The force shot forward, tearing through the wind as if slicing through it. Moments later, the earth in front of him flew up, scattering in all directions. Suddenly, the image of a woman appeared before him. Hao Shuang, overjoyed, shouted, "Found it!" The people behind him, hearing the noise, instinctively rushed over and called out, "President, have you found it?" They quickly gathered around, unlocking the seal, and cried out, "President, wake up. We're here to save you." The girl lowered her head, her eyes still closed, and cried out, "I really don't know what the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens is. I don't know." Seeing her actions, Hao Shuang made a guess. Could it be that I was wrong? Zhang Ju Yuan had forced her to find the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens, but it seemed she really had no idea about it. Inside the courtyard, the sunlight flooded in bright and warm. The girl lowered her head, glancing at the ground, and softly let out a small sigh of worry. Then suddenly she looked around and wondered aloud, "Am I dead?" Looking at her bare body, another question came to her mind. "Why are my clothes like this?" Suddenly, Hao Shuang approached and said, "There's no need to be afraid. Your spiritual energy has been severely drained, and in order to heal you, this energy needs to be unblocked first." Outside the old courtyard, a piercing scream rang out, followed by a shockwave. The girl covered herself and asked, "Who are you?" Hao Shuang raised a hand to calm her and replied, "Don't panic. I'm the one who saved you." Then he sat down on the ground and sighed deeply. The girl, covering her body, looked down, unable to make sense of anything. Immediately after, a handprint appeared on his face. The girl had slapped him. Hao Shuang held his face and said, "I only told you to take your clothes off. I didn't expect you to strip me completely." The two girls sat next to each other, their hands resting on the table. One of them replied, "If you're thinking of something else, wouldn't it be better to just go ahead and do it?" Hao Shuang clenched his fist and angrily responded, "I'm saving her. What other thoughts could I have?" Suddenly, there was a knock at the door inside the room, which made Hao Shuang turn his head and order the person to come in. The girl stepped inside hesitantly and said, "I'm so sorry, benefactor. Everyone has told me. You really are my savior." She shyly wiped away a few tears and added, "And yet I even slapped you." Qin Ye was really out of line. The girl sitting at the table suddenly spoke up, "Look at the good deed you did. You made her cry." Hao Shuang angrily shouted in frustration, "When did I hurt her? Both of you, be quiet." Qin Ye held a glass of water in her hand and began telling her story. 2 months ago, Zhang Ju Yuan kidnapped me and took me to Dragon and Tiger Mountain. As she repeated the story, Hao Shuang suddenly asked, "What about the 9 dragons box? What's that about?" Qin Ye closed her eyes in frustration as if she didn't want to face the truth and continued. "The 9 dragons box is a sacred relic of the Miaoyan society, but it disappeared 40 years ago. It's just an old box, but for some reason, Zhang Ju Yuan has been targeting it." Sitting across from her, Hao Shuang asked, "Where did the 9 dragons box disappear to? Is there any hope of finding it?" Qin Ye lowered her head and asked in return, "Do you need it too, Yao Master?" Hao Shuang answered honestly, "If I'm not mistaken, what's inside the box is very important to me. As long as there's even a small chance of finding it, I'll do everything I can." Qin Ye nodded and replied, "I understand. If it's something the benefactor needs, I'll do my best to find it. But to investigate the 9 dragons box, we'll have to go to a very distant place, and there's no guarantee we'll find anything." Hao Shuang happily grabbed her hand and said, "It's okay. We can go there together." He asked again where. Qin Ye looked at him firmly and answered, "Nanhei at Nanhei Beach, the Golden Bay Beach." The girl ran her hand through her hair, wearing a seductive lingerie set, and said, "Finally, we can go to the beach." Looking at her, Hao Shuang replied, "You said you wanted to go to the beach. Now you can't go without me. We came here to work." The other 2 girls looked at him and said, "Exactly. This isn't serious at all. We need to give you a strict warning." Then, in front of Hao Shuang, who was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts dreamy, the girls jumped around on the white sand. He suddenly thought, it's those 2 girls right there, and they still have the nerve to criticize others. A boy appeared and said, "Brother Shuang, the president will bring the boat here soon. We can say we're going on a trip and head out to the sea, then go to the destination." The boy leaned in close to Hao Shuang and continued, "Do you really have to make this so mysterious? Why sneak around like this?" He replied, pointing to an underwater ancient tomb. So, suddenly a loud, piercing scream echoed from a distance, startling the two people. Xiao Ya, playing with the water, cried out, "Help!" Below, some strange creature seemed to be wrapping itself around her calves. She kept screaming, "Something's pulling me." Seeing this, Hao Shuang quickly rushed toward the sea, shouting loudly, "Is this kid just cramping up or what?" The people standing around started to murmur, "What's happening? Is it a shark?" No way. Hao Shuang arched his body like an arrow and dove into the water. As he hit the surface, he took a deep breath and thought, "What is that thing?" It was some kind of monster with a deformed body and tentacles. A question popped into his mind. What is that? The girl was being dragged straight down into the water, causing everyone to panic and scream for help. Suddenly, a tentacle wrapped tightly around all three girls, but being underwater, they couldn't scream for help. However, they couldn't stand it any longer when the tentacles simultaneously dragged all three of them deeper into the water. They screamed, "Help!" In his hands, he held two ice-cold spears ready to launch them forward, thinking, how could a sea monster appear on the shore? Just as this thought finished, the two spears followed the surface of the water, preparing to strike the tentacles. But the monster remained relentless, thrusting its tentacles toward him. The tentacles wrapped around the spears Hao Shuang had thrown. The creature was a massive, arrogant octopus. It suddenly paused, seemingly puzzled upon seeing Hao Shuang, glowing with a brilliant golden light. Hao Shuang swam closer to it and shouted, "Your appearance like this will cause chaos, and that's why." His gaze sparked with electricity as he yelled, "Be honest in front of me." Far off on the distant sea, an explosion suddenly occurred. Everyone began to gossip, saying, "Who's underwater making all that noise? Isn't it a torpedo?" The tentacles kept tossing the three girls into the air, and one of them shouted, "Let it go, we have to deal with the sea monster, right?" Hao Shuang replied, "The sea monster can't be allowed to roam freely like this. We just ran down into the deep ravine. We have to catch it." The octopus, bound and trapped, had no choice but to crawl up to the surface of the sea. The girl with pink hair looked worried and said, "You still want to let it go? Why not just kill it instead of keeping it alive to harm others?" Hao Shuang looked at the girl who spoke and answered, "It might still have an owner." Hao Shuang glanced at the octopus, still shackled on the surface of the water, and added, "The chain on it may have come from somewhere else." The boat continued to roll across the choppy sea. A voice from somewhere cursed, "Damn it." On the deck, two crew members were kneeling. One of them scolded, "You're almost at your destination, and you let the nine-headed beast loose." The one-eyed man hesitated, stammering, "Actually, the storm last night was too strong. I didn't expect the chain to break." The masked man shouted, "Shut up. I don't want to hear your useless explanations." The other person suddenly grabbed his neck and released a special kind of smoke. Right after that, both of them logged out, leaving only a trail of black smoke. The masked man angrily yelled, "The search for the 9-dragon chest must not be delayed. Order everyone, no matter what, to capture the 9-yuan beast and bring it back." One of the disciples responded respectfully, "Yes, we have control over our minds. If not, we'll starve to death." The yacht continued to glide forward, and a girl spoke up, "I once imagined that I had accumulated a vast fortune. For safety, I had the most important treasure on a southern demon island. After my death, I was buried there about 90 years ago. A massive earthquake caused landslides, burying the island at the bottom of the sea, making it almost impossible to find. The 9-dragon chest is likely buried there as well." Hao Shuang immediately asked, "Can you roughly determine the location? I could go down and search." Kinya replied, "I've never been here myself. I can only estimate the general area based on the information passed down by my ancestors." The girl beside Hao Shuang suddenly said, "The deep sea is not like rivers and streams. The water pressure is much higher, and there's a strong current. Do you think you can handle it?" Hao Shuang looked at her worried expression and replied, "It's hard to say, we'll just have to try. What's the worst that could happen?" But the girl with the green hair pointed toward the sky and asked, "Do you think this sea creature might be suitable for exploration? Maybe we could ask it to help us search." Hao Shuang immediately responded, "That's a good idea. But what if it doesn't cooperate with us?" A scary smile appeared on Hao Shuang's face as he answered, "No problem. My specialty is winning people over with kindness. If that doesn't work, I have a few tricks up my sleeve to handle things." A luxury yacht was sailing across the sea, with golden sunlight shining on the white sand. Hao Shuang was using a rope to pull something and shouted, "This kid can't come up here." Another girl standing beside him added, "Just go down and catch him." After a good fight, he'll learn to be more honest. Hao Shuang wiped the sweat off his face, exhausted, and exclaimed, "If you want to cooperate, you have to offer some sweetness." Xiao Ye and the two other girls approached and asked, "What kind of sweetness?" Hao Shuang turned around, the droplets of water splashing across his body, giving him an unexpectedly alluring look. He suddenly asked, "Do you have any unused lingerie you could give me?" Out of nowhere, a pair of pink underwear flew toward him. Xiao Ye walked up, stood beside Hao Shuang, and asked, "Is this okay?" Hao Shuang crossed his arms and responded, "From the way it was thrown into the water, I can tell what kind of personality it has. It definitely has to be manageable." Without hesitation, the underwear was thrown into the water, and Hao Shuang commanded, "Come up here." A giant octopus suddenly appeared with the underwear on its head, causing everyone to scream in surprise. Suddenly, a voice groaned, "Hey, you the odd one." Hao Shuang stood his ground and said, "Do you want to cooperate? Once we're successful, I'll let you go." The octopus seemed angry, prompting Hao Shuang to add, "Looks like it's about to dive down." Then a voice echoed, catching the octopus's attention. "Seems like I'm going to have to get rid of all these treasures." A row of items was in Hao Shuang's hands. He put on a regretful expression and said, "Such a shame." The octopus, its eyes glowing brightly, turned toward Hao Shuang. The next day, it showed a charming face and spread out its tentacles. Hao Shuang continued, "Can we cooperate now?" He then turned toward the girls and asked, "Go ahead and organize the tasks." Kinya looked a bit worried, paused for a moment, and said, "All right, it's best to start from here." For the direction of the yacht, a man riding a jet ski was standing guard. He wore a mask, looking angry, and shouted, "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" The Nine Heavens beast had fallen into Hao Shuang's hands. The man replied respectfully, "Of course it's true. They seem to be searching for the location of the tomb, and the Nine Heavens beast has already been subdued." He had a cunning expression and continued, "No need to rush. Our goal is the scripture of the profound stem of the Nine Heavens. With them leading the way, it will actually be easier for us. Everyone outside, keep a close watch. Don't alert them, and once they get the item, we'll strike directly." Everyone nodded in agreement, supporting his plan. On the yacht, Hao Shuang and the four girls sat close together. He suddenly spoke up, "We've been searching all day. The location should be correct, right?" Kinya, holding a map, responded, "It should be correct, though I'm not completely sure." Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through, causing the yacht to lurch. The people on board began to panic. Moments later, they screamed in fear and confusion. The boat's tipping over. Is the sea monster trying to escape? Hao Shuang also jumped off the yacht and shouted, "Let me go down and check." The yacht was tossed around by large waves as if it were a toy. Qin Kei-sin, worried, called out, "Hao Shuang, be careful." As he was about to sink below the surface, he suddenly thought, "Has the sea monster's rope snapped? Why is it sinking like this?" Once underwater, he adjusted his breathing and dove deeper into the ocean. He spotted a broken rope and a large dark mass that he followed, thinking it might lead to a cave. As he surfaced, he spat out a mouthful of water and gasped for air. Just as he came up, Hao Shuang said, "There's a cave below." The sea monster was sucked into it. "I suspect that's where the ancient tomb is located." Without hesitation, he turned and called, "Xinya, come with me. The rest of you stay here and be ready to act as needed." She began climbing the side of the boat and shouted, "Got it." The moment she fell into the water, the others on the boat warned her to be careful. One of the three remaining girls on the boat suddenly said, "I just thought of something. Did the sea monster get sucked in, or was it captured?" The other two looked at her, confused, and asked, "What?" The girl with pink hair hesitated, clearly worried. She said, No, stop joking. It's grown so big now. What could possibly capture it?" Meanwhile, deep inside the cave, a rope was being pulled in. The octopus was being dragged by something, its fear evident. In front of it appeared a set of long, sharp teeth. Hao Shuang and Xiao Ye held their breath as they swam with the current. Suddenly, a long rope appeared ahead of them, catching him by surprise and making him wonder. As they got closer, Hao Shuang grabbed the rope tightly and started pulling. Xiao Ye's face twisted in discomfort. She then pointed it another direction. Not far away, a massive fish with gleaming white teeth, as if it had just brushed them with toothpaste, appeared. Suddenly, something heavy struck the ground with great force. The sea monster began to move and was preparing to attack Hao Shuang. Immediately after, it slammed down, hitting the ground hard, causing a shockwave. Xiao Ye stood behind, silently observing and making a judgment. Is this really the kind of damage a simple punch can cause? The strength is terrifying. Hao Shuang stood tall on the ground, raising his finger and softly muttering, "My team members, I must protect them." Behind him, an octopus, shackled by chains, was struggling and trying to scream. The sea monster that had been on the ground earlier had now fallen asleep. Suddenly, it released something special. Qin, yes, saw it and immediately grimaced, shouting, "You idiot, get out of the way." The sea monster opened its large mouth, ready to attack Hao Shuang. It kept crawling toward him, closing the gap between them. Despite the injuries it had, it continued to rise up proudly. Out of nowhere, pieces of flesh were sliced into small chunks. Xiao Ye blushed and thought, impressive. No wonder he's the man who defeated Zhang Ju Yuan. Then, Hao Shuang waved toward Xiao Ye and quietly said, "If our team wants to rise again, we must hold on tight to this big leg." In the vast lake, Hao Shuang and Xiao Ye were swimming toward the shore. As they reached the riverbank, Hao Shuang gently helped her up and quietly said, "I never expected there to be another space here." Kenya walked around, looking at the trees growing on the cliffs, while Hao Shuang stood still, deep in thought, observing everything around them. When she noticed a glowing plant, Xiao Ye suddenly exclaimed, "Bioluminescent algae! No wonder there's light in this cave." The octopus slowly emerged from the water's surface. Hao Shuang glanced at it and asked, "Is the tomb buried deep inside?" It silently watched the two of them move forward and spoke, "We'll go inside to take a look. You wait here." The octopus waved its tentacles as if to say goodbye. As they walked along the tall rock formations, Qin, yes, suddenly called out, "These are the ancestral tablets of our Yunhui people." Then Hao Shuang looked ahead and exclaimed, "This is the end of the road." Suddenly, Xiao Ye asked, "Ha!" Grave Warden Spirit stood firmly in front of the cave and a voice rang out, "Truly, 7 demons digging." Kinya, surprised, walked past Grave Warden Spirit and headed toward the entrance. She called out, "Could there be another trap?" The monster suddenly spoke, "Anyone who isn't a descendant of the Qin family and dares to intrude into our ancestral tomb must die. Look here, your ancestors really value their privacy. They built this tomb under the sea and even left these threatening words." Then Xiao Ye squatted down on the ground, examining and making a guess. There seemed to be a hidden button here after all. Hao Shuang slowly approached her and called out, "Let me take a look." Grave Warden Spirit's eyes suddenly glowed brightly. In the next moment, a blade of light was poised to strike Hao Shuang. Just as the blade hit the ground, a surge of energy exploded, sending rocks and dirt flying into the air. Hao Shuang yelled in anger, "This damn toy!" Xiao Ye nervously glanced toward where the incident had just occurred and shouted, "It's alive." A group of people slowly entered the cave. A man rushed over and called out, "Sir." He immediately replied, "What's the situation ahead?" The man who had just arrived began reporting the area 50 meters ahead is the end of the path, but they've been blocked by a stone statue. It seems like the statue is preventing anyone from outside from entering the tomb. The man wearing a mask was a bit surprised and asked, "A stone statue?" Then a cold glint appeared in his eyes as he ordered, "We need to go check it out." The others all agreed with his suggestion. Suddenly, a man wearing an iron mask charged toward Hao Shuang and attacked him. "Anyone who isn't from the Qin family will die in the tomb." It seemed to be a tomb guardian. Qin Kixin was dodging a powerful downward strike when suddenly she exclaimed, "Then, what should we do?" Hao Shuang, holding the red sword with eyes on its blade, calmly replied, "It's not a big deal. The guardian spirit is fighting with you, so if you're unsatisfied, just fight back." The other person responded, "If I can't protect the tomb, I'll destroy it." Immediately, Hao Shuang looked toward the cave that was being broken into and asked, "Ha?" Kenya grew even more anxious, her face pale, as she cried out, "This is bad. The guardian spirit plans to destroy this tomb. We'll die with them." The man wearing a black mask, hiding behind them, suddenly asked, "Destroy it? Doesn't the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens get destroyed too?" The person behind them heard this and smiled, replying, "Well, that's even better. Isn't our mission to destroy the martial arts technique?" The masked man, like a demon king, began to yell, causing the others to panic. "The demon emperor wants us to return the scripture of the profound stem of the 9 heavens so that he can destroy it personally. You're saying he'll destroy it under the sea? Where's the evidence? Are you going to prove it with your head?" The trembling man fearfully responded, "I know I was wrong. I won't speak carelessly again." Standing in front of the tombkeeper, Hao Shuang tried to calm him down. "Big brother, don't think too much. We're not outsiders. Look, this is the bloodline of the Qin family, one of our own." Qin Kixin responded, "Yes, that's right. I'm Xiao Ya." The tombkeeper's eyes turned red, like those of a demon, and he shouted, "It really is the bloodline of the Qin family." Hao Shuang was relieved, like he had just attended a festival, and exclaimed, "Thank goodness, we can still tell friend from foe." But then he smirked angrily and shouted, "Your recognition system is way too outdated." The tombkeeper placed his sword on the top of his head and called out, "I am fulfilling the duty of the Qin family's bloodline. Please leave immediately." Hao Shuang clenched his fist, his face filled with worry, and said, "In my opinion, we should just chop off his brain with a knife." No, replied another voice. His life system is definitely tied to this tomb. If he dies, this place will crumble into dust immediately. The follower standing behind the masked figure shouted, Master, what should we do? We need to leave quickly. The masked figure called out, wait a moment, they'll definitely figure something out. Qin Kixin suddenly stepped forward and took Hao Shuang's arm, saying, You're my husband, so this can't count as involving an outsider, right? Then the corner of his mouth curled into a sly smile. Qin Kixin continued, Let's just get past the gate first, and we'll figure it out later. Hao Shuang quickly responded, Yes, we're married. Thu Molin's eyes lit up, and he asked Hao Shuang to prove it. Both of them were taken aback, wondering how they were supposed to prove something like that. Qinya responded, We don't always carry our marriage certificate with us. The masked man tilted his head to listen, catching part of the conversation. Can we submit it later? Just let us in first. Proof invalid, please leave immediately. The tomb will collapse in 10 minutes. The masked man clenched his fists and shouted, Are you two pigs or what? You don't even know how to prove you're married? Why not just give him a quick kiss on the cheek? The people behind him immediately urged, Hurry up, that's right. Suddenly, the guardian spirit was distracted by the words just spoken and asked, Huh? Who are these people? Xiao Ye, who was standing nearby, replied, I don't know, Heather. The masked man then quickly ordered, Capture him for me. As long as Xiao Ye is here, the guardian spirit won't dare to act recklessly. The others immediately charged forward, shouting, Yes, whoever becomes her husband, the one who takes him down will claim her. Xiao Ye hid behind Hao Shuang and nervously asked, Could they be people from the Ghost Emperor? Hao Shuang stood in front of her and answered, They've already chased us this far. You'd better hide behind me. As the group continued to rush toward the guardian spirit, they kept talking. Now you understand it's too late. Thanks for leading the way. Then came the sound of eerie laughter. Grave Warden's spirit raised his sword, preparing to charge forward, leaving Hao Shuang and Xiao Ye in shock. As the first few blades cut through the air, the bodies of those around were sent flying backward. The others standing nearby began to panic, shouting, This is way too powerful. The masked man saw this and angrily shouted, A bunch of useless fools. Even when Grave Warden's spirit is about to die, you still can't defeat him. Grave Warden's spirit stood protectively in front of Hao Shuang and called out, Let me handle these people. You all keep going. There's a safe path to leave the tomb. Hao Shuang turned around to look at them and asked, Why not let us prove our identities? Grave Warden's spirit immediately replied, Your actions to protect Xiao Ye earlier have already proven that. Suddenly, Xiao Ye picked up a stone, making a distinct sound. Immediately, the door opened. Xiao Ye shouted, The door is open. As the two of them stepped inside, a voice called out, You must hold them off. You have to get us out of here. The masked man's expression darkened, and he said, It wasn't easy for me to find this place. I can't let you escape. No one leaves here today.